Chapter 1, Wedding Day. My wife is a female killer. Shujia Village. In the bridal chamber, red candles flickered and the atmosphere was charming. Su Chang'an stood at the door, staring blankly at the beautiful woman in red dress sitting beside the bed. For a moment, it felt like a dream. 3 years ago, he traveled to this world and became a villager of Shujia Village. At first, he thought he had traveled to ancient times. I wanted to rely on my memories of my past life to show my skills and make a name for myself. But by chance, he heard from the village chief that there were immortals in this world who could fly into the sky, hide underground, move mountains and fill the sea. Only then did Su Chang'an realize that he had clearly traveled to a world of cultivating immortals. He was an ordinary person who was powerless and no different from an ant in the fantasy world where immortals roamed everywhere. Who knows, one day when you are walking on the road, you may encounter a fight between gods and become cannon fodder without anyone knowing. As a result, Su Chang'an completely gave up the idea of making his way in the world. It would be better for him to stay in Shujia village and grow up well. Fortunately, God was kind to Su Chang'an, and the time travel gift package was delivered to him in time. After being bound to the coupon system, Su Chang'an could participate in a big wheel lottery on the first day of every month. In 3 years, Su Chang'an has drawn the lottery a total of 36 times. I don't know if it was a bonus for being a novice, but in his first draw, Su Chang'an won the Heavenly Tao level technique, the Taichu Chaos Sutra. In the second draw, he even won a bottle of 9th grade dragon marrow cleansing pill, and his spiritual roots were directly transformed to perfection. The third lottery draw was for the 9th level jewelry Tiangang ring, a space ring with defensive functions. The fourth draw. The fifth draw. Products produced by the system must be of high quality. After 36 draws, Su Chang'an has accumulated a lot of good things. With the help of the Heavenly Tao level skills, Su Chang'an practiced hard for 3 years and achieved a certain level of cultivation. At least it should be considered that it has the ability to protect itself. Just when Su Chang'an was thinking that it was time to leave Shujia village and go out to see the world. While hunting in the mountains one day, he happened to pick up a woman who was suspected to have been hit by a wild boar and was seriously injured. Who is Su Chang'an? Shujia village is well known far and wide for its kind-hearted people. How can you stand by and watch someone die? Without saying a word, he carried the woman home and took care of her for more than half a month. Su Chang'an swore to heaven that at the beginning he really just wanted to save people and had no other thoughts. However, after spending more than half a month together, their relationship quickly heated up. The woman seemed to be moved by his careful care and decided to marry him. This pie-in-the-sky good thing. Well, the girl is in love with him, how can Su Chang'an bear to refuse him? Hence, today's joy came about. At this time, Mu Yunshu sat upright on the edge of the bed, his body tense. A fair and flawless face, illuminated by candlelight, looks even more beautiful. She never wears makeup, but tonight she put on rouge and painted her lipstick red. She looked shy, and her eyes, as deep as stars, seemed a little dazed. Who could have imagined that a heavenly assassin from Su Luotian, the #1 assassin organization of the Dacian dynasty, would marry a country bumpkin in such a simple wooden house in a small mountain village? A month ago, she rebelled against Su Luotian and was hunted down by 2 heaven-level killers and 10 earth-level killers. She fled for 10 days and traveled across most of the Dacian dynasty. After killing all 10 earth-level killers and seriously injuring the 2 sky-level killers, she was also seriously injured and almost exhausted. She ran all the way to the green hills outside Shujia village, where she fainted due to exhaustion. She originally thought that she would die in the wilderness, but when she woke up again, she found herself in this wooden house. The man in front of him didn't know his own identity. He took good care of himself and even fed him meals and medicine himself. This feeling of being cared for was something Mu Yunshu had never felt before, and it had such a great impact on her that it went straight to her soul. Gradually, Mu Yunshu let down his guard against Su Chang'an and completely accepted Su Chang'an's kindness towards him. Isn't this simple and peaceful life what she longs for? These short 10 days were the happiest time in Mu Yunshu's life. On the day when his injuries healed, Mu Yunshu, who was supposed to leave, looked back at the simple but extremely warm wooden house and felt a strong reluctance to leave. At that moment, she made the second boldest decision in her life to marry Su Chang'an. From then on, there was no longer the heavenly killer Pianhong who made everyone in the Dacian dynasty tremble in fear, but only a peasant woman who took care of her husband and children. Madam, it's late. Su Chang'an took a deep breath, blew out the red candle, and sat down next to Mu Yunshu, with his hands hanging down above his thighs, feeling a little embarrassed. A moment of spring night is worth 1,000 gold. Time is so precious, we should cherish it. Um. Mu Yunshu's face flushed red, and her soft hands tightly grasped the corner of her clothes, without any trace of her usual coldness. Although they had been together day and night for more than half a month, Su Chanan couldn't help but exclaim in amazement when he stared at Mu Yunshu's delicate face at such a close distance. A faint body fragrance hit his nose, and Su Chanan could no longer remain calm. He turned his head and moved closer to the beautiful person beside him. Then, he gently kissed Mu Yunshu's delicate and tempting red lips. A wonderful touch came, and for a moment, both of them were a little dazed. But soon, it became lively. It seemed as if even the bright moonlight streaming in from the window was about to melt. The next day, Mu Yunshu suddenly woke up from his sleep, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. It was dark in front of me, with only a few rays of sunlight shining through the cracks in the door, bringing some light. Looking at the window tightly covered by curtains, the indifference in Mu Yunshu's eyes faded away, and a hint of tenderness emerged. Just as she was about to get up, she suddenly felt a wave of soreness and weakness. She couldn't help but blush and secretly spit. Obviously, my husband is just an ordinary person. After all, she was a 9th-rank warrior and a top-ranked killer, but after a night of tossing and turning, she was unable to withstand it. The scenes of last night came to his mind, and Mu Yunshu's face became more and more rosy, almost as if blood was dripping out. She never knew that sex could be so pleasurable. It is somewhat understandable that even the high-ranking officials from the aristocratic families are addicted to it all day long and enjoy it. Even she has become addicted to it. Fortunately, his enemy was not around, otherwise, Mu Yunshu would really have to find a hole to crawl into. It's so embarrassing. Madam, it's time to get up. The sun is shining on your butt. But at this moment, Su Chanan held the food in one hand and pushed open the door with the other. Pooh. Hearing this, Mu Yunshu actually felt a little angry and embarrassed. What was this talk about but or not? It was really vulgar. Moreover, the reason why she slept so soundly and woke up so late was all because Su Chanan was too restless last night. Ah. Madam, you've been tired all night. Are you hungry? Come and wash up and come to eat. Su Chanan coughed dryly and brought up the matter that was irrelevant to him. Mu Yunshu's face turned red again. Just as he was about to get up, the quilt slipped off, revealing his terrifying figure. Only then did she remember that she had fallen into a deep sleep after the battle last night, so how could she have time to get dressed? This is a good deal for Su Chahan. Su Chanan widened his eyes, felt a burning sensation in his throat, and his nose almost bleeds. Chapter 2, A Comfortable Life, Even Female Killers Can Become Lazy. Mu Yunshu is not that kind of pretentious young lady. Last night, I did what I should have done and what I shouldn't have done. What is the harm in just taking a few glances? Can you spare a few pieces of meat? She simply stood up and put on her clothes layer by layer in front of Su Chanan. Seeing the hot water that had been prepared long ago on the wooden shelf nearby, my heart warmed up again. During the more than half month he lived in Shujia village, Su Chanan took care of him not only his injuries but also his daily life. Even the clothes were washed by Su Chahan. Thinking of this, Mu Yunshu's face turned red again. In the first few days, her injuries were so severe that she could hardly get out of bed, and Su Chanan helped her wash her underwear. Thinking of this, Mu Yunshu's eyes looking at Su Chanan suddenly became softer. In this world, it is rare to find men willing to wash clothes for women, especially underwear. But Su Chanan did these things without any complaints and very naturally. This unique and unrestrained nature, free from worldly constraints, is also one of the reasons why Mu Yunshu is curious about Su Chanan. Before, I never believed that there really were women in this world who could bring disaster to the country and the people, and who could prevent the king from attending court. Only after meeting my wife did I realize what it meant to be a woman so stunningly beautiful that she could overwhelm the whole country. Su Chanan looked quite unsatisfied and couldn't help but sigh that he had really found a treasure. Where in this remote place at the foot of the mountain can I find a wife as beautiful as Mu Yunshu? My husband's mouth is as sweet as honey. He usually flirts with the beautiful girls in the village. Mu Yunshu said this, but he felt as happy as if he had eaten candy in his heart. No woman doesn't like to hear sweet words, and the female killer is no exception. Hey! Madam, you are really wronging me. I blush even when talking to the village aunties, so how dare I flirt with a young girl? Su Chanan coughed dryly, his face not red and his heart not beating. Put! Slippery tongue! Mu Yunshu couldn't help but be amused. He quickly turned his back, gently scooped up the hot water with both hands, and pretended to wash. The reflection in the basin showed a smile on the corner of his mouth that he couldn't hide. jokes and fun, simple meals. Mu Yunshu had never thought that one day he would be able to live such a warm life in such a small mountain village. She originally thought that she would always be Su Luotian's knife and puppet. Life is nothing but endless killing. But after she rebelled against Su Luotian and met Su Chanan, she finally understood what she really wanted. After a simple wash, the two finally sat down at the table. On the table, there was a plate of toasted steamed bread slices, 2 plates of side dishes, and a pot of chicken soup. It was simple but appetizing. In fact, Mu Yunshu was a little embarrassed to say that what she looked forward to most every day was mealtime. She didn't know how Su Chanan had mastered his cooking skills. At first, she even thought that these meals were bought by Su Chanan specially in the town. They were obviously home-cooked dishes, but they were delicacies that she had never tasted even in the most luxurious restaurants in the capital. Especially the chicken soup and fish soup made by Su Chanan in different ways. After taking a sip, you will feel warm all over. Even the injuries inside the body can be improved a little. Only Mu Yunshu herself knew how terrible her injuries were after 10 days of escape, 10 days of fierce fighting, and exhaustion due to serious injuries. It hurts the foundation. Mu Yunshu once felt that even if he recovered from his injuries, he would become a disabled person. At least, the strength must be much weaker than before. But even in this situation, she miraculously recovered just by relying on Su Chanan's dietary supplements. It was simply unbelievable and beyond Mu Yunshu's understanding. However, Su Chanan had explained to her that a lot of herbs picked from the mountains were put into the soup, so Mu Yunshu was half believing and half doubting and did not ask any further questions. How could she know that Su Chanan had put the 9th level resurrection pill obtained from the system lottery in the soup? Not to mention Mu Yunshu's minor injury, even if Mu Yunshu was seriously injured and on the verge of death, with only 1 breath left, the Huitian pill could bring him back to life. If it wasn't for the fear that it would be too shocking and would scare Mu Yunshu, 1 pill of life-saving pill would be enough to heal all of Mu Yunshu's injuries. There's no need for that. It takes half a month to add the crushed medicinal residue into the soup little by little. Drink some chicken soup first to replenish your body. Su Chanan serves Mu Yunshu a bowl of chicken soup with an expectant look on his face. Good. Mu Yunshu seemed to hear something behind Su Chanan's words, and his face turned red again. She took the bowl, looked at the chicken soup that was in an attractive golden color, and took a sip. In an instant, a warm current rushed into the throat, and then a wonderful feeling enveloped the whole body. I couldn't help but open my mouth and exhale a long breath. It seemed as if there was some impurity in my body that came out with this breath. I feel a lot lighter all over. Husband, what herbs did you put in this chicken soup? Mu Yunshu covered his mouth embarrassedly, his eyes slightly widened, full of disbelief. These are all very nourishing herbs. Madam has just recovered from a serious injury and fought a great battle last night. Drink more to replenish your body. Su Chanan smiled and nodded. It was more than just a tonic. He secretly put some dragon marrow cleansing pill into the chicken soup to lay the foundation for Mu Yun to cleanse his marrow and strengthen his bones. When Mu Yunshu's spiritual roots are improved to perfection one day, I will find a good opportunity to guide Mu Yunshu to start practicing Taoism. Good. This time, Mu Yunshu didn't care about the teasing in Su Chanan's words and drank the chicken soup in one gulp. Suddenly, I felt a warm current flowing through the meridians in my body, and I couldn't help but let out a comfortable moan. Mu Yunshu was shocked himself and quickly covered his mouth, unable to imagine that such a sound would come from his own mouth. Madam, don't just drink the soup, eat some vegetables. Fortunately, Su Chanan knew that Mu Yunshu was shy, so he pretended not to hear and picked up his chopsticks to pick up some food for Mu Yunshu. Mu Yunshu blushed and ate the food in silence. After dinner, Mu Yunshu naturally helped Su Chanan clean up the dishes. Then, as usual, the two of them took their bowls and chopsticks to the courtyard and sat side by side. Su Chanan washed the dishes, and Mu Yunshu naturally took over and wiped them dry, stretching and yawning from time to time. I just woke up, but I feel a little tired again. It's really strange. You know, in order to assassinate a 9th rank master, she didn't sleep for 3 days and 3 nights and didn't feel sleepy at all. The comfortable life made her lazy. Su Chang'an, who was washing dishes, did not forget to admire Mu Yunshu's perfect curves as she stretched. If you are sleepy, please go back to your room and take a nap. I have to go out for a while and will come back later to make dinner for you. Of course, Su Chang'an knew why Mu Yunshu became sleepy. It was all thanks to the dragon marrow cleansing pill. Okay, husband, please be safe. Mu Yunshu felt a little embarrassed. She knew that Su Chanan would go to the town on weekdays to sell the prey he hunted in the mountains and the herbs he collected. In the past, if her injuries had not healed, she would have just rested at home. Now that her injury has healed, she should have accompanied Su Chanan, but she was really a little sleepy. Chapter 3: A cook who can't tell fortunes is not a good hunter. Su Chanan also wanted to accompany Mu Yunshu today. After all, they had just gotten married and were in the mood for being affectionate with each other. It's just that he made a bet with Mr. Wang, the owner of Hua Man Lu in town. If he could kill a leopard tiger within 3 days, manager Wang would agree to let him continue to set up a stall in front of the store. Yesterday's wedding was delayed for a day, so today he must go to the mountains and find a leopard tiger. Shujia village, where Su Chang'an is located, is at the foot of Woniya Mountain. Woniya Mountain stretches endlessly and looks like a giant bowl lying on the ground, hence the name. There are all kinds of wild animals in the mountains, and it is not difficult to find a leopard tiger. The difficulty is that as the king of the mountain, even the best hunters dare not provoke the leopard tiger. Of course, for Su Chang'an, who has embarked on the path of cultivating immortals, let alone an ordinary beast, he would not be afraid even if he encountered a legendary monster. The small courtyard renovated by Su Chang'an is on the edge of Shujia village, closest to Woniya Mountain. After leaving the courtyard, he went straight into the mountains, his pace gradually quickening. In the end, the whole person turned into a shadow, shuttling through the woods. Going deep into the mountains, Su Chang'an soon heard a familiar tiger roar. Roar! Under an ancient tree that was so thick that several people could hug it, a huge monster, nearly 5 or 6 meters long and covered with colorful patterns, was stepping on a goat with its tiger claws and feasting on it. Su Chang'an flashed and appeared more than 10 meters away from the tiger. The leopard tiger was extremely alert and immediately raised its head, locking its tiger eyes on Su Chang'an. The ferocious mouth was still dripping with goat blood. Lucky, buy one get one free. Seeing this, Su Chang'an couldn't help but laugh. He bent down and casually picked up a thumb-sized stone from the ground. As if sensing Su Chang'an's murderous intent, the tiger suddenly arched its body and leaped, roaring and rushing towards Su Chang'an to bite him. Almost at the same time, a sound of breaking air was heard. Puff! A small stone suddenly popped out from between Su Chang'an's fingers, and like a bullet, it passed through the tiger's right eye in an instant. Bang! The stone pierced through the huge tiger head, releasing a cloud of blood mist. The tiger died instantly, falling heavily from mid-air without a sound. With a flash of light, Su Chang'an skillfully put the corpses of the tiger and goat into the Tiangang ring. Then his figure disappeared again and headed towards Tianqing town. Tianqing town is about 30 miles away from Shujia village. It would take an ordinary person at least an hour to walk there. Su Chang'an only took less than 5 minutes, and that was without using his full strength. After arriving outside the town and finding an empty corner, Su Chang'an took the leopard tiger out of the Tiangang ring. With a pair of thick tiger claws on his shoulders, he dragged the body of the leopard tiger and walked towards the town step by step. Along the way, it attracted many people's astonished gazes. Hiss, what a huge tiger! Who is this guy? How could he beat a tiger? He's a kid from Shujia village. He often goes to town to sell his prey. He's a good hunter. I didn't expect he could even kill a leopard tiger. I just don't know why he's so desperate lately that he wants to set up a stall in front of Hua Man Lu's shop. Who is the owner of Hua Man Lu, Wang? He's known for being stingy. How could he let him steal his business right in front of his house? Put. This kid is really talented. Hua Man Lu runs a flower shop business, but he sets up a stall in front of someone else's shop to sell prey. Wouldn't this drive away all of Hua Man Lu's customers? You're wrong about that. He didn't set up the stall to sell these smelly things, he did it for fortune telling. Fortune telling? He's a hunter, and he knows fortune telling? Ha ha ha. You don't know, do you? This Mr. Su is a well-known magician. He helps the ladies find their lost chickens, ducks, and other things, and his predictions are always accurate. Gradually, a lot of people gathered around Su Chang'an, some were surprised, some were joking, and most of them were there to watch the fun. Although he could hear constant discussions, Su Chang'an paid no attention to them and continued to walk towards Hua Man Lu at a leisurely pace. But at this time, Su Chang'an didn't know. Not far from him, outside the crowd, there was a young girl looking at him hesitantly. The girl was wearing a simple yet elegant light blue skirt. The white gauze from her veil covered her face, but it couldn't hide her noble temperament. Beside her, there was a little girl who looked like a maid, following closely. A young man, leading 2 fine horses, was guarding them. The young man was tall and imposing, with a stern expression. He was carrying a wooden box wrapped in cloth strips on his back, which also looked to be of extraordinary origin. The divine fortune teller. The girl in the veiled hat seemed to be thinking about something and seemed to be moving. "Miss, you don't mean to." The little maid seemed to see what the girl was about to do. Her bright eyes widened as she said in disbelief, "Didn't you hear people around you say that he's a hunter? He can only help those neighborhood ladies find lost chickens and ducks." As she was talking, the little maid suddenly realized that they came to Tianqing town to look for something. If Su Chanan was truly that amazing and could figure out where what they wanted was, wouldn't that be like a blind cat catching a dead mouse? A country bumpkin. "Junior sister, you're desperate and trying all sorts of methods. Master has calculated that the item is near Tianqing town. If you give me some more time, I'll definitely find it." The young man sighed. Having said that, they searched Tianqing town inside and out, within a radius of dozens of miles. But they still couldn't find what they were looking for. "Brother Lu, I believe you. However, the news of our coming to Tianqing town cannot be concealed for long. We don't have much time left." The girl in the veil shook her head slightly. No matter if she is desperate or trying all kinds of treatment, as long as there is a glimmer of hope, she will not let it go. Besides, she didn't just ask anyone on the street. A country bumpkin who hadn't even become a first-grade warrior was able to kill with one shot a leopard tiger that even a second-grade warrior would have to be careful about. This country bumpkin also has some divination skills. This in itself is unusual. While he was thinking, he saw Su Chang'an carrying the tiger on his shoulder and stopped in front of a shop surrounded by flowers. Shopkeeper Wang has been waiting for a long time. "Mr. Su, this is incredible. You actually managed to kill a leopard tiger. I'm saying, if you have such hunting skills, why are you setting up a fortune-telling stall in front of my shop?" Shopkeeper Wang had a forced smile on his face, and his words were somewhat sarcastic. In his eyes, Su Chang'an is a weirdo. But we have to make a living. Winter is coming soon and it will be hard to hunt wild animals in the mountains. Su Chang'an smiled. He set up a fortune-telling stall here not long after he picked up Mu Yin Shu. It was entirely because he had won a Saint-level heaven-stealing alchemy book in this month's lottery, and instantly became a first-class alchemist. The main purpose of setting up a fortune-telling stall is to accumulate experience and improve the level of the fortune-teller. Of course, it's also true to make some extra money. After all, he is no longer the only one who can feed the whole family. He also has to support his wife. Chapter 4. I would like to ask you, sir, about my future. Okay, I admit defeat. From now on, you can do whatever you want in front of my store. Alright, all the onlookers can go away. Shopkeeper Wang glanced at the third floor without leaving a trace and waved his hand impatiently. The original intention was to let Su Chang'an give up, but who would have thought that Su Chang'an actually killed the leopard tiger? It can be seen that Su Chang'an is a weird person and a ruthless person. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Shopkeeper Wang couldn't regret his decision even if he wanted to, so he turned around and walked back into the store in disappointment. Does anyone here want to ask about marriage, fortune-telling, or bone reading? Or if you have lost something at home, you can come here to find me. From tomorrow on, I'll be setting up a stall here. I'm absolutely honest and fair to everyone. I might even charge you for it. Su Chang'an smiled and bowed to everyone. The people who had gathered together gradually dispersed when they saw that there was nothing exciting to watch. As for Su Chang'an's words, almost no one took them to heart. A hunter from a village might be a good hunter. Fortune-telling? You must be kidding. If you have the free time, you might as well go outside the town and find that old Taoist priest who was so poor that he can barely afford to eat. Seeing that everyone around him had dispersed, Su Chang'an didn't care. He was planning to sell the leopard tiger, buy some things and return to the village. At this time, he saw 3 people walking towards him. "Mr. Su, may I bother you for a moment?" The one who spoke was the girl in the veiled hat who had been observing Su Chang'an for a long time. "We are closed today. If you want to have your fortune told, please come back tomorrow." Su Chang'an glanced at the girl, bowed and was about to leave. "Sir, we have bought this leopard tiger. We only ask that you stay for a moment and tell me something." After saying this, the girl in the veiled hat glanced at the maid beside her. The little maid had no choice but to pout and reluctantly took out a gold ingot from her waist and handed it to Su Chang'an. A leopard tiger could be sold for at most 20 taels of gold. This gold ingot is estimated to be worth 50 taels. Seeing such generosity, Su Chanan couldn't help but squint his eyes. This tiger is yours. If you want something from me, why not tell me directly? Su Chanan pointed at the tiger on the ground, looked at the girl in the veiled hat, and spoke softly. It doesn't matter who you sell it to. It's at such a high price and it saves him a lot of effort. You'd be a fool not to sell it. I would like to ask you, sir, to help me with my future. Even through a layer of white gauze, one can feel the gaze of the girl in the veil that seems to be able to penetrate people's hearts. She was staring at Su Chanan, trying to see something, but she couldn't. Ask about the future? Miss, you are joking. With your status as a girl, why would you ask about the future? Su Chanan only slightly used the art of stealing the sky, and he didn't even need to carefully observe the fate of the girl in the veil hat. Just by the aura lingering around her, he knew that the girl in front of him had an extraordinary origin. In addition, the young man carrying a wooden box next to the girl was very dignified and did not look like an ordinary person. He was willing to be the girl's bodyguard. For people like these who are either rich or noble, why would they need to ask about their future? It's almost the same to ask about marriage. When Su Chanan said this, the girl in the veiled hat was suddenly shocked. Sir, you're pretending to be profound, but you can't figure it out? Before the girl in the veiled hat could say anything, senior brother Lu spoke first. His tone was calm, but deep in his eyes, there was a hint of arrogance that was hard to conceal. I can ask about my future, but the reward. As he spoke, Su Chanan's gaze fell on the two horses led by senior brother Lu. He suddenly remembered that if he wanted to bring Mu Yunshu to this town to play in the future, he would have to have a good horse. Of course you'll be rewarded. Just name your price, and my lady won't refuse. The little maidservant standing by was furious when she saw Su Chanan's money-obsessed look. Sir, feel free to tell me what you want. The girl in the veiled hat turned her eyes and realized that a hermit like Su Chanan probably wouldn't be too interested in money. Okay, I won't be polite with you. Let me tell you straight out. If I can help you predict your future, will you give me this BMW? As he spoke, Su Chanan raised his finger and pointed at one of the snow-white horses that senior brother Lu was leading. The horse looked very smart and spoke. You're so rude. This is a white dragon colt. When the little maid heard this, her eyes widened immediately. She was about to say something when the girl in the veil raised her hand to interrupt her. It's a deal. It's just a horse. If Su Chang'an is really capable, he can help them find what they want. Let alone one horse, even if there were 10 or 100 horses, what would that matter? Please lend me your palm for a look. Su Chanan nodded and extended his hand to the girl. The girl in the veil was stunned for a moment, and her expression under the white veil looked a little strange. But she still raised her fair and slender right hand and stretched it out to Su Chanan. Su Chanan was not polite and gently grabbed her fingertips. Suddenly, a touch as warm as mutton fat jade came. Su Chanan couldn't help but sigh in his heart that these 10 fingers, which had never been touched by water, were so tender. Coming back to his senses, he stared at the palm of the girl in the veiled hat, concentrating and calming himself. Looking at the palm of your hand is actually just a trick. Su Chanan just didn't want to appear too outrageous. The one who steals the magic of heaven is not the palm of your hand. Su Chanan narrowed his eyes slightly and quietly performed the art of stealing the sky. In an instant, everything around seemed to have fallen silent. Around the girl in the veiled hat, light purple aura gradually emerged. These energies, as thin as hair, are intricate and intertwined, spreading and intersecting, condensing into a halo divided into 3 realms, inner, middle, and outer. This is one of the most basic and important methods in the art of stealing the sky, the art of looking at chi. By observing the unique chi of each person, we can capture a huge amount of information and gain insight into their destiny. In that halo, the 3 areas from the outside to the inside represent the past, present and future respectively. Just from the surface, one can see that the aura lingering around the girl is light purple, indicating a very noble destiny. More importantly, there is a faint dragon-shaped shadow hovering in it. Concentrating on observing the energy in the halo, a huge amount of information suddenly flooded into Su Chanan's mind. With his current rank as a first-level alchemist, he can observe and capture the chi of the 3 realms, with the past being the clearest and the future being the vaguest. However, even if we cannot fully glimpse the future of the girl in the veil, this amount of information is enough to ask about her future. The Kunlun Jade Cup is filled with the Big Dipper, the Tianquan Star is located in the Fate Palace, and the girl is surrounded by purple aura. She is truly invaluable. Deep within the horoscope lies a flickering dragon pattern. This kind of destiny is only possessed by those in the royal family. And the current Dakian royal family only has one princess. Speaking of this, Su Chanan couldn't help but twitch his eyes slightly. It was obvious that the identity of the girl in front of him was not simple, but he did not expect that she would be the only princess of the Dakian royal family. Princess Xiaoning Xiaoyueli. What is a good princess doing here in this remote mountain area instead of living a life of luxury in the palace? As Su Chanan was thinking this, suddenly an extremely cold and shocking murderous intent burst out from senior brother Lu. I saw senior brother Lu's eyes were as sharp as torches, full of shock. He didn't believe that Su Chanan could tell the princess's identity just by observing her palm. He would rather believe that their whereabouts were leaked. Senior brother Lu. Feeling senior brother Lu's murderous intent, Xiaoyueli took a deep breath, suppressed the shock in her heart, and hurriedly stopped him. They had only been in Tianqing town for a few days. The southern wasteland was so vast that even if their whereabouts were revealed, the other party should not be able to find them so quickly. What's more, everyone in Tianqing town knows Su Chanan, which means that Su Chanan has lived here for quite some time and can't be the other party's man. Chapter 5, Mutation. Bandits slaughter the village. The little maidservant covered her mouth tightly, frightened by senior brother Lu's sudden outburst of terrifying murderous intent. Don't understand what happened. She looked at Su Chanan as if she was looking at a ghost. They originally thought that Su Chanan was a charlatan, but they never expected that they seemed to have really met a master. The murderous intent came quickly and went away quickly. Senior brother Lu is a smart man. He was just anxious for a moment, but after calming down a little, he immediately realized that Su Chanan was not their enemy. Otherwise, Su Chanan would not have to expose their identities. Mr. Su, I'm sorry to have frightened you. My brother didn't mean to do that. It's just that you just pointed out my identity based on a single encounter. Such a move is truly appalling. There was still a deep look of surprise in Xiaoyueli's eyes. She really didn't expect that Su Chanan's numerology skills would be so shocking. Just by looking at her palm, you can tell her identity. Xiaoyueli would not be surprised if the old master of Tianji Pavilion had such skills. But the problem is, at Su Chanan's age, he can achieve this level. Unless, Su Chanan's background is beyond their imagination. Maybe Su Chanan is the disciple of those immortals who live in seclusion in the mountains. Realizing that she might have really found a hermit master, Xiaoyueli felt more and more apologetic. She could see that Su Chanan was not even a warrior, and was obviously only specialized in sorcery. And senior brother Lu next to her is an 8th grade warrior. The eldest disciple of Tianji Pavilion. The sudden burst of murderous intent was directed at Su Chanan alone. If it were an ordinary person, he would have been so scared that he would not be able to stand by now. In contrast, Su Chanan remained calm and unmoved. This kind of calmness even when facing a crisis made Xiaoyueli feel that Su Chanan was extraordinary. Xing Si was reckless and offended you, sir. I hope you won't blame me. As the eldest disciple of Tianqing Pavilion, Lu Xingxi certainly knew how amazing the methods Su Chanan had just displayed were. He quickly bowed and apologized to Su Chanan. Scared? At this moment, Su Chanan's face was full of doubts. He felt the murderous intent bursting out from Lu Xingxi. But the problem is, that murderous intent is a little too weak? To him, it was just like a breeze blowing by. Who could be scared by it? This shouldn't be the case. After all, he is the guard of a princess. How can he only be so weak? Forget it. In short, the future that the girl is asking about depends on the choice she makes. Whether the dragon pattern in this horoscope will remain dormant, drifting in the mundane world, or soar and embark on a path of ethereal emptiness, all depends on the girl's thoughts. That's all I have to say. I wonder if this answer satisfies the young lady. After Su Chanan finished speaking, Xiaoyueli was stunned and fell into deep thought. In fact, the choice Su Chanan mentioned was exactly her current dilemma. The reason why she came to Tianqing town was because her master, the old master of Tianji Pavilion, spent his own life to divine that the jade plate of the Immortal Gate was near Tianqing town. It is said that the Immortal Gate jade plate can only be obtained by those who have a destiny with immortality. As long as you get the Immortal Gate jade plate, you can go to the Immortal Gate and embark on the path of enlightenment and cultivation. When Xiaoyueli was born, the old pavilion master asserted that she was a person with spiritual roots and would most likely become a disciple of the immortal sect in the future. There is only one person in 100,000 who has spiritual roots. It was because of this assertion that Xiao Yueli entered the Tianji pavilion, took the old pavilion master as her teacher, and yearned to become an immortal. But how could one become a disciple of the immortal sect so easily? 18 years have passed, she has grown up, but the immortal gate is still elusive. The legendary immortal gate jade plate was completely lost several years ago amidst the struggle among countless forces. Xiao Yueli knew very well that this time, even if she could find the immortal sect's jade token, she might not be able to join the immortal sect. Ahead is an extremely dangerous road. Whether to continue being Princess Jianing or embark on this extremely dangerous and illusory road all depends on her decision. Seeing that Xiao Yueli was lost in thought and didn't speak, Su Chanan simply walked straight towards Lu Xingxi. Can I take this horse away? Su Chanan glanced at Lu Xingxi indifferently. Certainly. Lu Xingxi was a little flustered and quickly handed the reins of the white horse to Su Chanan. Thanks. Su Chanan jumped onto the horse. The white dragon colt was extremely docile and did not resist at all. A man and a horse slowly headed out of the town. Princess, are you just going to let him go like this? You're not going to ask him about the whereabouts of his things? Seeing Su Chanan walking away, the little maid suddenly became anxious. After finally meeting a master, why did Xiao Yueli let Su Chanan go? Lu Xingxi on the side also seemed to be hesitant to speak. With Su Chanan's ability, maybe he can really help them find the immortal gate jade plate. He said he would come here to set up a stall tomorrow. Xiao Yueli came back to her senses and looked at Su Chanan's departing back with her eyes flickering, but she did not chase after him. Drive! After leaving Tianqing town, Su Chang'an squeezed his legs together, and the white dragon horse under his crotch turned into a white sharp arrow and galloped away. It's worthy of being the royal BMW. Su Chanan sighed. The speed of the white dragon colt was much faster than that of ordinary horses. At this speed, we will be able to return to Shujia village in about a cup of tea. I wonder if feeding this horse the dragon marrow cleansing pill will be effective. Suddenly, an idea flashed in his mind, and Su Chanan was already thinking about how to make the speed of the white dragon horse even higher. If those cultivators knew that Su Chang'an was going to give the 9th grade elixir dragon marrow cleansing pill to a beast that was not even a demon beast, they would be shocked. I guess he would be so angry that he would vomit 3 liters of blood and shout that it was a waste of resources. Su Chanan didn't care about all this. He felt that this idea had great potential. Maybe it will really allow the white dragon horse to transform and increase its speed dramatically. In this way, he wouldn't have to reveal his strength and could ride to Tianqing town quickly with Mu Yunshu. At this time, what Su Chanan didn't know was, just as he was rushing back to Shujia village, a dramatic change was taking place in Shujia village. He. I didn't expect this little village to be so rich, and the women are so fair and tender. I've come to the right place this time. I haven't had meat in a while, and I'm dying of it. The person who spoke was a burly man who was at least 2 meters tall. His upper body was naked and covered with scars, and he had a lewd smile on his face. In front of him, a mother and son huddled in the corner of the simple kitchen, shivering and looking terrified. Second brother, if you want to play, take it back to the village and don't make any unnecessary troubles or you'll miss out on important things. Behind the big man, a middle-aged man with a gloomy and murderous look walked in and gave a warning. They are horse bandits roaming around the southern wilderness continent. They have no fixed residence and are considered a force under the Black Evil sect. He is also well known in the southern wilderness continent, and the name of the Black Evil Tiger is feared by everyone. The reason they came to Shujia village was because a few days ago, they received an order from the leader of the Black Evil sect to search for the whereabouts of the immortal sect's jade plate in the southern wasteland. Chapter 6, One Man, One Stick, Leaving No One Alive. Even the Black Tiger King Kuei himself did not expect that in just half a month, he would actually find the immortal gate jade plate. It was a coincidence that a group of horse bandits wandered to Luoyun Mountain, another mountain adjacent to Woniu Mountain. Wanting to take some rest, he wiped out the bandits' nest on Luoyun Mountain and took over their nest. I never thought that in the lobby of the bandit camp, the jade plaque of the immortal sect was clearly displayed. It's ridiculous that the bandit leader didn't even know about the immortal jade token and thought it was just an ordinary jade pendant. However, the bandit leader was only a 3rd-grade warrior. When the immortal gate jade plate was silent, it looked no different from an ordinary jade pendant, except that there was a faint mysterious rune engraved on it. Only when a warrior of the 6th rank or above mobilizes his true energy with all his strength and injects it into it, will the runes truly appear and emit a mysterious and powerful aura. And he, Wang Kuei, is a 7th rank warrior. Naturally, it can verify the authenticity of the immortal jade token. After obtaining the Immortal Gate Jade token, Wang Kuei was conflicted and hesitant for several days. In the end, he gritted his teeth and decided to hand over the Immortal Gate Jade token. He knows himself well. Not to mention whether he has the so-called spiritual roots. If this Jade token of the Immortal Gate falls into his hands, once the news leaks out, with his strength, I am afraid he will not even be able to leave the Dakian dynasty. Instead of taking risks, it is better to hand over to the Black Evil sect and fight for wealth and glory. After receiving the news, Tai Wuxing, the leader of the Black Evil sect, decided to go to Nanowangzhou in person, and would arrive 2 days later. The supplies in the bandit camp were exhausted, and Wang Kuei had no choice but to take his brothers down the mountain. One is to plunder supplies, and the other is to give the brothers something to eat. I understand, big brother. I will take this little girl back to the village. The burly man was Wang Kuei's sworn brother Zhang Daming. He was in awe of Wang Kuei, and upon hearing this, he immediately put his thoughts aside. At this time, outside the house, a group of ferocious horse bandits, armed with weapons, wantonly burned, killed and looted in Shujia village. How could the villagers of Shujia village be a match for these horse bandits? Cries and screams echoed throughout the village. It woke up Mu Yunshu, who was sleeping soundly in the wooden house. A cold murderous intent erupted, and Mu Yunshu subconsciously reached for his side, but found nothing. She forgot her sword and lost it while fighting with the two top killers. Is it someone from Su Luotian? Mu Yunshu's eyebrows were slightly frowned, and his eyes were cold. She quickly stood up, found a black robe to wrap her whole body and cover her face, and immediately rushed out of the wooden house. The sounds of fighting came from the direction of the village entrance. Mu Yunshu didn't hesitate at all. He picked up a wooden stick and headed towards the village entrance at an astonishing speed. In a thatched hut. Young lady, don't resist. Come back to the village with me and serve me well. If I'm happy, I might let your husband and child go. A horse bandit pulled a village woman over with a lewd grin, causing her to scream in panic. Sir, please let my wife go, let our family go. Take all this silver and food. I only beg you to let us go. The village woman's husband fell at the feet of the horse bandit, hugged his thighs, and begged for mercy. You unlucky thing. I'm making out with my young lady, why are you interfering? The horse bandit's eyes were wide open, and he kicked the man who was kneeling on the ground begging for mercy away. Then he raised his hand and swung the knife, intending to end the man's life with one blow. No. Father. The woman's despair and the child's childish cries of fear intertwined. A flash of blood appeared, and the huge head was thrown high into the air, fell heavily to the ground, and rolled to the side. However, the village woman and the child looked stunned. The rolling head slowly stopped, and the wide-open eyes were full of disbelief. It was actually the horse bandit. Bandits? Seeing that the person who came was not Su Luotian's man, Mu Yunshu breathed a sigh of relief. She is very satisfied with her current peaceful life and doesn't want to be disturbed. The people from Su Luotian are no good, and these bandits are even worse. With murderous intent in his eyes, Mu Yunshu's slender figure disappeared in an instant. Mother, is it the fairy who came to save us? The little boy clutched the worn puppet tightly and stared blankly outside. Yes. It's the fairies who came down from heaven to save us. Shujia village is saved, it's saved. The family of three hugged each other tightly. The one who had survived the disaster looked through the door and saw Mu Yunshu in a black robe appearing on the village road. Each man held a stick, and wherever he touched, a cold sword light like a short-lived Sirius bloomed, bringing up strange and bright red blood flowers. A wooden stick that couldn't be more ordinary, but in Mu Yunshu's hands, it is sharper than the world's finest sword. The heads of the bandits who were burning, killing and looting fell flat on the ground before they even stopped their movements. The terror of Su Luotian's killer was fully demonstrated at this moment. Mu Yunshu's expression was extremely cold, and his figure was like a ghost, moving back and forth between the village roads. Most of the horse bandits spreading out from the village entrance were killed with a single sword before they could do anything. Mu Yunshu felt somewhat relieved. Su Chang'an went to town today, otherwise, her identity would be exposed. Brother, something's wrong. An old horse bandit, about 50 or 60 years old, with a missing upper lip and a pointed face, suddenly looked towards the village with a frown on his face. He is Wang Kuei's military advisor Zhao Laoshuan, nicknamed the Gapped Fox, and is notoriously cunning and suspicious. Wang Kuei escaped death many times thanks to Zhao Laoshuan's sharpness. This time, he also quickly sensed the terrifying murderous intent emanating from Mu Yunshu in the village. In fact, Wang Kuei felt it as soon as Zhao Laoshuan finished speaking. This murderous intent? Not good. Retreat. Wang Kuei's expression suddenly changed. He had only felt such shocking murderous intent from killers above the Su Luotiandi level. His first reaction was that the news had leaked out, and Su Luotian had sent assassins above the Earth level to snatch the Immortal Gate Jade token from him. If it was just an ordinary Earth level killer, he could still handle it. But the problem is, Su Luotian never does anything without confidence. If they were really Su Luotian's men, they would never send out only 1 or 2 Earth level killers. Wang Kuei didn't hesitate at all. He jumped into the air and fled from Shujia village at the fastest speed. The bosses all ran away, so Zhao Laoshuan, Zhang Daming, and the horse bandits entrenched at the village entrance naturally had no choice but to ride away on horseback. When Mu Yunshu arrived at the village entrance like a shadow, he only saw the flying dust left by Wang Kuei and others fleeing on horseback. She looked up at the sky, hesitated, and did not choose to chase after him. If she ran into Su Chanan returning to the village at this time, she would have a hard time explaining herself. Horse bandits. Mu Yunshu's eyes flickered, still filled with murderous intent. Sooner or later, she would find an opportunity to wipe out these horse bandits. She would never allow anyone to disrupt her precious peaceful life. Without stopping, Mu Yunshu's figure disappeared again. Only Shujia village remained, filled with gloom and sorrow. Chapter 7. It's okay, I just miss my wife. The bandits have escaped. We are saved. We are saved. Great. Put out the fire. Save the people. The villagers who were hiding everywhere poked their heads out, and the fear in their eyes was gradually replaced by the joy of surviving the disaster. Thank God, thank you, heroine. The village chief was covered in dust and dirt, and he crawled out of the haystack tremblingly. He kept bowing to the sky and the place where Mu Yunshu disappeared. It's almost there. Su Chang'an touched the white dragon horse under his crotch and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. I don't know if Mu Yunshu has woken up yet. I wonder if he will be scared when he sees Bai Longju later. Drive. Mu Yunshu's pretty face unconsciously appeared in his mind. Su Chang'an squeezed his legs together and quickened his pace. The white dragon colt seemed to sense its master's eagerness, and its hooves flew, making it run faster and faster. From a distance, you can see the familiar outline of Shujia village. However, this time, for some reason, Su Chang'an did not feel the peace of Shujia village in the past. Wisps of green smoke rose up, but it did not seem to be the smoke from farmers' homes. The flickering firelight flickered, and Su Chang'an suddenly felt a sense of foreboding. His expression changed slightly, and the white dragon horse rushed into Shujia village like a sharp arrow. What came into view were the panicked villagers and the helpless cries of children. Chang'an is back? Hurry! The village was attacked by bandits, and we don't know how your wife is doing. Go home and check on her. At this time, the village chief saw Su Chang'an and hurriedly waved and shouted. Horse bandits? These words were like a bolt from the blue, making Su Chang'an's head buzz and explode. He never imagined that just less than 2 hours after he left Shujia village, the village will be attacked by horse bandits. Without caring about anything else, Su Chang'an, with a gloomy face, drove his horse madly towards the wooden house at home. Along the way, you can see villagers with frightened expressions. Su Chang'an's expression grew increasingly gloomy, and he soon returned to his courtyard. He pulled the reins, dismounted, and walked towards the house step by step, looking a little dazed. He didn't dare to imagine how crazy he would be if something really happened to Mu Yunshu. Husband, why are you back so early today? But at this moment, Mu Yunshu, sleepy-eyed, walked out of the house. A gentle voice broke the silence in the yard. For a moment, Su Chang'an seemed to see a ray of dawn shining from Mu Yunshu. The moment he saw Mu Yunshu was safe and sound, Su Chang'an felt as if a huge burden had been lifted from his body. He breathed a sigh of relief, walked quickly forward, and hugged Mu Yunshu tightly in his arms. Husband, what's wrong with you? Mu Yunshu was stunned for a moment, feeling the breath coming from Su Chang'an, and a warmth he had never felt before rose in his heart. Of course she knew that Su Chang'an was worried about her. If she was really just an ordinary woman, she would probably not be able to see Su Chang'an today. Nothing, I just miss my wife. Su Chang'an let go of Mu Yunshu and pulled her towards the white dragon horse. Madam, this is the white dragon horse I got in exchange for fortune telling in town today. From now on, when I'm not around and you encounter danger, you must immediately ride the white dragon horse and run away. My husband also knows the art of divination? Mu Yunshu's pretty face was filled with surprise. She looked at the white dragon horse with a half-believing and half-doubting gaze, her dark eyebrows slightly furrowed. What a handsome horse. I'm afraid it's not something an ordinary family can tame. With Mu Yunshu's knowledge, how could he not see that this white dragon horse could probably only be owned by the dignitaries in the capital of Dakian? How could a big shot from the capital appear in the small Tianqing town? For things like fortune-telling, people usually just give some copper coins or silver. This white dragon colt is very valuable, so I gave it to you just like that. Mu Yunshu was worried that the other party might do something bad to Su Chanan. When I was little, I learned a little from a wandering Taoist priest in the village, but it wasn't very profound. Madam, don't worry, I know my limits. Su Chanan smiled and saw the worry in Mu Yunshu's eyes. He gently took Mu Yunshu's left hand, took out a white jade bracelet from his arms, and put it on his wrist. This white jade bracelet is called Liuguang bracelet, and it is a holy weapon-level defensive magic weapon above the 9th level. It was something he won in a lottery, and he should have given it to Mu Yunshu when he went out in the morning. I was in a hurry to go out and forgot about it, which almost caused a disaster. With this glazed bracelet, Mu Yunshu's safety can be protected to some extent. What a beautiful bracelet! Is this also what my husband got in Tianqing town today? Mu Yunshu stared at the glazed bracelet on his wrist and couldn't help but exclaim. You can see that the crystal clear and flawless white jade bracelet seems to have colorful precious energy flowing in it like water, which is extremely dreamy. You can tell at first glance that it is not an ordinary item. Even though Mu Yunshu was knowledgeable and experienced, his beautiful eyes could not help but shine with wonder. It is said that no woman can resist the temptation of beautiful jewelry, and the female killer is no exception. Mu Yunshu gently turned his wrist and looked at the precious light flowing in the bracelet, feeling very happy. This was her first time receiving a gift and she loved it. On my way back to the village, I passed by a jewelry store in town and saw it. I thought it would suit my wife, so I bought it. Seeing that Mu Yunshu liked it, Su Chanan's face was also full of smiles. Thank you. I like it very much. Mu Yun carelessly stood on tiptoe and quickly kissed Su Chanan on the cheek. Then, like a frightened little rabbit, he turned around and ran back into the house, hid in the quilt, and covered his red little face with the quilt. It seemed as if she couldn't believe that this was something Mu Yunshu would do. Su Chanan stood there in a daze, feeling the lingering warmth on his face. He felt a heat in his throat and quickly went into the room and closed the door. An hour later. The sky gradually darkened, and the aftermath of the war still lingered in the small wooden house. Mu Yunshu leaned tiredly in Su Chanan's arms, her fair skin flushed. Are you hungry? I'll go cook, you can sleep a little longer. Su Chanan gently stroked Mu Yunshu's waterfall-like black hair, enjoying this brief tenderness. Mu Yunshu closed his eyes tightly, not daring to look at Su Chanan. Su Chanan lowered his head and gently kissed Mu Yunshu's red lips, then stood up, tidied the quilt, and walked out of the room. After Su Chanan closed the door, Mu Yunshu slowly opened his eyes, and the murderous intent in his heart was almost uncontrollable. Horse bandits. She cherishes her current life very much, but the appearance of horse bandits breaks the peace. This is something she would never allow. No matter whether those escaped bandits will come back again, she must seize the time and wipe them out. What Mu Yunshu didn't know was another person who had the intention to kill was Su Chahan. He closed the door gently, and the murderous intent in his eyes flashed away. Su Chanan was already wondering where those horse bandits came from. Chapter 8. Thanks to the heroine who came down from the sky. After entering the kitchen, Su Chanan took out a goat leg and a lamb rib from his tiangang ring, intending to roast some lamb for Mu Yunshu. He picked up the kitchen knife and skillfully chopped the lamb ribs into strips, then began to cut the lamb leg into small pieces of uniform size. After cleaning and processing the mutton, Su Chanan found various dried spices. What are you doing, my husband? Mu Yunshu appeared behind Su Chanan at some point, looking at him curiously while throwing various spices into the stone mortar. I don't understand why medicinal herbs are needed for cooking. Why don't you get some more sleep, madam? Su Chanan smiled and glanced at Mu Yunshu. I've slept all day. If I sleep any longer, I'll turn into a pig. Mu Yunshu muttered something and couldn't help yawning as he spoke. Even if madam turns into a pig, I will still like her. Su Chanan laughed and joked as he began to crush the spices in the stone mortar. These are all spices. After crushing them, sprinkle them on the roasted mutton. It will be very fragrant. Madam, you will know it in a moment. Spices? Mu Yunshu was half believing and half doubting, and sniffed lightly with his nose wrinkled. It smells quite nice, but aren't all herbs like that? It smells good, but tastes bitter. Just sit down for a while, you'll be able to eat soon. Good. Mu Yunshu nodded slightly, moved a small wooden stool and sat down in the courtyard. A cool breeze blew by, and she stared at Su Chanan, who was busy running around. Time seems to have stopped at this moment. At some point, a fire started in the yard. Only then did Mu Yunshu understand what the strange stove made of red bricks in the yard was used for. Su Chanan placed the skewered lamb on the grill one by one and kept turning them. When it was almost cooked, he sprinkled the spices he had prepared on it little by little. In an instant, the aroma of roasted lamb, mixed with the thoroughly invigorated scent of spices, filled the entire courtyard. It smells so good. Mu Yunshu couldn't help but take a deep breath, and immediately his mouth became salivating and he kept swallowing his saliva. Okay, madam, try it. Su Chanan turned around and was stunned when he saw Mu Yunshu, whose skin looked even more translucent and flawless under the light of the fire. Especially Mu Yunshu looks even more adorable when he looks like a greedy little cat. What are you looking at, my husband? The call of husband becomes more and more natural. Mu Yunshu, who couldn't wait any longer, quickly stood up, took the mutton skewers from Su Chanan's hand, and took a light bite. The next moment, her eyes widened. This is so delicious. A fragrance I've never tasted before bursts in my mouth. Mu Yunshu never knew that simple roasted lamb could be so delicious. Husband, you should try it too. Mu Yunshu handed the lamb skewers in his hand to Su Chanan's mouth, and couldn't wait to share them with Su Chanan. Good. Su Chanan took a bite of the mutton, savored it and nodded in satisfaction. It tastes good. In this world, food is extremely scarce and the food is simply seasoned with salt. Marinate and roast with spices. Su Chanan even doubted whether anyone in this world had ever done this before. It's more than good. My husband's craftsmanship is unmatched even in the capital. Mu Yunshu sighed again. She suddenly realized that her husband was truly multi-talented. Except for his lack of martial arts skills, he is first class in hunting, cooking, and medicine. Even fortune-telling. Staying in such a small mountain village seems like a waste of talent. Husband, have you ever thought about going out and exploring the world? Mu Yunshu pondered for a moment, but still asked. On the one hand, she really wanted to continue her current peaceful life and seclusion in the mountains. But on the other hand, she didn't want Su Chanan's talent to be buried. With these skills, you can make a name for yourself no matter where you are in Dakian. I've thought about it, but the world outside is too big and I'm not ready yet. Su Chanan smiled, turned around, and put the roasted lamb on the table. If one day my husband is ready, please tell me. Mu Yunshu nodded, thoughtfully. She was thinking about how to teach Su Chanan some self-defense skills without revealing her identity. Even though Su Chanan is no longer at the age of practicing martial arts, he knows some self-defense skills and can at least ensure his own safety. I must tell my wife. Su Chanan was also wondering whether he should speed up the progress. When Mu Yunshu's spiritual roots were almost transformed, he would confront Mu Yunshu and teach him the primordial Chaos Sutra. In this way, even if he is not around in the future, Mu Yunshu will be able to protect himself. The two of them had their own thoughts and ate the roasted lamb with relish. After eating it all, they washed up and went to bed early. Early the next morning. Mu Yunshu was still sleeping soundly, but Su Chanan had already gotten up early. He left a bowl of porridge and a few side dishes on the wooden table. Then he tiptoed to close the door, picked up the backpack, and walked towards the village. As soon as Su Chanan left, Mu Yunshu, who was lying on the bed, suddenly opened his eyes. Seeing the porridge and side dishes on the table, her heart warmed. I also saw a note under the bowl, Madam, I'm going up the mountain to pick some herbs and will be back at noon. That should be enough time. Mu Yunshu's expression was as cold as frost, and he had already made up his mind. She quickly finished the porridge and side dishes on the table and went out with Beilanju. Su Chanan did not go up the mountain immediately. He first went to the old village chief's house to inquire about the news of the horse bandits. I don't know where that horse bandit came from. Over the years, I've only heard that there's a group of bandits on Luoyun Mountain. But they hide in the mountains and never come down. They only rob passing caravans. Yesterday, thanks to that female warrior who came down from the sky and killed the horse bandits, the village was able to avoid many casualties. After the old village chief said this, he sighed several times, obviously still in shock. Heroine? On the way here, Su Chanan saw the corpses of horse bandits on the roadside, all of whom were killed by a sword. He just thought it was a master passing by who came to help. I didn't expect that the other party was a female hero. According to the old village chief, were the bandits who came into the village yesterday, burning, killing, and looting, the bandits from Luoyun Mountain? The murderous intent in Su Chanan's eyes could hardly be concealed. He didn't dare to imagine what the situation at Shujia village would be like now if it weren't for that female hero. Mu Yunshu might be in trouble. Whether they are horse bandits or mountain bandits, this time he will wipe them out completely. We must not leave any future troubles. In my opinion, I'm afraid not. Those horse bandits don't seem to have simple origins. They don't look like ordinary bandits. The old village chief was slumped in the rocking chair at the door, his wrinkled face full of sorrow. The heroine left, but not all the horse bandits were dead. He was afraid that the bandits would come back and attack him. By then, no one will help them. Old village chief, do you still remember which direction those horse bandits fled in the end? Chapter 9, a glimpse of the moment, a sword to the throat. At this time, Luoyun Mountain. In a simple and messy mountain village. Brother, are you telling me that the person who attacked yesterday was really Su Luotian's killer? Zhang Demai was somewhat unwilling to accept the fact that he had escaped in such a hurry the previous day that he was unable to bring back the woman he had gotten. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. He glared at Zhao Laoshuan, who was standing beside him, and said, "Military advisor, did you misjudge us? How could someone from Su Luotian be ambushing us in such a remote little village? Could it be that the news leaked out? Second brother, in all these years, when have I, Zhao Laoshuan, ever made a mistake? I can't be wrong. Only those lunatics like Su Luotian can possess such twisted and unique murderous intent. We are the only three who know about the Immortal Gate Jade Plate. There's no way the news could leak out. The Black Demon sect isn't the only one searching for the Immortal Sect Jade Plate in the southern wasteland continent. Perhaps this is just a coincidence." Zhao Laoshuan touched the goatee on his chin, and there was a look of doubt in his half-closed eyes. "Alright, second brother, the sect master will be here tomorrow. No matter if they are from Su Luotian or not, they will all be dead once the sect master arrives." Wang Kuei sat high on a stone chair made of animal skin, playing with a square black wooden box in his hands, with a gloomy expression. A lot of people were killed this time, but it doesn't matter anymore. Once he hands over the Immortal Sect's Jade token to the leader of the Black Evil Sect, he will surely be promoted to elder. Why would he need to continue being a horse bandit? Now, they just need to hide in this mountain stronghold and wait for the leader of the Black Evil Sect to arrive. However, what you fear will come to you. In the empty lobby, a shadowy figure covered in a black robe, holding a wooden stick, suddenly appeared. No one knew when she appeared, but she emanated such coldness that even the air around her seemed to freeze. Who? Wang Kuei only felt a biting chill as if coming from the underworld, sweeping over his whole body, making countless hairs stand on end. He suddenly stood up from the stone chair, his whole body shaking violently. Zhang Daming and Zhao Laoshuan also reacted instantly, their faces filled with horror. "I found you." Mu Yunshu's extremely cold eyes, devoid of any emotion, swept over Wang Kuei and the other two. Many traces along the way had been erased, and it took her a lot of effort to find this place. "Are you from Su Luotian? My Black Evil Sect and Su Luotian have always kept to themselves. Why are you so determined to kill me?" Seeing Mu Yunshu's extremely cold eyes, the circulation of the true energy in Wang Kuei's body became slow. He was sure that Mu Yunshu was definitely above the 8th rank. Even if he is not a top-level killer, he is at the top of the Earth level. Even if the three of them were put together, they would definitely not be his match. Black Demon Sect. Mu Yunshu didn't say anything and suddenly disappeared from the spot. These people have wasted a lot of her time. She didn't have time to talk nonsense with Wang Kuei anymore. Whether it was Su Luotian or Haishiman, she just wanted to resolve the trouble as soon as possible and get home before Su Chang'an returned to collect herbs. The moment Mu Yunshu's figure disappeared, a sword shadow that was enough to make the heaven and earth pale in comparison suddenly appeared, and like a fleeting ray of light, it slashed towards Wang Kuei's neck. The sword light seemed as light as a feather, but it was actually extremely fast. By the time Wang Kuei reacted, endless murderous intent was already in front of him. "Ginghong sword, are you the heaven-level assassin Pianhong?" Wang Kuei was filled with shock and fear, and was terrified to the extreme. He never imagined that such a top-notch killer would appear in the small Shujia village. There is no heaven-level killer lower than the 9th rank. And he is only of the 7th rank. The gap in strength was too great. Even though Wang Kuei had tried his best to mobilize the evil spirit in his body, at the last moment, he swung out his strongest sword, the Black Wind Sword. But it still couldn't stop Mu Yunshu at all. Millions of silver rays condensed into a sword, like a fleeting shadow, and in an instant, it passed by Wang Kuei's neck. The dark evil energy that was like a storm disappeared without a trace. By the time Zhang Daming and Zhao Laoshuan reacted, Wang Kuei was already dead, and his head rolled down. Big brother. Zhang Damao's eyes turned red, he roared, swung the axe in his hand, and rushed towards Mu Yunshu. Zhao Laoshuan was terrified and ran out of the door like a madman. After killing Wang Kuei, Mu Yunshu did not stop there. A startling sword shadow flashed past, and Zhang Damao and his axe were cut into 2 pieces. Zhao Laoshuan suddenly fell to the ground. When he looked back, he saw his lower body in endless fear. Don't kill me. Zhao Laoshuan's ugly old face was distorted and he crawled towards the door desperately. A wooden stick came through the air and nailed him to the spot. After killing Wang Kuei and the other 2, Mu Yunshu's expression remained unchanged. It was as if he had just crushed a few ants and done something insignificant. The speed of the chi flowing through my body is actually a few points faster than before. Having not fought for a long time and having just recovered from a serious injury, Mu Yunshu originally thought that his strength would have declined a lot. However, he never expected that not only did his cultivation level not regress, but it actually improved a lot. Could it be because of dual cultivation? This thought suddenly popped up in Mu Yunshu's mind, and his face suddenly turned red. But soon, she shook her head. How can Su Chanan, an ordinary person who doesn't even have true chi, practice dual cultivation? I wonder if my husband has returned. Mu Yunshu didn't think any more about it and didn't dare to stay for long. Just as she was about to leave, her eyes suddenly caught sight of the black wooden box in Wang Kuei's hand. She raised her hand and the black wooden box fell into her hand. A mechanism box? It's quite ingenious. My husband will probably like it. Thinking of the many wood carvings placed at home, Mu Yunshu felt that Su Chanan would like this mechanism box, so he decided to take it back. As for what is in the black wooden box, it doesn't matter. The other side. Su Chanan followed the tracks left by the bandits and chased them all the way to Luoyun Mountain. Not long after walking, the clue was lost again. Su Chanan frowned. He didn't expect these horse bandits to be so cautious and know how to erase their traces. Luoyun Mountain is much larger than Wonio Mountain. With his current cultivation level, the range of his spiritual sense is limited, so it is not easy to find the hideout of the horse bandits. However, no matter how much time it takes, Su Chanan will not give up. He must eradicate the horse bandits and put an end to their future troubles. Fortunately, the bandit stronghold was not built deep in the mountains. Just half an hour later, Su Chanan found the stronghold. But at this time, there were only corpses left in the mountain village. They're all dead. One sword cut their throats. Looks like that female warrior from yesterday was here. Seeing that all the horse bandits were dead, Su Chanan immediately breathed a sigh of relief. It's a pity that I don't know who this female hero is, otherwise Su Chanan would definitely thank her. After searching the stronghold and making sure there were no survivors, Su Chanan quickly left the stronghold. But when he arrived at the foot of Luoyun Mountain, he suddenly saw a familiar figure. White Dragon Colt. Madam? Chapter 10. Madam, why are you here? Su Chanan widened his eyes and rubbed them several times before he was sure that he was not seeing things. Not far in front of him, Mu Yunshu was riding a white dragon horse, and it was unknown where he was going. Husband? At this time, Mu Yunshu also heard Su Chanan's voice, and she hurriedly tightened the reins to rein in the white dragon horse. The same pair of beautiful eyes were wide open, showing a panic-stricken look. Fortunately, she changed back into her original dress shortly after leaving the village. Otherwise, it would be hard to explain why he was wearing a black robe. Ma'am, why are you here? Su Chanan felt numb and his mind was in a mess. I almost started to doubt whether the woman in front of me was Mu Yunshu's twin sister. Shouldn't Mu Yunshu still be sleeping soundly at home at this time? Why did you come to Luoyun Mountain? I heard from the old village chief that my husband went in the direction the bandits fled yesterday. I was worried about him, so I rode out on my white dragon horse to look for him. Mu Yunshu's eyes flickered, he suppressed his inner panic and quickly found an excuse. Of course, she couldn't tell Su Chanan that she was here to wipe out the roots. Who lie? What would you do if you really encountered bandits? Never do such dangerous things again. While Su Chanan was deeply moved, his expression was more serious than ever before. He felt a little guilty at this time, so he didn't think about the loopholes in Mu Yun's words. I just feel that Mu Yunshu is so pitiful that he rode alone to these desolate mountains for me. I know I was wrong. It was also the first time that Mu Yunshu saw Su Chang'an look so serious. She lowered her head and spoke softly. But soon, she looked up at Su Chang'an and asked in confusion, "Husband, why did you come to Luoyun Mountain?" "The bandits fled towards Luoyun Mountain yesterday. Do you know how dangerous it is here?" "Hey! I remembered that there are still a few precious herbs nearby that I haven't picked yet. I'm worried that they will be ruined by those bandits, so I thought I would hurry over here early to pick them all." Su Chang'an coughed dryly, took out a few herbs from the basket behind him, and waved them towards Mu Yunshu. "My husband, you must not do such dangerous things in the future. How can herbs be more important than your life?" Seeing this, the suspicion in Mu Yunshu's eyes gradually faded away. "Okay, from now on, we won't do these dangerous things anymore." Su Chang'an walked towards the white dragon horse and jumped onto it. He sat behind Mu Yunshu, put his hands around her slender waist and grabbed the reins. "Let's go home." Good. What Su Chang'an and Mu Yunshu didn't know was, not long after the two of them left Luoyun Mountain, two figures, one in front and one behind, landed in the mountain village where corpses were scattered all over the ground. "Master, we searched everywhere, but we couldn't find anything." The man standing at the back was tall and thin, with a bronze ghost mask on his face. His entire body was covered in green clothes, revealing only a pair of dead-like eyes. The man called the sect master wore a black robe with gold edges, and he exuded an aura of majesty without even being angry. It was the leader of the black evil sect Mo Wuchang. "Xingu, in your opinion, who took the things?" Mo Wuchang looked at Wang Kuei's body expressionlessly. He originally had doubts, but now, he was almost certain that Wang Kuei had really found the Immortal Gate Jade token. They were all killed with a single sword strike, clean and neat. Such methods are most likely those of Su Luotian. Xingu's voice was hoarse as if it had been polished with sandpaper, but it was extremely calm. "If it really is Su Luotian, things will be simple. But if it falls into the hands of Shinji Pavilion, it will be troublesome." Mo Wuchang sighed. He had rushed over with all his might, but was still a step too late. Things that were once within easy reach are now in trouble. Pass the order down. Search every inch within 100 miles. After saying that, Mo Wuchang waved his hand, and his figure turned into a puff of black smoke and disappeared. "Yes, sect master." Xingu stood there with his head bowed for a long time before he slipped away from the stronghold. Not long after he left, several more figures appeared in the mountain village. There's no mistake. The murderous intent just now, as well as the sword marks on the corpses, even though she tried her best to disguise it, still couldn't escape my sharp eyes. She's not dead after all. And she recovered from her injuries so quickly. Report it immediately. This time, we must not let her escape again. Those people looked at each other and disappeared quietly. They searched for Mu Yunshu's whereabouts in the southern wasteland for more than half a month. Now, we finally have a clue. Shujia Village. After returning home, Su Chang'an did not go out to Tianqing town again. He fiddled with the black wooden box that Mu Yunshu had given him on the road. After playing with it for a while, I still couldn't find a way to unlock the mechanism, but I was reluctant to break it open by force, so I simply put it on the bookshelf and study it slowly later. Taking a look at Mu Yunshu, who was sleeping peacefully on the bed, he began to wonder if the dosage of the medicine he had given him was a little too much. It took him 10 days to advance from low spiritual roots to perfect spiritual roots. 14 dragon marrow cleansing pills were consumed. Now he divided a dragon marrow cleansing pill into 3 parts and incorporated them into his 3 meals. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be any problem. To be on the safe side, we should divide it into 6 small portions. Su Chang'an murmured something in a low voice, then got up and went to cook. Mu Yunshu slept until dark. Before I opened my eyes, I could smell the aroma of rice. Gurgle. His stomach rumbled, so Mu Yunshu sat up and stretched out nicely. Strangeness. There was a look of doubt in Mu Yunshu's eyes. She slept for 8 or 9 hours on and off that day. In the past, I would have been dizzy. But now, not only did he not feel any discomfort, but he was full of energy and seemed to be completely renewed. Even the speed of the internal qi circulation has improved. It was obvious that she had just recovered from a serious injury a few days ago. Could it be that the herbs my husband picked really worked? Unable to figure it out, Mu Yunshu could only attribute everything to the herb Su Chang'an mentioned. Although, in her previous understanding, a herb that could have such an effect on a ninth-grade warrior must be priceless. During this period, in order to heal her injuries, Su Chang'an probably used a lot of extremely precious herbs. Otherwise, the effect would not be so significant. Thinking of this, Mu Yunshu felt a little more guilty. How can I let my husband get some money without leaving any trace? Mu Yunshu fell into deep thought. Thinking of Su Chang'an getting up early and going to bed late every day to hunt and collect herbs, she couldn't help but feel distressed. In this world, it is not easy for ordinary people to make money to support their families. Especially someone like Su Chang'an, who comes from a humble background. Madam, are you awake? Wash your face and come over for dinner. Su Chang'an didn't know that his good wife was already making plans for their future. He brought the food into the room and saw Mu Yunshu woke up. He smiled and invited her to eat. He deliberately reduced the dosage of the medicine for this meal, so he shouldn't feel so sleepy after eating. Good. The warm voice brought Mu Yunshu back to her senses. A smile unconsciously appeared on her face. She listened obediently to Su Chang'an's words and wiped her face with the towel that had been prepared long ago. The meal was quickly finished in the warm candlelight. Ma'am, it's time to rest. Chapter 11, Husband, don't be discouraged. Business requires steady progress. Early the next morning, Su Chang'an did not go up the mountain to collect herbs, but instead prepared things for setting up a stall. Since it is a fortune-telling stall, there must be a sign and something to fool people. He first found a piece of white cloth, ground ink, and wrote a line of big characters. He also used a carving knife to carve out a straight wooden stick, propped up a white cloth on it, and used it as a hexagram banner. Then carve a compass and a gavel, and it's finally done. One palm determines the fate of the world, 3 hexagrams determine life and death. Mu Yunshu walked out of the house and saw the 10 big words on the hexagram banner. A look of surprise appeared in his eyes. It's not that Su Chang'an's handwriting is so good, but the artistic conception and momentum of this sentence are truly amazing. The Tianji Pavilion is the leader in the world of divination. When it comes to alchemy, Tianji Pavilion says it's second to none, and no one dares to claim to be number one. Mu Yunshu had seen the great sorcerer of Tianji Pavilion, but he had never seen any sorcerer with such courage. Regardless of whether her husband has this ability, at least in terms of courage, he is far beyond ordinary people. Husband, can I go with you to the stall today? Mu Yunshu's dark eyes turned and he spoke softly. Although she appreciated it, she was also afraid that Su Chang'an would get too angry and get beaten. Well, no, it's jealousy. If she went with him, she could always protect Su Chang'an at critical moments. Of course, some of those bandits escaped yesterday. I'm worried about you being home alone. Su Chang'an raised the hexagram flag and waved it while replying casually. Please wait a moment, my dear. I will be ready soon. Hearing this, Mu Yunshu felt warm inside and went back to her room to dress up. It took more than half an hour to dress up. After all, it was the first time for Mu Yunshu to go out with Su Chang'an, so he took it very seriously. She, who never wore makeup, even put on some light makeup and changed into the lavender skirt that Su Chang'an had just bought for her. The 3,000 strands of hair were simply tied up with a simple yet exquisite jade hairpin. She was dressed simply. The moment she walked out of the room, Su Chang'an turned around and was stunned. My dear husband, I've been waiting for a long time. Mu Yunshu felt a little embarrassed and said he would wait for a while, but he made Su Chang'an wait for a long time. She used to be neat and tidy, and never dressed up so meticulously and time-consumingly. For an assassin, this is a big taboo. Why isn't my husband talking? After a long time without receiving a response, Mu Yunshu walked towards Su Chang'an with a puzzled look on his face. Ma'am, it's really beautiful. Su Chang'an finally came to his senses and exclaimed in surprise. Mu Yunshu, dressed up carefully, has completely different styles from his usual innocent appearance. If we say that Mu Yunshu, who usually has a plain face, is a fresh and unworldly orchid, then the made-up Mu Yunshu is like a blooming crabapple, so bright and gorgeous. Mu Yunshu was stunned by Su Chang'an's sudden praise. As far as she could remember, no one had ever complimented her looks. Probably because everyone who has seen her appearance is dead. Husband, please don't make fun of me. Mu Yunshu only felt his cheeks slightly hot, a hint of shyness flashed in his eyes, and he was hesitant and didn't dare to look at Su Chang'an. This is from the heart, it comes from the heart, how can it be a joke? Su Chang'an looked a little confused. He keenly noticed that Mu Yunshu's erratic eyes seemed to hide a kind of disbelief and inferiority. Logically speaking, a beauty like Mu Yunshu should have been praised since childhood. Why would I react like this when I heard his praise? How would he know? Mu Yunshu has been an orphan since childhood. By chance, he was brought into Su Luotian. After experiencing many inhuman hardships, he became the top killer he is today. The past 18 years have been filled with brutal training in the dark and dangerous assassination missions. She is like a killing machine that is unworthy of having emotions. Even her master, who she thought was very kind to her, was extremely strict with her. He never showed any affection, let alone praised her. Mu Yunshu once thought that her life would be filled with killing and coldness. She only needs to obey the master's orders, without any ego or emotions. But now, everything is different. Mu Yunshu didn't want to go back to Su Luotian and be that cold and ruthless killer anymore. Husband, we should set off. Mu Yun inadvertently smiled brightly, and the world became a little brighter. Good. Su Chahan was stunned by this smile. He didn't know how Mu Yunshu's thoughts had changed at this moment. He also never asked about Mu Yunshu's background. He knew that when Mu Yunshu wanted to say something, he would tell him, so there was no need to ask any more questions. Half an hour later. On a busy street with a constant stream of pedestrians, a small fortune-telling stall was set up next to the entrance of Hua Manlu's store. Mu Yunshu didn't know when she had a veil on her face, covering her stunning face. She sat obediently behind Su Chanan. A pair of bright eyes looked at Su Chanan curiously. It was really hard to imagine how Su Chanan would tell fortunes for people. It's not that she doesn't believe Su Chanan has this ability. But Su Chanan's age, in Mu Yunshu's opinion, is such that even if he is a swindler, it is hard to believe him. However, Mu Yunshu could see that Su Chanan was clearly in high spirits. When setting up the stall, everyone is full of passion. Since her husband likes it, Mu Yunshu will naturally support it. She was already thinking about how she could take action quietly if Su Chanan got into a conflict with someone later. However, Mu Yunshu soon realized that his worries were unnecessary. Wamanlu's business is very good, with customers constantly coming in and out. But no one came to Su Chanan's stall, at most they just glanced at him with a strange look on their faces. After sitting there for an entire hour, Mu Yunshu couldn't help yawning, and there was no one around. Don't be discouraged, my dear husband. In business, you should keep steady and steady. On the first day, just make sure you get to know everyone. Mu Yunshu also did not forget to take care of Su Chanan's emotions. I was worried that Su Chanan's enthusiasm would be dampened by this coldness. She took Su Chanan's arm and spoke softly. Well, to be honest, ma'am, I actually have accumulated some old customers before this. They probably don't know that I'm setting up a stall today. Su Chanan coughed dryly, looking strange. His so-called old customers were naturally the aunties mentioned by the audience yesterday. Does my husband really know numerology? Mu Yunshu blurted out subconsciously, and then immediately realized that he had let the cat out of the bag. My husband, Mu Yunshu's breathing stagnated, and a hint of imperceptible panic flashed across his eyes. I opened my mouth for a long time but didn't know how to explain. She nervously observed Su Chanan's expression and reaction, fearing that her words would make Su Chanan unhappy. This was the first time she felt what it was like to be panicked and powerless. Only other people have ever acted like this in front of her. As a top-ranked killer who was decisive, cold-blooded, and ruthless, how could she have ever felt this way? If the souls of those who had died by her sword knew that Pinhon, like the god of death, showed such an expression in front of a country bumpkin, I wonder what they would think. Chapter 12. Looking for something? I'm good at it. Madam, why are you so nervous? I'm not that petty. It's normal that you don't believe me. Su Chanan was a little surprised by Mu Yunshu's reaction. This was the first time he felt a sense of tension from Mu Yunshu. It looks a bit like a frightened little rabbit, not knowing where to put its hands. It's so cute. Are you worried about hurting him? Mu Yunshu suspected him, but he didn't think it was a big deal. At his age, if he said he knew any fortune-telling skills, he would indeed look more like a charlatan. Madam, would you like to make a bet with me? A hint of teasing suddenly appeared in Su Chang'an's eyes, and his right hand naturally climbed up Mu Yunshu's slender waist. Bet? What do you want to bet, my husband? Seeing that Su Chanan really didn't take it to heart, Mu Yun breathed a sigh of relief. Feeling Su Chanan's restless right hand, her face turned slightly red. There are strangers coming and going not far away. If someone comes over later, no matter what they ask, if I can predict it correctly, madam, please agree to one of my requests. How about that? Su Chang'an leaned over to Mu Yunshu's ear and whispered. What if the calculation is not accurate? Mu Yunshu only felt his ears burning, his fair neck was dyed pink, and his heart was pounding. Leave it to madam's discretion. Seeing that Mu Yunshu could hardly bear it anymore, Su Chang'an quickly kissed Mu Yunshu's soft ear and then pulled away. Okay, I'll bet. Mu Yunshu's body softened, and waves of tingling and numbness came over him, and his face became increasingly rosy. Although she knew what Su Chang'an was thinking, she did not feel disappointed, and even had a little expectation. There should always be some romance between husband and wife. Seeing that Mu Yunshu had walked into his trap like a sheep, Su Chang'an looked at the busy street. If it weren't for the need to maintain some mystery and class, he would have wanted to go out and solicit customers himself. Don't let a day go by without even a single person there. Losing face is a small matter, but losing the bet is a waste of opportunity. Just when Su Chang'an was almost losing his patience, several familiar figures appeared in his sight. Them again? Su Chang'an raised his eyebrows. Those figures were clearly Xiao Yueli and the other two. One palm determines the fate of the world, 3 hexagrams determine life and death? What an arrogant tone. Even my Tianji pavilion wouldn't dare to say such arrogant words as 1 palm determines the fate of the world, 3 hexagrams determine life and death. He actually. From a distance, Lu Xingxi's low growl of surprise could be heard. If Lu Xingxi had not witnessed Su Chang'an's skills 2 days ago, he would have rushed forward and tore the divination banner to pieces. In this world, there are countless masters living in seclusion in the mountains, not just the Tianji pavilion. Xiao Yueli's eyes shone with a strange light. 1 palm can decide everything, 3 hexagrams can determine life and death. Although these words are extremely arrogant, they are also majestic. She felt more and more that Su Chang'an could help them find what they wanted, and she couldn't help but quicken her pace. Business is coming. Su Chang'an smiled faintly and whispered to Mu Yunshu. Hearing this, Mu Yunshu looked up at the people on the street and noticed Xiao Yueli and the other two at a glance. With her keen eyesight, she could immediately tell that Xiao Yueli and the other two were of extraordinary status. Especially Lu Xingxi, whose breathing was steady and powerful, and who did not show off his edge. He was at least a master of the 7th rank or above. However, Mu Yunshu kept in mind her current identity as a village woman and did not show any abnormality. She remained calm and returned to her calm demeanor. As long as they are not from Su Luotian, no matter how high their rank is, it has nothing to do with her. Mr. Su, we meet again. When Xiao Yueli saw Su Chang'an again, she breathed a sigh of relief. Yesterday, she came here early in the morning to wait, but she waited for a whole day and still didn't see Su Chang'an. She almost couldn't help but ask the people in the town about Su Chang'an's residence. I just know that doing so will disturb Su Chang'an and even make him unhappy. Only then did Xiao Yueli suppress her inner anxiety. Most masters like Su Chang'an have strange tempers and their own rules. If she accidentally angered Su Chang'an, she would regret it. Fortunately, she finally waited for Su Chang'an today. What do you want to calculate today, young lady? Are you still asking about your future? Su Chang'an nodded slightly to Xiao Yueli and the other two. I don't care about my future, I just want to ask you to help me find something. Of course, regardless of whether the item is found in the end, you can ask for any reward you want. Xiao Yueli glanced at Mu Yunshu casually. Although there was a veil between them, she could still feel that Mu Yunshu was extremely beautiful. Mu Yunshu could naturally notice Xiao Yueli's fleeting glance, but she didn't care. Looking for something? No problem. Su Chang'an quickly and skillfully spread out a piece of white paper on the table, and pressed it down firmly with the gavel. What a coincidence! He is good at finding things. Bet he will win. Seeing Su Chang'an's anxious look, Mu Yunshu, who had finally calmed down, blushed again. She pretended to be calm and grounding for Su Chang'an. Come, young lady, please meditate on the characteristics of the item you are looking for in your mind, and at the same time write down a word on a piece of paper. Any word will do. Su Chang'an handed the pen to Xiao Yueli. Let me make this clear first. The reward is linked to the difficulty of what you're looking for. The simpler, the cheaper. Of course, the harder, the more expensive. When observing people, you should observe their aura. When looking for things, you should look for their heart. What most people are looking for is more or less related to themselves. As long as there is a connection, it is not difficult to find. You can find something with just one word? What kind of method is this? Lu Xingxi on the side frowned. After all, he was the eldest disciple of the Tianji Pavilion, and he had read many books in the Tianji Pavilion's sutra library. I've never heard of such an incredible method. Is this really possible? The little maid stuck out her tongue and didn't dare yell at Su Chang'an today. A hint of surprise flashed across Xiao Yueli's eyes. The method of fortune-telling by characters was not uncommon in divination. But it is mostly used to ask about one's future or marriage, and to help people solve their doubts. She had never seen it used to find things. However, since she chose to find Su Chang'an, she should not have any doubts. Xiao Yueli didn't say anything. She took the pen, concentrated and held her breath, and began to recall in her mind. She was not just recalling the appearance of the Immortal Gate token recorded in ancient books. At the same time, she was also imagining the aura contained in the Immortal Gate token as described to her by her master. After holding the pen for a while, she finally started writing and wrote a big word immortal. Okay, please explain the characters, sir. Xiao Yueli put down her pen and looked at Su Chang'an quietly. When the word Xian came out, Mu Yunshu's eyebrows slightly frowned, as if he was thinking about something. Lu Xingxi and the little maid stared at Su Chang'an with anticipation. The Immortal Gate token has not appeared in the world for 20 years, and there is no news at all. If Su Chang'an can really find the Immortal Gate token with the help of the word immortal written by Xiao Yueli, Lu Xingxi is willing to invite Su Chang'an to Tianji Pavilion and make him his master. Chapter 13, A Bad Start, A Bet to Lose. The handwriting is good. Su Chang'an first made a light comment. The word Xian is written in a way that really gives off a fairy-like aura. After looking at it for a while, Su Chang'an used the heaven-stealing magic the word Guan. Looking at the characters can bring to light what the person who wrote the characters is meditating on. And through the connection between the two, find the location of the item. This is the incredible thing about the heaven-stealing alchemy. On the white and smooth paper, strands of artistic conception leap up and gather into shape. Finally, it was intertwined into the shape of a token. A token? Su Chang'an muttered softly. At first glance, he couldn't tell what was special about this token. However, he didn't expect that the words he whispered to himself sounded like thunder in the ears of Xiao Yueli and Lu Xingxi, making their hair stand on end. The two couldn't help but look at each other, with horror in their eyes. They clearly did not tell Su Chang'an what they were looking for. Just by writing the word Xian by Xiao Yueli, could one actually see the appearance of the Xianmen token? Is it a coincidence? Or did Su Chang'an guess that what they were looking for was the Immortal Gate token? Mu Yunshu also heard the word token. She remained calm on the surface, but her heart tensed slightly. Su Chang'an was unaware of the changes in the expressions of several people. At this moment, his attention was all on the token formed by aura, which only he could see. Normally, when this aura takes shape, the surrounding environment of the object will appear. Su Chang'an could easily find lost items, but this time, it didn't happen. The environmental shadows surrounding the token were extremely blurry, and nothing could be seen at all. In this situation, there are only two possibilities. Or, what Xiao Yueli is looking for has very little to do with herself. Otherwise, this thing has an extraordinary origin. No matter which one it is, with Su Chang'an's current level as a first-level alchemist, he cannot find the thing for the time being. However, the specific location cannot be deduced, but the general direction can be determined. Ah! What the girl is looking for is in the northwest direction. Under the expectant gazes of Xiao Yueli, Lu Xingxi and the others, Su Chang'an coughed dryly and looked towards the northwest with a deep and mysterious gaze. Northwest direction? Really found it? After hearing Su Chang'an's words, Xiao Yueli and the other two were not disappointed, but became even more shocked. 20 years. All the major forces of the Dacian dynasty dug deep into the ground and searched for 20 years, but they could not find any information about the Immortal Gate token. The old master of Tianji Pavilion was willing to sacrifice his own life to only calculate the approximate direction. And now, Su Chang'an calculated the direction of the Immortal Gate token based on just one word written by Xiao Yueli. How would the old pavilion master feel if he saw this? I'm sorry, the thing you're looking for is under some kind of restriction. At my current level, I can only calculate the general direction but cannot find the specific location. Su Chang'an sighed, his eyes full of regret. Since he didn't find the thing, he couldn't be considered to have won the bet with Mu Yunshu. Moreover, this was the first order of the new store that opened today, but it didn't get off to a good start, which can be said to be a bad start. Little did they know that as soon as he said this, the expressions of Xiao Yueli and Lu Xingxi suddenly became extremely strange. They were not bold enough to ask Su Chang'an to directly calculate the location of the Immortal Gate token. Being able to get a general direction was beyond their expectations. They already knew that the Immortal Gate token was near Tianqing Town. But how vast is the area near Tianqing Town? Finding a small token is like looking for a needle in a haystack. They are like headless flies these days. Just searching in and around Tianqing Town was enough to make me almost exhausted. Now that I have a direction, I don't know how much time and energy I will save. Sir, you're already incredibly capable of calculating our direction. Regardless of whether or not we can find anything next, I'll always remember your kindness. Xiao Yueli bowed solemnly to Su Chang'an. Her journey to find immortality was truly difficult. If Su Chang'an could really help her find the Immortal Gate token, then Su Chang'an would be her second benefactor besides the old pavilion master. Northwestward, is Luoyun Mountain? Could it be that he really figured it out? Lu Xingxi's expression changed constantly, and he tried his best to suppress the shock in his eyes. He still had some doubts in his heart. After all, in his eyes, Su Chang'an's methods were really too outrageous. That's the Immortal Gate token. If Su Chang'an could really calculate his master's location so easily, then what was the point of his master's efforts? But he heard about tokens and restrictions from Su Chang'an. These two words are not something that anyone can know. Mu Yunshu, who was standing by, witnessed the whole process. There was also a look of surprise in his eyes. The reactions of Xiao Yueli and Lu Xingxi could not be faked. Could it be that my husband really has the ability to divine and deduce? Is he a hermit master? It's not a big favor, it's just a transaction. Su Chang'an tapped the table lightly with his fingers, a pensive look on his face. Brother Lu, how much gold and silver do you have on you? Xiao Yueli's pretty face behind the veil showed a look of realization, and it was clear to her what Su Chang'an meant. This is all the urgency we have to deal with this time. Lu Xingxi quickly took out all the banknotes he had on him, estimating that there were at least a dozen of them. Su Chang'an took a quick glance and saw that each of these silver notes had a face value of 1,000 taels of gold. The corner of his eye twitched slightly. These rich people were always generous when they spent money. 10,000 taels of gold can be taken out at will. One is enough. Su Chang'an didn't ask for much and just took a silver note. Absolutely not. 1,000 taels of gold is too little. If you really help us find something, let alone 10,000 taels of gold, even 100,000 taels would be nothing. Lu Xingxi shook his head repeatedly and stuffed the remaining banknotes directly into Su Chang'an's hands. If you can really find it, I will accept these. This 1,000 taels will be considered a deposit. Su Chang'an slapped the banknote on the table. He had no idea whether he could find the thing. Northwest direction, who knows how many miles away? It's against the rules to charge so much money when the things haven't been found. This. Lu Xingxi showed hesitation and glanced at Xiao Yueli obliquely. 10,000 taels of gold are nothing to them. As you say, sir, this 1,000 taels is only a deposit. Xiao Yueli nodded slightly and bowed solemnly to Su Chang'an. In her eyes, how could a hermit like Su Chang'an care about material things like money? 10,000 taels of gold naturally would not catch Su Chang'an's eye. But for the time being, she couldn't think of anything that Su Chang'an would like. How could she know that Su Chang'an lacked nothing except money? Chapter 14, Shi Gazing Technique. Mu Yunshu panicked. Xiao Yueli and the other two left. He left in a hurry. They don't have much time left. Now that they know the direction, they naturally have to check it out as soon as possible and find the Immortal Gate token. My husband knows them? Mu Yunshu looked at the backs of Xiao Yueli and the other two as they left, seeming to be lost in thought. I don't know him. I just saw him once 2 days ago. Su Chang'an shook his head slightly. Seeing the doubt on Mu Yunshu's face, he smiled immediately. Madam, you want to ask why they believe me, right? That girl seems to have a complicated background. I'm just worried that they might cause trouble for my husband. Mu Yunshu gave an embarrassed smile, as if his little thoughts had been seen through. She felt more and more that she didn't really understand her husband. For example, at the beginning, she thought Su Chang'an was just an ordinary hunter in Shujia village. It turns out that Su Chang'an not only has cooking skills comparable to those of a master chef, but also understands herbal medicine. Even the internal injuries that she herself had no hope of recovering were cured by Su Chang'an. Now that I think about it, Su Chanan's medical skills are probably extraordinary. Now, Su Chanan also knows the art of divination, which makes Xiao Yueli, who is obviously from an extraordinary background, trust him so much. Could it be that my husband is really an otherworldly expert? Madam, you have good eyesight. The girl just now is actually the only princess of the Dakian royal family Xiao Yueli. Su Chanan gave Mu Yunshu a thumbs up. Princess? Mu Yunshu's pupils shrank slightly, and a look of realization flashed across his face. It seems that Lu Xingxi is probably from Tianji Pavilion. Tianji Pavilion has always had close ties with the royal family, which allowed the princess and people from Tianji Pavilion to appear here together. It seems that what they are looking for is indeed the Immortal Gate token. If this is true, Tianqing town will probably be in turmoil. How did my husband know that she was a princess? Mu Yunshu tilted his head and suddenly asked curiously. Since she is a princess and is here to find the Immortal Gate token, this trip must be extremely secretive. How did Su Chanan know that the other person was a princess? Of course, I can tell. Su Chang'an smiled mysteriously. Look? Mu Yunshu blinked his bright eyes and became more and more confused. Madam, you may not know that in the art of alchemy, there is a technique called the art of observing auras. Through this technique, one can use the unique aura of a person to gain insight into their past, present, and future, and naturally, their identity. Su Chanan did not hide anything and told the truth. As soon as he said this, the expression on Mu Yunshu's face froze. His eyes were filled with complex expressions, including disbelief and a hint of panic. The qi-gazing technique that Su Chanan mentioned was truly incredible. As far as she knew, even the Tianji Pavilion probably didn't have such a heaven-defying method. Of course, she was more afraid that Su Chanan would see through her identity through the art of qi reading. Mu Yunshu didn't want Su Chanan to know that he was once a killer with blood on his hands. She was worried that Su Chanan would dislike and hate her because of this. Madam, rest assured. I will only use this qi reading technique when the other party requests it. Unless one day, Madam is willing to open her heart to me, otherwise, I will never pry into your privacy without permission. Su Chanan was so perceptive that he immediately noticed Mu Yunshu's unnaturalness and spoke immediately. The art of qi reading is indeed a bit against the will of heaven and involves personal privacy. He knew that Mu Yunshu had a secret, perhaps related to her life experience. But he would not investigate Mu Yunshu privately. This is respect and trust between husband and wife. These words immediately stunned Mu Yunshu. It seemed like she had never felt the sense of respect. A warm current surged from my heart, as if the long-frozen lake was gently melting in the spring sunshine. My husband is truly a special person. Mu Yunshu lowered his head slightly and lowered his eyelids to hide the complex emotions in his eyes, but a faint smile unconsciously appeared at the corner of his mouth and he spoke softly. Today, we are open for business, but you, madam, still have to help me manage these banknotes. As he spoke, Su Chanan stuffed the silver note worth 1,000 taels of gold into Mu Yunshu's hand. This move surprised Mu Yunshu again, but she did not refuse. She nodded and said, okay, then I will keep it for my husband temporarily. At the same time, she felt a little emotional. Yesterday she was still thinking about how to help Su Chanan make a fortune. Unexpectedly, in just a short period of time today, Su Chanan earned 1,000 taels of gold by himself. It seems that she was worrying too much. At this time, Wamanlu, in a private room on the 3rd floor. A young girl with an unusually fair complexion, even her eyes tinged with gray, was silently watching Su Chanan and Mu Yunshu at the stall through the window lattice. Shopkeeper Wang stood behind him with a respectful look on his face, bowing like a servant. Manager Wang, in your opinion, where did those two people come from? The girl's voice was a little hoarse, as if she was a patient who had not spoken for a long time. The girl's name is Su Qingxian. She is the young master of Hua Manlu, one of the 4 major forces in the Dakian dynasty. I heard that Princess Xiaoning went to the Tianji Pavilion, saying that she wanted to follow the old pavilion master and go into seclusion for a while. Young master, look, does that person carrying the wooden box look like a disciple of the Tianji Pavilion? Shopkeeper Wang had a fat face with a smile on it, which made him look even more naive. A gleam of brilliance flashed in his half-closed eyes. Tianji Pavilion, Haisha sect, Suluotian, even the princess came in person, and the secret can't be hidden after all. Su Qingxian sighed softly. She, Hua Manlu, controls the largest intelligence network of the Dakian dynasty. She had known the news that the Immortal Gate token was near Tianqing town as early as 3 years ago. Unfortunately, after searching for 3 years, they still couldn't find the immortal gate token, and they lost the opportunity in vain. Young master, there's no need to worry too much. The old pavilion master of Tianji Pavilion is unrivaled in the world in numerology. It's not surprising that he can calculate the location of the immortal gate token. As for the Black Demon sect and Su Luotian, their recent movements may not be due to the immortal sect token. I heard that Su Luotian had a heaven-level assassin defect. This old servant speculates that this may be related. Shopkeeper Wang pondered for a moment and then spoke. Heaven-level killer. Su Qingxian seemed lost in thought. His fair fingers tapped the window frame, producing a strange rhythm. Manager Wang, could you please check this, Mr. Su? Yes, young master. Shopkeeper Wang bowed in response, then turned and left the room. At this time, Su Qingxian didn't know that both Su Chanan and Mu Yunshu had already noticed her gaze. They just didn't feel any malice, and this was someone else's territory, so both of them remained calm and didn't take it to heart. In a blink of an eye, another hour passed. The fortune-telling stall is still deserted. Su Chanan simply stood up and prepared to close the stall. It's still early, isn't my husband going to do it? Mu Yunshu asked doubtfully. No need to show off. My husband will take you shopping and eat delicious food. Good. When Mu Yunshu heard that Su Chanan was going to take him shopping and buy delicious food, his eyes couldn't help but light up. She had never gone shopping like an ordinary girl. The two of them immediately packed up their stalls, linked their arms, and led the white dragon horse towards the busiest market in Tianjing town. Chapter 15. The girl has a bad omen. For the next 2 days, Su Chanan continued to set up his stall in front of Wamanla store. Business is not very good. Most of the customers are middle-aged women who can't find their children or have lost their chickens and ducks. Occasionally, there would be 1 or 2 people who came to calculate their fortune. Su Chanan would point out the way to wealth, but most of them were skeptical. On this day, Su Chanan got up very early. He made breakfast and was about to wake Mu Yunshu up. But he found that Mu Yunshu was still sleeping soundly, but there was a stream of aura flowing through his body. Is this the spiritual route about to advance? Su Chanan's eyes lit up. How could he not know what was happening? Counting the time, he has been feeding the dragon marrow cleansing pill for almost 6 days. Logically speaking, Mu Yunshu should have advanced to the spiritual root level long ago. It seems that Mu Yunshu's starting spiritual roots are much better than his. It's a pity that there is no magic weapon to detect spiritual roots, otherwise, I would be able to see what kind of spiritual roots Mu Yunshu has now. Without disturbing Mu Yunshu, Su Chanan thought for a moment, closed the doors and windows, and went to Tianjing town alone. They headed straight for Tianjing town. Before Su Chanan could set up his stall, shopkeeper Wang appeared silently behind him like a ghost. Mr. Su, our young master invites you. Could you please come inside and have a cup of light tea? Shopkeeper Wang had a fat face but a forced smile, and his tone was quite polite. Young master? Su Chanan raised his eyebrows. Hua Manlu had been keeping an eye on him for several days, and he had wanted to find an opportunity to go in and take a look today. Unexpectedly, shopkeeper Wang came to my door first. Lead the way. Su Chanan nodded. Please. Shopkeeper Wang turned and entered the store, taking Su Chanan all the way to the private room on the 3rd floor. Mr. Su, our young master is waiting for you inside, so I won't go in. After saying this, manager Wang left. Su Chanan's expression remained unchanged. He pushed open the door and walked in alone. A strong smell of medicine hits your nose. Immediately afterwards, Su Chanan saw a young girl sitting quietly in front of the tea table in the room. The girl has picturesque features and a plain silk dress that cannot hide her exquisite curves. Beside her, there was a little maid holding a celadone teapot, pouring tea gracefully. The aroma of tea rose up and lingered around the girl, making her look even more tranquil and ethereal. Mr. Su, I've long heard of you. Please take a seat. The girl's hoarse and dry voice formed a sharp contrast with the tranquility. Looking at the girl's gray and lifeless eyes, Su Chanan was suddenly stunned. However, this surprise soon disappeared without a trace. He didn't hesitate and sat down opposite Su Qingxian. While pouring tea for Su Chanan, the little maid blinked her curious eyes and took a few peeks. It was the first time she saw her young master inviting someone for tea alone. There's nothing special about Mr. Su. Young master, you invited me here not just to have tea, right? Su Chanan picked up the teacup, took a sip, and said lightly. I heard that Mr. Su is a master of divination. I would like to ask him to tell my fortune. I hope you will forgive me for asking him to come over. Su Qingxian had a hint of apology on his face. Fortune telling? Miss, do you want to know whether it's a good omen or not? Su Chanan's eyes moved across Su Qingxian's face, as if he saw something. Exactly. Su Qingxian was not at all nervous and met Su Chanan's gaze generously. If you're asking about good or bad luck, there's no need for divination. I can tell you directly, young lady, that you're surrounded by a deathly aura, a very bad omen. I'm afraid you won't live for many more years. Su Chanan's hand holding the teacup froze, and he looked strange. As soon as he said this, Su Qingxian's expression changed slightly and he didn't say anything. Instead, the little maidservant beside her became excited. What nonsense are you talking about? Do you know who our young master is? You are just talking nonsense. You are the one who is in dire straits. Your whole family is in dire straits. Young master, I think he is just a charlatan. The little maid's face flushed red, and she pointed at Su Chang'an with her little hand, shaking with anger. Xiao Shu, don't be rude. The young master frowned slightly and shouted, You get out first. Young master, he. Xiao Shu wanted to say something, but seeing Su Qingxian's ugly expression, she could only glare at Su Chang'an angrily and left the room reluctantly. Miss, this flower shop is not just an ordinary flower shop, right? Su Chang'an turned his head and looked out the window, just in time to see his own stall. These days, he has also been observing the guests of Wamanlu. In addition to ordinary people who buy flowers, there are also many people with a sense of the underworld coming in and out of Wamanlu. This Wamanlu doesn't look like an ordinary flower shop no matter how you look at it. Why do you say that, sir? Su Qingxian was very interested, and his gray eyes brightened a little. Although Huamanlu is one of the four major forces in Daqian, each of its strongholds is extremely secretive and disguised as various shops. The name may not necessarily be Huamanlu. Ordinary people can't find it. Although almost every guest who leaves Huamanlu is holding a flower pot in their hands, some look at it with love, while others look at it with disdain. People who buy flowers don't really like flowers. Do you think they come here to buy flowers? Su Chang'an shifted his gaze from his stall to the entrance of Wamanlu store, looking at all kinds of people, and said, Sir, you have a keen eye, as if you were looking through fire. Su Qingxian smiled lightly and complimented him, then he pondered for a moment and continued, Sir, you just said that I have a bad omen. Please enlighten me. Calculating good and bad luck was actually just a test on her part. She wanted to see whether Su Chang'an really had the ability. To call it a bad omen is actually not accurate. The dead energy in you has been accumulating for years. It should be said that you have always been in a state of great misfortune. Su Chang'an looked at Su Qingxian again, and as his eyes swept over him, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. This was indeed a sign of great misfortune. If I'm not mistaken, your illness should be a family disease. As soon as Su Chang'an said this, the smile on Su Qingxian's face completely disappeared, and a look of surprise appeared in his eyes. If shopkeeper Wang had not investigated, Su Chang'an was indeed a native of Shujia village. She almost suspected that Su Chang'an had known her identity for a long time. It seems I guessed right. Su Chang'an picked up the teacup, took a leisurely sip, and said slowly, But your illness is not without a solution. Are you serious? Su Qingxian's gray eyes suddenly burst into an astonishing light. But it soon dimmed again. For thousands of years, the Su family seemed to have been cursed. All the members of the Su family, once they practice martial arts and reach the 5th level or above, their meridians will begin to shatter bit by bit. Even if you use the best elixir in the world, it can only maintain the condition but cannot cure it. Therefore, the ancestors of the Su family established rules early on. Even if the direct descendants of the Su family practice martial arts, they will never be able to reach the 5th level in their lifetime. But in this world where martial arts are respected, how can one protect Hua Manlu's huge foundation without practicing martial arts? Su Qingxian is the most talented of this generation in the Su family. At the age of 20, he had already reached the 7th level. But this is her limit. If she continues to practice, she will die suddenly one day sooner or later. Perhaps, the only thing that can solve the Su family's meridian problem is the Immortal Gate token. Chapter 16 You are lucky to be alive today. In fact, Su Qingxian invited Su Chang'an over to test the whereabouts of the Immortal Gate token. But she didn't expect that Su Chang'an saw through her problem at a glance. Unfortunately, even the old master of Tianji Pavilion asserted that the disease of their Su family was incurable. The only thing that can bring a glimmer of hope to the Su family is the illusory path of cultivating immortals. Whether it's true or not, we'll know once we try it. Su Chanan raised his hand, bent his fingers and pressed them in the air towards Su Qingxian. A wisp of spiritual power rolled out and attacked Su Qingxian's wrist. It is hard to describe how powerful this spiritual power is to Su Qingxian. Even Su Qingxian, who was as strong as a 7th grade warrior, had no power to resist at all. Su Qingxian's eyes were filled with horror, and he subconsciously wanted to struggle. But he felt that his wrist seemed to no longer belong to him and he couldn't move it at all. Fortunately, this restraint came and went quickly. That ray of spiritual power disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. Su Qingxian almost doubted whether it was his own illusion. But at this time, Su Chang'an frowned. The art of stealing celestial remedies is not limited to the ability to observe qi, divine, calculate and deduce, but also includes medical classics. With that wisp of spiritual power, he took Su Qingxian's pulse from a distance and immediately knew the condition of his meridians. It was covered with cracks, and there was hardly an inch left intact. At this time, Su Chanan also knew the reason for the deathly aura on Su Qingxian. It can even be said that it is a miracle that Su Qingxian is still alive. The meridians in your body are extremely fragile. How dare you still practice martial arts? You are lucky to be alive today. Su Chanan was a little confused. The meridians in Su Qingxian's body were as fragile as paper. For her, practicing the so-called martial arts skills is probably an inhuman torture every second. Why does Su Qingxian still insist on practicing martial arts? Are you really not afraid of death? After hearing this, Su Qingxian was sure that the shocking breath of true energy just now was not an illusion. In just a blink of an eye, Su Chanan knew the condition of her body. The ability to take a pulse from a distance was beyond her comprehension. Even a 9th grade warrior would be far behind in terms of the concentration and sensitivity of this kind of true qi. Could it be that Su Chang'an is a grandmaster? How is this possible? Su Chanan looked to be around 25 years old at most. Not to mention a 25-year-old grandmaster, she had never even heard of a 35-year-old grandmaster. Su Qingxian even suspected that Su Chanan had some secret to maintain his youthful appearance. How could she know that Su Chanan was not a warrior, but a cultivator? Even the so-called master in her eyes was like an ant in front of Su Chanan. Su Qingxian from Huamanlu, I have failed to recognize Mount Tai and have disturbed you. I hope you will forgive me. Su Qingxian could no longer sit still, so he quickly stood up and bowed to Su Chanan with a solemn and respectful face. If Su Chanan was really that kind of reclusive master, then her rash act of inviting Su Chanan upstairs was undoubtedly disrespectful. It's not like I'm a senior. Su Chanan casually waved his hand, and once again rolled out a wisp of spiritual power, lifting Su Qingxian up. He then murmured softly, but your strength is indeed too weak. He didn't know whether there was any difference between warriors and cultivators in this world. But he knew that cultivators were definitely superior to warriors. For example, if Su Qingxian was practicing immortal cultivation techniques instead of martial arts, the meridians in his body would definitely not be in its current condition. However, the novels he read in his previous life also had the setting of using martial arts to enter the Tao. Maybe in this world, if you practice martial arts to the extreme, you can surpass the immortal cultivators. Although Su Chanan spoke very quietly, Su Qingxian still heard it. An expression of embarrassment immediately appeared on her slightly pale face. After all, she is a 7th grade warrior, not as good as the 8th grade, 9th grade, or Grandmaster warriors, but she can't be said to be too weak, right? Your illness isn't really an illness, it's more of a physical condition. The meridians in my body are too fragile to support the circulation of my true energy. Actually, as long as I don't practice martial arts, there will be no problem. You should also be aware of this. If you stop practicing martial arts now, you can still live a few more years. Su Chanan had a strange look on his face. He was wondering whether he should rescue Su Qingxian. For ordinary people, broken meridians are equivalent to a terminal illness and there is no cure. It just so happens that Su Chanan actually has a pill that can repair Su Qingxian's meridians. The dragon marrow cleansing pill that cleanses the bones and tendons is paired with the Huitian pill, a holy medicine that can bring the dead back to life. It would be easy to restore Su Qingxian's meridians to their original state. But why would he do that? He doesn't seem to be short of money now. Senior, I have a good opinion. My illness is indeed a physical condition. All the blood of my Su family are born with this condition. The meridians are extremely fragile. Once they practice martial arts, they will be seeking death. But as you all know, in Dakian and the Tianyuan continent, the strong are always respected, and the law of the jungle is the law of the jungle. If you don't practice martial arts, you will always live at the bottom of the society. I will always remember your kindness in today's guidance. If you need Hua Man Lu in the future, please feel free to ask. I will never refuse. Su Qingxian's gray eyes were full of bitterness. How could she not know what Su Chagan said? The reason why she insisted on practicing martial arts despite the danger to her life. On the one hand, he was unwilling, but on the other hand, he also wanted to open up a feasible path for the Su family. Unfortunately, she failed. Well, since you let me set up a stall in front of your store, I'll help you out. Seeing that Su Qingxian's attitude was indeed sincere, Su Chanan decided to keep a good relationship with him. Maybe he will really need this Hua Manlu place in the future. What do you mean, senior? As soon as these words were spoken, Su Qingxian was stunned and was unable to react for a moment. Su Chanan didn't answer. He thought about it and took out some elixir residue from the Tiangang ring. These were the remnants of the Huitian pill and Longsui Shimai pill that he had used to heal Mu Yunshu's injuries and cleanse his tendons and marrow. Combining these two and condensing them into a new pill is enough to repair Su Qingxian's damaged meridians. Once you swallow this pill, the meridians in your body will be restored to their original state. Su Chanan opened his hand again, and a brand new pill appeared in his hand. This is? Looking at the pill in Su Chanan's hand, Su Qingxian was stunned, with some hesitation in his eyes. Her expression changed several times, and her thoughts were churning inside. She didn't quite believe that a mere pill could repair the meridians in her body. The problem is, with Su Chanan's strength, it wouldn't be so troublesome to harm her. After hesitating for a moment, Su Qingxian finally chose to believe Su Chanan. She reached out to take the pill, opened her almond-shaped lips slightly, and slowly put it into her mouth. Chapter 17. Could it be that the senior is an immortal cultivator? The next moment, Su Qingxian was stunned. As the pill entered the mouth, it instantly turned into a warm current, flowing into the throat and reaching the dantian. It also spreads from the dantian to the meridians throughout the body. The medicinal power transformed from the elixir flows through every meridian in the body. Wherever it reached, the meridians that were originally cracked were like dry earth welcoming a sweet rain, healing at an astonishing speed. A feeling of being wrapped up that he had never felt before, like the warm winter sun, enveloped Su Qingxian's whole body. She couldn't help but close her eyes, and a blush appeared on her slightly pale face. When the medicinal power repairs all the meridians in the body, a sense of power radiating from within arises spontaneously. At this moment, Su Qingxian felt that he had never felt so relaxed all over. The circulation of true energy has never been so smooth. Every breath she took seemed to resonate with the heaven and earth. It was as if streams of spiritual energy from heaven and earth were pouring into the body and blending with the true qi. It nourishes every meridian in the body, even every inch of skin and every bone. Call. After a long while, Su Qingxian slowly came back to his senses from that mysterious state. She let out a long breath, as if she wanted to expel all the impurities in her body. When he opened his eyes, his gaze was clear and bright, without any trace of the previous gray and dead look. Senior, I. Su Qingxian could no longer remain calm and was so excited that he didn't know what to say. This pill did more than just repair her meridians. It even cleanses the bones and marrow. This is the legendary effect that can only be achieved by the elixir refined by immortal cultivators. The value of this elixir is simply inestimable. To say that it is priceless is a huge understatement. But Su Chanan just gave it to her for free. Okay, nothing happened. I should go back and continue setting up my stall. Su Chanan stood up, waved his hand, and was about to leave the box. Senior, please stay. Seeing Su Chanan was about to leave, Su Qingxian quickly stood up, walked around the tea table, and came to Su Chanan. Then, her expression turned serious and she bowed solemnly to Su Chanan again. Senior, I will always remember your kindness. If you don't abandon me, Hua Manlu is willing to accept you as my master and will be at your disposal from now on. Su Qingxian raised his head, and the tenderness between his brows faded away, and was filled with determination. Based solely on the strength and means Su Chanan had just displayed, she initially guessed that Su Chanan was a master-level existence, which was short-sighted. Even if Su Chanan is not the legendary immortal cultivator, he is probably not far off. How can we miss such an opportunity? It's just a simple favor, master, forget it. When I set up a stall at the door, just tell shopkeeper Wang to stop staring at me. Su Chanan shook his head slightly, speaking in a nonchalant tone. A pill can transform Su Qingxian completely, but to him, it is just a bit of medicinal residue. As for Hua Man Lu, he doesn't need him whether he is transferred or not. Senior, I'm sorry for embarrassing you. Shopkeeper Wang didn't know your identity and offended you. I hope you won't blame me. Su Qingxian blushed and began to sweat. If you are willing, the Hua Man Lu shop will be given to you. Such a great god set up a stall in front of her Huamanla store and was almost driven away by manager Wang. Even if it wasn't her instruction, as the young master, she couldn't escape responsibility. I don't need such a big store. Your store's location right in front of the door is great. Su Chanan didn't plan to stay in Tianqing town forever, so there was no use for him to have this store. Seeing that Su Chanan really had no intention of blaming him, Su Qingxian immediately breathed a sigh of relief. She hesitated for a moment, then said, Senior, do you know the origins of the man and woman who came to you 2 days ago to ask for your help in interpreting a Chinese character? And what were they looking for? You mean, Princess Xiaoning? What? You want the token they're looking for, too? Su Chanan raised his eyebrows. So, Su Qingxian asked him to come up today, was it not to predict good or bad luck, but to test the whereabouts of the token? He is now a little curious about the origin of that token. So many people are searching. Senior, do you know that she is Princess Xiaoning? Su Qingxian's eyes widened slightly, and he was stunned. Princess Xiaoning came to Tianqing town to look for the Immortal Gate token, so naturally she could not reveal her identity. How did Su Chang'an know the identity of Princess Xiaoning? You know, even Hua Man Lu, who had spies all over Dakian, only knew that Princess Xiaoning had gone to Tianji Pavilion for seclusion. If Su Chang'an hadn't happened to set up a stall in front of her shop and Princess Xiaoning hadn't come to her, she really wouldn't have known that Princess Xiaoning had arrived in Tianqing town. You haven't answered my question yet. Su Chanan did not explain, but just looked at Su Qingxian indifferently. His eyes seemed to be able to see through people's hearts. The Immortal Gate token is a great opportunity for everyone. The entire Dakian, regardless of the size of the forces, and even the royal family, are searching for the whereabouts of the Immortal Gate token. Senior also knows that ordinary martial arts are like poison to the Su family bloodline, but the Immortal family skills are not necessarily so. So, I want to try to find the Immortal Gate token, enter the Immortal Gate, learn the Immortal technique, and give the Su family a glimmer of hope. Su Qingxian's eyes were full of vitality and showed determination. While saying this, she was also secretly observing Su Chang'an's expression. If Su Chang'an is really a member of the Immortal Gate, then the Immortal Gate token that can enter the Immortal Gate is just an ordinary thing in Su Chang'an's eyes. Immortal Gate token? To enter the Immortal Gate? Upon hearing this, Su Chang'an's face was full of strange expressions. After all this time, the token is just an admission ticket to some immortal sect? What's so good about this thing that's worth fighting for? For a small force like Hua Man Lu, it would be fine if they tried their best to enter the great immortal sect. Princess Xiaoning is the only princess in Dakian today. She wants to enter the Immortal Gate, isn't that easy? When he first came here, Su Chang'an heard what the village chief said. In this world, there are immortals who can fly into the sky, hide in the ground, pick stars and embrace the moon. Speaking of immortals, Su Chang'an knew that they were probably the immortal cultivators in novels. As he is now, although he can fly in the air. Wherever there are cultivators of immortality, there are naturally sects of immortality cultivation. It's impossible that such a huge dynasty like the Dakian dynasty doesn't even have a single immortal cultivator or a single immortal cultivation sect? Senior, don't you know the Immortal Gate token? Su Chang'an's reaction also surprised Su Qingxian. She was full of confusion. In Dakian, even ordinary people had heard of the existence of the Immortal Gate token. Warriors are even more well known. It is impossible that Su Chang'an, a master above the level, doesn't know about the Immortal Gate token. Is that so? Su Qingxian opened his mouth slightly, and a look of sudden enlightenment suddenly appeared on his face. Su Chang'an doesn't care about the Immortal Gate token, so there is only one possibility. Su Chang'an is the immortal cultivator. Only cultivators of immortality would disdain the Immortal Gate token. Chapter 18. There is only one person in a million who has spiritual roots. Is this Immortal Gate token very rare? Su Chang'an frowned slightly, feeling that something was wrong. Even in this world, not everyone can enter a sect of immortal cultivation. But this token that can enter the Immortal Gate shouldn't be that rare, right? Could it be that those so-called immortal sects don't need to recruit disciples? Senior, you're joking. To enter the immortal gate, you must first have spiritual roots. There are only one mortal with spiritual roots among a million. The immortal gate token is originally only given by the spirit realm immortal gate to mortals like us who may not even have spiritual roots. The opportunity to obtain immortal fate is naturally rare. There is only this one in the entire Dakian. Su Qingxian smiled bitterly. The Lingyu immortal sect has come to the mortal world to select disciples. The problem is, there are only one person with spiritual roots in a million. Not to mention, the envoys from the immortal sect only come to the mortal world every few years to select disciples. Even if you have spiritual roots, it is common to be lost in the vast sea of people. Therefore, those who can be chosen by the immortal gate messenger can be said to be rare and the luckiest among the lucky ones. As long as you get the immortal gate token, you can enter the immortal gate regardless of whether you have spiritual roots or not. These words immediately made Su Chanan's expression even more strange. To cultivate immortality, one must have spiritual roots, which is normal. However, what Su Chanan didn't expect was that people with spiritual roots are so rare. 1 in a million? No wonder even the princess has to go to great lengths to find the immortal gate token. It seems that it is not so easy to enter the immortal gate. Come to think of it, even those martial arts sects in the mortal world are so difficult for ordinary people to enter that it is as difficult as ascending to heaven. Not to mention the immortal cultivation sects with a history of thousands or even tens of thousands of years? But then again, although the probability of 1 in a million being missing is small, with a population of over 100 million in Dakian, there should be quite a few people with spiritual roots accumulated over the years, right? If you can't join a big sect, it shouldn't be that difficult to be a casual cultivator, right? We still can't take it lightly. Su Chanan touched his chin and thought so. But he overlooked a more important issue. It's useless to have spiritual roots but no cultivation techniques. So, you, or Huaman Lu, have long known that the immortal gate token is near Tianqing town. It's a pity that you have been searching for it for many years and still haven't been able to find it. Su Chanan understood. No wonder Huaman Lu had so many customers. Even things like the immortal gate token can help you seize the initiative and get the news early. It is indeed a place for buying and selling information. Yes, now that the Tianji Pavilion has calculated the whereabouts of the immortal gate token, and Princess Xiaoning has arrived in Tianqing town, the news cannot be concealed for long. Su Luotian and the Black Evil sect will sooner or later gather in Tianqing town. I hope that senior will be more careful. Su Qingxian looked like he wanted to say something but hesitated. Of course, she also wanted to know what Su Chanan said to Xiao Yueli. But Su Chanan had already given her a magic pill, which solved her biggest problem. Asking about the whereabouts of the immortal gate token again would be a bit too much. Since she didn't say anything, Su Chanan naturally wouldn't say anything more. He had never heard of Su Luotian and Haishaman. However, he took note of Su Qingxian's reminder. Su Qingxian personally escorted Su Chanan to the door of the store with great respect. The little maid was so shocked that her jaw almost dropped to the ground. Shopkeeper Wang's face was full of disbelief. They had never seen their young master be so polite to anyone. Not to mention, he is still a young man. He still showed such respect from the bottom of his heart, not just flattery or politeness at all. What on earth did Su Chanan do in the box just now? When he returned to the stall again, the look in shopkeeper Wang's eyes when he looked at Su Chanan had completely changed. From now on, no matter what Mr. Su asks for, you must satisfy him. Remember, at any cost. Su Qingxian regained his usual coolness and glanced at shopkeeper Wang calmly. Of course, if Mr. Su doesn't speak, remember not to interrupt him easily. Yes. These words made shopkeeper Wang break out in a cold sweat. Only then did he realize that his young master seemed different. As for what's different, there was no trace of the grayness and death in those eyes anymore. The whole person, as if reborn, exudes a vibrant breath. Shopkeeper Wang looked horrified. Now I finally understood what Su Chanan had done. I originally thought that he was a charlatan who was good at talking, but I never thought that he was actually a true god. The other side. In Shujia village, Mu Yunshu slept soundly and refreshed. She stretched herself lazily. The waist and hips outline a breathtaking curve, exposed to the air, but no one appreciates it. The speed of the qi has increased a bit. An expression of disbelief appeared in Mu Yunshu's eyes. She even felt that if she continued like this, it wouldn't be long before she could reach the level of a half-step grandmaster. Even the originally illusory realm of the grandmaster is no longer out of reach. Grandmaster, that is a realm above the 9th rank, the realm that countless warriors dream of. There are only a handful of people in the entire Dakian. Although the difference between the 9th rank and the grandmaster is only one major realm, it is actually as different as heaven and earth. There is a qualitative gap between the two. Even between the 9th rank and the half-step grandmaster, there is an insurmountable gap. In less than a month, it was like taking drugs. Mu Yunshu couldn't help but sigh. This was probably her opportunity. I originally thought that betraying Su Luotian would mean a risk of death. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be a blessing in disguise. Not only did all his injuries heal, but he also lived a life he had never dared to imagine before. Even his cultivation has improved. All this is thanks to the husband she married without thinking. My husband is going out? The room and yard were quiet, and Mu Yunshu realized that Su Chang'an seemed not to be at home. In an instant, an overwhelming sense of loneliness enveloped me. Mu Yunshu sniffed his small nose, which actually felt a little sour. It is hard to imagine that a top-level killer like Nightwalker, who always carries out missions alone and whose emotions are almost stifled, will one day feel lonely. It's past noon now. My husband is probably on his way back. When I opened the door, the scorching sun was still so bright that I could hardly open my eyes. Seeing the white dragon colt hiding in the stable in the yard, Mu Yunshu felt distressed. She didn't feel sorry for Bai Longju, but for Su Chang'an. Su Chang'an, an ordinary person, had to walk for 2 or 3 hours under the hot sun to travel between the town and the village. Although riding a horse would be much more convenient and faster, Su Chang'an still kept the white dragon horse. Mu Yunshu certainly knew that this was for her. I also want to do something for my husband. Mu Yunshu thought for a long time and decided to cook. Let Su Chang'an, who has been tired all day, have a hot meal when he returns home. Mu Yunshu did it as soon as he thought of it. He enthusiastically moved the leftover vegetables and meat in the kitchen to the courtyard. She had never cooked before, so for a moment she had no idea what to do. Only then did she realize that cooking was not an easy task. Let's process the ingredients first. Just as Mu Yunshu moved a small wooden stool, sat in the yard, and began to wash the ingredients, a mocking and extremely harsh voice suddenly came from behind. Tisk, tsk, tsk, tsk. Who could have imagined that a dignified heaven-class assassin would one day become a country bumpkin? Ingwu, my eyesight is poor, can you help me see? Is this still the cold and indifferent Pianhong? Chapter 19. If you dare to touch a hair on his head, I will let the entire Su Luotian be buried with him. For a moment, Mu Yunshu's expression froze and the hairs on his body stood on end. In the end, he was too careless and didn't even notice when 2 figures appeared in the yard. Vigilance is so low. For a killer, this is a big taboo. Mu Yunshu sighed inwardly and gently put down the vegetables in his hand. Then he slowly stood up and turned to look at the source of the sound with cold eyes. Shadow Dance, Soul Chaser. The person who came was the one who had chased her before, a heavenly level killer like her. At this time, it was just above the eaves. There were 2 figures standing there, one red and one white. She was dressed in red, with a beautiful face, a pair of captivating almond-shaped eyes, and a playful smile on her lips. The man in white robe is spotless and holds a folding fan in his hand. A very handsome face. If it weren't for the unconcealable sinister and cruel look in his eyes, I would have thought he was some handsome young man. There was a hint of surprise in the eyes of both of them. When they fought with Mu Yunshu, every move they made was fatal. In that battle, both of them were seriously injured and it took them half a month to recuperate before they recovered. Mu Yunshu's injuries were much more serious than theirs. They even thought that even if Mu Yunshu finally escaped, he would not live long. But Mu Yunshu not only survived, but his injuries were also fully recovered. It was beyond their imagination. Zuehan, I'm afraid you don't understand women's hearts. This is the freedom that Sister Pinhong wants. To turn over a new leaf and live a life of caring for her husband and children. Sister Pinhong, I'm really happy for you. Ingwu's words seemed to be full of goodwill, but in fact, his tone was full of sneer and ridicule. Her seductive eyes narrowed slightly, adding a hint of superiority. Mu Yunshu was like a sharp sword ready to be unsheathed at any time. She didn't say anything, but stared coldly at Ingwu and Zuehan. I was thinking about how to lure these 2 people away. She must not drag Su Chang'an down. However, the more you fear something, the more likely it will come. I don't understand. A wife and mother? Do you think her lover knows that his wife is a female devil with blood on her hands? If they knew this, they would be scared to death. But her lover probably wouldn't live to know either. Zuehan and Yinggu sang in unison, with amusement on their faces. Seeing his former colleague, the once dreaded top killer, become a countrywoman. They actually have an inexplicable sense of superiority in their hearts. At the beginning, the two heavenly level killers teamed up to hunt down Mu Yunshu. Not only were they seriously injured, but Mu Yunshu also escaped. This is undoubtedly a great shame. Now, the scene before them made them feel as if they had already stepped on Mu Yunshu, and they felt refreshed all over. The two of them had just finished speaking. A shocking and murderous intent suddenly erupted from Mu Yunshu. The air around seemed to have become a little colder. If you dare to touch a hair on his head, I will make the entire Su Luotian be buried with him. Mu Yunshu's eyes were stained with blood. She gritted her teeth and squeezed out every word. The voice was so cold that it seemed to come from the netherworld purgatory, and the surrounding space was frozen. Yinggu and Zuehan, both 9th rank warriors, could not help but hold their breath when enveloped by this terrifying murderous intent. The two of them suppressed their inner shock, their eyes filled with disbelief. Just based on this murderous intent, how could they not know that Mu Yunshu's cultivation had improved again? How long has it been? Mu Yunshu recovered from his serious injury, but he even turned a disaster into a blessing, and his cultivation became stronger? You know, once you step into the 9th rank, taking another step forward is like ascending to heaven. The realm of Grandmaster is unattainable even for the vast majority of 9th grade warriors. For an ant, you. Zuehan laughed angrily, and the veins on his right hand holding the folding fan bulged. Mu Yunshu no longer wanted to waste time talking to these two people and had lost his patience. Just when she was about to take action. Sister, you are so courageous. Don't worry, we are not here to kill you this time. The Lord said that as long as you can find the Immortal Gate token, he will set you free. As for your lover, we will naturally not harm his life. Yinggu put away the stiff smile on her face, and her eyes were filled with deep fear. Are you here looking for the Immortal Gate token? Mu Yunshu frowned slightly, and only then did he realize that Yinggu and Zuehan came for the Immortal Gate token. She sighed inwardly, this was probably her fate. The place where the Immortal Gate token was located happened to coincide with her escape route. Yes, the Tianji Pavilion has calculated that the Immortal Gate token is near Tianqing Town. Princess Xiaoning has already come to Tianqing Town in person. No matter what method you use, even if it's to kill Xiaoning. As long as you can get the Immortal Gate token, the Lord will forgive you for your past mistakes. When the time comes, whether you want freedom or want to be with your lover, Su Luotian will not disturb your life anymore. There was no more contempt on Yingwu's charming face, and it was full of seriousness. Although Zuehan was unwilling, he didn't say anything at this time. Are you serious? Mu Yunshu no longer had any trust in Su Luotian. But she had no choice. She could run away, far away. But Su Chanan couldn't escape. No one knows better than her how terrifying Su Luotian is. My lord, why would I lie to you? I've already told you. Believe it or not, it's up to you. Yinggu smiled sweetly, then lifted her graceful figure and turned into a shadow, disappearing. You have a weak spot. You are no longer worthy of the name Pianhong. Zuehan said this coldly and disappeared over the eaves. After the two left, Mu Yunshu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Even if her cultivation improved, she was not sure that she could keep two 9th grade masters. Especially since the opponents are all top-level killers who are proficient in assassination. If they take action and let one of them escape, what awaits her in Su Chanan will be endless pursuit. The simple life that she cherished so much would never have a peaceful day again. This is definitely something Mu Yunshu doesn't want to see. So even if she no longer trusted Su Luotian, she could only find the Immortal Gate token and make other plans. If you dare to disturb my husband, I will make you pay the price. Mu Yunshu's cold eyes revealed a hint of worry. She knew Su Luotian's methods. If they really wanted to attack Su Chanan, it would be too late for her to rush to Tianqing Town now. She could only bet that Su Luotian would not attack Su Chanan before she got the Immortal Gate token. The other side. Su Chanan still didn't know what had happened at home. He had packed his things and was getting ready to go home. When passing by Wamanlu, he suddenly saw a pot of white orchid in the store that was blooming very beautifully, which was quite consistent with Mu Yunshu's temperament. By at home, your wife will definitely like it. How much is this orchid? Su Chanan walked into the store. The sharp-eyed shopkeeper Wang left the customer he was greeting without hesitation and trotted towards Su Chang'an. He didn't care at all about the surprise of the guests around him. It's a stroke of luck that Mr. Su has taken a fancy to this strange butterfly white orchid. How can I ask you for money? Shopkeeper Wan's face was full of flattery. He quickly packed the pot of white orchid and handed it to Su Chang'an. Business is business, but is 10 taels of silver enough? Su Chang'an never takes other people's things for free. He threw down the silver without caring about the fat face of shopkeeper Wang, which was almost twisted into a ball. Holding the flower pot, she left Wamanlu happily. However, he had only walked a short distance out of Tianjing town. In front of us, a solemn and murderous atmosphere was blowing towards us. Chapter 29th Rank Warrior. Blood Silkworm Ghost. A quiet bamboo forest. The breeze swept the green bamboo leaves, and the scene was dead silent. Just on the road in front of Su Chang'an, a man and 2 women were surrounded by dozens of men in black. Su Chang'an, holding a pot of white orchid in his arms, looked like an outsider who had accidentally entered the royal family and felt out of place. Why are they everywhere? Su Chang'an sighed, feeling quite helpless. The 3 people surrounded in front of him were Xiao Yueli, Lu Xingxi, and Xiao Zhu. Mr. Su? At this time, Xiao Yueli and the other 2 also saw Su Chang'an. I was also a little surprised that Su Chang'an would appear here. As soon as these words were spoken, they immediately attracted the attention of the men in black. Everyone, I'm just passing by. I don't know them. Just continue and ignore me. Su Chang'an raised the flower pot in his hand with an innocent look. The men in black all held sharp blades and had cold eyes. No one paid any attention to Su Chang'an. Go ahead, leave no one behind. As soon as the leading man in black finished speaking, dozens of men in black rushed towards Xiao Yueli and the other 2 like puppets receiving orders. At the same time, 2 men in black rushed towards Su Chang'an, obviously intending to kill him to silence him. After all, the person they wanted to kill was the princess of the current dynasty, so they naturally could not let a single one go alive. Princess, you go first, I'll cover your rear. Lu Xingxi had a stern expression and said nothing more. He turned his right hand and the wooden box behind him fell in front of him with a bang. Although he is at the 8th rank, he is at the peak of the 8th rank and is only 1 step away from the 9th rank. Combined with the unique strange weapons of Tianji Pavilion in the wooden box, he is able to fight even against a 9th grade opponent. Among these dozens of men in black, only 2 of them were 8th grade warriors and were somewhat dangerous to him. The rest are nothing to worry about. Be very careful. In the face of crisis, Xiao Yueli did not act pretentiously. She is not some powerless girl. The little maid beside him also has a 7th grade cultivation level. With Lu Xingxi's support, they can still escape from here. But if they want to escape, they have to take Su Chang'an with them. Although it would be a burden to bring along Su Chang'an, an ordinary person. But who asked them to implicate Su Chang'an? Xiao Zhu, save Mr. Su first. The little maid's slightly childish face was filled with a solemn and murderous look. After hearing the princess's order, he hesitated for a moment, then swung into the air and killed the 2 men in black. She held a soft sword in her hand and had a graceful posture. She really had some of the demeanor of a female knight. Su Chang'an, who wanted to take action, simply stood still when he saw this. At this moment, the war was about to break out. In the field, facing the siege of dozens of men in black, Lu Xingxi remained calm. The wooden box in front of him suddenly opened, revealing a strangely shaped, pitch-black sword covered with sharp teeth. This sword is called Ghost Tooth, and it is a strange weapon forged by the Tianji Pavilion by incorporating supreme mechanical techniques. It's a ghost soldier. Be careful. The moment he saw the strange big knife, the pupils of the leading man in black shrank sharply, and he dodged the attack without hesitation. His reminder was of no use. Lu Xingxi sneered, raised his hand and slammed the wooden box. Countless sharp edges like teeth suddenly burst out from the blade of Ghost Tooth. In an instant, the bodies of more than a dozen men in black in front of him were pierced, leaving sieve-like holes. When the remaining group of men in black were frightened, Lu Xingxi grabbed the hilt of the knife and walked into the place as if there was no one around. The big knife in his hand looks heavy, but it is actually very versatile. Sometimes it bursts out like sharp blades of hidden weapons, and sometimes it stretches out and sweeps like a long whip. Even the hole where the spikes shot out could still choose people and bite off flesh and blood like a living thing. Under such a strange and fierce attack, let alone those small fry of the 4th and 5th ranks, even the 8th rank beings can only temporarily avoid the attack. Only blood splattered and screams rang out one after another. Strange soldiers? That's really weird. The sword beams of the two men in black were no more than 10 feet away, but Su Chanan still had time to spare and commented calmly. Mr. Su, stop watching the show and go. Xiao Zhu was very fast. With a flash of sword light, the soft sword moved like a serpent, lightly passing between the necks of the two men in black. Seeing that Su Chang'an was still interested in watching the fun while holding her, Xiao Zhu was immediately furious. She was about to pick up Su Chang'an, but she heard Su Chang'an say calmly, "I'm afraid it won't be that easy to leave." What's the meaning? Xiao Yueli also caught up at this time and was slightly stunned when she heard this. He's right. Princess, you are such a precious girl. It would be terrible if you were to get hurt accidentally. You'd better just come with me. Accompanied by a cold and decaying sound, a thick fog as black as dirty blood swept towards Su Chanan and the other two. How could it be possible that only 2 8th rank officials were dispatched to commit such a heinous act as assassinating the princess? 9th rank? Black Demon Sect? Are you the old ghost of blood silkworm? The disgusting breath was so oppressive that it was almost impossible to breathe. Xiao Yueli's body froze, and a look of horror appeared in her eyes. It was just a guess just now. The moment she saw the thick black fog, she immediately knew that the people who ambushed and killed them were from the Black Demon Sect. The black fog that covered the sky and the sun before my eyes, upon closer inspection, was clearly formed by countless blood-colored insects and black evil energy. The only one who has such means is the 9th rank expert of the Black Evil Sect, the old ghost blood silkworm. 9th rank? Hearing Xiao Yueli's words that could hardly conceal her fear, Su Chanan's expression suddenly became strange. He only knew that the warrior levels in this world were divided into grades 1 to 9. Coincidentally, the cultivation levels of immortal cultivators are also divided into 9 realms. Therefore, he always thought that the 9 grades of warriors corresponded to the 9 realms of cultivators. He is now at the Spirit Sea realm, and should be matched with a 4th grade warrior. There is a gap of 5 major realms between the 4th and 9th rank warriors. In front of the 9th rank, the 4th rank should be like an ant. But why did Su Chanan feel that this old ghost of the 9th grade blood silkworm was so pitifully weak? This bloody black fog looks like a complete bluff. He estimated that a random fireball would be enough to burn it to ashes. Did he hear it wrong, or did he make a mistake? The Black Demon Sect has 4 9th grade sects, and this old ghost of the blood silkworm is the most disgusting and vicious among them. If you fall into his hands, you will become food for countless blood silkworms, being eaten to death. In the end, not even a complete corpse will be left. Princess, leave quickly. Xiao Zhu will never let the old ghost Xuetsan take you away. Xiao Zhu also had a look of fear on his face. But she was eager to protect her master and was ready to sacrifice herself. As long as the princess escapes from here, she will commit suicide on the spot and never give the old ghost blood silkworm a chance to succeed. He. A little girl of the 7th rank, you think you can stop me? With your delicate skin and tender flesh, I'll let you satisfy the craving of my precious blood silkworm first. The ink-black bloody fog was getting closer. Xiao Zhu's face turned pale. He could already see the dense, terrifying blood-colored insects whistling towards him in the bloody mist. Chapter 21, Escape? Why escape? Xiao Yueli's face was extremely ugly. The other party was obviously coming for him, and he couldn't escape. He could only find a way to negotiate with him. She was thinking of a solution quickly in her mind, and beads of sweat appeared on her forehead. On the other side, Lu Xingxi was also extremely anxious. In order to buy time for the blood silkworm ghost, the 2 8th grade warriors and all the men in black rushed towards him like dead soldiers, risking their lives. Even with the help of the ghost soldiers, Lu Xingxi was unable to extricate himself for a moment. Mr. Su, I'm sorry for causing you trouble. Xiao Yueli sighed, and then, as if she had made up her mind, she took a step forward and whispered to Su Chanan. Xiao Zhu and I will do our best to stop the old ghost blood silkworm later. Mr. Su, you should take this opportunity to escape from here. No matter what happens, don't look back. Escape? Why would you want to escape? Su Chanan looked confused. When these words were spoken, Xiao Yueli was slightly startled, and her eyes showed emotion. She didn't expect that in the face of such a terrifying 9th grade existence, Su Chanan, an ordinary person, could remain calm and choose to stand with them and fight side by side. Such courage and friendship are rare in the world. Escape? No prey I've set my sights on has ever escaped from my grasp alive. At this time, the old ghost of blood silkworm was approaching with a bloody mist. Densely packed blood silkworms, with their ferocious mouthparts open, came towards us, biting us. If this falls into the black fog, there will be no trace of the body left. Of course Xiao Yueli would not sit there and wait for death. She suddenly waved her right hand towards the bloody mist, and a small piece of armor broke through the air. One was divided into three parts became 9, and they formed a formation armor that enveloped the 3 people and resisted the invasion of the bloody fog. 9 palaces mysterious armor? That old bastard Zhang Xuanji was so willing to give you this life-saving item? When he saw the formation armor, the old ghost Xuetsan showed a look of surprise. Obviously, no one expected that Tianji Pavilion would be willing to give one of its most precious strange weapons to Xiao Yueli. This 9 palaces mysterious armor not only has amazing defensive power, but can also transform into various formations and even release 5 elements magic, allowing it to be both offensive and defensive. Mysterious fire. As expected, Xiao Yueli summoned the 9 palaces mysterious armor not just for defense. She raised her hand and cast a spell, and the 9 pieces of strange armor immediately ignited a raging flame without wind, burning towards the bloody fog. The old ghost of blood silkworm was so frightened that he quickly recalled his precious blood silkworm and used his own blood evil energy to devour the black fire. If your 9 palaces mysterious armor only protected yourself, I really wouldn't be able to do anything to you. Unfortunately, you're too greedy and want to use the power of the armor to protect 3 people. The sinister voice of the old ghost blood silkworm came from the thick fog. His blood silkworms are afraid of the black fire, but not his blood evil energy. Xiao Yueli's realm is too low, only the 7th level. If I were to go alone and rely on the 9 palaces mysterious armor to escape from his pursuit, there would still be a chance. Trying to take 2 ants away is undoubtedly seeking death. Princess, please leave us alone. If we don't leave now, none of us will be able to leave. Xiao Zhu naturally knew the current situation and stamped his feet anxiously. I won't leave. I'll just hold on a little longer until senior brother Lu is free. We still have a chance. If I leave, you'll all die. Xiao Yueli stood in place, the true energy in her body continuously flowing out, and she used all her strength to activate the 9 palaces mysterious armor. One was a maid she grew up with, and the other was a person who had done her a great favor. She couldn't abandon the 2 of them and escape alone. Unfortunately, the attack range of Xuanhua is limited. Otherwise, if we could have caught the old ghost by surprise and burned a bunch of blood silkworms to death, we could have also dealt a heavy blow to him. The hope of escaping is greater. Right now, she can only try her best to maintain the 9 palaces mysterious armor formation and resist the bloody evil spirit. But with her current level of cultivation, I'm afraid she won't be able to hold on for long. Die. Lu Xingxi also knew that Xiao Yueli could not hold on for long. Without any hesitation, a faint blood mist suddenly exploded around him, forming a blood-colored aura and merging into the ghost tooth. The blade of the ghost tooth blade was immediately stained with blood. At the same time, true energy flowed out like blood and poured into Lu Xingxi's body. In an instant, the true energy in his body suddenly entered a violent state. Oh no! He's sacrificing blood to the ghost soldiers. Dozens of men in black were killed, and only a dozen were left. 2 8th grade beings were also injured. Lu Xingxi, who possesses strange weapons, is like a god of war and invincible in his level. They could only barely contain it. Lu Xingxi, who sacrificed blood to the evil soldiers and wasted his own blood and energy, and fell into a state of madness, was no longer someone they could contend with. A mere 7th rank. On this side, the old ghost Xuetsan didn't plan to waste any more time. He must take Xiao Yueli away as soon as possible to avoid any more trouble. It seemed as if there was an endless amount of blood and evil energy, constantly surging out and drowning the black fire emitted by the 9 palaces black armor. Xiao Yueli's face was pale and blood was oozing from the corner of her mouth. At this moment, Lu Xingxi finally broke through the siege of the 2 8th grade strongmen and attacked the blood silkworm old ghost at an astonishing speed. Court death. The old ghost of blood silkworm didn't care. As the thick black fog rolled up, countless blood silkworms rushed towards Lu Xingxi. The gap between the 8th and 9th grades cannot be easily made up by a strange weapon. Especially the old ghost of blood silkworm who has been immersed in the 9th level for a long time and has countless blood silkworms as a means of attack. Although the overwhelming swarm of blood silkworms could not strangle Lu Xingxi, they could trap him for a short time. And this time of being trapped is enough for the old ghost blood silkworm to break through the defense of the 9 palaces mysterious armor and take Xiao Yueli away. The 9 pieces of armor were crumbling and were about to be broken open by the bloody evil energy. Old ghost! How dare you! Lu Xingxi's eyes turned red and he danced wildly with the sword in his hand. As the sword flashed, countless blood silkworms were chopped down. However, the blood silkworms seemed endless and could not be killed. If you are not careful, the blood silkworm will tear off a piece of your flesh. On this side, Xiao Yueli finally reached her limit. If you can't hold on, don't force it. After observing for a long time and confirming that the other party really only had this much strength and was not just pretending to be weak, Su Chang'an finally took action. He held the orchid in his left hand and extended a finger with his right hand. In the astonished and puzzled eyes of Xiao Yueli and Xiao Zhu, a small flame ignited from Su Chang'an's outstretched fingers. Immediately, sparks swirled and the flames instantly turned into a fireball the size of a head. A scorching hot breath blew across his face. What shocked Xiao Yueli and Xiao Zhu was that the small fireball exuded an indescribable pressure. It seemed as if it contained enough power to burn the heaven and earth. This is a power beyond that of warriors, something they have never seen before. Immortal arts? Are you an immortal cultivator? A sharp voice filled with fear and disbelief rang out from the black fog. The old ghost Xuezhan never thought that such an unremarkable person would be the legendary immortal cultivator. Magic? Su Chang'an laughed. What he condensed was just the most basic fireball technique. How could it be considered a magical technique? The reaction of the old ghost Xuezhan made Su Chang'an realize that in this world, cultivators may be far superior to warriors. Chapter 22. You insist on going to die, what can I do? I don't want to waste time talking to that old ghost blood silkworm. Su Chang'an used the finger that condensed the fireball technique to push towards the bloody mist. The small fireball swelled up in the wind and turned into a raging fire, instantly engulfing the black fog that covered the sky. The bloody black fog that even the 9 palaces' mysterious armor could not withstand for long was swallowed by the small fireball and became as fragile as thin paper, igniting at the slightest touch. Don't kill me, I'm blind and don't recognize Mount Tai. Please forgive me this time. Screams of extreme terror emanated from the interweaving of the sea of fire and the bloody black fog. No matter how basic the fireball technique is, it was condensed by Su Chang'an using the rich spiritual power of the spirit sea realm. How could the true chi of a mere 9th grade warrior like the blood silkworm old ghost compete with that? But in the blink of an eye, the thick bloody black fog was burned away. Even the ferocious blood silkworms hiding in the deepest part were burned to ashes. The hunched and ugly figure of the old ghost Xuezhan was revealed. An old face full of wrinkles, filled with endless fear, distorted to the extreme. Alas, I didn't intend to kill you, but you insisted on coming here to die. What can I do? Su Chang'an shook his head. He was just passing by, and these people wanted to kill him. Now that we can't beat him, we ask him to let us go. How can such a good thing happen in this world? On the side, Xiao Yueli and Xiao Zhu were already stunned. I looked at the scene in front of me in great shock, and couldn't believe what was happening. In their eyes, an ordinary person who had no martial arts skills suddenly transformed into a supreme immortal master? The old ghost of blood silkworm, who was so arrogant just a moment ago, suddenly became like a stray dog, wagging its tail and begging for mercy? Were they really not hallucinating? The other side. The blood silkworms covered the sky and scattered like birds and beasts. Lu Xingxi also felt a shocking power. He looked in the direction of Su Chang'an and others in shock, and saw the old ghost of blood silkworm surrounded by a raging sea of fire, his body melting bit by bit. His scalp went numb. Immortal cultivator? It's an immortal cultivator. Run away. Such a terrifying scene made the remaining men in black completely panic and run around like crazy. Lu Xingxi reacted quickly, the strange weapon in his hand exploded, and countless sharp thorns were released. The moment he killed the group of small fry, the big knife turned into a long whip and rolled towards the 2 8th grade beings. The 2 8th grade warriors from the Black Evil sect were already frightened out of their wits and had lost all morale. How could anyone withstand Lu Xingxi's attack? In a moment, there were 2 corpses. At this time, the old ghost of blood silkworm was completely wiped out in extreme regret and fear. A dignified 9th rank warrior was wiped out so easily. This is the horror of immortal cultivators. There was a strange light flashing in Xiao Yueli's eyes. At this moment, her desire and yearning for the immortal gate jade plate reached its peak. Be it an 8th grade warrior, a 9th grade warrior, or even a master level existence. In front of the immortal cultivators with extraordinary abilities, they are nothing but ants. If you don't become an immortal, you will always be a grain of sand in the mortal world. Lu Xingxi from the Tianji Pavilion greets the immortal master. I didn't know your identity before, so I hope you will forgive me if I offended you. Lu Xingxi's forehead was covered with cold sweat. He quickly landed in front of Su Chanan, clasped his fists and bowed with an extremely respectful attitude. Immortal cultivators are such superior beings. Never take ordinary people seriously. Even a warrior as strong as the 9th rank can be killed with ease. Think about their previous attitude towards Su Chanan, they really don't know how to live or die. Xiao Zhu, who was standing beside him, had a pale face and was so scared that he couldn't speak. Just now, she was rude and disrespectful to Su Chanan. If Su Chanan holds a grudge and burns her to ashes with a fireball, she will have nowhere to cry. Xiao Zhu was anxious and spoke without restraint. I hope the immortal master will forgive her this time for the sake of her ignorance. How could Xiao Yueli not know what Xiao Zhu was afraid of? She grabbed Xiao Zhu's wrist, protected it behind her, and pleaded with Su Chanan. You can tell that her voice is trembling a little. Why do I feel like you're more afraid of me than that old blood silkworm ghost? Am I that scary? Su Chanan glanced at the shivering Xiao Zhu, then looked at Xiao Yueli who was protecting her, and smiled helplessly. He is not a man-eating monster, nor is he a murderous demon. Is it really that serious? Xiao Yueli and the other two were in deathly silence. If they had a choice, they would certainly prefer their enemy to be the old ghost blood silkworm. After all, the old ghost Shuatsan was at most a 9th rank warrior, which was still within their understanding. Even if you can't win, you can still escape by running. But facing a cultivator like Su Chanan who was beyond the world, they didn't even have the courage to escape. Forget it, I'm just passing by, just pretend you haven't seen me. Su Chanan waved his hands speechlessly. Then he no longer paid attention to Xiao Yueli and the other two, holding the strange butterfly Yulan, took a step forward, and disappeared on the spot like smoke. This scene immediately shocked Xiao Yueli and the other two again. Master, I have no way of repaying you for saving my life. If you ever ask me to do anything, I will do my best and will never refuse. Seeing Su Chanan disappear, Xiao Yueli hurriedly shouted towards the bamboo forest. She didn't know whether Su Chanan could still hear her. If Su Chanan hadn't taken action today, the three of them would not have been able to escape so easily. No wonder Mr. Su was able to calculate the direction of the Immortal Gate token. How can mortals like us guess the methods of the immortals? Lu Xingxi laughed at himself. Only then did I understand why Su Chanan could tell Xiao Yueli's identity at a glance. Based on just one word, he deduced that they were looking for the Immortal Gate token. The Immortal Gate token that they regard as a treasure may be nothing but garbage in Su Chanan's eyes. How powerful! With just one move, the old blood silkworm ghost, who was at the 9th level of martial arts, was reduced to ashes. It's truly amazing. The invisible terrifying pressure disappeared with Su Chanan's departure. Xiao Zhu came to his senses at this time and gasped for breath. There was still traces of fear and shock in her eyes. This is what a cultivator is like. Compared to them, even the most powerful warriors are nothing more than ants. Xiao Yueli sighed. It is precisely because of this that countless people want the Immortal Gate token and want to enter the Immortal Gate. Princess, do you think Mr. Su is an envoy from the Immortal Sect? Is he coming to our Dakian to select disciples? If so, can we? The little girl's eyes lit up, as if she had found a shortcut to the Immortal Gate. If they could be chosen by the Immortal Envoy, why would they need to go to so much trouble to find the Immortal Gate token? You can join the Immortal Sect directly. They are so stupid that they don't realize there is a treasure mountain in front of them. It's possible. This also explains why Mr. Su appeared in Tianqing town and set up a fortune-telling stall. Lu Xingxi rubbed his chin and felt that what Xiao Zhu said made sense. Chapter 23 My husband is so bad. If Mr. Su is truly an immortal envoy, and he didn't choose us, doesn't that mean the three of us don't have spiritual roots? How easy is it to enter the Immortal Gate? Xiao Yueli hoped that Su Chang'an was not an immortal messenger, but just a cultivator who came into the world to gain experience. This way, they have more chances. Ah! Then Mr. Su is definitely not an immortal envoy. Junior sister, don't be discouraged. Wait until you see Mr. Su next time and we'll find out. If he can be introduced to the Immortal Sect, maybe this is the opportunity for Junior sister's trip. Lu Xingxi coughed dryly and immediately denied it, not wanting to offend Xiao Yueli. Princess, Xiao Zhu is just talking nonsense. If Mr. Su is really an immortal messenger, he will definitely choose the princess. Xiao Zhu shook his hands in panic. I hope so. Xiao Yueli smiled and rubbed Xiao Zhu's head, not taking it to heart. The scene of Su Chanan killing the old ghost of blood silkworm today really gave her a great shock. This made her even more determined to enter the immortal sect. But there are always obstacles on this road. Black Demon Sect. Senior Brother Lu, do you think that old ghost blood silkworm came for the immortal sect token, or for my life? Xiao Yueli wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and was thinking about something. Junior sister, don't overthink it. The Black Demon Sect must have gotten news of the immortal sect token. Now that the news has leaked out, there's no need for us to be so cautious. Lu Xingxi shook his head. This time, only 3 of them were acting in order to conceal their tracks. But now, it seems unnecessary. Whether it is the Black Evil Sect or Su Luotian, his Tianji Pavilion is not to be trifled with. I'll send a message right away and ask my uncle and brothers to come and help. After saying that, Lu Xingxi took out a lifelike wooden kite from his arms. He threw the kite lightly, and it took off into the air. After circling once, it flew in a certain direction. Shujia Village. Ma'am, I'm back. It was getting darker, and it was already dusk when Su Chanan returned home. As soon as I entered the yard, I didn't see Mu Yunshu. But when he saw the smoke rising from the kitchen, Su Chanan was stunned. Husband, wash your face and sit down to rest for a while. You can eat soon. Mu Yunshu poked his little head out from the kitchen door in a slightly embarrassed manner and said mysteriously. Seeing Su Chanan return safely, she breathed a sigh of relief without noticing. Okay, no rush, take your time. Su Chanan couldn't help but curl up the corners of his mouth. As the sun sets, the beautiful lady at home is busy in the kitchen, and the aroma of food wafts through the air. Su Chanan couldn't bear to break such a heartwarming scene. I don't know if it will scare Madam. Su Chanan suddenly felt a little unsure. If one day he really confesses everything to Mu Yunshu and tells him that he is an immortal cultivator, I wonder if Mu Yunshu will find it difficult to accept it. Not everyone yearns for the dangerous life of the survival of the fittest in the cultivation world. What if Mu Yunshu prefers this kind of ordinary life? Never mind, things will work out when the time comes. It seems that it is right to reduce the dosage of the medicine, and the longer you can delay, the better. Su Chanan shook his head and stopped thinking about it. In the kitchen, through the window, Mu Yunshu looked at Su Chanan's back, a little absent-minded. Thinking back to the sudden visit of Yinggu and Zuihen today, I couldn't help but feel uneasy. Her husband is a very good man. He takes care of her and cooks for her. Even when going to a place as far away as Tianqing town, he was reluctant to ride the white dragon horse away. He should have married a gentle and virtuous woman and lived a happy and stable life. If he knew that his wife was a killer with blood on her hands. She is a woman who will bring him endless troubles and even life-threatening dangers. Will he be so disappointed that he leaves her? Just thinking about it, Mu Yunshu felt a sharp pain in his heart. No. She must not let her husband down, and must not let Su Luotian disrupt her peaceful life. With a look of determination in his eyes, Mu Yunshu took a deep breath and continued cooking. Half an hour later. Looking at the table full of dishes, Su Chanan was somewhat moved. Although Mu Yunshu never mentioned his own background. But her temperament and delicate hands were enough to show that Mu Yunshu must have been a young lady who was detached from the world. Now, she is willing to cook for him herself. Husband, please try it and see if it tastes good. Mu Yunshu picked up a piece of shredded potatoes for Su Chanan with chopsticks full of anticipation. This color, this aroma, I know it must be good without even trying it. Su Chanan stuffed his mouth with shredded potatoes, but choked when he was halfway through speaking. Isn't it delicious? Seeing this, Mu Yunshu's heart skipped a beat. She tasted it herself and almost spit it out, it's so salty. An ominous premonition arose, and Mu Yunshu quickly tasted every dish. Sure enough, too much salt was added. The little face fell suddenly, and tears flashed in Mu Yunshu's eyes. How come cooking is harder than carrying out a heavenly level mission? Ah! Madam's thoughtfulness is what matters most. Besides, it's just a little salty, but it still tastes great. Madam, this is your first time cooking, and to be able to do this well, you can already be called a genius. Su Chanan hurried to comfort her. He picked up another piece of shredded potatoes with his chopsticks, looked at it carefully, and his expression became increasingly strange. Let's not talk about anything else. Madam's knife skills are so good that even the imperial chefs in the capital would be ashamed of themselves. Su Chanan was not exaggerating at all when he said this. The thickness of each potato shred is just right. And they are almost exactly the same, as if they were measured with a ruler. Su Chanan couldn't help but give a thumbs up to this talent. Mu Yunshu's face flushed slightly, and she smoothed her hair a little helplessly, her eyes avoiding. She was careless and was distracted while cutting potatoes, so she forgot to cover herself up. Fortunately, Su Chanan didn't care, and Mu Yunshu finally breathed a sigh of relief. The food on the table was not wasted, most of it went into Su Chanan's stomach. Since it is the first time for the lady to cook, she naturally needs more encouragement. Mu Yunshu quietly watched Su Chanan eating heartily, his hands supporting his cheeks, his eyes full of tenderness. The food I cooked myself was eaten up in no time. This sense of accomplishment was even stronger than when she had completed the mission perfectly for the first time. Madam, do you have a poor appetite tonight? Su Chanan looked at Mu Yunshu and teased. I'm not hungry, as long as my husband is full. Mu Yunshu shook his head gently. Not hungry? Why not do some more exercise and burn some energy? You'll be hungry again. Amid Mu Yunshu's exclamation, Su Chanan grabbed him by the waist. The lights in the room went out. It wasn't until midnight that it was reignited. Mu Yunshu's face flushed, and his hands tightly grasped the quilt, covering up his boundless beauty. My stomach growled. After exercising, I feel hungry. Madam, please take your time. I will cook for you right away. Su Chanan kissed Mu Yunshu's attractive face hard, then went to the kitchen feeling relaxed. My husband is so bad. Mu Yunshu pulled up the silk quilt, feeling too embarrassed to face anyone. Chapter 24 I give it to you, you keep it. Early the next morning. Su Chanan prepared breakfast. Husband, I'm so sleepy. I'm afraid I can't accompany you to Tianqing town today. Mu Yunshu was sleepy and lay in bed, unable to get up. It's okay. It's still early. Madam, have a good sleep. I will be back early today. Su Chanan walked to the bedside and gently tucked the corner of the quilt for Mu Yunshu, with a strange look in his eyes. Yesterday, Mu Yunshu had completed the advancement of his spiritual roots. He did not continue to administer the dragon marrow cleansing pill last night. Logically speaking, Mu Yunshu shouldn't feel sleepy again today. Could it be that he went too far last night? Mu Yunshu mumbled a few words that were hard to hear, turned over and fell into a deep sleep again. Seeing this, Su Chanan shook his head, didn't think much about it, and tiptoed out of the room. Half an hour later. Guessing that Su Chanan had gone far away, Mu Yunshu, who was lying on the bed, suddenly opened his eyes. Where is the drowsy look from just now? Princess Xiaoning. I hope you have found the immortal gate token. With his eyes icy cold, Mu Yunshu seemed to have returned to his former self, the heavenly killer without any emotion. She didn't have much time and had to resolve it quickly. Find Princess Xiaoning and find the immortal gate token. Tianqing town. Su Chanan did not go to clean up the stall immediately, but walked into Wamanlu. Mr. Su, you've arrived just in time. The young master invites you upstairs for a chat. Shopkeeper Wang had been waiting in the store early. When he saw Su Chanan, he hurriedly trotted up respectfully. It just so happens that I have something to ask your young master. Su Chanan nodded slightly and went upstairs skillfully. But Su Qingxian was already waiting at the door of the box. Senior, you are in such a hurry, have you received the news? Su Qingxian got straight to the point as soon as he opened his mouth. News? What news? Upon hearing this, Su Chanan was stunned. Senior, please go inside and talk. After entering the box, Su Qingxian continued. Yesterday, members of the Black Demon sect ambushed in the bamboo forest outside Tianqing town, intending to abduct Princess Xiaoning. I heard that even the old ghost blood silkworm, who is at the 9th level of warrior, has been dispatched. Even Lu Xingxi, the genius disciple of Tianji Pavilion who summoned the trick soldiers, was unable to resist. Princess Xiaoning was doomed to fail, but a mysterious master suddenly appeared on the way. Having said that, Su Qingxian looked at Su Chanan with a rather strange expression. After the mysterious master appeared, within a few moments, all the Black Demon sect disciples perished. Even the old ghost, the blood silkworm, was reduced to ashes. Such a method could only be achieved by a grandmaster-level cultivator. In fact, Su Qingxian was very suspicious that the mysterious master was Su Chanan. After all, not long after Su Chanan left Huamanlu yesterday, her spies in Huamanlu reported back the news from the bamboo forest. The direction of the bamboo forest is exactly the direction Su Chang'an is heading back to Shujia village. How could such a coincidence happen in this world? She's a princess after all, so it's not surprising that she has a grandmaster level being protecting her, right? Su Chang'an was also a little surprised. He didn't expect that Hua Manlu was so well informed. No wonder Hua Manlu was able to do this business of buying and selling information. It seems that he somewhat underestimated Hua Manlu. If he knew that Hua Manlu was the largest intelligence force in Dakian, he probably wouldn't be so surprised. Senior, you are a cultivator. Grandmaster level warriors may be nothing more than ants in your eyes, but in the mortal world, grandmasters are like immortals on earth. Not to mention the princess, even the emperor wouldn't be surrounded by a grandmaster level guardian. Moreover, a grandmaster level existence would not easily interfere in the disputes between the major sects, especially when it involves the royal family. Su Qingxian's words were almost saying that the mysterious master who took action yesterday was Su Chang'an. However, since Su Chang'an didn't say anything, she naturally wouldn't be so tactless as to point it out. Miss Su, do you know what realm of immortal cultivators is equivalent to when it comes to the grandmaster level of martial artists? Su Chang'an raised his eyebrows and asked suddenly. This was the purpose of his visit to Su Qingxian this time. I only know that the cultivation realms of immortal cultivators are divided into clear order. Each major realm is divided into 9 smaller realms. The major realms are, in order, the body refining realm, the chi condensation realm, the mysterious enlightenment realm, the spiritual sea realm. The realms above that are unknown. Martial artists cultivate true chi, while immortal cultivators cultivate spiritual energy. When cultivators reach the body refining stage, they focus on tempering their bodies. Their spiritual energy is not condensed enough, so the gap between them and warriors is not that big. So the 9th rank of a warrior should correspond to the 1st to 9th levels of the body refining realm of an immortal cultivator. Once you enter the chi condensation realm, the chasm between immortals and mortals becomes completely apparent. The reason a grandmaster is because the chi within his body has been condensed to the extreme, breaking free from the shackles of mortals and touching the threshold of spiritual energy. This time the maid was not there, so Su Qingxian personally poured tea for Su Chang'an. The information in her words is considered a great secret in the mortal world. The fact that she is completely open with Su Chang'an is enough to show her sincerity. So, the Grandmaster realm is roughly equivalent to a cultivator at the Chi condensation realm? Su Chang'an seemed to be lost in thought. What Su Qingxian said was almost exactly what he guessed. In this world, the status of warriors is far lower than he imagined. The so-called Grandmaster realm is only equivalent to a cultivator in the Chi condensation realm. To enter the Tao through martial arts is as difficult as ascending to heaven. This is just my guess. After all, I have never seen a Chi condensation realm cultivator, let alone a Chi condensation realm cultivator competing with a Grandmaster realm warrior. To be honest, Su Qingxian was of course very curious about Su Chang'an's cultivation level. Considering Su Chang'an's age and the means to wipe out the blood silkworm ghost, she guessed that Su Chang'an was most likely in the middle stage of Chi condensation realm. This level of cultivation is enough to roam freely in the mortal world. This is the immortal cultivator. Even at the Chi condensation stage, he is not considered powerful among immortal cultivators. But it is enough to crush warriors of any realm, including masters. I don't know about the Grandmaster realm, but the strength of a 9th grade warrior is indeed not enough. I'm afraid he's not even as strong as the most common 9th level cultivator in the body refining realm. After knowing what he wanted to know, Su Chang'an stood up and prepared to leave. By the way, take this talisman. If you encounter any danger, just light it up and I will know, it's just an information fee. Su Chang'an suddenly paused, took out a talisman and placed it on the tea table. Then he turned and left. Reciprocity is the norm, and Su Qingxian did not hide anything from him, so he naturally would not be stingy. Senior, this is too precious. Su Qingxian looked at the talisman and his face turned red with excitement. The promise of an immortal cultivator and a chance to take action, it is no exaggeration to say that it gave her an extra life. The value of this talisman is simply inestimable. Here you go, take it. Su Chang'an waved his hand without even turning his head. Hua Manlu's well-informedness was beyond his expectations. Who knows, it might be useful in the future. It's just an opportunity to take action, it doesn't matter. Su Qingxian watched Su Chang'an walk out of the box with great respect. Then, he solemnly and carefully folded the talisman on the tea table and put it in his arms. Chapter 25. I think I've seen it somewhere. Luoyun Mountain, a den of bandits. We're a step late. After searching the village carefully and finding nothing, Lu Xingxi said with a sullen face. They followed the direction given by Su Chang'an and found this place. What I saw were corpses everywhere and the building was empty. This time, they might have found the right place. It's a pity that someone got there first. Any clues? Xiao Yueli was very suspicious that the people from the Black Evil sect attacked them yesterday, probably to delay time. These corpses were all killed with a single sword strike. The two corpses in the hall still have evil spirits lingering on them. It's likely that they were from Su Luotian and the Black Demon sect. They found their way here and engaged in a fight. Lu Xingxi just felt a headache. Judging from the scene, Su Luotian's people had the upper hand. There is a high possibility that the Immortal Gate token will fall into Su Luotian's hands. But the problem is that among the dead bodies at the scene, Lu Xingxi only recognized the identity of the Black Evil Tiger Wang Kuei. Except for Wang Kuei, the rest are just small fry. If the Black Evil sect also dispatches other 9th grade beings this time, it is not impossible for them to seize the Immortal Sect token. Then we all don't know whether the Immortal Gate token fell into the hands of Su Luotian or the Black Demon sect? Xiao Zhu looked anxious. Whether it is Su Luotian or Haishiman, neither of them is easy to mess with. What's more troublesome is that it's still unknown whether they have actually found the Immortal Gate token. Xiao Yueli frowned slightly. No one would admit that they had obtained the Immortal Gate token. If Su Luotian or Haishiman really got the Immortal Gate token, it would be really troublesome. No matter who gets it, Su Luotian and Haisha sect will not be at peace. Perhaps, we can just sit back and watch the fight. At this point, Lu Xingxi suddenly felt that this might not be a bad thing. At least, now everyone's attention is focused on Su Luotian and Haishiman. They can break away and look for opportunities in secret. That's all we can do. Xiao Yueli nodded. They had no other choice but to observe Su Luotian and Haishiman's next moves. According to the time, my uncle and brothers should be here soon. Junior sister, let's leave here first. As soon as he finished speaking, without any warning, an extremely bright sword light suddenly appeared. The sword points at Xiao Yueli. Who? Lu Xingxi's pupils contracted violently and he turned pale with shock. He had no time to react and subconsciously raised his hand to push Xiao Yueli away. He immediately swung the wooden box behind him and rushed forward to meet the sword light. Unexpectedly, the sword light suddenly twisted at an extremely tricky angle and stabbed back at Lu Xingxi's heart. This sword seemed to be aimed at killing Xiao Yueli, but in fact its target was clear, which was to get rid of the strongest Lu Xingxi first. The breath of death loomed, and cold sweat instantly soaked my back. For a moment, Lu Xingxi felt that it was impossible for him to avoid this sword. This is a fatal situation. As he retreated madly, countless thoughts flashed through his mind, but he could not find a way to break the deadlock. At the critical moment, the wooden box suddenly exploded. The strange soldier's big sword seemed to sense the danger of its master, and was attracted by Lu Xingxi's true energy, breaking through the air and landing on the trajectory of the stunning sword. Clang! With a crisp sound, the murderous intent disappeared. The evil soldiers were shaken away, but the sword light did not pursue them. While Lu Xingxi was still in shock, the owner of the sword light had already flashed towards Xiao Yueli. Princess, be careful! Xiao Zhu cried out in surprise and was about to attack when a terrifying force hit him. Immediately, his right foot went weak and he lost his balance. Xiao Yueli didn't even have time to summon the 9 Palaces' mysterious armor. She felt a pain in her neck and lost consciousness. Thieves, please leave. Seeing that Xiao Yueli was about to be abducted, Lu Xingxi's eyes turned red. The ghost fang in his hand turned into a long whip and stabbed at the shadow that was about to disappear in the forest like an arrow. Unfortunately, another dazzling sword light burst out. Lu Xingxi's strange soldiers were easily shaken away. He rushed out of the stronghold at the fastest speed, but in the blink of an eye, he lost sight of the other party. Such a fast speed, such a decisive plan, who is it? Lu Xingxi's face looked extremely ugly. He could suddenly burst out with murderous intent silently right under his nose. Not only did he not notice anything, he couldn't even block the opponent's sword. Even if the other party is not a master, he must be at the peak of the 9th rank. If the other party had not held back, it would have meant that he had not really intended to kill. I'm afraid that when the first sword light appears, Xiao Yueli will already be a corpse. The princess has been kidnapped. What should I do? What should I do? Xiao Zhu's face was pale, and he looked like he had lost his soul and was at a loss. She wanted to rush into the forest, but she had no direction and had no idea where the other party had escaped to. They're not from the Black Demon sect, and they didn't kill them. They should be coming for the Immortal Sect token. Lu Xingxi's face was gloomy, and his fists were clenched so tightly that his nails were almost digging into his palms. He failed to protect Xiao Yueli twice. As a senior brother, he is really a waste. How can I have the face to go back and see my master? But the Immortal Gate token is not on the princess at all. Xiao Zhu was afraid that the other party would kill his princess in anger. As long as the other party has some reservations, Junior's sister will be fine for the time being. Xiao Zhu, go back to Tianjing town first and find your uncle and fellow senior brothers. After saying this, Lu Xingxi went into the forest alone. Even if he couldn't even see the other person's face clearly, he would still find him. An hour later. In the dim woodshed. Xiao Yueli woke up, but did not open her eyes immediately. Awake? Don't be afraid. I won't kill you. As long as you tell me the whereabouts of the Immortal Gate token, I can let you go. A faint voice came into her ears, and Xiao Yueli stopped pretending to be asleep. She opened her eyes and in the dim light, she saw only a woman sitting not far away. The other person was wrapped in black clothes, revealing only a pair of deep and bright eyes. She is very beautiful, not the kind of vulgar beauty, but the kind of cool and pure like a fairy. It seems like I've seen it somewhere, but I can't remember where. The Immortal Gate token was not with me. When I got there, I was already one step too late. Xiao Yueli pretended to be calm and quietly looked around. These words made Mu Yunshu frown. Of course she knew that the Immortal Gate token was not with Xiao Yueli. When Xiao Yueli was unconscious, she had searched her body several times but couldn't find it. If something as important as the Immortal Gate token is really found, it will definitely be placed with Xiao Yueli. Mu Yunshu thought that Xiao Yueli had not been found yet, so she acted too early. But from what Xiao Yueli said, it turned out that the Immortal Gate token had been taken away by someone else. The stronghold you went to was the Black Demon Sect's stronghold. Are you saying that the Immortal Sect token has fallen into the hands of the Black Demon Sect? Chapter 26, Mu Yunshu and Xiao Yueli, did they know each other before? Mu Yunshu always felt that something was wrong. Could it be that the Black Evil Tiger got there first, found the Immortal Gate token, and handed it over to the Black Evil Gate? Were both she and Xiao Yueli a step behind? If that's the case, then we're in trouble. The leader of the Black Evil Sect, Mo Wuchang, is a half-step grandmaster. To snatch the Immortal Gate token from him, it would be impossible unless she also reached the level of half-step grandmaster. Without the Immortal Gate token, Su Luotian will be in endless trouble. Mu Yunshu would never allow this to happen. Not necessarily. Judging from the bodies at the scene, it's very likely that someone from Su Luotian and the Black Demon Sect found the Immortal Sect token at the same time, and a fight broke out between the two sides. As for who will ultimately receive the Immortal Gate token, that remains to be seen. Xiao Yueli did not hide it, and her words were also intended to shift the blame. She tried to break free from the ropes, but she only felt a wave of weakness coming over her and she had no strength at all. It's obvious that the acupoints are blocked. Su Luotian? Mu Yunshu's frown deepened. She couldn't figure out whether Su Luotian was hiding something from her, or Xiao Yueli was simply deceiving her. Yes, it is still unclear whether it was Su Luotian or the Black Evil Sect that obtained the Immortal Gate token. But what is certain is that whoever obtains the Immortal Gate token will definitely leave the southern wasteland continent as quickly as possible. Instead of wasting time with me here, Senior, why don't you first find out who has the Immortal Gate token? Senior, I'm afraid you don't know yet, but the person accompanying me on this trip is a disciple of the Tianji Pavilion. Senior has captured me, and the Tianji Pavilion will find me at all costs. Not only will you miss the best opportunity to find the Immortal Gate token, but you will also attract unnecessary trouble. Seeing that Mu Yunshu fell silent, Xiao Yueli took advantage of the situation and tried to persuade Mu Yunshu. You are so sweet and flattering. If I didn't know your identity, I really wouldn't have guessed you were a princess. Mu Yunshu spoke lightly, and naturally would not be diverted by Xiao Yueli's few words. It is still unknown who got the Immortal Gate token. Whether you believe it or not, what I said is not a lie. Xiao Yueli was choked by these words. After saying that, he simply closed his eyes, looking as if he was ready to be beaten and killed. Seeing this, Mu Yunshu couldn't help but laugh. Just as he was about to say something else, a familiar voice suddenly came from outside the yard. Ma'am, I'm back. The sound was still far away, but Mu Yunshu heard it clearly, even Xiao Yueli heard it. However, Mu Yunshu reacted quickly. He flashed and slapped Xiao Yueli down, and she fell unconscious again. Then Mu Yunshu changed back into her usual clothes as quickly as possible, closed the door of the woodshed, and returned to the yard. Then, as soon as Su Chanan entered the courtyard, he saw Mu Yunshu carefully taking care of the pot of strange butterfly orchid. This was the first time she received flowers, and her husband bought them for her, so she cherished them very much. At this moment, it is perfect to cover up my panic just now. Why did you come home so early today? Mu Yunshu regained his composure at this time, took the initiative to step forward, and gently patted the non-existent dust on Su Chanan's body. Don't mention it. Tianqing town is exceptionally deserted today. Even Boss Li, whose shop is usually packed, was swatting flies out of boredom. Seeing that he was bored, I simply ordered a few side dishes from him and got a pot of good wine. I won't cook today. While enjoying his exclusive treatment, Su Chanan raised the wine jar and food box in his hands. Okay, I'll listen to you, husband. Mu Yunshu took the food box with a smile. The two walked into the main house, and Mu Yunshu took out the side dishes from the food box and placed them on the wooden table. Su Chanan poured the wine and was about to have a drink with Mu Yunshu first. Suddenly, I heard a slight sound coming from outside the house. What's that sound? Su Chanan looked confused and was about to get up and go out to take a look. But then Mu Yunshu said, maybe it's a stray cat from the village. My husband is tired after a day, so I'll go and chase it away. After saying this, Mu Yunshu stood up calmly and walked out of the room. It's you? At this time, Xiao Yueli was standing at the door of the woodshed, staring with disbelief at Mu Yunshu, who walked out of the main house. She finally understood why she felt those eyes were familiar. She had met Mu Yunshu in Tianqing town. At that time, Mu Yunshu was sitting next to Su Chanan, with a veil on her face and a calm temperament. She took another look at her. But at that time, those eyes were no longer as cold and indifferent as before, but full of tenderness. For a moment, she didn't connect the two together. What shocked her even more was what she had just heard from Mu Yunshu. Mu Yunshu is actually Su Chanan's wife? Could it be that Mu Yunshu is also a cultivator? But this is not right. If Mu Yunshu is also an immortal cultivator, why would he look for the immortal gate token? Why are you in my house? At this time, Su Chanan also came out and was a little surprised to see Xiao Yueli. At this time, shouldn't Xiao Yueli be looking for the whereabouts of the immortal gate token? By the way, Shujia village is also located northwest of Tianqing town. It's not surprising that Xiao Yueli found Shujia village. Mu Yunshu looked at Xiao Yueli, and in an instant, countless thoughts flashed through his mind. She even thought that since she had been exposed, it would be better to end it all once and for all. She would first knock Su Chanan unconscious and then kill Xiao Yueli to silence her. Just as her face darkened and she was struggling internally, Xiao Yueli seemed to sense that something was wrong with Mu Yunshu, and said with a sincere heart, "It's quite a coincidence. We followed the direction pointed out by Mr. Su and searched all the way here. We haven't found the immortal gate token yet, but we met your madam by chance." How could Xiao Yueli not know about Mu Yunshu's reaction? Su Chanan was unaware of this. This also indirectly shows that it was not Su Chanan's instruction. Of course, Xiao Yueli also knew that if Su Chanan wanted to abduct her, there would be no need to go through so much trouble. Then why did you come out of the woodshed? Su Chanan looked at Xiao Yueli, then turned to look at Mu Yunshu, and always felt that the atmosphere was a little subtle. There is a secret. These two people must have some secret. Could it be that Mu Yunshu and Xiao Yueli knew each other before? It's my fault. I was cleaning up the dishes in the kitchen just now, and when I came out, I didn't see anyone, so I thought the princess had left. Mu Yunshu looked at Xiao Yueli deeply, and finally continued to speak as she said, "Don't blame your madam, I just felt unwell suddenly, so I rested in the woodshed for a while." Xiao Yueli's face was full of apology, and her expression was extremely natural. "You are a guest. Haven't you eaten yet? How about we eat together?" Both of their explanations seemed a bit forced, but they were reasonable, so Su Chanan tactfully stopped asking any further questions. "No, okay," the two said in unison. Xiao Yueli certainly didn't want to stay here and continue to get involved. But Mu Yunshu, how could he let Xiao Yueli leave like this? I mean, it's not a bother, is it? Seeing Su Chanan's strange expression, Xiao Yueli forced a smile and explained. Why would it be so troublesome to add a pair of chopsticks? Of course, if the princess finds the simple meals of the country folk unpalatable, my husband and I will naturally not force her. Chapter 27. Madam, you are weak, eat more chicken legs to replenish your body. Mu Yunshu's words were somewhat sarcastic. Su Chanan's expression became increasingly strange. How come Mu Yunshu, who is usually gentle and quiet, becomes so strong when he meets Xiao Yueli? The tone is unquestionable. If you don't know, you might think that Mu Yunshu is Princess Xiaoning. Xiao Yueli's body stiffened, and she was caught in a dilemma. Not to mention, she didn't dare to refuse Mu Yunshu, for fear that Mu Yunshu would attack her if they disagreed. More importantly, Mu Yunshu has said this to this extent. If she refused again, wouldn't it mean that she really disliked the food at Su Chanan's house? This is undoubtedly a lack of respect for Su Chanan. Su Chanan is a cultivator of transcendent status. In his eyes, she, a princess from the mortal world, is nothing more than an ant. Just now she could still find an excuse, for fear of disturbing Su Chanan. Now this excuse has also been blocked by Mu Yunshu. If you refuse again, you will be ungrateful and will completely cut off your chance of becoming an immortal. Mu Yunshu had no idea how conflicted Xiao Yueli was at the moment. She just looked at Xiao Yueli quietly, and as long as Xiao Yueli dared to say no, she would implement her plan. Knock Su Chanan unconscious and kill Xiao Yueli to silence her. How could it be reluctant? I'm just afraid of bothering Mr. and Mrs. Su. Mrs. Su has invited me so graciously, and if I refuse, it would seem ungrateful. Xiao Yueli tried her best to keep her expression natural and said with a smile. Don't bother me. When I heard my husband reveal the princess's identity that day, I was shocked. How could Princess Zhongning appear in such a remote and desolate place like Tianqing town? Mu Yunshu smiled, took the initiative to step forward and took Xiao Yueli's arm, and walked into the house. The two people who seemed to be on edge, suddenly became like sisters again. Su Chanan felt more and more that these two people must have known each other before. Maybe there were some conflicts. Or maybe Mu Yunshu was worried that his identity would be exposed and would scare him. That's what makes such a good show. Perhaps, when they were in Tianqing town, Xiao Yueli recognized Mu Yunshu's identity. I came to his house today while he was not at home. Yes, that must be it. The lady also has her own little secrets. Of course Su Chanan would not be so tactless as to point it out and just pretend to know nothing. A moment later. Inside the house, on the dining table. Xiao Yueli felt like sitting on pins and needles. With the help of the Nine Palaces' mysterious armor, she burned the rope and wanted to leave quietly, but the doors and windows were locked. After finally breaking the lock, it still made a noise and exposed himself. Xiao Yueli never dreamed that after being saved by Su Chanan yesterday, she almost died at the hands of Su Chanan's wife today. Come, madam, you are weak, eat more chicken legs to replenish your body. As if unaware of the subtle atmosphere at the dinner table, Su Chanan picked up a big chicken leg and put it into Mu Yunshu's bowl. As soon as these words were spoken, Xiao Yueli, who had just taken a sip of tea to calm down, couldn't help but spit out the words on the spot. Fortunately, she reacted quickly enough and sprayed it on the ground, otherwise the delicious food on the table would have been inedible. Cough cough cough. Xiao Yueli was choked and coughed repeatedly, her face flushed red. She really couldn't help it. With one sword strike, he defeated Lu Xingxi, an 8th grade cultivator wielding a mysterious weapon. You call that a weak body? Why are you drinking so fast? Mu Yunshu's expression remained unchanged. He pretended to be concerned and quickly patted Xiao Yueli's back to relieve her pain. I haven't had any water all day. I'm sorry to both of you for making fun of me. In order to avoid being exposed, Xiao Yueli didn't care about losing her composure and had to find a not-so-decent excuse. She was now certain that Su Chanan really knew nothing. However, this doesn't seem to be a bad thing for her. She didn't know whether Mu Yunshu knew Su Chanan's identity. But she could see that Mu Yunshu didn't want Su Chanan to know about the Immortal Gate token. Yeah? Su Chanan was half believing and half doubting. However, considering that Xiao Yueli was being chased and almost lost her life yesterday, it is understandable that she is anxious to find the Immortal Gate token. Mr. Su, the reason I came here today with such a thick face is actually because I have something I want you to clarify. Xiao Yueli simply took this opportunity to ask Su Chanan for clarification. Tell me about it. The approximate direction of the Immortal Gate token has been calculated, and Su Chanan also wants to know what Xiao Yueli wants to ask. Sir, do you think I have a destiny as an immortal? These words were full of temptation. After saying them, Xiao Yueli began to observe the expressions of Su Chang'an and Mu Yunshu. If Su Chang'an was really an envoy from the immortal sect, he would definitely know what she really wanted to ask. And if Mu Yunshu was a cultivator, she would definitely react. However, what disappointed Xiao Yueli was, not only did Mu Yunshu remain calm, but even Su Chang'an did not give the reaction she had imagined. It's hard to say whether you have immortal fate or not, but immortal fate is like quicksand between your fingers. The more you force it, the more empty it becomes. Su Chang'an spoke lightly. He could see that Xiao Yueli was a little too obsessed when she asked Xianwen. Cultivating immortality requires one to be focused and have a clear mind. Xiao Yueli's obsession is so deep that if she really embarks on the path of cultivating immortals one day, it might be a bad thing. These words were like a thunderclap. Xiao Yueli felt a buzzing in her head, and it took her a long time to come back to her senses. Been taught a lesson. Xiao Yueli stood up and bowed solemnly to Su Chang'an. Why are you so serious? I was just saying it casually. Su Chang'an waved his hand and motioned Xiao Yueli to sit down. Next, as if to prevent Su Chang'an from noticing anything unusual, Mu Yunshu and Xiao Yueli chatted animatedly. After chatting for a while, the two of them felt like they had met too late and called each other sisters. Soon, the meal ended hastily in an atmosphere that seemed lively but was actually weird. After dinner, it was dark, so Xiao Yueli used this as an excuse to leave. Husband, please sit down for a while. I'll go see Sister Yueli off. After saying that, without giving Su Chang'an a chance to speak, Mu Yunshu took Xiao Yueli's hand and walked out of the room. Until he walked 10 meters out of the courtyard and made sure that Su Chang'an could not hear any movement. The smile on Mu Yunshu's face gradually disappeared, replaced by a hint of coldness. She let go of Xiao Yueli's wrist, and she was completely different from before. I will pretend that what happened today never happened. Before Mu Yunshu could speak, Xiao Yueli took the initiative. She felt as if she had caught Mu Yunshu's weakness and was qualified to negotiate. You don't want Mr. Su to know that you're an assassin, do you? There was no response, and Xiao Yueli of course knew what Mu Yunshu was hesitating about. So, I just added fuel to the fire. What do you mean? Mu Yunshu's pupils shrank slightly, and a hint of imperceptible astonishment flashed across his eyes. She had originally planned to let Xiao Yueli go, but these words once again ignited her murderous intent. Are you threatening me? Chapter 28. If there is even a single lie, I will let my husband handle it. The night breeze blows, bringing a hint of coolness. Mu Yunshu didn't know when Xiao Yueli guessed her identity. But the appearance of Su Luotian was already the maximum limit of what she could tolerate. She could never allow anyone other than Su Luotian to know her identity. I finally managed to save my life, how dare I threaten you? Xiao Yueli waved her hand. Under the moonlight, a playful smile appeared on that beautiful face that was no less beautiful than Mu Yunshu's. You are an assassin, but you are not from Su Luotian, nor from the Black Demon sect. The Immortal Gate token is now very likely to fall into the hands of Su Luotian or the Black Evil sect. Since our goal is the Immortal Gate token, how about we cooperate? Xiao Yueli was praised by the old master of Tianji Pavilion for her intelligence and cleverness since she was a child, so her mind is naturally extremely meticulous. Judging from the methods Mu Yunshu displayed today, they are in no way inferior to Su Luotian's heavenly level killer. But Mu Yunshu could never be a member of Su Luotian or Haishaman. Otherwise, she would not be unaware that the Immortal Gate token was not in her hands at all. Why take the risk of doing these useless things? Xiao Yueli could sense that after this meal tonight, Mu Yunshu no longer had any murderous intention towards her. That's why she dared to reveal Mu Yunshu's identity. Cooperation? That's not impossible. Mu Yunshu looked strange. In a sense, Xiao Yueli was not wrong. She is indeed no longer from Su Luotian. But the reason she was abducted was at Su Luotian's instruction. However, since Xiao Yueli had taken the initiative to clear himself of suspicion by some strange coincidence, Mu Yunshu was naturally happy about it. Then it's a deal. You and I will keep each other informed. Whoever finds the whereabouts of the Immortal Gate token first will have the other party provide their full assistance. Xiao Yueli raised her hand, revealing her white palm. I never considered that there is only one Immortal Gate token. If they are really found by the two of them, how will they be distributed then? In fact, Xiao Yueli was not worried at all. If Mu Yunshu knew that her husband was an immortal cultivator, why would she fight with her for a mere Immortal Gate token? It's a deal. Mu Yunshu hesitated for a moment, but still raised his hand and gently clapped his hands with Xiao Yueli. If she were the same as before, she would definitely not cooperate with others. It had been a while since he came out, and Mu Yunshu was worried that Su Chanan would notice something was wrong, so he said nothing more and turned to walk towards the courtyard. Xiao Yueli stood there, watching Mu Yunshu's figure gradually walk away until he walked into the brightly lit courtyard. Su Chanan's figure could be vaguely seen, seemingly waiting in the yard. This scene made her inexplicably feel envious. Anyone who worries that someone is afraid of the dark must love her very much, right? That's really interesting. Xiao Yueli looked up at the sky. The bright moon was mostly covered by dark clouds, leaving only a faint halo of light on the earth. But she was in a surprisingly good mood. Walking alone in this countryside, my steps gradually became light and springy without me noticing. Su Chanan's words today made her suddenly enlightened, and this true freedom that she had never experienced before. Something that had been suppressed in her heart for a long time was finally released. Small courtyard. Seeing Mu Yunshu coming back, Su Chanan couldn't help but step forward and asked mysteriously. "Madam, tell me honestly, have you and Princess Xiaoning known each other for a long time? Don't hide it from me, I can see it all. Not only can I see that you two have known each other for a long time, I can also see that there have been conflicts between you. Could it be because of some young master?" As he said this, Su Chanan's expression was somewhat jealous. "My wife is so beautiful that it is inevitable that she will have some suitors." He even suspected that Mu Yunshu might have escaped from his marriage and fled to Shujia village. "Pa! What nonsense are you talking about, my husband? Last time in Tianqing town, it was indeed the first time that the princess and I met. Today we just hit it off and got along quite well." Mu Yunshu's smooth cheeks turned slightly red. He couldn't help laughing, but he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. She was still thinking of finding an excuse to get away with it. Unexpectedly, Su Chanan started to imagine it himself. "Really? You're not lying to me?" Su Chanan said in a tone full of doubt. Judging from the atmosphere between Mu Yunshu and Xiao Yueli just now, it didn't seem like they were hitting it off and having a great time talking to each other. There's clearly some little secret. If I say even a single lie, I will leave it to my husband to deal with. Mu Yunshu stood straight, raised 3 scallion-like fingers, and pretended to be serious as if he was about to swear on the spot. "Not to mention how cute it is. Just let me do what I want, right? Fine, I was just standing there like a light bulb, and I didn't even finish my drink. Madam, please have a couple more drinks with me first." Su Chanan couldn't bear it any longer, so he grabbed Mu Yunshu's wrist with his right hand and pulled it. With a sweet cry, the beauty fell into his arms. "With such a beautiful girl in my arms, I'm afraid I won't be able to drink this wine for much longer." At this time, Tianqing town, an inn. Mo Wu Chang stood alone by the window. After listening to his subordinate's report, his face became so gloomy that he could hardly suppress the evil spirit within himself. He never imagined that the old ghost of the blood silkworm realm, who was at the 9th level, would die so silently. When there was no news for a day, he thought that the old ghost Shuetsan had gone to hunt down Princess Xiaoning. In order to create an opportunity for the old ghost Shuetsan, he brought Xinggu with him and fought against Su Luotian, and also tripped up Lord Tianji. After finally holding those two families back, I ended up returning to Tianqing town and told him that the blood silkworm ghost was dead? Even the group of subordinates of the old ghost Shuetsan were killed without a single one left. If it weren't for his men who discovered some blood silkworm corpses in the bamboo forest outside the city. He didn't even know where the old ghost of blood silkworm died. What kind of terrifying existence could leave the blood silkworm old ghost, a 9th grade warrior, without even a chance to escape? Could it be that he is really at the Grandmaster level? Mo Wu Chang looked into the night with a cold gaze. The images of those masters appeared in my mind. The old guy from Tianji Pavilion had one foot almost in the coffin, it definitely couldn't be him. The Lord of Su Luotian never exposes himself in public, and will never act rashly. There has never been a Grandmaster in Huaman Lu. The royal family. In order to allow the royal bloodline to enter the Immortal Gate, they really spent a lot of money. The only possibility Mo Wu Chang could think of was that the royal family took action. After all, Xiao Yueli is a member of the royal family. There's an unwritten agreement among grandmasters that they won't interfere in fights between those below grandmaster level unless absolutely necessary. Could it be that the one who killed the old ghost wasn't a grandmaster? Chingu appeared silently behind Mo Wu Chang like a ghost and spoke in a mechanical tone. Chapter 29. Are you Su Chanan? What if the Immortal Gate token has fallen into Zhaoning's hands? Previously, the bodies of Wang Kuei and others were found in the bandits' lair in Luoyun Mountain. It was thought that the Immortal Gate token was very likely to fall into Su Luotian's hands. But in the past few days, Mo Wuchang observed Su Luotian's movements and was almost certain that Su Luotian did not get the Immortal Gate token. Otherwise, Su Luotian would leave Tianqing town and Nanowangzu as soon as possible. That's why Mo Wuchang created an opportunity for the blood silkworm ghost to kidnap Xiao Yueli. Who would have thought that he would never come back, without even a corpse left? If that's the case, everything can be explained. Xinggu's eyes were like a pool of stagnant water, without any emotion. You want to take the Immortal Gate token for yourself? Where in the world can such a good thing happen? A faint black evil aura lingered around Mo Wuchang, making his gloomy face look even more terrifying. When the goals are the same, the enemy of my enemy will become my ally. Shujia Village. Su Chanan was completely unaware of the changes in the outside world. He was enjoying a gentle dream with the beauty in his arms. Mu Yunshu slept until dawn and woke up early. Today she decided to go to Tianqing town with Su Chanan. With Xiao Yueli as an excuse, it was easier for her to act. Mu Yunshu was particularly energetic today. Of course Su Chanan knew why, and he had to reduce the dosage. After breakfast, the two of them rode on the white dragon horse and headed towards Tianqing town. There is still a small fortune-telling stall set up in the corner next to the entrance of Wamanlu store. It's inconspicuous and doesn't do much business. As the saying goes, if you don't open for 3 years, you can make a living for 3 years after you open. In fact, the 1,000 taels of gold given by Xiao Yueli were enough for an ordinary family to have enough food and clothing for the rest of their lives. If it were someone else, they would have closed down long ago. But Mu Yunshu liked it very much and followed Su Chang'an to sit in this small stall. While chatting, I looked at the bustling crowd on the street and listened to the shouts coming from my ears. Very comfortable and cozy. Unfortunately, this leisurely feeling did not last long. Just as Su Chang'an was thinking that at this rate of progress, he didn't know when he would be able to advance to the second-level alchemist. Several men, dressed in elegant and luxurious clothes and looking like they had extraordinary backgrounds, slowly stopped in front of the stall. Are you Su Chahan? The middle-aged man in the lead spoke in a low voice, his eyes filled with scrutiny. 1 palm decides the fate of the world, 3 hexagrams determine life and death? What an arrogant tone. Aren't you afraid of your tongue being blown away by the wind? Just a mere Jianghu. Without waiting for Su Chang'an to speak, the few of them looked at the youngest boy with a frivolous tone full of contempt. However, he was somewhat restrained and did not say the word liar out loud. Although the other few people didn't say anything, they looked at the divination banners on the stall with frowns and unfriendly expressions. It is obvious that these people are here to cause trouble. Why is this tea so astringent today? It's unpleasant and unlucky. Su Chanan clicked his tongue twice, without even looking at these people, and poured the teacup in his hand forward. The middle-aged man slightly turned sideways and easily avoided it. However, the young man seemed to have not expected Su Chang'an to be so rude. He was unable to dodge and was splashed hard. You. The young man was so angry that his face turned red. He pointed at Su Chang'an and couldn't say a word for a long time. Husband, calm down. It's dry, and it's easy to get annoyed. And there are blind people making noises beside you, adding to your troubles. How can this tea still taste good? Mu Yunshu persuaded him softly while pouring a cup of tea for Su Chang'an. How could she not hear the sarcasm in Su Chang'an's words? She immediately understood what he meant and joined in his praise. What if they weren't a young couple? With such a silver tongue, no wonder he can deceive people here. The other person couldn't stand it anymore and started to mock. Let me tell you, whether I'm a charlatan or not is none of your business. Only then did Su Chang'an look up and down at the people blocking his way. He seems to be either rich or noble, so why is he so nosy? I just can't stand it. You're such an arrogant charlatan, spouting nonsense and deceiving people out of their money. The young man, who had recovered his breath, rubbed his hands together, ready to fight with Zhang Lingyin. You're so easily offended, so eager to help the weak. How about having the Lingshan giant Buddha at Xianshan Temple on the outskirts of the city moved so you can sit there instead? Su Chang'an picked up the tea that Mu Yunshu had poured for him again and took a sip. Puff. As soon as these words were spoken, Mu Yunshu laughed out loud. I have never heard such novel curse words. The young man was slightly stunned. When he realized the meaning of the words, His already red face immediately turned the color of liver. I almost spit out a mouthful of blood. You. The other people also looked angry and couldn't help but step forward to teach Su Chanan a lesson. But the middle-aged man raised his hand to stop him. My nephew was rude just now. I apologize to Mr. Su on his behalf. We have heard that Mr. Su is proficient in the art of divination, so we have come here today to learn a little. The middle-aged man used courtesy first and then force. Seeking advice? Is this how people from Tianji Pavilion act? Since these people are so arrogant, there is no need for Su Chang'an to be polite to them. He just used the qi-gazing technique briefly and immediately recognized the identities of the middle-aged man and others. These people seem to have the same aura as Lu Xingxi. How do you know? The young man was shocked and blurted out. He didn't believe that Su Chang'an, a charlatan, could see through their identities so quickly. You didn't know it just now, but now you know it, don't you? Su Chang'an spread his hands. Mu Yunshu on the side couldn't help laughing again. Why didn't she know before that the people in Tianji Pavilion were so ignorant? So easy to cheat? You. The young man covered his chest, stared with his eyes, and almost couldn't breathe. After being fooled 3 times in a row, he was really about to vomit blood from anger. Your Excellency has good eyesight. Since you have seen that we are from the Tianji Pavilion, you should also be able to guess why we are here. The middle-aged man was named Wang Jingchu. He was the external aide invited by Lu Xingxi and was a 9th-grade warrior. The young man's name was Sun Feiyu, he was the younger brother among them, and his cultivation level was only 7th rank. The other 2 men were Sun Feiyu, who was also Lu Xingxi's senior brothers Zhao Chengyu and Li Chongran. They are all at the level of 8th-grade warriors. Yesterday, they saw Lu Xingxi's wooden kite and rushed all the way to Tianqing town. But he was delayed by the people from the Black Evil sect on the way, and was 1 step late in the end. As a result, Xiao Yueli was abducted by a mysterious assassin in Luoyun Mountain. Fortunately, Xiao Yueli escaped back safely last night alone. Otherwise, it would be difficult for them to explain to the Dakian royal family. The reason why they came to Su Chang'an today was because Wang Jingchu felt more and more that something was wrong. Chapter 30. With all due respect, I do not think you have the ability. A country villager, proficient in divination, happened to be discovered in Tianqing town by Xiao Yueli and Lu Xingxi. He also happened to see through Xiao Yueli's identity, deduced the Immortal Gate token, and pointed a direction for Xiao Yueli and the other person. But not long after, Xiao Yueli was hijacked twice in succession. Once, on the way to the direction Su Chang'an pointed. One time, it was at the destination, a mountain village in Luoyun Mountain. No matter how you look at it, the whole thing seems like a setup. Su Chang'an's so-called divination and object-finding technique might not even exist. All he relied on was that he had received the news long ago and knew the identities of Xiao Yueli and Lu Xingxi. He pretended to be profound and pretended not to know that Xiao Yueli was looking for the Immortal Gate token. After gaining trust, they pretended to help, but the direction they were actually pointing to was actually planned long ago. Today, Wang Jingchu found Su Chang'an to verify his idea. If his inference is correct, then it means that even if Su Chang'an is not a member of the Black Evil sect, he must have some connection with the Black Evil sect. However, there were also some doubts that he couldn't figure out. If all this is really the plan of the Black Demon sect, Su Chang'an has already completed his role, why is he still here today? Could it be that Xiao Yueli escaped last night? But Su Chang'an felt that he had not been exposed yet? Still looking for opportunities? Su Chang'an knew nothing about Wang Jingchu's thoughts and speculations. You ask me? How would I know what you're doing here? Do you think I'm stealing your business? Su Chang'an pointed at himself with a puzzled look on his face. He really couldn't figure out why these idiots from Tianji Pavilion were looking for him. You? Are we afraid you'll steal our business? What a joke! It's absolutely ridiculous. Today I will let you know the price of your arrogance and outrageous words. I have to say that Su Chang'an's words were filled with hatred. Sun Feiyu and the other 2 were so angry when they heard this that they laughed and no longer wanted to talk to Su Chang'an anymore. If we catch him and interrogate him, we'll know whether he is from the Black Demon sect or not, right? Why go through so much trouble and take such a long detour? Seeing that Sun Feiyu and others were unable to convince their husband and were about to take action, Mu Yunshu's eyes turned slightly cold. In public, this group of self-righteous disciples of the Tianji Pavilion would certainly not dare to kill people at will. But there is no guarantee that they will not resort to some despicable means. If they really dare to act recklessly, Mu Yunshu will never let them hurt Su Chanan. However, when the fight really starts, she has to think of a way not to expose herself. Seeing this, Su Chanan's expression also turned cold. His thoughts were exactly the same as Mu Yunshu's. No matter what happens, you can come to him and he will be there for you. The only thing is that Mu Yunshu cannot be hurt at all. In Su Chanan's eyes, the lives of these people combined are not as important as a single hair of Mu Yunshu. That's enough. What did I teach you? I think the arrogant one isn't Mr. Su, but you three arrogant bastards. Wang Jingchu frowned and scolded, wishing he could slap Sun Feiyu and the other two in the face. When they go out, they represent Tianji Pavilion. Seeing that more and more people were gathering on the street, they were pointing and talking towards them. What if his guess was wrong? If this gets out, wouldn't the reputation of the Tianji Pavilion be ruined by these few people? Sun Feiyu and his two brothers immediately looked aggrieved. Although they looked unwilling, they all kept their mouths shut. Excuse me, Your Excellency, for coming here today for no other reason than to seek confirmation. Wang Jingchu bowed to Su Chanan with a solemn expression. In the art of divination, our Tianji Pavilion has some accomplishments, but in order to deduce the whereabouts of the Immortal Gate token, our Tianji Pavilion has paid a huge price. Your Excellency was able to easily deduce the whereabouts of the Immortal Gate token based on the single word written by Princess Xiaoning. With all due respect, I do not believe Your Excellency has this ability. Wang Jingchu's words were somewhat provocative. If it was something else, Su Chanan could easily figure it out. But the Immortal Gate token is not an ordinary thing. It is endowed with a power that is difficult for mortals to reach, and can isolate all kinds of calculations and perceptions. The old pavilion master is a master of magic, unrivaled in the world. They all have to sacrifice their own life essence to temporarily understand the secrets of heaven and find out the approximate location of the Immortal Gate token. At Su Chanan's age, even if he studied the art of divination since he was born, what level could he reach? Comparing to the old pavilion master? Even surpassing the old pavilion master? What a joke! Whether I have the ability or not is none of your business. If Princess Xiaoning feels she's been deceived, you can ask her to come over. If she can really tell me something, I'll apologize to her in person. Su Chanan frowned slightly. Princess Xiaoning went to his house for dinner last night and had a very pleasant conversation with Mu Yunshu. I found a few people to mess things up today. He couldn't understand what Princess Xiaoning wanted to do. Why do you need the princess to come in person? I have a jade pendant here. I will have my disciples drop it off somewhere outside of Tianqing town. If you can figure out the location of this jade pendant. It doesn't have to be specific. Even if it's just a rough idea, you win. How about that? As he spoke, a jade pendant engraved with special patterns suddenly appeared in Wang Jingchu's hand. Why should I bet with you? Besides, what good will it do me if I win? As he was speaking, Su Chang'an suddenly saw a lot of people gathered around watching the fun, and an idea came to his mind. If you win, my Tianji Pavilion will treat you as a distinguished guest from now on. When you come to Tianji Pavilion, you will receive the most honorable treatment. If you lose, please come with us. Of course, if you have any other requests, you can also put them forward. Wang Jingchu had a faint smile on his face, looking confident of victory. I never thought I would lose. This jade pendant was made using the secret technique of Tianji Pavilion and also had the function of obscuring perception. Although it cannot be compared with the Immortal Gate token, not just anyone can calculate the location. At this time, Sun Feiyu and the other two, who dared not speak anymore, also crossed their arms over their chests, their eyes full of teasing. He looked like he was waiting to see a joke. Guest of honor? Su Chang'an smiled. It's the guest of honor again. Why do these people like to invite others to be the guests of honor? It's like, who cares? Can this be used as a bargaining chip? Who wants to be a distinguished guest in your place? With my husband's talent, he is more than qualified to be the head of your Tianji Pavilion. If you really want to gamble, how about using your position as the head of the Tianji Pavilion as the stakes? Chapter 31, Losing and Shouting 10 Times, Weakness. Seeing that her husband was so angry that he laughed, how could Mu Yunshu bear it anymore? The relationship between the royal family and Tianji Pavilion has always been close. She was not unaware of this. The Immortal Gate token has disappeared for so many years, and it is only at this time that the Tianji Pavilion has figured out its whereabouts. Didn't Tianji Pavilion want to do that in the past? There is no need to guess, it must be the Dakian royal family who issued the order and put pressure on the Tianji Pavilion. The Tianji Pavilion must have paid a considerable price to figure out that the Immortal Gate token was near Tianjing town. It seems that Tianji Pavilion is nothing special. Looking at Su Chanan again, it was easy for him. He almost helped Xiao Yueli find the Immortal Gate token just by deciphering the characters. The power of one person is enough to rival the entire Tianji Pavilion. That's the difference. Is there any problem with letting Su Chanan be the head of Tianji Pavilion? No problem. However, these words sounded extremely harsh and insulting to Wang Jingchu and the others. Master, why waste time talking to them? Just take him back. Give me half a day and I'll make him tell everything. As Wang Jingchu's eldest disciple, Zhao Qingyu has always been steady, but at this moment he completely lost his patience. He had a gloomy face and took a step forward, looking like he was about to take action. Your Excellency, you're joking. How can the position of Tianji Pavilion Master be decided by just a few words from you and me? Your words don't count, and neither do my words. But if Mr. Su is interested in my position as elder, I can use it as a bet. Wang Jingchu didn't even look at Zhao Qingyu. A cold look flashed in his eyes, but soon he showed a gentle smile. There was no compulsion at all. Sure enough, old ginger is still spicy. This level of patience is far beyond the reach of disciples like Zhao Qingyu and Sun Feiyu. You think Madam understands me, my dear guest? You treat me like a treasure, but to me, I am worth nothing. Only the position of Pavilion Master can be considered worthy of attention. It's a pity that your status is too low to make the decision. You can gamble, but forget about the position of elder. I don't care about it. At this moment, Su Chanan's eyes were all on Mu Yunshu. If it weren't for the public, he really wanted to kiss Mu Yunshu on her pink cheek. When the wife defends her husband, her mouth is no less powerful than his. If you have any request, please tell me directly. The corners of Wang Jingchu's eyes twitched slightly, and he suppressed his inner displeasure. Or you can be their master. Of course Su Chanan could see that Wang Jingchu was almost reaching his limit of patience, and he did not forget to make a sarcastic remark. It's simple. I won. All you have to do is bow to me and apologize in front of everyone. Then yell 10 times that Tianji Pavilion's skills are inferior to mine. From now on, everyone from Tianji Pavilion must bow to me and address me as Mr. Su when they see me. Okay. It's a deal. As soon as Su Chanan finished speaking, Wang Jingchu agreed directly. As if afraid that Su Chanan would go back on his word. The reason why he agreed to Su Chanan's request without hesitation was because he really didn't believe that Su Chanan had the ability to do it. He was even more afraid that Su Chanan would refuse to agree. Then he really had no choice but to deal with Su Chahan. Good. Great. Seeing that Wang Jingchu did not refuse, Su Chanan raised the gavel and slammed it hard on the table. When you feel sleepy, someone will hand you a pillow. Since Wang Jingchu and his gang are here to cause trouble, why not just make things bigger? This time, he took this opportunity to make a name for himself. Who knows, if business is good, his own alchemist rank may also skyrocket. Snap. A loud noise immediately attracted people who were passing by and watching on the street. Everyone, please look over here. These people are experts from the Tianji Pavilion. They doubt my ability and say I'm a charlatan. They want to make a bet with me. Although I don't bother to prove my innocence, how can I tolerate these people forcing me to do this? This matter concerns my reputation. I hope you can bear witness on my behalf, to prevent the other party from being unable to accept the loss and denying it. Su Chanan stood up and bowed to the passers-by who were attracted by him. His words made Wang Jingchu and his 3 disciples' faces turn pale again. But I couldn't refute anything. I hope you can still laugh later. Sun Feiyu gritted his teeth, he really couldn't understand where Su Chanan got the courage from. Tianji Pavilion? Why did they find Mr. Su? Isn't it a bit too much to call Mr. Su a charlatan without any explanation? It's more than just a little. This is simply too much. Mr. Su helped my mother find her lost purse yesterday and even helped apprehend the thief and report him to the authorities. He's a real talent. How can you so blindly insult his reputation? It's really a bit too much. During the few days Mr. Su set up his stall here, I never saw anyone causing trouble. On the contrary, many ladies came to thank him profusely and often came to give Mr. Su some eggs and snacks. Mr. Su is just setting up a small stall to earn a living. How does that hinder the Tianji Pavilion? You can't rely on your status as a major sect to deny him a living. Yeah, that's too much. After hearing Su Chanan's words, the crowd watching the incident finally understood what had happened. Immediately, they looked at Wang Jingchu and the other three with disdain, pointing and talking. These words made Wang Jingchu and the other three blush and become angry and embarrassed. He wanted to say something, to explain himself, but he couldn't bring himself to do that as a disciple of a big sect. It's really awkward. It was obvious that Su Chanan controlled public opinion and won everyone's support with just a few words. Mu Yunshu also put away his worries. My husband is much more meticulous than I thought. There was no need for her to take action at all. Fei Yu. Wang Jingchu's face turned ugly again. Without any unnecessary words, he handed the jade pendant in his hand to Sun Feiyu. Master, don't worry, I will put the Xianin jade pendant in a place where he will never find it. Sun Feiyu took the jade pendant, and a murderous look flashed in his eyes. Wait, how do we know you won't cheat and say you lost the jade pendant when you actually didn't? Or, wait for my husband to figure out the whereabouts of the jade pendant and then move it to another place? Just as Sun Feiyu was about to leave, Muyan spoke carelessly and called him. Fortunately, Madam reminded me in time. As the saying goes, you can only know a person's face but not his heart. I don't know whether the people in the Tianji pavilion can be trusted or not. Su Chang'an suddenly slapped his head, as if he suddenly realized something. Do you think my Tianji pavilion is the same as you? If you don't believe me, you can find someone to go with me. Sun Feiyu sneered and stopped. This made Su Chang'an a little stumped. Of course, it was impossible for him to let Mu Yunshu go with Sun Feiyu. Could it be that I can only find a random passerby? Mr. Su, if you trust me, why don't you let shopkeeper Wang go with this young man to be a witness? Chapter 32, Unlocking the Characters? At this time, Su Qingxian brought manager Wang out of Wamanlu and walked towards Su Chang'an and others. When he saw Su Qingxian, Wang Jingchu raised his eyebrows, as if he recognized Su Qingxian's identity. Immediately, surprise appeared in his eyes. The dead air that lingered in Su Qingxian's eyes completely dissipated. Even the sickly aura on his body was gone. You know, as the young master of Huamanlu, Wang Jingchu had naturally seen him. Moreover, it was in Tianji Pavilion that Su Qingxian and his father came in person to ask to see the old pavilion master. It's a pity that even the old pavilion master is powerless against the Su family's bloodline taboos. And now how long has it been? Su Qingxian actually found a solution? Now was not the time to ask questions, so Wang Jingchu looked up at the plaque. Only then did I realize that the flower shop next to Su Chanan's stall was called Huamanlu. No wonder Su Qingxian appears here. It turns out that Huamanlu has bases everywhere. They were actually exposed to Huamanlu's site like this. If they lose this bet, they will really bring shame to Tianji Pavilion. Mr. Su, I came here uninvited. I hope you won't blame me for meddling in your affairs. Su Qingxian walked slowly in front of Su Chanan, bowed slightly and saluted. A look of respect involuntarily appeared on his face. It was precisely this trace of respect that Wang Jingchu caught. He became more and more shocked. He couldn't understand why Su Qingxian, the young master of Huamanlu, would have such an attitude towards Su Chanan. Miss Su has arrived just in time. Su Chanan clapped his hands. He was just worried that he couldn't find anyone, but Su Qingxian arrived just in time. On the side, seeing Su Qingxian walking towards the side, Mu Yunshu suddenly became alert for no reason. Her eyes moved over Su Qingxian, and then she looked at her husband beside her. I always feel that there is something wrong with the way Su Qingxian looks at Su Chanan. I can't tell what is wrong. This is probably a woman's intuition. Alright, it suddenly occurred to me that I can't just let you guys come up with the questions. To be fair, I also have a jade pendant. I'd like to ask shopkeeper Wang to help me find a place to dispose of it later. If you can find this jade pendant, I'll be the loser. Don't accuse me of bullying you later. As he spoke, Su Chanan took out an ordinary green jade pendant from his sleeve. This jade pendant was just a worthless thing he bought from a roadside stall. Nothing special about it. However, the moment he took it out, Su Chanan used a method of concealing the truth from heaven on this jade pendant. Erase all traces of the jade pendant. From a certain perspective, this jade pendant no longer exists in this world. Can only be observed with the naked eye? Therefore, it is not that easy to find this jade pendant through divination and deduction. What? If you think you don't have the ability, then just pretend I never said anything. Seeing that Wang Jingchu and others had sullen faces and were silent, Su Chang'an sneered and pretended to take back the jade pendant. Fei Yu. Wang Jingchu spoke, and Sun Fei Yu reluctantly snatched the jade pendant from Su Chang'an. I was inconsiderate. Since this is a bet, we must be fair. If we can't find your jade pendant, we lose. How do you say that? Wang Jingchu smiled generously and did not take Su Chang'an's words to heart. The art of finding objects is not considered a high-level method in the art of alchemy. It's just a jade pendant, no matter where it is placed, he can easily find it. What made him unhappy was that the order he had created was disrupted. Originally, he wanted to test Su Chang'an's ability from a superior's perspective. And now, Su Chang'an is testing them in turn. A charlatan. Under normal circumstances, you wouldn't even be qualified to enter the gate of his Tianji pavilion. Whatever. Su Chang'an spread his hands. If Wang Jingchu could really find his green jade pendant, it would mean that he was inferior to others in skills and would be willing to admit defeat. TSK, now we're going to have a good show. Mr. Su is actually battling with the people from Tianji Pavilion. I've said it before, Mr. Su is no ordinary person. Even the people from the Tianji Pavilion are targeting Mr. Su. It's hindsight. But Mr. Su is indeed a real talent. Although he's young, his divination skills are not inferior to those of the disciples of Tianji Pavilion. Do you think Mr. Su can defeat the people from Tianji Pavilion? Oh. Aren't you embarrassing Mr. Su by saying this? Everyone knows that the Tianji Pavilion's numerology is unrivaled in the world. How can Mr. Su compare? Yes, this bet is obviously the people from Tianji Pavilion bullying Mr. Su. Everyone has to help Mr. Su later. More and more people gathered around to watch the fun. Many people have heard of the famous Tianji Pavilion. However, on weekdays, disciples from these major sects rarely come to remote places like Tianqing Town. So many of them saw people from Tianji Pavilion for the first time. It's a pity that hearing about someone is not as good as meeting him in person. What's the point of bullying Mr. Su? Thank you, fellow villagers, for your support. When Su Chang'an heard these words, he immediately bowed to everyone and smiled. Wang Jingchu, his master, and his two disciples stood aside with expressionless faces and upright postures. They don't have to explain anything. Once they expose Su Chang'an's deceptive face, these ignorant people who have been blinded will naturally know the truth. Time passes by little. Until an hour later. Sun Feiyu and manager Wang then returned to the Wamanlu store. Master. Sun Feiyu returned to Wang Jingchu's side with a hint of pride in his expression. He seemed very satisfied with the place where he hid the jade pendant. Wang Jingchu nodded and looked at Su Chang'an calmly. Mr. Su, please. After he finished speaking, Li Chongran behind him understood what he meant and walked up to Su Chang'an and said in a cold voice. I heard you were searching by deciphering characters. If so, please bring out your pen, ink, and paper. The tone seemed a little impatient. Decipher the characters? No need. Su Chang'an yawned without even looking at Li Chongran. He had been hiding the jade pendant for so long that he was getting a little sleepy. As soon as these words were spoken, not only did Wang Jingchu and his three disciples change their expressions slightly. Even Mu Yunshu was stunned for a moment, a look of worry on his face. She was a little worried that Su Chang'an would be too arrogant in his attempt to show off his abilities. How can I deduce the location of the jade pendant without understanding the characters? She opened her mouth and wanted to say something, but in the end she didn't say it and chose to believe Su Chang'an. Among the people present, only Su Qingxian knew Su Chang'an's identity as an immortal cultivator. Apart from Su Chang'an, she is probably the calmest person. She knew that Su Chang'an must have his own reasons for saying this. Even though Wang Jingchu's Xianyin jade pendant was the culmination of the Tianji Pavilion's work, it was cast in a secret technique. How could ordinary people like them guess the methods of immortal cultivators? What do you mean? How can you find my master's Xianyin jade pendant without deciphering the characters? Chapter 33, really found it? Mr. Su is a god. Li Chongran's brows were almost twisted into a ball, and he couldn't figure out what Su Chang'an's tricks were. In just 1 or 2 hours, in his mind, Su Chang'an was clearly a sinister and cunning person. I don't know what tricks Su Chang'an is going to play next. He didn't know if he could handle it, so he was a little panicked. Chongran, there are countless ways to find things. It doesn't matter what other methods Mr. Su wants to use. Seeing Li Chongran's embarrassment, Wang Jingchu nodded lightly. It doesn't matter what method Su Chanan uses. In his opinion, it's just a last-ditch struggle. Whether it's playing tricks or delaying time, everything will be revealed soon. Mr. Su, whatever you need, we can cooperate. Wang Gingshu looked at Su Chanan again, with an attitude of a superior. I need you to shut up and just watch. Su Chanan scratched his ears, feeling really annoyed. He talks a lot and goes on and on. You. Li Chongran was immediately choked by these words and his face turned blue. He pointed at Su Chanan angrily and didn't know whether to speak or not. Snort! Wang Jingshu's face darkened, he turned away and stood aside, having completely lost his patience with Su Chanan. You're just being mysterious. I don't believe you can really find it. Sun Feiyu gritted his teeth, stood in front of the stall, and stared at Su Chanan. That look seemed to want to eat Su Chanan alive. Mr. Su's words are really poisonous. He made me very angry. If you were to be harassed by someone else, I'm afraid you'd be even more rude than Mr. Su. But then again, Mr. Su used to find lost things by deciphering characters. How can we find them without deciphering characters? How foolish. He's just too arrogant. He's so eager to prove his abilities that he's fallen into someone else's trap. That's it, we're doomed to fail now. The people watching the fun around began to talk in low voices. Everyone thought that Su Chanan had made a stupid move. In order to satisfy a momentary verbal gratification, they gave up what they were best at to fight. If this isn't a stupid move, what is? Deciphering characters is indeed what Su Chanan is good at. However, this time he really didn't need to put in so much effort. In the past, the reason why people had to find things by deciphering characters was purely because Su Chanan had never seen the things those people were looking for. This time, the Xianin jade pendant that Wang Jingshu took out appeared casually in front of him. Su Chanan had already captured the aura of the Xianin jade pendant. It was an insult to him to find something so obvious and have to decipher the characters. Madam, please help me grind the ink. Su Chanan spread a piece of white paper on the table and casually pressed it with the gavel. Good. Mu Yunshu nodded slightly and quietly ground ink for him. Su Chanan closed his eyes and began to think about how to steal the secrets of heaven. In the haze, the world was silent, and my thoughts fell into darkness. Su Chanan began to deduce the aura of the Xianin jade pendant that he had captured. Soon, a faint thread like an air current quietly emerged in the darkness. Following this silk thread, Su Chanan immediately found the location of the Xianin jade pendant. He suddenly opened his eyes, picked up the pen, dipped the ink, and wrote on the white paper. The pen tip moved like a dragon and the ink spread quickly on the paper. In just a few moments, a simple and ancient hexagonal pavilion appeared on the paper. This pavilion seems to stand on the hillside. Under the eaves, there is a plaque with 3 flowing characters written on it. Wang Yun Pavilion. It's Wang Yun Pavilion outside the city. Did you really find it? Is this true? They've figured out where the jade pendant is before they even start deciphering the characters? Is this just a guess? Is Mr. Su admitting defeat? Someone came forward and saw what Su Chanan had drawn on the paper. He immediately recognized that it was the Wang Yun Pavilion outside the city. There is more than one pavilion outside Tianqing town. Even if Su Chanan wanted to guess, he shouldn't have written the 3 big words Wang Yun Pavilion. As if he didn't hear the exclamations from others, Su Chang'an turned the tip of his pen around on the top of the Wang Yun Pavilion. This is it. Su Chanan put down his pen and looked at Wang Jingshu indifferently. Well, Mr. Su is indeed a young man of great promise. He calculated the location of my Xianin jade pendant so easily and quickly. The young are truly formidable. Wang Jingshu clapped his hands, and his words seemed to be praising, but anyone with a discerning eye could hear that they were full of sarcasm. Not to mention the Xianin jade pendant that had been erased, even if it was just an ordinary jade pendant. Even if he wanted to deduce and search, it would be impossible for him to do it as easily as Su Chanan. Being so arrogant, Wang Jingshu was almost certain that Su Chanan was just acting recklessly. Since I don't have the ability and don't want to lose face, I can only randomly choose a place. Just when Wang Jingshu was full of confidence and planned to let Sun Feiyu step forward to humiliate Su Chanan, he suddenly noticed that Sun Feiyu's face was pale. Feiyu? Wang Jingshu frowned, and suddenly felt something bad happening in his heart. Feiyu, why are you standing there? Master is calling you. Hurry, tell him where you hid the Xianin jade pendant. He has no chance of finding it. Zhao Chunyu and Li Chongran couldn't wait any longer. The moment of being slapped in the face is coming. They were eager to see Su Chanan's identity as a liar exposed and his humiliated appearance. However, Sun Feiyu has been slow to step forward. The face that was originally full of vigor and vitality had now turned pale, with cold sweat oozing from the forehead. His bloodless lips were trembling and he couldn't utter a word for a long time. This abnormality immediately made Wang Jingchu more and more uneasy. His expression gradually became ugly, as if he had realized something. What's going on? Why isn't this little brother from Tianji Pavilion talking? Oh my god. Could Mr. Su have guessed right? Is the thing really in Wanyun Pavilion? Looking at his reaction, it's almost certain. Mr. Su is truly remarkable. Don't just stand there. If you don't tell me, let shopkeeper Wang reveal it. Yes. Shopkeeper Wang also went with them. Seeing Sun Feiyu standing there in a daze, almost losing his soul, the onlookers were all surprised and immediately urged him to hurry up. They say watching the fun is great. Sun Feiyu's reaction: could it be that Su Chang'an had really figured out the location of the Xianin Jade Pendant? The famous Tianji Pavilion was really defeated by an unknown person. Today's excitement is really worth watching. Shopkeeper Wang. Although Su Qingxian knew that with Su Chanan's methods, it was impossible for him to lose to Tianji Pavilion. When the moment came for the answer to be revealed, she actually began to look forward to it. After all, it is rare for Tianji Pavilion to fail. Especially when it comes to an elder-level existence like Wang Jingchu. Chapter 34, Are my husband's methods so amazing? Impossible. You can't possibly calculate the location of the Xianin Jade Pendant. Before shopkeeper Wang could speak, Sun Feiyu suddenly shook his head in disbelief. His eyes suddenly turned red, and he roared at Su Chanan, "You cheated. You must have used some tricks to collude with the shopkeeper Wang to cheat us, right?" Sun Feiyu was almost losing his mind. It would be fine if Su Chang'an really calculated the location of the Xianin Jade Pendant. It was so specific that even the Xianin Jade Pendant was placed on the top of the Wangyun Pavilion, and it was all clearly visible. Sun Feiyu thought back to when he released the Xianin Jade Pendant, and he even felt a little smug inside, and his face flushed. Right now, he just wanted to kill Su Chang'an. As if sensing Sun Feiyu's murderous intent, Zhao Chengyu and Li Chongran immediately stepped forward to subdue him. If this happens in public, someone might die. They really can't explain it clearly. The reputation of Tianji Pavilion will probably be completely ruined in their hands. After Sun Feiyu said these words, Wang Jingchu knew that they had lost. His face was ashen, and even though he was as strong as a 9th-grade warrior, his body couldn't help but sway slightly at this moment. What do you mean, Mr. Sun? Mr. Su sat here from beginning to end. He never interacted with anyone, let alone left the room. I believe everyone present has witnessed this. You said he cheated, unless Mr. Su has supernatural powers to hide it from so many eyes. Or does Mr. Sun simply not trust me, Hua Manlu? Su Qingxian had a cold face. How could he tolerate Sun Feiyu's rumors and slander? Forget it. Some people really can't afford to lose, so they shouldn't come out and embarrass themselves. I found the thing, and you guys said I cheated. What did I do? If I found the wrong thing, can you also say you bribed shopkeeper Wang? Empty words are nothing but a mouth. Who has the final say? Su Chanan sneered, a cold look flashing in his eyes. What is Tianji Pavilion? It's nothing more than this. If Mu Yunshu hadn't been by his side, he wouldn't have wanted to make a big deal out of it. This Sun Feiyu has died countless times. Master Sun, please don't say anything careless. You and I went to put the things there together. Before we put them there, we confirmed that there was no one within a 10-mile radius. After putting the things away, you and I didn't come into contact with anyone else. Come back here as soon as possible. Now, you say I'm in collusion with Mr. Su. What's the logic behind this? Shopkeeper Wang is not someone who was easy to deal with. He narrowed his eyes, and a hint of coldness appeared on his fat face. These words left Sun Feiyu speechless, and he could only breathe heavily. After calming down a little, he also knew that Su Chanan and Manager Wang could not have colluded. Along the way, Manager Wang was under his watch. Impossible, absolutely impossible, just one. But even so, Sun Feiyu still couldn't accept the reality. He was the one who hid the Xianin Jade Pendant, and now that Su Chang'an has found it, he is the one who bears the greatest responsibility. He absolutely did not believe that Su Chang'an could understand the secret techniques of his Tianji Pavilion. That's enough. But at this moment, Wang Jingchu shouted loudly, stopping Sun Feiyu from speaking. Although he was shocked that Su Chanan could easily calculate the location of the Xianin jade pendant in such a short time. But he also understood that Hua Manlu would never help Su Chanan cheat. Among the four major forces, Hua Manlu was famous for its neutrality. Hua Manlu, who has always kept himself out of trouble, would never offend Tianji Pavilion for an outsider. I admit defeat, Mr. Su, you truly opened my eyes today. I underestimated the heroes of this world. Wang Jingchu took a deep breath, suppressed his inner resentment and anger, and forced a smile on his face. Su Chanan's methods were simply beyond his understanding. As one of the elders of Tianji Pavilion, Wang Jingchu has made considerable achievements in numerology. Looking at the entire Dakian, there are only a handful of people who claim that Wang Jingchu can surpass him. He had seen many sorcerers, but he had never seen such methods as Su Chanan. No matter what, they were in trouble today and had a terrible experience. Zhao Chengyu and Li Chongran fell silent. They came to see Su Chanan today, originally wanting to test Su Chanan's background. Who would have thought that Su Chanan actually had such amazing abilities? Could it be that Su Chanan really deduced the direction of the Immortal Gate token? Did I hear correctly? The people from Tianji Pavilion actually lost? Has Mr. Su opened his third eye? Can he really find it? I can't believe it. I really didn't recognize Mount Tai. I didn't even know such a great man had appeared in Tianjing town. This Tianji Pavilion is more famous than it is in person. It's unworthy of its reputation. It's bad enough that you're outskilled and lost to Mr. Su, but you're even trying to cheat? Ha ha ha. I told you that Mr. Su is incredibly skilled and would definitely win, and you still don't believe me? When people heard Wang Jingchu admit defeat, exclamations suddenly rang out on the street. Everyone's eyes were involuntarily filled with shock. They really didn't expect that Su Chanan could win over the people from Tianji Pavilion. At the beginning, no one was optimistic about Su Chanan. Who could have thought that the Tianji Pavilion, which had come with such a strong momentum and had been well prepared to cause trouble, would end up losing more than it gained and end up in such a disgraceful situation? From now on, in the huge Tianjing town, Tianji Pavilion is likely to become a complete joke. My husband's numerology skills have reached such a superb level. Mu Yunshu, who was standing aside, had already had a strange look in his eyes, and his heart was filled with ripples. From being half believing and half doubting at the beginning, to being surprised when Su Chang'an calculated the location of the Immortal Gate token after Xiao Yueli appeared. Now, I have seen with my own eyes that Su Chang'an easily crushes the elders of Tianji Pavilion. The shock and surprise Su Chang'an brought to her became greater each time. If she asked Wang Jingchu to give up the position of the head of Tianji Pavilion just now, it was intentional to humiliate Wang Jingchu. So, now, Mu Yunshu really feels that Su Chanan's ability is not weaker than the master of Tianji Pavilion in any way. Isn't it too early to admit defeat now? I said, as long as you can find my jade pendant, I will still be defeated. Su Chang'an sat calmly on the wooden chair, smiling faintly. Don't say he is bullying. He just wants to make Wang Jingchu and others lose face and admit defeat with conviction. Rules are rules. If I can figure out the location of your jade pendant, how about we call this a draw? Wang Jingchu was stunned for a moment, thinking that Su Chanan was giving him a way out. He felt complicated and even a little ashamed. They were so aggressive that they asserted that Su Chanan was a liar without any investigation. Su Chanan was actually willing to give them a chance to save face. This is simply repaying evil with kindness. Wang Jingchu couldn't help but admire such magnanimity and broad-mindedness. At this moment, his last bit of doubt about Su Chanan disappeared without a trace. Chapter 35, 5 Coins to See the Sky. Deduction failed. On the contrary, Zhao Chengyu, Li Chongran and Sun Feiyu, the three brothers, showed a hint of mockery on their faces when they heard this. In their opinion, Su Chanan was clearly still afraid of offending his Tianji Pavilion. I thought Su Chanan was so noble. In the end, he is still a mercenary who is afraid of death and loves life, so he is considered sensible. Li Chongran snorted secretly, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. Sun Feiyu also regained his composure at this time and looked at Su Chanan coldly. Even for Su Chanan's jade pendant, which was so ordinary that it couldn't be more ordinary, Wang Jingchu didn't even need to take action. Any one of his two senior brothers could easily figure it out. Today, no matter what, Su Chanan made him lose face and become a laughingstock. Sooner or later, he will make Su Chanan pay back 100-fold. You'd better find my jade pendant first. Su Chanan glanced at Wang Jingchu with an expressionless face. Master, why do you have to do it? Let me do it. Zhao Chunyu was extremely dissatisfied with Su Chanan's pretentious attitude. If it weren't for the fact that Su Chanan knew the current situation, he wouldn't be so polite. You step back. Wang Jingchu shook his head and motioned Zhao Chengyu to step aside. It's not that he doesn't trust Zhao Chengyu's ability, but he feels that since Su Chanan has given him a way out, naturally, he also has to respect Su Chanan. Furthermore, with Su Chanan's ability, Wang Jingchu was very skeptical. Was that seemingly ordinary jade pendant really ordinary? If Su Chang'an had done something to the jade pendant, it would be safer for him to do it himself. Look! The experts from Tianji Pavilion are about to take action. Just now, I didn't even have time to see what tricks Mr. Su used before he found the thing. This time, the experts from the Tianji Pavilion made a move, so we must watch carefully. After all, this is the Tianji Pavilion. The one who attacked seems to be the master of those three people. His skills are probably not weaker than Mr. Su. It shouldn't take long to see the outcome. More and more people gathered on the street, making it almost impossible to get through. Even some shop and stall owners ignored their business and ran out to watch the fun. This kind of battle between sorcerers, especially those from a big sect like Tianji Pavilion, is something you only see a few times in a lifetime, so naturally you can't miss it. Wang Jingchu walked to Su Chaman's stall again with a serious expression. He flipped his right hand, and 5 ancient copper coins appeared in his palm. 5 cents to peek at the sky? It seems that Senior Wang is serious about this. Seeing the 5 copper coins, Su Qingxian was slightly surprised. 5-coin sky peeking is a secret technique of the Tianji Pavilion. It uses copper coins as a medium to deduce the secrets of heaven, and is extremely difficult. Generally, it will only be used when encountering someone with a strong destiny. Now, Wang Jingchu is using the 5-coin sky peeking technique to find the whereabouts of a mere jade pendant. It is no exaggeration to say that he is using a butcher knife to kill a chicken. On the other side, seeing that their master had even used the 5-coin sky seeing technique, Sun Feiyu and the other two were surprised, but could not hide their excitement. Using the 5-coin sky seeing technique on Su Chang'an is a great compliment to him. What a waste of effort! But at the moment, they didn't dare to disturb their master and could only watch quietly. 5 cents to see the sky? Mu Yunshu opened his eyes slightly. Naturally, he had heard of the fame of Tianji Pavilion's 5-coin sky seeing technique. She frowned slightly and suddenly became a little nervous. Even with the 5-cent sky peeking technique from the Tianji Pavilion, I'm afraid it would be difficult to uncover Mr. Su's methods. Madam Su, don't worry. Su Qingxian stood beside Mu Yunshu at some point. As if she had noticed something strange about Mu Yunshu, she spoke softly with a half-smile. Mu Yunshu ignored Su Qingxian. She had some guesses about Su Qingxian's identity, but it seemed different from what she had heard before. Makes her unsure. You are more confident than me. Su Chanan raised his eyebrows and immediately kept his distance from Su Qingxian, speaking in a very cold tone. This seems a bit deliberate. Mu Yunshu stared at Su Chanan with interest. She stared at Su Chanan until he almost felt guilty, and then she turned her head away. The situation is not right now, so I'll let you go for now. When she gets home, she will torture him to extract a confession and serve her husband well. Mu Yunshu moaned inwardly. Cough. Just when Su Chanan was feeling guilty, Wang Jingchu, who was muttering to himself, chanting some incantation, finally took action. The 5 copper coins in his palm suddenly vibrated, making a crisp sound. Invisibly, it seemed as if a mysterious force was stirring. The 5 copper coins began to swirl and even emitted a faint green light. Such a magical scene made the onlookers exclaim in amazement. The speed of the 5 copper coins was still increasing, like 5 green lights, interweaving into a mysterious trajectory above Wang Jingchu's palm. Interesting. From the trajectory of the intertwined copper coins, Su Chanan could observe that between heaven and earth, wisps of subtle energy were flowing into it. This 5-cent technique of peeping into the sky relies on the activation of the energy of heaven and earth to deduce and calculate. Although it is not considered a top-level technique, it is still quite powerful among ordinary people. At this time, Sun Feiyu and the other two became even more excited when they saw this. They rarely saw their master perform the 5-coin sky-seeing technique on ordinary days. Being able to observe is also very beneficial for them. However, as the copper coin spun faster and faster, Wang Jingchu's expression became increasingly ugly, with cold sweat oozing from his forehead. Time keeps passing. Everyone stared until their eyes were sore, but they couldn't figure out what was going on. This copper coin is spinning so fast that it's making my eyes blurry. It's spinning fast, but why can't it produce a result? Has the expert from the Tianji Pavilion figured it out? I don't know either, it should be soon, right? After watching for a long time, some people are almost losing their patience. Wang Jingchu's face became increasingly ugly, even a little pale. The copper coin in his palm seemed to have encountered some kind of obstacle. The light blue light flickered, and its circling speed was becoming slower and slower. How is this possible? This scene made Sun Feiyu and the other two exclaim in surprise, their expressions gloomy. Wang Jingchu was reluctant to scatter the 5 copper coins, which meant that he had not yet figured out the whereabouts of Su Chanan's jade pendant. The problem is, the speed of copper coins has slowed down. Before the deduction is completed, the speed of the copper coin cannot be slowed down. Unless, the deduction fails. But how is this possible? Wang Jingchu even used the 5-coin sky peak technique, how could he fail? Sun Feiyu and the other two stopped breathing and began to feel uneasy. Gradually, the 5 copper coins became less and less valuable. Until the faint light faded, it finally fell down powerlessly, making only a few light sounds. Wang Jingchu's figure swayed and his face turned pale. Chapter 36 I, Wang Jingchu, am inferior to others in skills. It's over? Is this calculated? It's not easy. Judging from the gentleman's expression, he seems to have expended a lot of energy. If you ask me, Mr. Su is still the better one. He's so casual and quick, the difference is obvious right away. Yeah, even if he figured it out, it shouldn't be a draw. Mr. Su should have won. The sounds of discussion in the crowd were like needles, piercing Wang Jingchu's ears. His face became even paler. The 5-coin sky peaking technique failed. Failed in a way he couldn't understand. He tried to understand the secrets of heaven, even wasting his time and energy, forcing deductions, but in the end he could only come to one conclusion. Su Chanan's green jade pendant does not exist in this world at all. But he clearly saw with his own eyes that the green jade pendant was handed to shopkeeper Wang. How is it possible that it doesn't exist in this world? After entering the Tianji Pavilion and practicing divination, decades passed in the blink of an eye. Wang Jingchu had never seen such a strange thing. Even with the Immortal Gate token, he could vaguely glimpse a shadow. He couldn't deduce anything from a mere ordinary jade pendant. This completely overturned all his previous cognition. In such a situation, there is only one possibility. That is Su Chanan's level in the art of divination, which is far beyond his. A casual cultivator at such a young age, how shocking. Master. Zhao Qingyu, Li Chongran, and Sun Feiyu were all stunned at this moment and couldn't utter a word. How could they not see that their master had lost? Even if you can't believe it, losing is losing. This is a fact that no one can erase. What's going on? Something doesn't seem right? Why isn't he talking? Could it be that he can't figure it out? Is this true? The Tianji Pavilion can't even find anything? This is nothing special. Hurry up and tell me. You can just guess at random. Seeing that Wang Jingchu was reluctant to speak and looked so unhappy, everyone present immediately reacted. Eager to know the results. I lost. Wang Jingchu took a deep breath, his voice low and hoarse. It seemed as if he had used up all his strength to squeeze out these words. He stared at Su Chanan, trying to see through something, but he could see nothing. Only then did he truly understand that their visit to Su Chang'an today was a joke and they were bringing humiliation upon themselves. Su Chang'an is not a charlatan at all, he is clearly an otherworldly master. He is the one who is truly capable and can deduce the whereabouts of the Immortal Gate token. They are so arrogant and self-righteous that they come to our door. How could such an existence possibly look down upon the Black Demon sect? Ridiculous. How ridiculous. Lost? Did I hear that correctly? Did the people from Tianji Pavilion really lose again? Amazing. Mr. Su is truly amazing. He single-handedly crushed the Tianji Pavilion. Oh no. I thought the Tianji Pavilion was so powerful, but it's just this good. They say Mr. Su is a charlatan. I think they are the charlatans. They have no talent at all. The sound of losing caused a moment of dead silence at the scene, and then an uproar broke out. They really didn't expect that the people from Tianji Pavilion would lose again, and lose so easily and cleanly. Nothing was deduced. Even if they had only calculated a rough direction, they would not have been so shocked. Could it be that Wang Jingchu and the other three are the real scammers? Most of the people present were ordinary people, with a few warriors. I can't understand what the secret art of heaven is. It is not clear how much value this contains. Ignorant people, what do you know? Hearing others calling him a liar, Sun Feiyu got angry again. He even wanted to rush forward and drive away the onlookers. Fortunately, Zhao Chengyu and Li Chongran, who were nearby, stopped him in time. Junior brother, stop talking. Zhao Chengyu scolded, but he also felt bitter and unwilling in his heart. Be willing to accept defeat. At this time, if they continue to make excuses, they will really become rogues who cannot afford to lose. If we lose, we lose. Let's just leave. Li Chongran had a gloomy face. He grabbed Sun Feiyu and was about to walk out. Today, they have completely disgraced Tianji Pavilion. How can I have the face to stay any longer? Leave? You were the ones who slandered my husband as a liar, and you were the ones who made the bet. If you won, you wanted my husband to be ruined, and now that you lose, you want to just walk away. How can such a good thing happen in this world? Seeing that Li Chongran was about to leave, Mu Yinshu stood up and said in a cold voice. How could she just watch the people from Tianji Pavilion leave so easily? Yeah, how can we just leave like that? The bets haven't been paid yet. Mr. Su has been quite merciful. You want to ruin Mr. Su's reputation, and all he needs is a few harmless words from you. You've made a killing. And you're still refusing to pay? Isn't that shameless? Today is truly an eye-opener. Tianji Pavilion, ugh. Rogue. 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 The people who were watching the fun were also unhappy. They raised their arms and shouted, and fiercely stopped Li Chongran, preventing him from leaving with Sun Feiyu. You're looking for death. Sun Feiyu's eyes turned red, and he stretched out his hand, and a long black stick appeared in his hand. He looks like he's going to kill people. Stop. Wang Jingchu shouted angrily, wishing he could slap Sun Feiyu to death with one palm. In public, did Sun Feiyu really want to massacre the people? The reputation of Tianji Pavilion has been completely disgraced by them. If someone were to die, Sun Feiyu's death would be a minor matter, but who could be held responsible for the 1,000-year-old reputation of Tianji Pavilion being destroyed in an instant? Sun Feiyu was shocked by Wang Jingchu's angry shout. The black stick in his hand trembled slightly. He held it tightly and did not dare to swing it. His eyes were red and he was burning with anger, but he had nowhere to vent it. He felt so frustrated. We will accept the loss and fulfill the bet. Today, we made rash statements and slandered Mr. Su. I, Wang Jingchu, hereby apologize to Mr. Su. I, Wang Jingchu, am inferior to others in skills. Wang Jingchu turned his back to the onlookers, slowly bent down, and bowed deeply to Su Chanan. Zhao Chengyu, Li Chongran, and Sun Feiyu were all silent for a moment, staring at their master with wide eyes in disbelief. At this moment, they seemed to see a towering mountain collapsing in front of them. The master who used to be unattainable and full of majesty actually bowed down and apologized to an unknown casual cultivator. This scene exploded in their hearts like thunder, making it difficult for them to accept it for a while. At this moment, the pride and dignity of Tianji Pavilion seemed to be shattered. But everything is entirely their own fault. Chapter 37 Alchemist Level 2. 9 more. Su Chanan spoke lightly and ruthlessly. He did not let Wang Jingchu go. We agreed to shout I'm not as skilled as you 10 times, so I must shout not a single time less. Don't go too far. Zhao Qingyu and the other two looked so tragic that they even wanted to kill Su Chang'an on the spot. In their opinion, asking their master to apologize and admit that his skills were inferior to others was already giving Su Chang'an a huge face. Su Chang'an actually dared to push his limits even further? You are simply asking for death. Who's going too far? This is the first time I've seen someone cry thief. It's quite an eye-opener. Su Chanan's expression turned cold. 10 times, for the 3 of you, no less. Of course, if you want to cheat, I won't force you. If I say 10 times, it means 10 times. How can you cheat? Yeah, hurry up, we have to go home and collect the clothes. You're still saying Mr. Su is being too bullying. Didn't you come to him on your own accord? And you're still trying to cheat? How shameless. Can't you really afford to lose? Not to mention Su Chanan, the onlookers were also unhappy. They still want to continue watching the fun. I, Wang Jingshu, am inferior to others in skills. I, Wang Jingshu, am inferior to others in skills. I, Wang Jingshu, am inferior to others in skills. Zhao Qingyu and the other two were about to argue something when a series of indignant voices rang out, each one louder than the last. I, Zhao Qingyu, am inferior to others in skills. I, Li Chongran, am inferior to others in skills. I, Sun Feiyu, am inferior to others in skills. Zhao Qingyu and the other two were all stunned, and then they all shouted with grief and unwillingness on their faces. This scene is nothing short of shocking. Even Su Qingxian couldn't help but move his eyes slightly when he saw this scene, and a barely perceptible emotion passed across his face. The Tianji Pavilion, which has always been proud, would one day be humiliated like this. Although Wang Jingshu and his 3 disciples brought this upon themselves, there were few people in Dakian who dared to offend the Tianji Pavilion like this. Naturally, no one would confront the Tianji Pavilion so directly and not give it face. The dignified elder of Tianji Pavilion was willing to admit defeat and shouted that he was inferior to others. I am afraid that we will never see such a scene again. After 10 calls, Wang Jingshu looked at Su Chanan with a blank expression and asked, Mr. Su, are you satisfied? Just barely. Su Chanan took a sip of tea and said lightly, I hope that one day, Mr. Su will come to my Tianji Pavilion. When that happens, I will open my bed to welcome you. I have taken note of what happened today. Farewell. Wang Jingshu was unable to maintain his composure after all. After he finished speaking, he turned around and left. His 3 good disciples stared at Su Chanan coldly, and then followed him away in shame. Mr. Su, please help me take a look. I've been really unlucky lately. Is there something dirty on me? Mr. Su, I lost 10 taels of silver 10 years ago. Can you help me find it? They say a man should be able to establish himself at the age of 30, but I still haven't even seen the shadow of a wife. Mr. Su, can you help me calculate where my future wife is? Me. And me. Stop pushing. Let me go first. After the shock, no one paid attention to Wang Jingshu and others anymore. The farce ended, leaving only countless people rushing in and surrounding Su Chanan's stall. The stalls that were usually sparsely populated are now crowded with countless enthusiastic customers. Shopkeeper Wang quickly protected Su Qingxian and returned to Wamanlu. Mr. Su has become famous in one battle. From now on, I'm afraid he won't have a peaceful life anymore. Shopkeeper Wang was amazed repeatedly, and these words had 2 meanings. However, after today's fight, he finally understood why his young master was so polite and flattering to Su Chanan. Even the elders of Tianji Pavilion were defeated miserably. At such a young age, with such skills, he must be a true hermit master. It's a pity that I have offended the Tianji Pavilion. I'm afraid I will never have peace in the future. Even if a sword is in its sheath, its edge cannot be concealed. This time, the Tianji Pavilion has hit a wall. Su Qingxian's eyes flashed with a strange light, and as he spoke, his gaze always stayed on Mu Yunshu. It's hard to say who will feel uneasy in the future. But now, Su Chanan is indeed in a troublesome situation. In the past, I was worried about the poor business and the lack of progress in the level of my alchemist. But now there are too many troubled people and it is hard to deal with them. From now on, he is afraid that he will never have a peaceful life. Everyone, please don't worry. Line up. I will be here before dark and will definitely help you solve your problems. Su Chanan raised his hand to signal everyone to be quiet. Fortunately, although everyone was excited, they gradually calmed down and consciously lined up in a long queue. Looking at her husband, who was seriously predicting everyone's fortune, Mu Yunshu couldn't help but smile brightly. She sat quietly by the side, sometimes pouring tea, sometimes grinding ink for Su Chanan. It was not until dusk that Su Chanan's stall returned to its usual quiet state. It's better to have some free time on weekdays. Su Chanan stood up and stretched his muscles. Although they are all trivial matters, with so many people and so many things to do, it does take some time to concentrate. Fortunately, hard work pays off, and his alchemist level finally broke through to the 2nd level. After the 2nd level, not only does deduction become easier. The most significant change is that when Su Chanan performed the art of stealing the sky, there was a sense of luck in his eyes. The chi observed in the art of Qigong is more appropriately called the aura. Your aura is determined by yourself. Therefore, through a person's aura, we can observe the cause and effect of his past and deduce his future. but it is difficult to change its future direction. But luck can be changed or even stolen. Changing a person's destiny can change his future. Stealing a person's luck can ruin his future. It is even possible to seize the great fortune of those sons of fortune and use it for one's own benefit. Only then did Su Chanan begin to realize the true incredible power of the heaven-stealing alchemy technique. However, to be able to take away other people's luck and use it for one's own benefit, one would have to be a sorcerer of what rank? At least, it is absolutely impossible for him to reach the second level at his current level. Husband, you're exhausted today, aren't you? It's getting dark, why don't you find a restaurant to eat before going home? At this time, Mu Yunshu pinched Su Chanan's shoulders with some heartache. Although she did not understand magic, she knew that calculating the fortune for others was an extremely mentally exhausting task. Su Chanan had just experienced a battle today and had been calculating for several hours without stopping. He must have been exhausted. I am a little tired, but if Madam could give me a kiss, I would instantly be filled with energy and have endless strength. As he spoke, Su Chanan didn't forget to move his face closer in a frivolous manner. The next moment, there was a warm touch on Su Chanan's cheek, like a dragonfly touching the water. Chapter 38. He is not a 9th rank master, nor a master. Su Chanan was stunned. He originally just wanted to tease Mu Yunshu and relax. He knew that with Mu Yunshu's personality, he would definitely not do such intimate things with him in public. Who would have thought that Mu Yunshu would be so bold? What are you standing there for? My husband is more familiar with Tianqing town than I am. He must know which restaurant has the best food. Seeing Su Chanan's dazed look, Mu Yunshu couldn't help but smile with a hint of cunning in his eyes. She patted her slightly red face, frightened by her own bold action. She looked around guiltily, and only after making sure that no one else had seen what had just happened did she breathe a sigh of relief. Maybe I was provoked by someone today. Recalling the way Su Qingxian looked at Su Chanan and himself, Mu Yunshu felt uncomfortable. Snort! Without waiting for Su Chanan to react, Mu Yunshu angrily grabbed Su Chanan's arm and left. It seems like this is some unlucky place. What's wrong, ma'am? Su Chanan was confused and really didn't understand why Mu Yunshu was shy at one moment and angry at the next. A woman's heart is like a needle in the sea. At this time, at the other end of Tianqing town, in an inn. Uncle Wan, why did you bring several of your brothers to see Mr. Su today without telling Brother Lu and me and without discussing this with me first? Sitting on the couch by the window, Xiao Yueli looked helpless. If I hadn't heard people talking in the inn. She didn't even know that Wang Jingchu was actually looking for trouble with Su Chang'an behind her back. Junior sister, Master also feels that there is something fishy about the Immortal Gate token. Mr. Su is very likely a member of the Black Demon sect, so he came to test us. Zhao Chengyu was the first to step forward and explain for his master. He is the eldest senior brother, and there are some things that Wang Jingchu is not easy to say, so he has to help say them. Although their actions today were ill-considered, their starting point was good. They had already suffered a great blow and really didn't want to be blamed by Xiao Yueli again. If I was wrong, I'm wrong. I won't make excuses. What happened today was indeed due to my lack of consideration as a teacher. Wang Jingchu frowned. He had lost face today anyway, so there was nothing to hide. Junior sister, if you want to blame someone, blame me. It was my idea. That person just pointed out the direction, and Junior sister was ambushed by the Black Demon sect in the blink of an eye. If you say he has nothing to do with the Black Demon sect, I'm the first one to disbelieve it. There was still some resentment and unwillingness on Li Chongran's face. He would rather believe that Su Chanan was just lucky and had bad luck. I don't want to believe that Su Chanan really has this ability. Uncle Master, Junior Brother, you guys. Hey! Lu Xingxi pointed at Li Chongran, speechless for a while, and finally just sighed. You assert that Mr. Su is from the Black Demon sect. But you know that the blood demon old ghost from the Black Demon sect died at the hands of Mr. Su. Xiao Yueli sighed softly. If it weren't for what happened today, I'm afraid Wang Jingchu and others would cause another disaster in the future. She really didn't want to tell Wang Jingchu and the others about Su Chanan's identity. Although Su Chanan did not deliberately conceal it, Xiao Yueli could guess that Su Chanan did not want to be disturbed. What did you say? As soon as these words were spoken, Wang Jingchu, his master and his two disciples were all shocked and stood there in a daze. It took me a long while to make sure that I had not heard it wrong. The three of them looked at each other, and could see expressions of disbelief and shock in each other's eyes. The mysterious master who saved Xiao Yueli and Lu Xingxi was Su Chang'an? How is this possible? That old ghost, the blood silkworm, is a 9th rank warrior. The only one who can kill a 9th grade warrior is a half-step grandmaster or a grandmaster. But how old is Su Chang'an? Even if one starts practicing martial arts from the womb, the best he can do is the 9th level. Grandmaster, half-step grandmaster, you can't reach that level just by relying on talent. Without years of accumulation and gradual development, no matter how talented you are, you can never dream of reaching the threshold of a half-step master or even a master. Wang Jingshu started practicing martial arts at the age of 3, and it has been 40 years now. He has good qualifications and is considered to be one of the best in the Tianji Pavilion. But it has been 10 years since he entered the 9th level. Not to mention the Grandmaster, even the half-step Grandmaster is out of reach. Impossible. At his age, he can't possibly be at the half-step Grandmaster level. Even if he is at the 9th rank, whether he can defeat the blood silkworm ghost is another matter, let alone kill him. Wang Jingshu shook his head repeatedly. He could still accept that Su Chang'an defeated him in numerology. But if you tell him that Su Chang'an is at the Grandmaster level, he will definitely not believe it. This is simply a fantasy. Absolutely not. He is not a 9th rank master, let alone a Grandmaster. Xiao Yueli withdrew her gaze from the window and looked at Wang Jingshu calmly. Even Master had to sacrifice his life essence to get a glimpse of the secrets and deduce the whereabouts of the Immortal Gate token. And Mr. Su, you're so nonchalant about it. You didn't even know that what I'm looking for is the Immortal Gate token. In the art of numerology, he has such attainments, and he can easily wipe out a 9th grade master like the blood silkworm old ghost. Uncle Wang, have you never thought about who Mr. Su might be? Xiao Yueli's words made Wang Jingshu stunned and emotional. In my mind, everything was turning upside down, as if something was connected together. His expression kept changing, and the shock in his eyes became more and more intense. What's the meaning? Zhao Chengyu and Li Chongran frowned, looking puzzled. Immortal cultivator? He is an immortal cultivator. Wang Jingshu felt as if struck by lightning, his pupils suddenly dilated, and his breathing almost stopped. Only then did he react. If what Xiao Yueli said was true, then there was only one possibility. Su Chang'an is an immortal cultivator. Only immortal cultivators can easily crush 9th grade warriors. Only then can you easily deduce the whereabouts of the Immortal Gate token. Yes, he should have thought of it earlier. They were so ignorant of the danger that they offended an immortal cultivator. They are the truly ignorant people. Oh no, where's Feiyu? Wang Jingshu's expression suddenly changed, and he felt a strong sense of foreboding. Just now, Sun Feiyu said that he wanted to eat something first and did not go back to the inn with them. But now, it has been almost an hour and Sun Feiyu has not come back yet. You can figure out what Sun Feiyu is doing with your toes. He went to see Mr. Su? Xiao Yueli's expression also changed and she could no longer sit still. If Sun Feiyu really goes to cause trouble for Su Chang'an, the consequences will be unimaginable. I'll go get him back. Lu Xingxi realized the seriousness of the matter and without any unnecessary words, he immediately broke the window and rushed out of the inn. Zhao Chengyu and Li Chongran followed closely behind and hurried to catch up. Looking at the backs of the three of them leaving, Wang Jingshu's face became terribly gloomy. He never thought that his momentary carelessness could lead to such a disaster. If Su Chang'an is really an immortal cultivator, then what he should worry about is not Sun Feiyu's safety. But it is a catastrophe that the entire Tianji Pavilion may face. Chapter 39. You want to kill me? It was getting dark. There were fewer and fewer pedestrians on the streets of Tianqing town, and a few dim lanterns were swaying in the wind. Su Chang'an and Mu Yunshu found a small shop with a strong sense of fireworks, located by the river. The two of them deliberately found a seat by the window. Through the window lattice, you can see several cruise ships hung with red lanterns slowly passing by on the shimmering river. The lights on the boats were reflected on the water, making the hazy night look somewhat intoxicating. Su Chang'an ordered a few side dishes and a pot of daughter's red wine. While waiting for the food to be served, he suddenly said to Mu Yunshu, "Madam, please wait here for a moment. I'm going out for a while and will be back soon." Good. Although Mu Yunshu was a little confused, he didn't ask any questions and just sat there obediently. After walking out of the restaurant, the gentleness on Su Chang'an's face faded away, and he walked downstream along the river bank towards a place with fewer people. His pace became faster and faster until he turned a few corners and came to an empty alley, where he stopped. We've been following you all the way. Come out. Su Chanan didn't even turn his head, as if he was talking to the air. You're more alert than I thought. Have you noticed I was following you? In the deserted alley, a figure walked out from the dark corner. Sun Feiyu had a cold expression on his face, and his eyes, full of hatred, stared at Su Chanan. You want to kill me? Su Chanan turned around and looked at Sun Feiyu indifferently. Although Sun Feiyu kept a certain distance along the way and did not emit any murderous intent. But Su Chang'an's spiritual awareness is so vast. Within a radius of dozens of miles, every blade of grass and every tree was covered by his spiritual sense and nothing could escape his detection. What is the use of Sun Feiyu's breath even if it is hidden very well? I didn't intend to kill you. If you just come with us and explain everything, then nothing will happen, right? You're so self-righteous that you want to fight with my master. No matter what evil tricks you use, you must die today. At this moment, Sun Feiyu's murderous intent could no longer be concealed. His face, which was full of youthful vigor, had already been distorted by hideousness. How could he, who had never experienced any setbacks or the dangers of the world since childhood, endure being humiliated by Su Chang'an in public today, bringing disgrace to the Tianji Pavilion? Only Su Chang'an's death can wash away all this. A long black stick suddenly appeared in his hand, and Sun Feiyu's figure suddenly disappeared from the spot. In the blink of an eye, he jumped above Su Chang'an and smashed him on the head with a stick. He really wanted to kill Su Chang'an, so the first move he made was a killing move, without any reservation. Su Chang'an stood there from beginning to end, motionless, as if he was frightened silly. It's just that you acted too decisively and didn't know how to restrain yourself. The pitch-black long stick with a metallic luster fell down through the air with the force of thunder. There was only cold murderous intent in Sun Feiyu's eyes, without a trace of mercy. He seemed to be able to see the scene of Su Chang'an's head being smashed to pieces by the stick. However, just when the long stick was about to touch his head, Sun Feiyu only felt an extremely powerful resistance suddenly coming at him. The long stick was stagnant, and no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't move it at all. In surprise, he saw Su Chang'an raise two fingers and clamped his long stick tightly. That's impossible. Sun Feiyu's eyes suddenly widened, looking as if he had seen a ghost. Although he was only a 7th rank warrior, even an 8th rank warrior would not be able to withstand his full strength blow so easily. Unless Su Chang'an is a 9th grade warrior. This is absolutely impossible. Die. Sun Feiyu's eyes were bloodshot, and he simply couldn't believe that Su Chang'an was a 9th grade warrior. He shook his hands, and the long stick in his hand suddenly broke into 3 pieces. He only grabbed the tail end and suddenly stabbed it into Su Chang'an's heart. But the next moment, his vision blurred, and with a feeling of weightlessness, he fell heavily against the wall of the alley. Puff! A stream of blood suddenly spurted out, and Sun Feiyu's face instantly turned as pale as paper. Just this one blow almost cost him half his life. Originally, today's incident was over, and I didn't intend to argue with you any further. Tell me, why did you have to come here to die? Su Chang'an let go of the black iron rod and watched Sun Feiyu slowly slide down the wall like a dead dog. He was really helpless. If he wasn't afraid of disturbing Mu Yunshu, he wouldn't bother with Sun Feiyu. Ninth grade. Sun Feiyu supported himself on the ground with his hands with difficulty, his bloodshot eyes filled with disbelief. He screamed and vomited blood again, feeling that his internal organs were almost shattered. He couldn't believe it. There was clearly no trace of a warrior's aura on Su Chang'an. He is just a weak sorcerer, not even as good as an ordinary person. How did he suddenly become a 9th grade being? 9th rank? Su Chang'an smiled faintly and was too lazy to talk nonsense with Sun Feiyu. He raised his hand again, and a fireball suddenly appeared on his palm like a meteorite. In the alley shrouded in darkness, it appears particularly bright and scorching like a little sun. The firelight shone down, dispelling the darkness and lengthening the shadows. Sun Feiyu was stunned and looked up in disbelief. What caught my eye was the dazzling fireball on Su Chang'an's palm. Immortal arts, you are an immortal cultivator? I see, ha 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 ha. The astonishment in his eyes gradually grew bigger, and Sun Feiyu laughed wildly like a madman. The laughter was filled with despair. At this moment, he understood everything. No wonder Su Chang'an was not afraid of offending his Tianji pavilion. No wonder Su Chang'an has such magical skills. No wonder Su Chang'an could crush him, a 7th grade warrior. It's easy to notice that you're being followed. It was because the person he wanted to kill was the unattainable immortal cultivator. How can you overestimate your own abilities? It's really ridiculous and sad. Su Chang'an looked at Sun Feiyu, who was in a frenzy, indifferently, raised his right hand slightly, and was about to drop the fireball in his hand. But at this moment, stop! Accompanied by a loud shout of shock and anger, Lu Xingxi, Zhao Chunyu, and Li Chongran finally arrived. A heart-pounding and terrifying aura swept over from the blazing fireball. Zhao Chunyu and Li Chongran's eyes were filled with shock and fear. For a moment, they didn't even dare to rush forward to save Sun Feiyu. "Mr. Su, please show some mercy. Please, for the sake of my junior brother's youth and ignorance, spare his life." Lu Xingxi's voice was trembling. He really didn't expect that Sun Feiyu was so bold. "How dare you go to Su Chang'an alone?" Although he had only met Su Chang'an a few times, he could see that Su Chang'an was not a person who killed indiscriminately. In fact, he is much gentler than the immortal cultivators in the legends. If Sun Feiyu had not intended to kill Su Chang'an, Lu Xingxi believed that Su Chang'an would never kill Sun Feiyu. Chapter 40. Could it be that my husband and she are old lovers? It is said that a master should not be insulted, let alone an immortal cultivator who is above ordinary people. What Lu Xingxi is most worried about now is that Sun Feiyu's actions will bring disaster to Tianji Pavilion. With Su Chang'an's strength that can crush 9th grade warriors like killing chickens and dogs, even if he destroys the entire Tianji Pavilion, it would be just a matter of turning his hand. Now he only hoped that Su Chang'an would spare Sun Feiyu's life for his and Xiao Yueli's sake. As long as Sun Feiyu can keep his life, there is still hope for the situation to turn around. Just when Lu Xingxi was so nervous that his heart was about to jump out of his throat. "Your Excellency, please think carefully. Do you really want to be an enemy of Tianji Pavilion?" Li Chongran's eyes were bloodshot, and there was even a hint of threat in his tone. As soon as these words came out, Lu Xingxi's eyes went dark and he almost fainted on the spot. He didn't know where Li Chongran got the confidence from, nor did he know what was wrong with Li Chongran's brain. At this time, you still dare to say such ignorant words? It's extremely stupid. It's over. Everything is over. Lu Xingxi's face was ashen and he could no longer utter a word. Tianji Pavilion? It's really so majestic. Su Chang'an smiled. He really didn't care about the Tianji Pavilion. Go back and tell Wang Jingchu that I killed his apprentice. If you want revenge, I'm here for you anytime. After saying this, the smile on Su Chang'an's face gradually faded. He just flipped his right hand, and a fireball fell, instantly sweeping over Sun Feiyu's body. Poor Sun Feiyu, who was full of regret, didn't even have time to let out a scream. But in an instant, it was reduced to ashes and turned into powder. In the light of the fire, Su Chang'an's eyes were calm, without any emotional fluctuations. It was as if the fireball only burned an ant. "Junior brother." Li Chongran widened his eyes in disbelief and let out a heart-wrenching howl. Then, he rushed up like a madman and was about to fight Su Chang'an to the death. Fortunately, Lu Xingxi reacted quickly and held him down, thus saving his life. Zhao Chengyu, who was standing aside, could not be relied upon, as his body had already frozen in place. He stared at Su Chang'an in horror, feeling his soul trembling. This was the first time he witnessed the terrifying power of immortal cultivators, a power that was completely beyond his comprehension. In the blink of an eye, Sun Feiyu, a 7th-rank warrior, turned into ashes. An extreme feeling of fear and powerlessness filled his whole body, making him almost lose control of his body at this moment. The Tianji Pavilion that he was proud of was never taken seriously by others from the very beginning. Even though there were 3 8th-grade people here, Su Chang'an didn't even look at them and killed them without hesitation. Is this an immortal cultivator? Without paying any attention to Lu Xingxi and the other two, after doing all this, Su Chang'an disappeared from the spot in a flash. He didn't have time to waste on Lu Xingxi and the other two. The lady has been waiting for quite some time, and I don't know if she is getting impatient. Riverside Restaurant. Su Chang'an returned to his seat mysteriously. About a quarter of an hour had passed since he left. Fortunately, the side dishes on the table have just been served. "Madam, are you getting impatient?" There was no expression unusual on Su Chang'an's face, and no sign that he had just killed a life. "No hurry, did you buy something, husband?" Mu Yunshu smiled lightly, shook his head, and there was curiosity in his eyes. Perhaps it was because Sun Feiyu was far away, or perhaps it was because he did not emit any murderous intent. From beginning to end, Mu Yunshu had no idea that someone was following him. So naturally, nothing unusual was found. Sure enough, I still can't escape the madam's sharp eyes. Su Chang'an chuckled, stretched out his right hand hidden behind his back, and opened it in front of Mu Yunshu. A green hairpin with exquisite carvings appeared in his palm. I just passed by a stall and saw this jade hairpin. It matches your temperament very well. I wanted to give her a surprise and buy it back tomorrow, but I was worried that someone else might buy it in the meantime. Su Chang'an remained calm and composed, and naturally could not tell Mu Yunshu that they were being followed. What a unique hairpin. Mu Yunshu's eyes lit up and he was very surprised. She took the green hairpin and couldn't let it go. I really didn't expect that Su Chang'an suddenly ran out to buy her a hairpin. In the past few days, she received more gifts than she had received in the past 20 years combined. As long as my lady likes it, I'll put it on for you. Su Chang'an walked around behind Mu Yunshu and gently inserted the green hairpin into her hair with his own hands. I like it very much, thank you, husband. Mu Yunshu pursed his lips, his face full of joy that he couldn't hide. But soon, this joy was replaced by cunning. Why did my husband suddenly think of giving me a hairpin? Could it be that he has done something unspeakable? Mu Yunshu pulled Su Chang'an to sit next to him, with a smile on his face and a questioning tone in his voice. As soon as these words were spoken, Su Chang'an's heart tightened and he almost suspected that Mu Yunshu had guessed something. He remained calm on the surface, wailing, "It's unfair. Madam, what secrets could I possibly have? I eat, drink, defecate, and urinate every day right under your nose. Bah! What's all this eating, drinking, shit, and urinating? You have no shame." Mu Yunshu was so scared that he quickly covered Su Chang'an's mouth with his hand and spat with a slightly red face. I was afraid that Su Chang'an would say something shameless in public. Feeling warm, Su Chang'an couldn't help but kiss Mu Yunshu's palm. Then tell me, what's going on with the proprietress of Huaman Lu? Mu Yunshu's heart was moved, and he pulled back his hand as if he had been electrocuted, and rolled his eyes at Su Chang'an. The proprietress of Huaman Lu? When he heard the name of the proprietress, Su Chang'an was stunned and didn't react for a moment. Are you talking about Su Qingxian? Su Chang'an looked strange. I thought Mu Yunshu had noticed something, but I didn't expect it was because of Su Qingxian. Su Qingxian? My husband even found out her name. Today, she seemed quite familiar with my husband. Could it be that my husband and she are an old lover? Mu Yunshu curled his lips, and his words were full of jealousy. My dear? Where did you learn all this, madam? Su Chang'an's eyes twitched slightly. Madam, you misunderstood. She and I just met in the past 2 days. Didn't we set up a stall in front of her shop? She had to know my background, so she called me up to question me. After a few interactions, we got to know each other. God can testify that he really has no bad intentions towards Su Qingxian. Are you serious? Mu Yunshu was half believing and half doubting, and still felt something was wrong. In my eyes, no, in my world, there has always only been you, madam. There is absolutely no falsehood. Su Chang'an raised 3 fingers and was about to swear to the sky. Humph. For the sake of the hairpin, I'll let you go for now. Mu Yunshu hummed softly and leaned lightly on Su Chang'an's shoulder. Looking at the cruise ship starting its performance on the river and listening to the lively cheers around me. I just feel that the years are quiet and good. Feeling the softness on his arm and the faint fragrance of hair in his nose, Su Chang'an secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and sweat broke out on his forehead. Dealing with the lady's suspicion is much more difficult than fighting and killing. Chapter 41. I'm here to see my sister-in-law. On the other side, the inn. Wang Jingchu sat cross-legged on the ground, closing his eyes to rest. The violent beating of his temples revealed that his heart was not at peace at the moment. Xiao Yueli looked out the window, a look of worry between her brows and a dull pain in her head. The room was dead silent. Neither of them spoke, just waiting quietly. When the door creaked open, Xiao Yueli immediately looked in the direction of the voice, but only saw Lu Xingxi and the other 2, but no sign of Sun Feiyu. Her heart sank completely. Feiyu, dead. As if knowing what Xiao Yueli was going to ask, Lu Xingxi spoke in a hoarse voice. Dead. Wang Jingchu suddenly opened his eyes, his sitting body trembled, and his expression was dazed. Master, it's my incompetence that prevented me from bringing back my junior brother. Zhao Qingyu silently placed Sun Feiyu's black iron rod on the table, his face full of guilt and self-blame. It was him, Su Chang'an, who killed junior brother. Master, I saw it with my own eyes. Junior brother was reduced to ashes right before my eyes. Not even a complete corpse was left. Are we just going to watch our junior brother die at his hands and do nothing? Master, as long as you speak, we will rush over and avenge our junior brother. Li Chongran's eyes were bloodshot, and every word he spoke sounded like the growl of a wild beast. He was about to lose his mind. Brother Li, Feiyu's death isn't enough. Do you also want the entire Tianji pavilion to be plunged into an irretrievable situation? Xiao Yueli sighed softly. If she had known this would happen, she would never let Wang Dingqiu and others know about Su Chanan's existence. Otherwise, such a disaster would not have occurred. What will happen if you offend an immortal cultivator? Wang Jingqiu should know better than her. Junior sister, I. This sentence was like a wake-up call. Li Chongran came to his senses a little, but his whole body was cold and he was at a loss. This matter should be treated as if it never happened. Do not seek revenge or make irresponsible remarks. Now that this matter is over, I will personally apologize to the old pavilion master. Wang Dingqiu closed his eyes again, and he seemed to have aged 10 years. It's easy to explain to the old pavilion master, but it's difficult to explain to Sun Feiyu's grandfather. The Sun family is a famous and prominent family in Daqian. The Sun family has a deep ancestral background. Its ancestor was one of the founders of the Tianji Pavilion. Sun Feiyu's grandfather, Sun Jinyue, is now the first elder of his Tianji Pavilion. Sun Jinyue valued him and entrusted his only grandson to him for teaching, which showed his great trust in Wang Jingqiu. But now, Sun Feiyu died at the hands of others because of him. How was he going to explain this to the Sun family and Sun Jinyue? Uncle Wang, I will apologize to Master with you then. As if she could see Wang Jingqiu's concerns, Xiao Yueli did not intend to let Wang Jingqiu bear the responsibility alone. After all, if it wasn't for helping her find the Immortal Gate token, so many things wouldn't have happened. In that case, thank you very much, Princess. Wang Dingqiu was not polite, but his tone was calm and a little scary. Regarding Feiyu's death, I hope that Uncle Wang and the other two brothers will not reveal Mr. Su's existence. Xiao Yueli looked solemn. This matter ends here. She could also find an opportunity to plead with Su Chanan. But if Sun Jinyue knew about this, he would definitely seek revenge on Su Chanan. By then, I'm afraid it will never end. The entire Tianji Pavilion will face a devastating disaster because of this. Wang Jingqiu was very clear about this, and Zhao Qingyu and Li Chongran, who had calmed down, were also aware of it. They all fell silent. Even though they were unwilling, they had no choice but to grit their teeth and swallow it. The next morning. The golden rooster breaks dawn. Su Chanan slept in for a rare time and had planned to spend some more time with Mu Yunshu. There was an uninvited guest outside the house. Xiao Bai, you're eating well at Mr. Su's place. It's only been a short time, and you've gained weight again. Hiss, whistle. Along with the cheerful neighing of the white dragon colt, Xiao Yueli's voice faintly came from the yard. Why is this woman here again? What a trouble. Su Chanan poked his head out from the soft and fragrant quilt and said with an unhappy expression. With yesterday's experience, he immediately showed his impatience towards Xiao Yueli, fearing that Mu Yunshu would misunderstand him again. Husband, are you not going to Tianqing town today? Mu Yunshu knew what Xiao Yueli was here for today, so he naturally no longer felt jealous. Her face flushed and she quickly got up and dressed. No, I'm going to take a good rest today. The villagers are too enthusiastic. I have to give them some time to calm down. Thinking of the long queues yesterday, Su Chanan couldn't help but feel a headache. After saying that, he casually put on the clothes beside the bed, stood up and opened the door. Who are you? You came uninvited and disturbed my sleep. Do you have any manners? Su Chanan, his abs showing, strode out of the main room. He pretended to have just seen Xiao Yueli and waved his hand, saying, "Oh, it's Her Royal Highness the Princess. If Her Royal Highness is here for Tianji Pavilion, please go back." Tianji Pavilion? Mr. Su, you're worrying too much. My visit today has nothing to do with Tianji Pavilion. I'm here to see my sister-in-law. Xiao Yueli looked up and her eyes met Su Chanan's well-defined abdominal muscles, and her face couldn't help but blush. For some unknown reason, she didn't look away immediately. Instead, he stared at her boldly. Looking for my wife? Su Chanan frowned. Xiao Yueli came to see Mu Yunshu at this time. Could it be that she was here to persuade him? Did the two really know each other before? We made an appointment last time. The princess invited me to go to the suburbs to enjoy the flowers. Mu Yunshu walked out, blocked Xiao Yueli's sight, and personally tidied Su Chanan's clothes. Flower viewing? How about I go with my wife? Su Chanan looked hesitant and somewhat distrustful of Xiao Yueli. My dear husband, you were exhausted yesterday. Just take a good rest at home today. Don't worry, I will be back early. Mu Yunshu shook his head and pushed Su Chanan back into the house again. The people who go to the flower viewing party are all women. Mr. Su should not join in the fun. Don't worry, I'm here and I will definitely not let my sister-in-law get hurt. Xiao Yueli walked forward and held Mu Yunshu's arm intimately. Before leaving, he did not forget to glance at Su Chanan proudly. It's like a flower thief who kidnaps someone's wife. Su Chanan looked strange. However, Mu Yunshu had the holy weapon Liu Guang bracelet that he gave him. Even the so-called master can't hurt even a corner of Mu Yunshu's clothes. Mu Yunshu wanted to go enjoy the flowers, relax and make friends, and Su Chanan was happy for her. Thinking of this, he felt relieved and simply went back to sleep. Outside the courtyard, a low-key and chic carriage was already waiting. The groom leading the horse was Lu Xingxi. Seeing Xiao Yueli walking towards him with Mu Yunshu, Lu Xingxi immediately showed a look of awe on his face. Meet Madame Su. Mu Yunshu didn't know where Lu Xingxi's awe came from, and thought it was because the two had fought before. I didn't suspect anything. Is there any news about the Immortal Gate token? Chapter 42, Just a countryman who knows some magic. After getting on the carriage, Mu Yunshu's expression immediately returned to its cold state, and she went straight to the point. Yes, we received news from Hua Manlu that the Black Evil sect has found Su Luotian's base in Tianqing town and will take action against Su Luotian at noon today. Xiao Yueli nodded and really brought news. Hearing this, Mu Yunshu raised his eyebrows. Su Luotian is still the same Su Luotian. Can't wait a moment. She just spread the news yesterday, and Su Luotian took action today. Mu Yunshu could almost conclude that the news of Su Luotian's stronghold was deliberately leaked by Zuohan and Yingwu. The purpose, of course, is to lure out the Black Evil sect. According to reliable information, this time Su Luotian should only have 1 heaven-level assassin and 3 earth-level assassins. As for the Black Demon sect, not only did they send out the old Ghost Blood Silkworm, but even their deputy sect leader Mo Wuchang came to the southern wasteland continent in person. I heard that he is accompanied by the 9th-rank warrior Qinggu. He has made a huge investment this time. As she spoke, Xiao Yueli's eyes showed a look of doubt. She was a little confused as to why the Black Evil sect was making such a big fuss this time. It would have been fine if they had just dispatched 2 9th-grade warriors, but even the deputy sect leader who was a half-step grandmaster took action personally. Are they so sure that the Immortal Gate token is near Tianqing town? Xiao Yueli had no idea that the Black Evil sect had already known the whereabouts of the Immortal Sect token. If it weren't for a coincidence, Haishahu and others would have died at the hands of Mu Yunshu. I'm afraid that the Immortal Gate token has long been taken away by the Black Evil Gate. I heard that Mo Wuchang is a half-step master. If he gets the Immortal Gate token, I'm afraid you and I will have no chance. Mu Yunshu remained calm and naturally would not reveal any information about Su Luotian. The thing that made her feel strange about the whole thing was, if the Immortal Gate token was most likely taken away by the Black Demon Gate, why did the Black Demon Gate still stay in Tianqing town? Yingwu and Zuohan deliberately spread the rumor, clearly in order to attract the Black Evil sect. The Black Evil sect would be fooled, and they must have thought that the Immortal Sect token had been obtained by Su Luotian. But the problem is that the Immortal Gate token is neither in Su Luotian nor on Xiao Yueli. It is very likely that it is not in the hands of the Black Evil sect at all. Is there a possibility that the Black Evil sect didn't get the Immortal Sect token, and neither did Su Luotian? They all mistakenly believed that the other party had obtained the Immortal Gate token, so they fought each other. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Sister-in-law, where do you think the Real Immortal Gate token is? Xiao Yueli's eyes flashed with a glimmer of understanding, as if she had vaguely grasped the key to the matter. Whether it is the Black Evil sect, Su Luotian, or even the Tianji Pavilion and Hua Manlu, the major forces have never been united. Even if there is an internal thief, it would not be surprising at all. In this situation, there are only 2 possibilities. Or, the Immortal Gate token has not appeared yet. Or, the Immortal Gate token appeared in the world, but was hidden by someone from the Black Evil Gate or Su Luotian. The temptation to step into the Immortal Gate is irresistible to anyone and is enough to make anyone rebel. Xiao Yueli believed in Su Chanan's deductive method. So she is more inclined to the second possibility. Now let us see whether the person who hid the Immortal Gate token will be exposed. This is also the reason why she approached Mu Yunshu and decided to take the risk of participating in the fight between the Black Evil sect and Su Luotian. You mean to say that the Immortal Gate token is on someone in the Black Evil sect or Su Luotian? Mu Yunshu was very smart. She narrowed her eyes slightly and immediately understood what Xiao Yueli meant. I have to say that this guess is indeed the most likely one. Maybe we can take a gamble. Xiao Yueli smiled, with a hint of excitement in her eyes. The more chaotic the scene, the more exciting she felt. I can gamble, but I don't know if Hua Manlu's information is reliable. Mu Yunshu looked calm and not as excited as Xiao Yueli. She also understood at this time that the place where she and Su Chang'an set up their stall every day was one of the strongholds of Hua Manlu, the largest intelligence network in Daqian. No wonder she thought Su Qingxian was something special that day. But this time, Hua Manlu was disguised as a real flower shop, which made it a little inconspicuous. If Hua Manlu's information is unreliable, then there will be no reliable information for Daqian. Xiao Yueli seems to have great confidence in Hua Manlu. Little did he know that Hua Manlu's information about Su Luotian was inaccurate. Because of this, Mu Yunshu did not completely trust Hua Manlu's information. However, she wouldn't tell Xiao Yueli. Regardless of whether the news is true or not, it is definitely worth a visit. 50 miles away from Tianqing town, in a dilapidated Taoist temple. Yinggu, do you really believe what Pianhong said? Zuohan leaned against the mottled pillar with his sword in his arms, frowning as he looked at Yinggu, who still had the leisure to paint her lips red with rouge. Yesterday, Mu Yunshu sent a message saying that he succeeded, but he did not find the Immortal Gate token on Xiao Yueli. It is suspected that the Immortal Gate token has been obtained by the Black Evil Gate. Only then did they spread the news to attract the Black Evil sect. Could it be that Pianhong has already obtained the Immortal Gate token, but doesn't want to hand it over to us, so he diverted the trouble to the east and brought about the Black Demon Gate? Zuohan has no trust in Mu Yunshu, the traitor. I believe her. Yinggu looked left and right in the bronze mirror in her hand, and seemed very satisfied with her makeup. Don't forget, she loves her young master dearly. Didn't you see? The other day when I said I wanted to kill her young master, she looked like she wanted to eat me alive. He, are you heartbroken, soul chaser? The goddess you dare not desecrate is nothing more than a whore in the end. Yinggu laughed so hard that her body shook. Mu Yunshu's degeneration gave her an inexplicable pleasure. Everyone thought that Mu Yunshu was the sharpest sword in the Lord's hand. It is a killing weapon without emotion or even self. But unfortunately, Mu Yunshu became the only heaven-level killer who betrayed Su Luotian. She even allowed herself to fall into depravity and married a country bumpkin, whom she loved madly. Is this still the Pianhong they remember? How ridiculous. Zuohan's face was terribly gloomy and he did not respond to Yingwu's ridicule. For the sake of her beloved husband, she dare not deceive us. I checked. Her young master is just a country boy who knows some magic. Maybe he has some luck. It's a pity that she doesn't understand men. She will soon find out that the man she likes, the beloved husband she is inseparable from, is no different from those wild men who are looking for flowers and asking for willows. The smile on Yingwu's charming face gradually disappeared. She held up the bronze mirror and kept looking at it, seeming to be extremely satisfied with her naturally charming face. She never thought that her beauty would be inferior to Mu Yunshu. Little did she know that when she compared herself with Mu Yunshu, she had already lost. What do you want to do? Don't forget, finding the Immortal Gate token is our mission. Chapter 43, is Su Chang'an a 9th rank master? Or a half-step grandmaster? Zuohan stood up straight and looked at Yingwu with some unfriendly eyes. Don't worry, even if I want to do something, it won't be now. Yingwu put away the bronze mirror, stretched, and then walked out of the Taoist temple, twisting her hips. It's almost time, don't hold me back. Mind your own business. Zuohan had a cold expression on his face and disappeared from the spot after he finished speaking. What they have to face on this trip is a half-step grandmaster. It is not certain who will drag down whom. Shujia village. As soon as Mu Yunshu and Xiao Yueli left, Su Chang'an lost his sleepiness. I simply washed up and got up to feed the horses. Xiaobai, I'm glad you're with me. Su Chang'an took out a dragon marrow cleansing pill from the Tiangang ring and patted by Longju's face, sighing. In the past, when he was alone, he didn't feel it. I was used to the days when the lady was around, so the courtyard seemed particularly deserted just after she left. Hiss, whistle. Xiaobai neighed softly and faced Su Chanan's palm without any resistance, being surprisingly docile. It seemed as if one could sense an extremely dangerous aura emanating from Su Chanan. Come on, Xiaobai, you're in for a treat today. Let me give you something delicious to eat. Having said that, Su Chanan stuffed the dragon marrow cleansing pill into the white dragon horse's mouth without any explanation. Xiaobai slurped and swallowed the dragon marrow cleansing pill. Then there was no response. Is the amount too small? Su Chanan muttered something, took out another dragon marrow cleansing pill and fed it to Xiaobai. He has plenty of dragon marrow cleansing pills. If one isn't enough, try two. If two aren't enough, try three. Fortunately, after swallowing the second pill, Beilanju finally showed some changes. Hiss. Without any warning, Xiaobai raised his head and let out a long neigh, then suddenly raised his front hooves high up and slammed them down to the ground with a force of shock and anger, causing dust to fly. Then, he suddenly broke free from the reins and ran out of the yard. Is this the effect of the medicine? Su Chanan's eyes twitched slightly, but he had no intention of chasing Bai Longju. He stood there, and suddenly a dry and hoarse voice came from not far behind him. This beast is quite alert. A man in green clothes, with a strange mask covering his face, stood on the eaves, staring at Su Chang'an quietly. It was Qinggu, the 9th-rank warrior of the Black Evil sect. Someone from Tianji Pavilion? Su Chang'an turned around slowly and looked at Qinggu calmly, without any surprise on his face. No, I'm from the Black Demon sect. Qinggu stared at Su Chang'an with a pair of emotionless eyes like a dead person, as if he wanted to see something. Come for the Immortal Gate token? Su Chan'an nodded, his tone as relaxed as if he was chatting with a friend. He subconsciously thought that the other party also came for the Immortal Gate token. You don't seem surprised? Did you expect me to come? For the first time, Qinggu showed a hint of curiosity. He heard that Su Chang'an had some attainments in alchemy and was better than Wang Jingchu of Tianji Pavilion. But he felt that Su Chang'an was just too lucky. So he didn't know whether Su Chang'an had really figured it out or was just pretending to be calm. Count? Is it necessary? If you came here for the Immortal Gate token, I'm afraid you will be disappointed. I don't have what you want here. Su Chang'an sneered and shook his head. I will be able to judge whether there is anything I want. Please come with me. After saying that, the skinny figure disappeared from the eaves like a ghost. But in the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Su Chang'an. He stretched out a hand wrapped in green cloth, as fleshless as a bone, and grabbed Su Chang'an's shoulder. The next moment, he seemed to be hit by an invisible force, his body suddenly flew backwards and hit the courtyard wall heavily. A low groan came from under the bronze ghost mask, blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, and Qinggu looked up at Su Chang'an in a daze. Just now, he didn't even see how Su Chang'an made his move. 9th rank? Or a half-step grandmaster? You're also a warrior? Qinggu stood up slowly. His injuries were not serious, and there was a hint of surprise in his eyes. He only knew that Su Chang'an was a sorcerer and had no martial arts skills. The reason why Mo Wuchang sent him here was just to make sure that everything was safe. I never thought that Su Chang'an would be such a master. Go away, I won't kill you. With them coming to him one after another, Su Chang'an was almost losing his patience. If Qinggu had not shown any murderous intent, the attack just now would not have been as simple as just blasting him away. I'm sorry, but you have to come with me. Before Qinggu finished speaking, he pounced on Su Chang'an again. His speed was incredibly fast, like a green ghost constantly flashing in the yard. This time, he no longer had any contempt in his heart. He had no weapons, or rather, his weapons were his skinny hands. He no longer attacked head-on, but flashed behind Su Chang'an, stabbing with both hands like weapons, aiming directly at his scapula. Oh, why bother? Su Chang'an sighed helplessly, as if he had eyes behind his back. The originally motionless figure suddenly rose from the ground and easily avoided the fierce attack. Immediately, without waiting for Qinggu to launch another attack, Su Chang'an's figure landed gently, stepping precisely on Qinggu's shoulders. This step seems as light as a feather, but in fact it feels as heavy as tens of millions of pounds. Qinggu only felt a terrifying force coming from his shoulders, his knees softened, and he immediately fell to the ground. Impossible. Qinggu's eyes, which had never shown any emotion, finally revealed a look of shock. He allowed the black evil energy to enter his bones and refined his bones with his own flesh and blood. Although he looks bony and skinny, he is actually harder than iron that has been tempered 1,000 times. Even a 9th rank warrior couldn't make him kneel down. Could it be that Su Chang'an is truly at the level of a half-step grandmaster? At this age, being a half-step grandmaster is rare in the world. The bones are still pretty tough. Su Chang'an raised his eyebrows, also a little surprised. I thought this blow was enough to shatter Chingu's bones, but I didn't expect that he could still hold on. In this case, he had no choice but to increase his efforts. Crack crack. In an instant, Chingu's iron bones burst out with a crisp sound like frying beans. He gritted his teeth, ignoring the blood flowing from his mouth, and a creepy black evil aura emerged from his body. The eerie dark blue bones pierced through the green clothes and protruded from his arms and shoulders. Chingu's figure became more burly and he looked extremely terrifying, like an evil ghost crawling out of hell. The black evil energy wrapped around his exposed bones. At this moment, his strength increased several times. But even so, he still couldn't break free from Su Chang'an's suppression. It felt like a huge mountain was pressing down on his shoulders. He even had trouble raising his hands. Su Chang'an's expression did not change, and he put more strength into his steps. Puff! A mouthful of blood suddenly spurted out, and blood flowed out along the ghost face. The bones that pierced through the body were like broken mirrors, with spiderweb-like cracks appearing on them. Chingu's whole body shook, and his entire vitality faded away at an alarming speed, as if his tendons and marrow were being pulled out. Chapter 44. You are a step too late, he is already dead. Senior, the Black Demon Sect. Su Qingxian jumped off his horse and hurried into the courtyard. He stopped talking halfway through. In front of Su Qingxian's wide-open eyes, Chingu's body fell heavily to the ground. It's a rare day off, but it really doesn't let me have any peace and quiet. Forget it, what do you think happened to the Black Demon Sect? Su Chang'an jumped lightly and landed to the side, looking indifferently at Su Qingxian who had broken into the yard. Su Luotian deliberately leaked the news, and the Black Evil Sect pretended to fall for it. But their real target is Princess Xiaoning and you, Senior. Su Qingxian took a deep breath, calmed himself down a little, and spoke concisely. She rode here in a hurry just to inform Su Chang'an. After all, Mo Wuchang is a half-step grandmaster and should not be underestimated. She was only worried that Mo Wuchang would come to Shujia village and attack Su Chang'an. Unexpectedly, instead of seeing Mo Wuchang, he saw the scene in front of him. Xinggu, a 9th rank warrior and top expert of the Black Demon Sect, seemed to have died from a single kick from Su Chang'an. If I remember correctly, this man just now seemed to have said that he was from the Black Demon Sect. Su Chang'an pointed at the lifeless bones on the ground. The old ghost named Blood Silkworm whom he had killed while passing by was also a member of the Black Evil Sect. What kind of evil fate does this Black Demon Sect have with him that makes them all rush here to die? Yes, he is dressed in green, with a bronze ghost mask on his face. This person is Xinggu, a 9th rank warrior from the Black Demon Sect. Su Qingxian glanced at the corpse on the ground with complicated eyes. I saw with my own eyes a 9th rank warrior die so easily at the hands of Su Chang'an. It is much more shocking than what you hear with your ears. There wasn't even any sign of a fight in the yard. Maybe he would be stepped on to death. Such a miserable death, such a way of death, I have never heard of it. You were a step too late, he's already dead, but I'll remember your favor. Su Chang'an nodded, knowing that Su Qingxian had come to tip off the enemy. Although he didn't need it, he appreciated the kindness. The Black Evil Sect not only dispatched 2 9th-grade masters, Blood Silkworm Old Ghost and Green Bone, but also its deputy sect leader, Mo Wuchang, came to Tianqing Town in person. The old ghost of Blood Silkworm and Xinggu both died at the hands of the senior. So Mo Wuchang must have gone to look for Xiaoning. Mo Wuchang is at the level of a half-step grandmaster, while Wang Jingshu beside Xiaoning is only at the 9th rank. He will definitely be no match for him. Su Luotian will eventually react. This time, Princess Xiaoning will probably be doomed. Su Qingxian sighed. The road to immortality is extremely dangerous. Like Xiao Yueli, she always lacked some immortal fate. Even if he seized the initiative, he still missed the immortal gate token. Even Mo Wuchang had taken action. Su Qingxian knew that he had no hope of getting the immortal gate token, and he no longer had the intention to get involved in the fight between the 3 parties. The root of her illness had been removed, so she naturally no longer had any obsession with cultivating immortality. Deputy Sect Leader? When Su Chang'an heard that the Black Evil Sect and its deputy leader were going to kill Xiao Yueli, a cold light flashed in his eyes. Of course, he was not worried about Xiao Yueli's life or death. This morning, Mu Yunshu and Xiao Yueli went to the suburbs to appreciate the flowers. If he frightens the madam, he won't be able to afford the compensation even if his entire black evil sect is destroyed. Su Qingxian's body trembled, and his face showed horror. Although she did not catch the cold light in Su Chanan's eyes, she could feel a sudden bone-chilling chill all over her body. He glanced across the courtyard but did not see Mu Yunshu. She suddenly understood. Do you know where there's a place to enjoy flowers outside of Tianqing town? Su Chanan's voice was cold. Although Mo Wuchang was only at the level of a half-step grandmaster, it was impossible for him to hurt Mu Yunshu, who was protected by the glazed bracelet. But he still had to go. This black evil sect happens again and again. If we don't destroy it, troubles will continue to follow, which is really unlucky. 40 miles outside the city, the peach blossoms bloomed later this year than in previous years, and most people in Tianqing town went there. Su Qingxian raised his eyebrows. If Su Chang'an takes action, Mo Wuchang will definitely die. Peach Blossom Forest. Su Chanan nodded, raised his hand and cast a fireball, burning Chingu's body to ashes. Then he took a step forward and disappeared from the spot in an instant. Senior. Su Qingxian opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but there was no trace of Su Chanan in front of him. She didn't think that Xiao Yueli would still have the mind to appreciate the flowers at this time. Just yesterday, Tianji Pavilion received news about the Black Evil sect and Su Luotian from her. Today, Xiao Yueli went to see Mu Yunshu. Su Qingxian naturally didn't believe that there was no connection between the two. She could vaguely guess Mu Yunshu's identity. But she was not sure whether Su Chahan knew about it. It's not her turn as an outsider to break this layer of window paper. After thinking for a moment, Su Qingxian seemed to have made a decision. He turned around, left the courtyard, and rode away on his horse. On the way from Shujia village to the dilapidated Taoist temple on the outskirts of the city. A carriage sped by, but there were only Xiao Yueli and Lu Xingxi in the carriage, and there was no sign of Mu Yunshu. Junior sister, if Mr. Su knew about what we did, would he be dissatisfied? Outside the carriage, Lu Xingxi gripped the reins tightly, looking hesitant, as if something was wrong. Su Chanan was obviously unaware that Mu Yunshu had kidnapped Xiao Yueli with the intention of getting the Immortal Gate token. If they rashly involved Mu Yunshu, and something really happened, there would be no turning back. Brother Lu, do you really think that Mr. Su knows nothing? Mr. Su is an immortal cultivator, with a perceptive eye and a wealth of skills, even more mysterious and unpredictable. I'm afraid he's already seen our little trick, but he just didn't say anything. Inside the car. There was no scruple in Xiao Yueli's eyes, only the enthusiasm of a gambler. Fortune and wealth are achieved through risk. In today's situation, there is no other choice but to take a gamble. Once the Immortal Gate token appears in the world, it will definitely cause a bloody storm. This is a result they have long expected. She needs Mu Yunshu's help. In other words, she needs Su Chahan's help. But Xiao Yueli had no idea that Su Chanan was extremely respectful to his wife and never pried into Mu Yunshu's privacy. That night, she and Mu Yunshu were on the country road outside the courtyard, talking frankly with each other, and they hit it off immediately. She thought she would not be able to hide it from Su Chanan. Unexpectedly, Su Chanan's spiritual sense was not expanded, so naturally he didn't hear what the two of them talked about. I hope so. Since the princess said so, Lu Xingxi naturally wouldn't say anything more. Getting closer and closer to the address given by Hua Man Lu. A fork appeared in the woods ahead. Walk to the right and your destination is the dilapidated Taoist temple. Going to the left is the purpose of their trip. That is the direction of going up the mountain. Halfway up the mountain, you can have a panoramic view of the whole place and take in the scene in the Taoist temple. And if there is any disturbance, they can rush to the scene as soon as possible. Drive. Lu Xingxi rode his horse and headed straight for the left fork in the road without hesitation. But at this moment, under the broad daylight, a strange shadow shrouded in black mist suddenly appeared from the front with a sharp sound of breaking through the air, and rushed straight towards the carriage. Chapter 45. You guys are too stupid. Careful. The black horse let out a long neigh and raised its front legs into the air. Lu Xingxi's pupils shrank and he didn't care about the frightened horse. He grabbed the wooden box beside him and threw it at the ghost shadow, then rushed towards it. A monstrous murderous aura was coming towards him, and how could Lu Xingxi not know that it was someone from the Black Demon sect again? Xiao Yueli reacted quickly, slapping the wall with her right palm, and the rear door of the carriage opened wide. She tapped her toes lightly, and her body flew backwards in the air with a bit of agility and grace. Almost at the same time, Lu Xingxi had already grasped the ghost tooth knife, leaped up, and chopped the strange shadow into pieces with one knife. Who is hiding? Show yourself now! Lu Xing's voice was like thunder. As soon as he finished speaking, several strange shadows, filled with murderous aura, emerged from the woods and attacked. Lu Xingxi was furious, and the ghost tooth knife suddenly swept forward, turning into a long black whip. With a sharp whistle that broke through the air, it swung out countless sharp teeth like blades. The sharp blade pierced through the shadow without causing any damage to it. The several strange shadows still rushed over, trying to bypass Lu Xingxi. His target was Xiao Yueli. Ha ha ha. I never thought that the dignified deputy leader of the Black Demon sect would be such a cunning and secretive person. Just at this moment, several sword lights suddenly appeared from the woods, attracting a figure in a black robe. It was the deputy leader of the Black Evil sect, the powerful half-step grandmaster, Mo Wuchang. Zhao Qingyu and Li Chongran appeared on both sides of Xiao Yueli at some point, and together with Lu Xingxi, they smashed the several strange shadows to pieces. The heavenly secret light-splitting sword is indeed unpredictable and powerful. Mo Wuchang stood with his hands behind his back, with admiration in his eyes. Not far in front of him, Wang Jingchu held a thin sword that was shining with brilliance, his expression cold. Although he has reached the 9th level of perfection, there is still a big gap between him and the half-step master. With the strange weapon, the splitting sword in his hand, he could only fight against it. But that's enough. Mo Wuchang, for the sake of the Immortal Gate token, you've completely lost all your dignity, even attacking a junior. Are you so sure that the Immortal Gate token is here? Wang Jingchu's words were full of sarcasm. For a Black Demon sect, sending out 2 9th grade ones is not enough. Even the deputy sect leader, who was a half-step grandmaster, had to take action personally. He really had no regard for his dignity. Ridiculous. Who on earth is so shameless? I'm afraid only you know how much your Tianji pavilion has spent on the Immortal Gate token. How about asking the old pavilion master, or a senior from the royal family, to come out and have a chat? Mo Wuchang sneered. Although he had a condescending attitude, he remained alert in his heart. After all, he was still not sure whether there would be a master from the royal family or Tianji pavilion in person. Mo Wuchang, you think too highly of yourself. Do you think you are worthy of a grandmaster's attack? Wang Jingchu's face darkened. How could he not understand what Mo Wuchang meant? Could it be that the reason why Mo Wuchang took action personally was because he suspected that the old ghost Xuetsan had died at the hands of the grandmaster? Then they are wronged. You guys are too stupid, just as stupid as the people from Suluotian. Do you really think that the Immortal Gate token has been obtained by the Black Demon sect? Mo Wuchang shook his head, and a hint of anger flashed in his majestic eyes. At first, he thought that the Immortal Gate token was obtained by Xiao Yueli. I also planned to cooperate with Su Luotian. However, Su Luotian not only ignored his goodwill, but even secretly spread the news that he was going to take action against his Haisha sect. Mo Wuchang thought about it for a moment and immediately understood the trick. Moreover, he was keenly aware that something was wrong. If Xiao Yueli really got the Immortal Gate token, she would not continue to wade into this muddy water. The Immortal Gate token was not found in the bandit's lair in Luoyun Mountain. Although Mo Wuchang was certain, Wang Kuei did not dare to deceive him. In fact, he was somewhat shaken in his heart. However, Su Luotian and Xiao Yueli's various unusual reactions. However, Mo Wuchang was certain that the Immortal Gate token had indeed fallen into Wang Kuei's hands in the beginning. But he was a step too late and was intercepted by someone. The person who intercepted the attack was not Xiao Yueli, nor was it Su Luotian. This person possesses skills comparable to Su Luotian's top killer, but Su Luotian cannot use them. He is also meticulous and courageous. After getting the Immortal Gate token, instead of running away, he also fooled everyone. Mo Wuchang suddenly remembered that not long ago, Su Luotian had betrayed a heavenly level killer. Following the clues, he actually found it. This defected heaven level killer is Pianhong. Not only that, he also knew that the feared heaven-class killer Pianhong had transformed himself and married a country bumpkin. For some unknown reason, he even formed an alliance with Xiao Yueli. He pretended to fall into the trap just to delay Su Luotian and the other 2 idiots. He asked Qinggu to go to Shujia village and abduct Su Chang'an. It is also to have an extra bargaining chip to force Pianhong to hand over the Immortal Gate token. His target is no longer Xiao Yueli. Master Mo, you wouldn't think that the Immortal Gate token is in my possession, right? Could it be that Master Mo hasn't considered that if I had the Immortal Gate token, why would I come here to join in the fun? Xiao Yueli's eyes flickered with a hint of panic. She didn't expect that Mo Wuchang would suddenly appear here. As expected, he is the deputy leader of the Black Evil sect and a half-step grandmaster. How could Mo Wuchang be fooled so easily? The tricky thing at the moment is that she is not sure whether Chingu, who follows Mo Wuchang, is hiding in the dark. If Mo Wuchang was alone, he could be restrained with the help of the splitting sword in Wang Jingchu's hand, and Lu Xingxi and the other two. Create opportunities for Mu Yunshu. But if Chingu was also nearby, it would probably be in trouble today. Princess, you've misunderstood. Even if I were to be so bold as to kill you, I wouldn't dare do such a heinous act as this. Mo Wuchang's eyes were as sharp as torches as he swept over Wang Jingchu, Xiao Yueli, and the others. Unfortunately, he didn't see the person he was looking for. You, what do you mean? Wang Jingchu frowned, unable to figure out what Mo Wuchang was trying to do. Xiao Yueli fell silent, her eyes occasionally sweeping through the sparse woods. It is really not easy to hide people in this place. No one knows where Mu Yunshu is hiding. It's simple. Princess, just call out your new friend and I won't touch you at all. Mo Wuchang opened his arms, looking calm. He was unarmed, and the murderous aura around him was restrained, as if telling Xiao Yueli and others that he had no hostility. That's really unfortunate. She just suddenly remembered that the firewood at home was not extinguished, so she turned back halfway. If you want to find her, you can chase her now. Maybe you can still make it in time. Xiao Yueli showed a look of sudden realization. It turns out that the person Mo Wuchang was really looking for was Mu Yunshu. But how could Mo Wuchang be sure that the Immortal Gate token was on Mu Yunshu? This relationship is becoming increasingly complicated. Princess, do you know the origin of the person you are defending? Chapter 46, 9th Rank vs Half-Step Grandmaster. Mo Wuchang's face darkened and he gradually began to lose his patience. He didn't have time to deal with Xiao Yueli here. My friend, please don't worry about it, Master Mo. Please do as you please. What you want, whether it's a person or a fairy gate token, is not available here. As she spoke, Xiao Yueli took light steps and moved backwards without making a sound. At the same time, she gave Wang Jingchu a look. In that case, don't blame me for being rude. Having said this, Mo Wuchang's expression turned cold and he didn't intend to pretend anymore. He knew very well that Mu Yunshu was hiding nearby. Since Xiao Yueli was unwilling to call Mu Yunshu out, he would force Mu Yunshu out. A monstrous black evil energy suddenly erupted from Mo Wuchang, surging like a wave and spreading out layer by layer. The spreading black evil energy twisted and swirled, condensing into a series of eerie shadows in front of him that seemed to have walked out of the underworld. Without any unnecessary nonsense, Wang Jingchu moved instantly. He was seen soaring into the sky, and the splitting sword in his hand stabbed towards Mo Wuchang from a distance. In midair, several golden sword lights emerged, carrying a cold sword intent, and slashed towards the strange shadows. A golden sword will appeared around Wang Jingchu, and every sword light contained amazing sword intent. His swordsmanship has reached the pinnacle. With the unpredictable light-splitting sword in his hand, he is able to fight against a half-step grandmaster. The sword flashed, and the strange shadows melted away in an instant like ice and snow burned by the scorching sun. The sword turns into golden light, and the evil spirits are driven away. Master's light-splitting sword technique has reached a state of perfection, just enough to restrain the evil spirit of the Black Evil sect. So what if he's a half-step grandmaster? He's so arrogant that he dares to intercept me halfway. Today, I'll make sure he never returns. Wang Jingchu slashed with his sword and killed all the evil black shadows of Mo Wuchang. The sword intent soared into the sky, as if it was going to wipe out all the evil spirits in the world. This scene made Zhao Qingyu and Li Chongran so passionate that their admiration for their master reached its peak. However, they did not notice that Wang Jingchu's expression was not at all relaxed, but extremely solemn. Without waiting for him to attack again, the ghost shadow that was cut off by the sword light suddenly took shape again and rushed towards Wang Jingchu again. The golden sword light suddenly reappeared, tearing through the black evil aura and crushing the strange shadows. The dark evil shadow was broken apart, but it returned to its original state in an instant. Wang Jingchu seemed to be unconvinced. The light-splitting sword in his hand shook, and several golden sword lights were slashed out. As expected, the strange shadows still couldn't withstand the sword light and dissipated like mist. No, these shadows become more solid every time they are chopped into pieces, and their recovery speed is also getting faster and faster. Uncle Wang, be careful. Xiao Yueli's eyes focused, and she quickly realized something was wrong. Mo Wuchang looked indifferent from beginning to end. Without caring at all, Wang Jingqiu chopped the strange shadow created by the black evil energy into pieces. It is obvious that he is fearless and has expected this. Zhao Chengyu and Li Chongran also restrained their relaxed expressions at this time. The two men looked at each other, stopped watching the fight, stepped forward, and joined forces to attack Mo Wuchang. The plan is to capture the leader first. Careful! Wang Jingqiu saw this and spoke up to remind him. Then they saw a dark evil aura rolling around Zhao Chengyu and the other person, and immediately gathered together to form 4 dark evil shadows. The difference is that this time, each of the 4 ghostly shadows had an extra black chain in their hands. 4 ghostly shadows stood in 4 directions, throwing out chains in their hands, which intertwined into a net and covered Zhao Chengyu and Li Chongran. A cold aura emanated from the pitch-black chains, as if the soul was about to be hooked out. Faced with such a strange attack, Zhao Chengyu and Li Chongran were at a loss and had to hastily swing their swords to cut at the chains. But this time, they failed to cut the chains formed by the black evil energy. The dark chains coming from all directions were like poisonous snakes. Following the sword tip, he quickly bound Zhao Chengyu and Li Chongran tightly. What's even more terrifying is, dark evil energy continued to spread out from the chains and flow into the bodies of the two people. But after a while, their eyes became blurred and their vision gradually lost focus. Fortunately, Wang Jingqiu took action in time, and the golden sword light flashed, cutting the chain. The two men had terrified eyes, were sweating profusely, and were gasping for breath, as if they had just been to the gates of hell. Before the master and his 2 disciples could catch their breath, the evil black energy had already spread to their feet like ink. Ghostly dark figures holding soul-catching chains emerged one after another from the surging dark evil energy. Even if we work together to destroy them, they will regroup in the blink of an eye, which is despairing. The splitting sword in Wang Jingqiu's hand was surging, and the golden sword wheel was still invincible. But it became more and more difficult. That dark evil shadow seemed endless and immortal. If they continue like this, they will probably run out of energy and die of exhaustion before they can even get close to Mo Wuchang. It was not until this moment that they truly realized the horror of the half-step Grandmaster realm. Seeing that Mo Wuchang didn't even move an inch, he suppressed Wang Jingqiu and the other 2 into a miserable state, and they tried their best. Xiao Yueli became anxious. She wanted Wang Jingqiu and his 2 disciples to restrain Mo Wuchang and force him to reveal his flaws. Mu Yunshu, who was hiding in the dark, might be able to catch Mo Wuchang off guard and inflict heavy damage. The idea is good. She never thought that she had greatly underestimated the power of the half-step Grandmaster. I even overestimated the strength of Wang Jingqiu and the other 2. Lu Xingxi was also terrified. He wanted to go up and help, but he was worried about Xiao Yueli. There was clearly only one person on the other side, but he completely oppressed them to the point where they had no power to fight back. Half-step Grandmaster, so terrifying. Puff. The battle was changing rapidly. In a moment of carelessness, Li Chongran was hit hard on the chest by a black chain. Suddenly, a mouthful of blood spurted out and his face turned pale. At some point, both the dark evil shadow and the black chain in its hand had become as solid as real objects. Each of these evil shadows has the strength that is not inferior to that of an 8th-grade warrior. There are 9 such terrifying black shadows on the field. Junior brother. Zhao Chengyu was shocked and could hardly save himself, so he had no ability to rescue Li Chongran. Wang Jingqiu's face was as gloomy as water, his eyes were bloodshot, and he made a prompt decision to sacrifice his blood to the evil soldiers. The light-splitting sword in his hand shook suddenly, and several golden sword lights burst out, which were even sharper than before. The golden sword wheel shines as brightly as the sun, and it spreads its wings like a peacock. At this moment, Wang Jingqiu seemed to be able to kill any god or Buddha that stood in his way. Wherever the golden sword wheel reached, the eerie shadows were shattered and the evil spirit disappeared. His figure was as fast as lightning, and he finally crossed the sea of black fog and came in front of Mo Wuchang. Without any pause, 7 or 8 golden sword lights merged into one, and the sword light was like a rainbow, slashing down on the head, trying to cut Mo Wuchang in half. This sword condensed all the powerful true energy in Wang Jingqiu's body, as well as the ultimate power brought by the blood sacrifice of the strange soldiers. It's a gamble. Chapter 47, Heaven-Level Killer, Worthy of the Name. Even Mo Wuchang did not dare to underestimate such a sharp sword. His expression froze, and his figure turned into a murderous shadow. While retreating violently, he raised his right hand and clenched it towards Wang Jingchu in the air. He mobilized the dark evil energy that filled the sky and transformed it into a hand that held up the sky, trying to drown out the sword light and capture Wang Jingchu. But the sharp golden sword light was like a shadow, following closely behind Mo Wuchang's remaining evil shadow and getting closer and closer. Die! Wang Jingchu's eyes were bloodshot and his face looked crazy. At this point, he had no reservations and gave his all. If you can achieve this level, you have a place in the top 10 of the Dakian 9th rank. Mo Wuchang moved with ease, with admiration in his eyes. It doesn't seem like appreciation for the opponent, but more like an arrogant attitude of a superior, giving instructions and evaluation. After entering the realm of half-step Grandmaster, the true energy in his body has almost undergone a qualitative transformation, transcending the 9th level. The black evil energy was so condensed that it made the gathered black evil shadows seem to be real. The dark evil shadow that emerged was less than 60% to 70% of his real strength. His true power is far beyond this. The figure that was retreating violently suddenly stopped. Mo Wuchang suddenly slapped Wang Jingchu. This palm rolled up endless black evil energy, with the force of a tidal wave, engulfing the world and destroying everything. But at this moment, almost at the moment when He Wuchang made his move, the murderous intent that had been hidden for a long time was finally revealed. One on the left and one on the right, two murderous intentions that dimmed the heaven and earth burst out and arrived in an instant. Cruel and cunning, he came straight to take Mo Wuchang's life. You're just in time. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Despite such shocking murderous intent, Mo Wuchang's expression did not change, as if he had expected it. His eyes were as cold as an icy pond. He slapped Wang Jingchu's palm and suddenly pressed it down. The evil black energy stirred up a strong wind, and countless cold lights suddenly appeared from the storm. Clang, clang, clang. The sounds of weapons clashing came one after another. The golden sword light slashed into the black evil gale, and was shaken and trembled by the sharp blades formed by the countless evil spirits in it, and was on the verge of breaking. With the intention of dying together, the sword light finally fell down. It just passed through Mo Wuchang's shoulder, leaving a streak of blood. Wang Jingchu also paid a heavy price for this. Countless bloody wounds exploded from his body. If it weren't for the light from the splitting sword that blocked most of the damage, this one blow would have been enough to kill him on the spot. Mo Wuchang had no time to pay attention to Wang Jingchu's sword light. He pressed down with his palm and pushed to the left. A terrifying force poured out, and even the shadow of the sword pointing towards him was like a dancing ghost, difficult to capture. However, this palm was so powerful that it enveloped the entire space. Puff! Accompanied by a blood mist exploding, the murderous intent was instantly shattered by this palm. At the same time, another murderous intent seized the slightest flaw left by Mo Wuchang and attacked his side. Laugh! The sword tip penetrated the condensed black evil energy and pierced through Mo Wuchang's right shoulder from bottom to top. It failed to pierce his heart. Facing a half-step Grandmaster, being able to achieve this is enough to be proud of. Court death. Mo Wuchang obviously didn't expect that even though he was prepared, he would still be forced into such a situation by this murderous intent. After all, he still underestimated the ability of Su Luotian, the heavenly level killer. There was no time to think about why Zuohan and Yingwu appeared here so quickly. The black evil wind blew violently and instantly condensed into two strange shadows, which pounced fiercely on the soul chaser who was trying to escape and disappear. These two strange shadows gathered most of the black evil energy and had a strength comparable to that of the 9th rank. Entangled in pitch-black chains, the soul chaser's figure was like a ghost, narrowly avoiding them. Even though his body was twisted beyond recognition, he was still swept by one of the chains and hit on the waist. He immediately used the force to fly backwards. However, Mo Wuchang had no intention of letting him go just like that. Being repeatedly hurt by the ants in his own eyes, Mo Wuchang's inner rage was about to burst out of his body and burn everything. He transformed into a murderous shadow, coming and going freely in this sea of black evil energy, changing rapidly in an instant. In the blink of an eye, he appeared on the trajectory of the soul-chasing creatures flying backwards. The next second, a palm condensed with a powerful black evil energy burst out without mercy. This palm contained Mo Wuchang's overwhelming anger and murderous intent. With a slap of his palm, the black evil energy surged like a tide, turning into the mouth of the abyss, ready to swallow the soul-chasing soul into purgatory. Feeling the terrifying murderous intent coming from behind him, Zuohan seemed to have already sensed it and remained calm. His head suddenly tilted back, and his body stretched into a bow shape with an inhuman curvature. The sharp sword in his hand flashed with a cold light, immersed in the black evil energy, and pierced Mo Wuchang's heart accurately. This sword seemed to be Zhu Han's real killing move. It was at a strange angle, as fast as thunder, and difficult to catch. Even the powerful and condensed black evil energy could be found to have weak points and could not be resisted. Almost at the same time, countless cold lights as thin as hair suddenly appeared from behind Mo Wuchang. Like a huge net, it blocked Mo Wuchang's retreat and danced wildly with a strange musical wave. The speed is also extremely fast. One before and one after, the scene seemed to be repeated, and there were two shocking murderous intentions again. Heaven-level killer, truly worthy of the name. These two sudden bursts of murderous intent were even more terrifying than the previous round. Obviously, Zhu Han and Yinggu were well aware of the horror of the half-step Grandmaster, so they showed weakness to the enemy and voluntarily gave up the most precious opportunity to assassinate him. The reason is that the two of them are working together seamlessly at this moment. Under the cover of murderous intent, Mo Wuchang had no way to retreat. Even if he turned into a murderous shadow, he had no time to dodge. Seeing this scene, Xiao Yueli and Lu Xingxi, who were not far away, had horrified faces and sweat on their palms. From the time Zhu Han and Yinggu showed their murderous intent to now, only less than 10 breaths have passed. The two sides have experienced countless life and death crises. Forcing a half-step Grandmaster into such a desperate situation. Is this the terrifying power of Su Luotian, a heaven-level killer? However, a heaven-level assassin is terrifying, and it is impossible for a half-step Grandmaster to be assassinated so easily. Mo Wuchang's eyes were cold and his body remained motionless. The evil black energy around him gathered into a river, with waves crashing against the shore, hitting the shadow dance behind him hard, blocking the thread of murderous intent. Immediately, he stretched out his left hand suddenly and grabbed the sword tip of the Soul Chaser. His 5 fingers gripped the blade like a pair of iron pliers, allowing the sword to pierce into his left shoulder. At the same time, he clenched the air with his right hand, and the black evil energy condensed into the abyss, which collapsed rapidly, trying to crush the retreating soul-chasing beast into powder. Puff! A cloud of blood mist suddenly exploded in the inky black abyss of Haisha. Zhu Han suffered a serious injury to his right leg and disappeared into the forest. All hope seemed to rest on Yinggu alone. Chapter 48, as graceful as a startled swan, he forced back a half-step master with one sword. The cold thread that was imperceptible to the naked eye cut through the black evil energy that was as powerful as a river flowing back. The evil spirit became a river, as thick as a wall, giving Mo Wuchang time to breathe. He suddenly drew out the soul-chasing sword, and with a flick of his right hand, countless sword flowers flew out, trying to sweep away the dancing threads of murderous intent. At this moment, his murderous intent reached its peak. Not only did he want to cut all the silk threads into pieces, he also wanted to let the evil spirit flood into Yinggu's body, causing him to explode and die. There was no emotion in Yinggu's eyes. His fingertips created afterimages and his body danced. However, he was ultimately unable to escape the invasion of the black evil river and was completely submerged. Murderous intent flashed in Mo Wuchang's eyes, and just when he was about to kill Yinggu in one blow, a cold star suddenly lit up, and Mu Yunshu, who had been hiding for a long time, finally took action. She seemed to be one with the sword, a fleeting figure, with a little starlight, and finally only a cold white arc of light remained, flashing past Mo Wuchang's neck. Stained with blood, the black evil energy rushed madly into Mo Wuchang's neck, which was torn by the swordlight, sealing the wound. Such an amazing sword move failed to cut off Mo Wuchang's head. After all, he is a half-step Grandmaster, and Mo Wuchang's reaction is so sharp. The moment the sword flashed, he slightly turned sideways and narrowly avoided the vital point. Tianhong, I've memorized this sword. Accompanied by a roar of hatred, Mo Wuchang's eyes were bloodshot, and he rolled up endless black evil energy, soaring into the sky and fleeing away. Mu Yunshu, wrapped in black clothes, revealed his figure and stood in place. He looked at the escaping dark fog with a solemn expression. The 3 heaven-level killers were unable to kill Mo Wuchang. The power of a half-step Grandmaster is far beyond imagination. Yinggu disappeared without a trace, and Zhu Han had also vanished long ago. A hint of disappointment flashed across Mu Yunshu's eyes. She hid in the dark and could not find any trace of Qinggu. Even when Mo Wuchang was forced into death, Qinggu never appeared from beginning to end. Could it be that the person who took away the Immortal Gate token was Qinggu? If this were true, Qinggu would have taken this opportunity to escape from this troubled place. The question is, if it was really Qinggu who got the Immortal Gate token, would Mo Wuchang never have any suspicion? Let Qinggu escape alone? Mu Yunshu frowned, feeling that things were not that simple. How could she know that Xinggu had already died at the hands of her husband, and naturally it was impossible for her to appear here again. Not far away, Wang Gingshu, whose green robe was almost stained with blood, looked at Mu Yunshu's back in shock and suspicion. If he had heard correctly just now, the name that Mo Wuchang shouted angrily when he fled was Pian Hong? Pian Hong, hasn't he already betrayed Su Luotian? How come he appears here and works together with two other heaven-level killers? Could it be that the news is fake? Uncle Master, are you okay? When the dust settled, Lu Xingxi suppressed his inner shock and rushed to Wang Jingshu's side. A ninth-rank warrior, armed with strange weapons, almost died at the hands of Mo Wuchang. If a half-step grandmaster is so powerful, how terrifying would a grandmaster be? Lu Xingxi didn't dare to think about it. I'm fine. It's not advisable to stay here for long. Let's leave first. Wang Gingshu took out a pill from his arms, swallowed it, and shook his head. He did not trust Su Luotian and was not sure whether Mu Yunshu would attack them. I don't even know whether Zuohan and Yingwu will make a surprise attack. It's better to leave here quickly. Hearing this, Mu Yunshu glanced at Xiao Yueli indifferently without saying anything. His figure swayed slightly and disappeared on the spot. Brother Lu, Brother Zhao, take Uncle Wang and Brother Li back to Tianqing Town first. In this battle, Wang Jingchu and Li Chongran were both seriously injured. Although I failed to obtain the Immortal Gate token, there are some clues. Xiao Yueli and Mu Yunshu had the same idea. As Mo Wuchang's right-hand man and a ninth-rank expert of the Black Evil sect, Qinggu never showed up from beginning to end, which in itself was unusual. If Qinggu were here today, the situation might be different. Qinggu is not here, and the only possibility Xiao Yueli can think of is that the Immortal Gate token has fallen into his hands. Now that Mo Wuchang is seriously injured, all they have to do next is find Qinggu, and perhaps they can get the Immortal Gate token. 40 miles outside the city. A peach grove is spread out like pink clouds. A gentle breeze blows by, peach blossoms fall, and the fragrance fills the path. There were endless pedestrians on the road, chatting and laughing. Most of them were scholars and wealthy ladies who came from Tianqing Town. Su Chanan walked along the way and did not see Xiao Yueli's carriage. His spiritual sense spread out, covering the peach forest, but he still couldn't find Mu Yunshu. A sense of unease suddenly rose in my heart. Just as he was about to use the heaven-stealing art to deduce the location of the glazed bracelet, a wisp of black fog quickly passed through the sky not far away and disappeared. Su Chanan frowned, took a step forward, and headed in the direction where the black fog disappeared. On an unnamed hill outside the peach forest, Mo Wuchang found a hidden cave, staggered, and escaped into it. Su Luotian, sooner or later, I will make you pay 100 times or 1,000 times the price. Mo Wuchang looked gloomy, still in shock, and his whole body was trembling. The tearing pain in his neck seemed to remind him that he was just a step away from dying at the hands of Pian Hong's sword. Fortunately, he sealed the wound with black evil energy in time. Fortunately, the master who killed the old ghost blood silkworm did not take action. Otherwise, today, Mo Wuchang would have capsized in a ditch and died here. What a Su Luotian, what a heavenly killer! Mo Wuchang's eyes were bloodshot and his teeth were about to break. At this moment, how could he not know that the news of Pian Hong's betrayal of Su Luotian was most likely just a trap designed by Su Luotian from the very beginning? The purpose is to make everyone let down their guard. At the critical moment, kill the enemy by surprise. How terrifying it would be if a heavenly killer who was hiding in the dark and almost forgotten took action. This time, Mo Wuchang experienced it personally. In this case, Shujia village is probably also a trap. Lord Qinggu, divide and conquer, 3 heaven-class assassins, 3 swords combined, great. Su Luotian, what a great move. Mo Wuchang only felt a sense of depression in his heart, which was condensed and did not dissipate, and he felt extremely frustrated. 3 heaven-level assassins, just to assassinate him. Su Luotian really thinks highly of him. However, since the 3 heavenly-level killers and the 9th-grade killer from the Tianji Pavilion all appeared here, on Qinggu's side, there is a high probability that you will not encounter the 9th rank again. Zuehan and Yingwu were seriously injured. When Qinggu came back, perhaps he could suppress their injuries, pursue the victory, and kill these 2 heavenly-level killers first. As for Mu Yunshu, to avenge this sword strike, he must be tortured 1,000 times, and then refined into a human puppet using the black evil energy, before he can be avenged. Mo Wuchang's eyes were full of sinister and cruelty. The thick and condensed black evil energy rushed into the wound on the neck. Just when he was about to heal his wounds, In a flash, a slender figure appeared in the cave at some point. Chapter 49, Half-Step Grandmaster? A fireball. Who's there? Mo Wuchang suddenly broke out in a cold sweat and his pupils contracted violently. With his perception at the level of a half-step grandmaster, he didn't even realize that there was someone else in the cave. Are you from the Black Demon sect? The person who came was Su Chanan, who had followed the black fog. Seeing the strong black evil aura lingering around Mo Wuchang, Su Chanan couldn't help but show disgust on his face. He not only hated the people from the Black Evil sect, but he also hated the bloody and stinking Black Evil aura in front of him. These people from the Black Evil sect are of average strength, but they have many disgusting methods. The man in front of me seemed injured. The evil aura on his body is even stronger than that of the green bone and blood silkworm old ghost. Obviously, his cultivation level is higher than those two. Chingu and Shuetsan Laogue are both 9th grade. Could it be that the person in front of them is the leader of the Black Evil sect? Su Chanan touched his chin. Could it be that he was so lucky today? Why not just uproot this Black Evil sect? Yes, who are you? Mo Wuchang's expression was uncertain, and his half-closed eyes were full of vigilance. He stared at Su Chanan, unable to recognize who Su Chanan was. He didn't even notice that she appeared beside him silently. Su Chanan's strength must be no weaker than his. Even if he is not a grandmaster, he is at the level of half-step grandmaster. But even though Mo Wuchang had never seen the grandmaster and half-step grandmaster of Dakian, he had heard of them. I really can't think of any half-step master or master who was as young as Su Chang'an. You don't know who I am, and you let someone arrest me? Su Chanan was suddenly speechless. It seems that he is just a small shrimp in the eyes of the other party. No one took him seriously at all. You are, Su Chanan? No, you are, Anmu? Mo Wuchang finally reacted at this time. He was shocked, and then grew even angrier. He was filled with anger and laughed in anger. He thought Shujia village might be a trap. But unexpectedly, Su Luotian had also deployed a heaven-level killer in Shujia village. The 4 heavenly level killers of Su Luotian, Pinhong, Ingwu and Zuihan have all appeared. Apart from Anmu, Su Luotian's number 1 killer who has not yet appeared, Mo Wuchang could not think of a second person. Anmu is the most mysterious among all the killers in Su Luotian. No one has ever seen Anmu's true face, and naturally no one knows that Anmu is so young. No one knew that Anmu was actually at the level of a half-step grandmaster. In my mind, everything seems to be connected. No wonder the old ghost Shuetsan died silently in the bamboo forest and couldn't even escape. An assassination attempt by a heavenly killer who was at the half-step grandmaster level. Not to mention the 9th rank, even if they are both half-step grandmasters, they will probably die on the spot if they are not careful. In this case, Chingu is probably in great danger. Mo Wuchang's expression was extremely ugly. Originally thought, with his status as a half-step grandmaster, plus Chingu and Shuetsan Laogue, both of whom were 9th grade masters, this trip would be absolutely foolproof. Who would have thought that Su Luotian would spare no expense? The 4 heavenly level killers come out in full force. But there was one thing that Mo Wuchang didn't understand. If Su Luotian really wanted to kill him, why didn't Anmu take action just now? The 4 great assassins worked together to set up a killing trap. Even if the Grandmaster himself came, he would have to shed a layer of skin if he didn't die. But unfortunately, Anmu did not take any action. The Immortal Gate token was obtained by you? Mo Wuchang's eyes suddenly widened, as if he had figured everything out. However, Immortal Gate token, it's indeed another Immortal Gate token. Forget it, it doesn't matter. You are from the Black Demon sect, that's all that matters. Su Chanan shook his head, not having time to waste. After saying that, he raised his hand and threw out a fireball. Then he turned around and left the cave without even looking at Mo Wuchang. Also, you've got the wrong person. I'm not some dark curtain. Su Chanan's voice echoed in the cave. The stone wall was illuminated red by the firelight. A burning sensation so intense that it felt like falling into the scorching sun came over me, and the fireball in my eyes suddenly enlarged. Mo Wuchang tried to dodge like crazy. But he found that his body was like being nailed to the void and he couldn't move at all. Magic? It's magic. He is not from Su Luotian, he is an immortal cultivator. Mo Wuchang roared in despair. When I was dying, I realized that everything was wrong, extremely wrong. He watched helplessly as the fireball, which looked ordinary but actually contained the power to incinerate the world, gently fell on him. The next second, the body, soul, even the mind, and all the evil energy in the body disappeared from the world along with the firework. The half-step master died at this moment. After walking out of the cave, Su Chanan calculated for a moment, and then his figure disappeared again. Half an incense stick of time later, he finally saw Xiao Yueli's carriage on a forest path. When his spiritual sense swept into the carriage, Su Chanan breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that Mu Yunshu was safe and sound. Then, he left without disturbing Mu Yunshu or prying into their privacy. Although he didn't know why Mu Yunshu and Xiao Yueli did not go to the outskirts of the city to view the peach blossoms as agreed. But he believed in Mu Yunshu. Everyone has their own secrets, including him. Su Chanan believed that sooner or later, Mu Yunshu would tell him everything about himself. At this time, inside the carriage, Mu Yunshu changed back into an elegant dress and sat opposite Xiao Yueli. She didn't know that her husband was not far away. The reason why he returned to the carriage was naturally because he was worried that Su Chanan would find something wrong. "You must go back the same way you left." "Madam, what you mean is that the Immortal Gate token is very likely to be obtained by Qinggu of the Black Evil sect?" Xiao Yueli looked at Mu Yunshu with a strange look in her eyes. She was still thinking about the name Mo Wuchang called out when he escaped. Pianhong is one of the 4 heavenly level killers in Su Luotian. Xiao Yueli had naturally heard of it. At first, she was sure that Mu Yunshu was not Su Luotian's man. But now, she was a little shaken again. In the killing game just now, Mu Yunshu, Yinggu and Zuihan seemed to have an indescribable tacit understanding. This is really suspicious. I'm afraid that everything you and I do today will end up helping others. Mu Yunshu looked indifferent and noticed the strange look in Xiao Yueli's eyes, but she didn't intend to explain anything. Our best plan now is to seize the opportunity while Su Luotian's 2 heaven-level assassins and Mo Wuchang are seriously injured and find out Qinggu's whereabouts as soon as possible. Xiao Yueli was naturally unwilling to see all her years of hard work go to waste. Now Su Luotian and Haishiman are both defeated. Perhaps, now is the best time for her to seize the Immortal Gate token. Go to Huamanlu. Mu Yunshu spoke without hesitation. The only place in Tianqing town where information is bought and sold is Huamanlu. Even if Huamanlu's information may not be accurate, they have no choice. Good. Xiao Yueli nodded and immediately asked Lu Xingxi to drive the carriage to Huamanlu. Chapter 50 Su Chaiman takes action again? An hour later. Tianqing town, Huamanlu, private room on the 3rd floor. Please sit for a moment. My young master is on his way back. Shopkeeper Wang naturally recognized Xiao Yueli's identity. Xiao Yueli had been to Huamanlu quite often in the past 2 days. His face was full of respect, and he did not dare to be negligent. He personally invited Xiao Yueli and others to the private room on the 3rd floor. Tianqing town has been very uneasy these days. Almost all of Huamanlu's spies in Tianqing town have been released. Even the young master has taken action personally, so now is probably the time to close the net. Thank you, Manager Wang. Xiao Yueli nodded, and could probably guess what Su Qingxian was going to do. Before leaving, shopkeeper Wang looked at Mu Yunshu with some confusion. It seemed that he didn't expect that Mu Yunshu would be alone with Xiao Yueli and others. Everyone knows that Tianji Pavilion is close to the royal family. Yesterday, Su Chanan had just lost face in Tianji Pavilion and made Wang Jingchu and others lose face. Today, Mu Yunshu and Xiao Yueli appeared in Huamanlu together. Could it be that Wang Dingchu and others have reconciled with Tianji Pavilion so quickly? With deep doubts, Manager Wang left the private room. In an instant, the atmosphere in the private room became subtle. Xiao Yueli pulled Mu Yunshu to sit in front of the tea table and started making tea. Mu Yunshu sat with Xiao Yueli openly. Now that things have come to this, there seems to be no need for her to hide anything anymore. From the moment Su Luotian found her, her identity could no longer be hidden. Sooner or later it will be exposed, it's just a matter of time. Now she just wanted to find the Immortal Gate token as soon as possible and get rid of Su Luotian completely. Then he took Su Chanan and flew away, leaving this place of trouble. Beside him, Lu Xingxi was still carrying the wooden box on his back, his eyes were cold, and he looked at the street outside the window from time to time. Wang Jingchu sat alone in a corner, using his luck to heal his wounds. However, Zhao Qingyu and Li Chongran looked at Mu Yunshu with complicated eyes. He's both an immortal cultivator and a heavenly assassin. How many secrets does this couple hide? Fortunately, they didn't have to wait too long. It took less than half an hour. Su Qingxian returned to Wamanlu. Miss Su, I'm bothering you again. Xiao Yueli felt quite embarrassed. Although Wamanlu itself is a place for buying and selling information, she didn't give less money than she deserved. Information about the four major forces and top powerhouses cannot be bought with money. In particular, it also concerns the whereabouts of the Immortal Gate token. You are so polite, princess. I wonder why you are here this time. Su Qingxian didn't show any embarrassment. She glanced across the private room and suddenly saw Mu Yunshu's figure, and was stunned for a moment. Today, there was a three-party confrontation. As the young master of Huamanlu, she got the news immediately before she arrived at the scene. In order to assassinate Imo Wuchang, Su Luotian sent out 3 of the 4 heavenly level killers, which was a big move. Originally, Su Qingxian had some doubts about Mu Yunshu's identity. Now we see Mu Yunshu and Xiao Yueli coming to Wamanli together. Su Qingxian could almost conclude that Mu Yunshu was Penhong, one of the 4 heavenly level killers in Su Luotian. Miss Su, do you have any news about Qinggu, the 9th rank master of the Black Demon sect? Xiao Yueli didn't seem to notice Su Qingxian's strange expression and asked directly. Qinggu? When Su Qingxian heard Qinggu's name, his eyebrows raised slightly, and the strange look on his face became more intense. Even Hua Manlu doesn't know where Qinggu is? Lu Xingxi suddenly felt a little disappointed. A 9th grade being, if he truly intends to hide. It is indeed not an easy task to find his whereabouts in a short period of time. Xiao Yueli didn't know what to say and could only sigh in her heart. Could it be that she really has no chance of getting the Immortal Gate token? Different from the two of them. Mu Yunshu frowned slightly, noticing that there was an intriguing look in Su Qingxian's eyes. It seems like he knows something but is not sure how to say it. Do you have any concerns? Mu Yunshu was thinking this, but the next second, he heard Su Qingxian say. Not really. Su Qingxian withdrew his gaze from Mu Yunshu and looked at Xiao Yueli. What does Miss Su mean? When Xiao Yueli heard this, her eyes lit up again. If you suspect that the Immortal Gate token is with Qinggu, you're probably going to be disappointed. I can tell you that Qinggu is dead. Su Qingxian thought for a moment and didn't intend to hide it. Dead? When she said this, not only Mu Yunshu, Xiao Yueli and others were shocked. Even Wang Jingchu, who had originally closed his eyes to heal his wounds, suddenly opened his eyes with a look of disbelief. His Tianji Pavilion and all of Su Luotian's top combat forces in Tianjing town went to deal with Mo Wuchang. How could there be someone who could kill Chenggu? Could it be that someone from the royal family took action? Or did Su Luotian dispatch more than 3 heaven-level assassins? Qinggu was a 9th grade cultivator. Who can possibly kill him? This is impossible. Lu Xingxi shook his head subconsciously, but soon he remembered the old ghost of Blood Silkworm. If even the Blood Silkworm ghost can be killed, why can't the green bone? Wait. Blood Silkworm ghost. Lu Xingxi suddenly widened his eyes and a flash of inspiration came to his mind. Could it be that Su Chanan took action? The news is absolutely true. Su Qingxian walked to the tea table, picked up a cup of tea, moistened his throat, and then said, As for how Qinggu died, please forgive me for not being able to tell you. As he said this, Su Qingxian glanced at Mu Yunshu inadvertently. To be honest, she couldn't figure out the whereabouts of the Immortal Gate token now. From a certain perspective, the guesses of Mu Yunshu and Xiao Yueli are indeed the most likely one. The problem is, Qinggu died at the hands of Su Chanan. It can't be that the Immortal Gate token is really on Qinggu and was obtained by Su Chanan, right? This idea was very bold, but Su Qingxian knew that the Immortal Gate token could not be on Qinggu. Otherwise, Qinggu would not have to obey Mo Wuchang and go to find Su Chanan to commit suicide. There was a battle outside the Taoist temple on the outskirts of the city. Everyone floated to the surface, even the heavenly level killer appeared. There is still no clue about the Immortal Gate token. Su Qingxian even doubted whether the Immortal Gate token was near Tianjing town. In that case, Miss Su, can you tell me whether the Immortal Gate token was obtained by Qinggu? Xiao Yueli did not force Qinggu to tell the cause of death. Su Qingxian didn't say anything, he must have some concerns. If she continued to ask, it would be considered aggressive. I can't give you a definite answer, but from what I know, it's most likely not on Qinggu. Su Qingxian hesitated to speak, and almost wanted to say that instead of asking her this question, it would be better to let Mu Yunshu ask Su Chang'an directly. I understand. Thank you Miss Su for being honest. Xiao Yueli nodded slightly and looked at Mu Yunshu. Both of them had a thoughtful look on their faces. Could it be that the clues are really cut off like this? Xiao Yueli was wondering where the Immortal Gate token would be if it was not on Chingu. Mu Yunshu was wondering who killed Chingu. She didn't quite believe Su Qingxian's judgment. The more likely possibility is that the Immortal Gate token may be on the person who killed Chingu. Chapter 51, Playing Around, Seductive Shadow Dance. This way. After Su Chanan confirmed that Mu Yunshu was safe, he returned to Shujia village. As soon as I entered the yard, I saw the white dragon colt with its head buried in the water tank, grunting as it gulped down water. It was like running in the desert for days without drinking water. He even knew to go home, so I didn't have to look for him. Su Chanan walked over and was about to raise his hand to pat Bai Longju's strong waist and abdomen. But the white dragon colt suddenly raised its head from the water tank and threw out a cloud of water mist. Why are you growing horns on your head? Are you turning into a monster? Su Chanan didn't care about the mist sprayed towards him. He widened his eyes and stared in surprise at the bulge on Bai Longju's forehead. It is called a horn, but it is actually a raised bag. There is a faint sense of breaking out of the shell. The dragon marrow cleansing pill actually works. If I really grow horns, I'll be considered to have transcended the mortal body. Su Chanan showed a look of great satisfaction. I couldn't help but want to ride on the white dragon horse and go out for a ride. Try the white dragon horse's speed to see if it has improved. Is there anyone there? Sir, please save me. But at this moment, a charming woman suddenly stumbled into the yard. The woman looked panicked, and her charming and alluring face was pale. She staggered and her dress was torn into pieces. You can see that there are many tiny cuts on her body. It was as if someone was taking a sharp knife and cutting into his body one by one. At this time, the woman was weakly holding the gate of the courtyard. When he saw Su Chanan, he rushed over in panic as if he had seen a savior. Su Chanan raised his eyebrows and stood still, neither dodging nor evading. He just stretched out his right hand and easily caught the woman. When you touch it, you will feel a warm and delicate feeling. Sir, I'm in so much pain. The woman's face was pale and her body was shaking. She took the opportunity to hug Su Chanan tightly. She raised her head and looked at Su Chanan pitifully with her charming eyes. What a seductive vixen. Even Su Chanan couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Girl, are you okay? How did you get hurt so badly? Su Chanan's face remained expressionless. He looked like a gentleman and pretended to be enthusiastic and concerned. I am the daughter of a merchant, and I came to Tianqing town with my father to escort a batch of brocade. I never expected that when we were passing Wonia Mountain, we encountered bandits on horseback. My father and the servants who were accompanying us were all brutally murdered. I was subjected to humiliation and only managed to escape while the bandits were drunk. I beg you to lend a hand and save my life. The woman was crying and sobbing, her small, charming face was wet with tears, making her look adorable. As she spoke, a perfect amount of fear flashed in her eyes. Her body was trembling as if she had caught a cold, and she hugged Su Chanan tightly. Faced with such a charming and helpless woman, even a man with a strong will would become excited and overwhelmed with protective desire. You are such a poor fellow with such a miserable life. Don't worry, I am here with you. Those bandits can't bully you anymore. Come, I will help you into the house and treat your wounds. Su Chanan looked distressed on the surface, but sneered in his heart. He used both hands to seemingly support the woman into the house, but in fact his 10 fingers accidentally pressed on the woman's wound. Hiss, sir, it hurts. The woman immediately gasped, and a hint of imperceptible anger flashed in her eyes. She couldn't help but spit inwardly, thinking that people in the countryside just didn't know how to be gentle and considerate to women. She didn't even know how Pinhong, who was always cold and arrogant, could be so blind as to fall for such a rough and vulgar guy like Su Chanan. Yes, the woman was the seriously injured Yingguo. She was originally looking for an opportunity to sow discord between Su Chanan and Mu Yunshu. Now that Mu Yunshu is not around, she is injured again. This pitiful and weak look is a perfect opportunity to seduce men. Don't be afraid, girl. The pain will go away after the medicine is applied. Su Chanan pretended to be unaware and his big hand accidentally brushed past the wound on Yingwu's waist. The pain made Yingwu grimace in pain and gasp. Su Chanan still pretended not to see it, turned around and headed towards the woodshed. Sir, weren't you going to help me into the house? Why are you in the woodshed? Yingwu looked confused, but this time he wasn't pretending. But she really didn't understand why Su Chanan brought her to this woodshed? I'm so sorry, young lady. My humble abode is simple, with only this main room. My wife will be home soon, and it would be bad if she saw you in this state. I have to ask you to stay in the woodshed for a while. Su Chang'an avoided the gaze, as if he was guilty of something. After saying that, he threw Yinggu onto the haystack without saying anything. He didn't care at all about the dry grass that was sticking out, and it pierced Yinggu's wound hard. After hearing this, how could Yinggu not understand Su Chanan's little thoughts? This is to hide a beautiful girl in a golden house. No, it's a beauty hidden in the woodshed. Sure enough, all men are the same. When you meet a beautiful woman who comes to you and throws herself into your arms, even if you reject her on the surface, you will still be tempted in your heart. I was not thoughtful enough. You are a married man, and I, with my frail body, would rather leave now, lest your wife misunderstand and be displeased, and cause unnecessary resentment. As she spoke, Yingwu frowned, gritted her teeth and made a gesture to get up and leave. But Su Chanan had no intention of stopping him at all. She cursed inwardly, her foot suddenly twisted, and she fell weakly towards Su Chanan again. Girl, let me pour you a glass of water first. Unfortunately, Su Chanan turned around and walked away. Yingwu fell heavily onto the haystack again. Sizzle. I don't know whether it was intentional or not. The moment she fell, Yingwu's already tattered dress was accidentally caught by the firewood next to her, and most of it was torn off. In an instant, the originally dim woodshed became a little brighter. Su Chang'an heard the sound, glanced back, and immediately waved his hands repeatedly, saying, "Don't look at me if it's inappropriate. This is not allowed, girl. Hurry and put on your clothes." These words almost made Yingwu so angry that she slapped Su Chang'an to death on the spot. Does she look like she still has clothes to wear? Also, they say don't look at anything inappropriate. Why don't you move your eyes away? You're staring at me like a lantern. Do you have the nerve to do that? At this point, Yingwu can almost conclude that Su Chang'an is a hypocrite who appears serious on the surface but is actually dirty at heart. Thinking of this, she simply tried harder. She bit her red lips lightly, her eyes full of autumn water, looking straight into Su Chang'an's burning gaze, and said in a soft and charming tone, "Sir, I really have no strength left, can you help me?" "Okay, you can't wear this dress, how about I help you take it off first?" After saying that, Su Chang'an rushed towards Yingwu with an anxious look on his face. Chapter 52, If you don't tell me, you'll die. Don't worry, sir. Didn't we agree to give me the medicine first? Of course, Yingwu would not let Su Chang'an succeed so easily. A hint of pride flashed across her charming eyes, and she quickly raised her hand to stop Su Chang'an. Apply medicine? It's easier to apply medicine after you take off your clothes. Su Chang'an grabbed Yingwu's wrist and sneered inwardly. Sir, please respect yourself. Yingwu struggled delicately, tears welling in her eyes. Sir, if you don't mind my fragile body, I will repay you with my own life once I recover. No, I can't wait any longer. Why not do it now? Su Chang'an had no intention of letting Yingwu go. After saying that, he was going to kill Yingwu on the spot. Now Shadow Dance costume is no longer calm. Her face changed, and she exerted a little force with her right hand and broke free from Su Chang'an's restraints. Then she moved back and put some distance between herself and Su Chang'an. It's true that she came to seduce Su Chang'an. But she just wanted to have a casual flirtation with Su Chang'an and play him around in the palm of her hand. One day, I will let Mu Yunshu catch me and Su Chang'an being intimate. By then, no matter how cold-hearted Mu Yunshu was, his heart would be broken. Yingwu had no intention of really getting herself involved. How can you let an eagle peck your eyes when you hunt eagles all day? What? You can't pretend anymore? Su Chang'an withdrew his hand that was hanging in the air and looked at Yingwu indifferently. Where was the trace of impatience and lust on his face? What do you mean, sir? Why don't I understand? Yingwu had a dazed look on her face, her body curled up into a ball, her eyes filled with helplessness and fear. It's a good story, but you're a little too impatient. A woman who had just been raped by bandits, any normal person would have no intention of seducing a man? Tell me, are you from the Black Demon sect? Or the Heavenly Secret Pavilion? Su Chang'an folded his arms across his chest, half leaning against the wall, looking at Yingwu with a playful expression. Not to mention Yingwu's acting, which was so deliberate that it couldn't be more deliberate. Even the wounds on her body still retained some evil spirit. Maybe he just had a fight with someone from the Black Demon sect. What's your intention in coming here to complain about your misery? You noticed it from the beginning? You were playing tricks on me from the beginning to the end? Ingwu's body froze, with anger and disbelief in his eyes. She had no idea when she was exposed. She had no idea how Su Chanan saw through her disguise. So, in Su Chanan's eyes, her actions just now clearly made her look like a clown? His face couldn't help but turn gloomy, and at this moment Ingwu wished he could chop Su Chanan to death with his sword immediately. But she didn't dare. If she kills Su Chanan, Mu Yunshu might really fight her to the death. Besides, keeping Su Chanan's life is still useful. Weren't you planning to play a trick on me first? Su Chanan's expression turned cold, and he was too lazy to waste his expression on Ingwu. I'll give you 10 breaths. If you don't want to talk, then go to hell. Ha ha ha. Sir, you are so arrogant. I want to see how you are going to kill me. Ingwu was stunned at first, then completely amused. But soon, the smile in her eyes disappeared and she became playful. At best, Su Chanan's martial arts skills are only at the first or second level. Even though she was injured, she was not a threat to an ant like Su Chanan. In the woodshed. The original ambiguous atmosphere turned tense in the blink of an eye. Just when Su Chanan was about to use a fireball to destroy the flower and send Ingwu directly to see the king of hell. Husband, I'm back. Mu Yunshu's voice suddenly came from outside the house. Ingwu's expression suddenly changed and she no longer cared about dealing with Su Chanan. Like a mouse that has encountered a cat, it flashed and broke through the window and escaped. I will remember your humiliation today, sir. I will repay you 100-fold one day. Su Chanan watched Ingwu pass through the narrow window of the woodshed in the blink of an eye and disappear silently. I can't help but sigh that this woman's waist is so soft that it seems boneless. He did not chase after him, but turned and walked out of the woodshed to meet Mu Yunshu. What happened to Xiao Bai? Why is there such a big bump on his forehead? As soon as he walked out of the woodshed, he saw Mu Yunshu and Xiao Yueli standing in front of the white dragon colt, looking left and right at the white dragon colt's unformed horns and exclaiming in amazement. Just now, he was startled by a wild cat and bumped his head against the wall. I checked and it's nothing serious. Su Chanan made up an excuse and got away with it first. Hiss, whistle. Xiao Bai seemed to understand, and relying on the support of Mu Yunshu and Xiao Yueli, he shook his head in protest. Those 2 dragon marrow cleansing pills almost caused it to explode and die. Su Chanan walked over and slapped Xiao Bai on the horse's face. Xiao Bai immediately became as quiet as a chicken, lowered his head and buried himself in the water tank again. Madam, did you enjoy yourself today? Are the peach blossoms still in full bloom this year? Su Chanan immediately changed the subject. There was a hint of a smile in the eyes of Mu Yunshu and Xiao Yueli. As soon as these words were spoken, a hint of panic flashed in the eyes of both Mu Yunshu and Xiao Yueli. He didn't care about Xiao Bai's miserable condition. Well, forget it. The peach forest on the outskirts of the city isn't very big to begin with, and there are people everywhere. I haven't even seen the shadows of the peach blossoms, but I've only seen a crowd of people. The two looked at each other guiltily, and Xiao Yueli immediately took the initiative to speak up to help. Yeah? Su Chanan's eyes became more and more meaningful, but soon disappeared and turned to look at Xiao Yueli. The princess really knows how to pick the right time. She always comes at mealtime. She calculates it perfectly. She truly deserves to be the most favored student of the Tianji Pavilion. As he spoke, Su Chanan even gave a thumbs up. I know Mr. Su is angry. It was my uncle who acted rashly yesterday and offended Mr. Su. I apologize to Mr. Su on his behalf. I hope Mr. Su will forgive him this time because he is innocent. It's my fault, actually. If I hadn't revealed the news about the master to him, he wouldn't have rashly gone there and disturbed the master. Since Su Chang'an brought it up on his own initiative, Xiao Yueli of course had to seize the opportunity and decisively bowed to Su Chang'an to apologize. Her face was filled with shame. Even though Su Chang'an helped her, he was still suspected. In the final analysis, whether it was Wang Jingshu or Sun Feiyu, they were just asking for trouble. Forget it. You're my lady's friend after all. As long as they don't bother me, I won't bother with them. Su Chang'an waved his hand. He is not a murderous demon. It is not necessary to take revenge for any slight. Attack Tianji Pavilion and destroy it. If Tianji Pavilion disappears from his sight from now on, he will not bother to care about it anymore. Sir, you are so kind-hearted. On behalf of Tianji Pavilion, I thank you. Xiao Yueli looked very serious. I am not thanking you on behalf of Wang Jingchu, but on behalf of the entire Tianji Pavilion. Only she knew how much weight Su Chanan's words carried. However, Mu Yunshu, who was standing aside, was stunned and looked quite surprised. Did she hear it right? Xiao Yueli asked her husband to spare Wang Jingchu? Chapter 53. Madam, you must be tired after playing all day, right? Mu Yunshu couldn't quite understand why Xiao Yueli's attitude was so solemn and humble. Not to mention Wang Jingchu, who was a ninth-rank being. Her husband is just an ordinary person and can never be a threat to Wang Jingchu. Furthermore, Wang Jingchu has the Tianji Pavilion, one of the four major forces in Dakian. Could it be that her husband has some tricks that she doesn't know about? I heard that a sorcerer who has reached the pinnacle of cultivation has the ability to see through heaven and earth, and can cast spells and take people's lives even if they are thousands of miles away. Has her husband's attainments in numerology reached a level that both Xiao Yueli and the Tianji Pavilion are wary of him? Mu Yunshu's eyes lit up with excitement, and he felt that Su Chanan was more and more extraordinary. She suddenly realized that her husband might not be as she imagined, unable to protect himself. Xiao Yueli finally had the nerve to stay for dinner. She saw Su Chanan enter the kitchen and busy himself. I'm really curious about the taste of the food cooked by Su Chanan. Su Chanan is a cultivator with great skills and can even cook. How strange. So, Xiao Yueli ignored the unkindness in Su Chanan's eyes. Picking and washing vegetables with Mu Yunshu in the yard. The two of them were talking and laughing. If you didn't know them, you would think they were really good sisters who had known each other for many years. In less than half an hour, Su Chanan served a table full of delicious dishes. Eggs can be fried with tomatoes? How can it be so delicious? Pork ribs are sweet and sour? What a novel taste! And these are actually potato chips? So fragrant and crispy. Xiao Yueli is a princess after all. What kind of dishes has she not tasted from the imperial chef in the palace? She has also been to all the top restaurants in Beijing. But I have never eaten such creative and delicious dishes as scrambled eggs with tomatoes and sweet and sour spare ribs. Today, she really broadened her horizons. When she thought about it, these dishes that amazed her were just everyday dishes for Mu Yunshu. Xiao Yueli couldn't help but feel envious. It's delicious, princess, you might as well eat more. As if seeing the envy in Xiao Yueli's eyes, a smug smile appeared on Mu Yunshu's lips. She personally picked up some French fries for Xiao Yueli. A fleeting playful look seemed to be saying, if you don't eat more now, you won't be able to eat it later. Madam, you should eat more too. You must be exhausted after playing for a whole day, right? Su Chanan ignored Xiao Yueli and picked up a few pieces of pork ribs for Mu Yunshu. He didn't notice that after he said this, the muscles at the corners of Xiao Yueli's eyes twitched slightly. Aren't you exhausted? The most crucial sword that turned the tide of the battle almost killed a half-step grandmaster on the spot. Even if Mu Yunshu was a heavenly-level killer, it must have consumed a great deal of his energy. Only then can one stab out such a stunning sword move. I'm not tired, my husband has worked hard, please eat more. Mu Yunshu shook his head and started to serve Su Chanan eggs and spare ribs, showing his affection in front of Xiao Yueli. Xiao Yueli was almost covered in goosebumps. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she would never have imagined that the ruthless killer would be such a little woman in private. She lowered her head and suddenly felt that the rice in the bowl no longer tasted good. She is like a big red lantern hanging high under the eaves, illuminating others, embarrassing herself, and seeming redundant. The meal ended in warmth and awkwardness. After dinner, Su Chanan and Mu Yunshu personally sent Xiao Yueli away. Husband, let's leave Nanawangzu and Dakian. Looking at Xiao Yueli's carriage going farther and farther away, Mu Yunshu's eyes suddenly became a little distracted. She leaned lightly on Su Chanan's shoulder, her thoughts drifting away. Qinggu died, and the whereabouts of the Immortal Gate token were completely lost. She didn't know what Su Luotian would do next. Her own strength was not enough to defeat Su Luotian, so she could only choose to escape. Good. Su Chanan had almost no hesitation. He could feel that Mu Yunshu was in a low mood. Perhaps it was Xiao Yueli's appearance that reminded Mu Yunshu of the past? He didn't ask any further questions. When his wife wanted to talk, she would tell him naturally. She didn't want to say it, but she must have her concerns. Will you not be reluctant to leave, husband? Shujia village is where you grew up. It is your home. Mu Yunshu was a little surprised by Su Chanan's decisiveness, and then a warm feeling surged in her heart. Home is where you are. Su Chanan gently rubbed Mu Yunshu's arm with his right hand to ease Mu Yunshu's emotions. He didn't have any particular attachment to Shujia village. He spent most of the 3 years since he traveled to this world alone. Yes, where you are is home. Mu Yunshu was stunned, murmured softly, and felt a burning sensation in his heart. She was no longer alone. As long as Su Chang'an is by her side, she will have a home even if she is on the run. After figuring this out, Mu Yunshu immediately became energetic again. She turned to face Su Chang'an and smiled. In Su Chang'an's eyes, the stars in the night sky seemed to be dimmed in an instant. Without waiting for him to say anything else, Mu Yun carelessly stood on tiptoe, and her warm and soft lips were imprinted on Su Chanan's lips. How could Su Chanan, who had been teased during the day, bear it any longer? He suddenly exerted force with his right hand, picked up Mu Yunshu by the waist, and strode straight into the house. Madam, it's getting cold. It's time to go inside and rest. On the outskirts of the city, there is a dilapidated Taoist temple. Damn Su Chanan, how dare you play tricks on me? Yinggu walked in with a look of exasperation on her face and gritted teeth. Zhui Hun, who had been waiting for a long time, was about to ask, but when he heard this, he frowned slightly and said, You went to Shujia village? Your mission failed, and you still have the mind to seduce men? Zhua Han's eyes turned cold, and the sword in his hand trembled, as if it was about to be unsheathed in the next moment. What do you know? Didn't you hear what Mo Wuchang said today? He suspected that the Immortal Gate token was with Pianhong. Yinggu rolled her eyes, still thinking about how to find an opportunity to torture Su Chanan in the future. In today's battle, Xinggu seemed to have disappeared. Don't you think he is the most likely person to take away the Immortal Gate token? Zuehan didn't believe what Mo Wuchang said. He was even more suspicious of Xinggu. Humph. In short, Su Chang'an is no ordinary person. His magic skills are somewhat sinister. Yinggu had to admit that she had indeed underestimated Su Chanan. It seems that Wang Jingchu's ability to surpass Tianji Pavilion in magic was not entirely due to luck. You actually missed? Zuehan opened his eyes slightly wide, looking surprised. How could he not know that Yinggu had suffered a setback at the hands of Su Chanan? He had never seen Yinggu fall at the hands of a man before, which was really rare. Yinggu gritted her teeth, a hint of anger flashed across her face, and she closed her mouth, no longer wanting to mention Su Chanan. Send the message back. The Immortal Gate token must be in the hands of one of Xinggu and Pianhong. We must find Xinggu's whereabouts first. Chapter 54 Pianhong, you killed Xinggu, right? The next few days were calm. Tianqing town seemed to have regained its former peace. After dinner that day, Xiao Yueli seemed to have disappeared and never appeared again. The people from Tianji Pavilion and Haisha sect seemed to have disappeared from the face of the earth and never came to cause trouble again. Only Su Qingxian would occasionally bring the latest news to Su Chanan. It's nothing more than the movements of forces such as Tianji Pavilion, Haisha sect, and Su Luotian. It's just that Su Chanan wasn't very interested. His stall is very busy. In just a few days, his alchemist rank was improved again and reached the 3rd level. There was no big change, but the luck that I observed became clearer. He has been able to change the fate of some ordinary people of little importance by adjusting their luck. This is already incredible enough. One day, when his level as a magician is high enough, maybe he will be able to manipulate and steal other people's luck at will. The Black Demon sect has practically disappeared recently. We have lost 2 9th rank beings in succession, and the whereabouts of the deputy sect leader Mo Wuchang are unknown. There is no trace of him. The news has spread like wildfire, shocking the entire Dakian. Even though Tai Wuxing, the leader of the Black Evil sect, is a master, at this critical moment, he can only choose to lie dormant for the time being and recuperate. Su Luotian, on the other hand, has been stirring up trouble these past few days. I wonder what he's brewing. Private room on the 3rd floor of Huamanlu. Su Qingxian told the information that Huamanlu had recently compiled one by one, as if he was giving a report. Su Chanan was also bored, so he drank tea and listened to a book. A quarter of an hour ago, Mu Yunshu went to the market alone to buy vegetables. She said that she couldn't always let her husband cook, and she also needed to train herself and learn how to buy groceries and cook. Since the lady is interested in managing the household, Su Chanan certainly won't disappoint her. At this moment, Su Qingxian looked at Su Chanan with a meaningful look. She always felt that Mo Wu Chang's disappearance was related to Su Chang'an. After all, it was she who revealed the news to Su Chang'an that day. Considering Su Chang'an's crazy personality in protecting his wife, how could Mo Wu Chang dare to attack Mu Yunshu? Isn't this simply courting death? Of course, Su Qingxian didn't dare to ask Su Chang'an directly about this guess. I can only keep it in my heart. Su Luotian, the Su Luotian, is there something wrong with the Black Evil sect? Su Chang'an suddenly remembered that Yinggu, who seduced him yesterday, was most likely Su Luotian's man. Why do these forces, one or two of them, always think that they can find the Immortal Gate token from him? The four major forces appear to be keeping to themselves on the surface, but they are secretly competing with each other. This is inevitable. It's just that Su Luotian and Haishiman are relatively belligerent and have no bottom line in their actions, which makes them more likely to cause disputes. Su Qingxian personally poured tea for Su Chang'an, noticing that Su Chang'an seemed to be interested in Su Luotian, and continued. Su Luotian is the #1 assassin organization in Dakian. They have 4 heavenly level assassins, and everyone is terrified of them. They rarely fail. Once targeted by a heaven-level assassin, even a 9th rank expert would be unable to sleep at night, filled with fear. Of course, the real terror of Su Luotian is the Lord of Su Luotian Yihani. No one has ever seen Yihani's true face, because everyone who has seen him is dead. It's rumored that he's a grandmaster. Even those at the same grandmaster level would be wary of a supreme killer. Su Qingxian focused on introducing the Lord of Shashu Luotian. Even a grandmaster might not be in Su Chang'an's eyes. But Su Qingxian thought that Su Chang'an still had to be wary of a supreme killer at the grandmaster level. After all, she didn't know Su Chang'an's level of cultivation. However, considering Su Chang'an's age, Su Qingxian felt that Su Chang'an was most likely at the Qi condensation realm. The grandmaster realm is comparable to the Qi condensation realm. This time, whether it was the Black Evil sect or Su Luotian, all the 9th grade strongmen came out in full force. They are willing to spend so much money, which seems to indicate that the Immortal Gate token is near Tianqing town. If this were true, Su Qingxian even wondered if the leader of the Black Evil sect, the Lord of Su Luotian, would also descend upon Tianqing town? Yihani, I've remembered this name. Su Chang'an touched his chin and nodded. After saying this, he stood up and prepared to leave. Judging from the time, Mu Yunshu should be back soon. The most prosperous market in Tianqing town. The place was bustling with people. Mu Yunshu carried a vegetable basket on his left arm and walked between the stalls. Every time I pass a stall, I hear warm greetings. Her face was slightly red. It was her first time as a housewife coming to the market to buy vegetables, and she seemed a little unfamiliar and clumsy. It's not that I've never been to the market alone. But before, she was always here to carry out missions and kill people, not to buy vegetables. As he walked, Mu Yan's eyes lit up inadvertently and he stopped in front of an old lady's stall. This tomato is bright red and looks sweet. The potatoes are also very fresh, and they must be delicious when fried into French fries. Mu Yunshu's slender figure squeezed into a group of ants without leaving a trace. Then he accurately picked up the reddest tomatoes, and carefully selected 4 potatoes and 2 cabbages. Only then did he pay and leave satisfied. After buying the vegetables, I also need to buy some meat. Mu Yunshu had a faint smile on his face and was about to walk towards the meat stall in front of him on the right. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of a familiar figure not far away, and the smile on his face froze. At this moment, he was just 10 meters away from her. Zuahen, dressed in plain clothes, stood in front of a small stall, staring at her with an extremely complicated look. Their eyes met. Zuahen said nothing and turned away indifferently. Dragging his broken leg, he limped towards the direction where there were fewer people. Mu Yunshu's expression darkened slightly. He tightened the handle of the basket with his right hand, took a deep breath, and followed. The two walked one in front and the other behind, through the market, and came to an empty willow tree by the river. Pianhong, you have really changed. I can see that this is not a disguise. You are enjoying your current state. Zuahen turned around and glanced at the basket in Mu Yunshu's hand, feeling as if he were in a dream. He couldn't believe that Pianhong, who used to be as cold and indifferent as an iceberg, would now look like a little woman. I really can't describe how I feel. Have you found Chenggu? Mu Yunshu looked indifferent and had no intention of reminiscing with Zuahen. She no longer had any feelings for Su Luotian, including Zuahen and Yinggu, with whom she grew up. Xinggu disappeared. From that day on, he was like someone who had evaporated from the face of the earth, vanishing without a trace. We searched Tianjin town inside and out, and even the entire southern wasteland continent, but we couldn't find any trace of him. Pianhong, you killed Xinggu, right? The Immortal Gate token is on you? Until this moment, Zuohan still didn't understand why Mu Yunshu betrayed Su Luotian and why he wanted to fight for the Immortal Gate token. Could it be that all this is really because Mu Yunshu wants to embark on the path of immortal cultivation? Chapter 55, Mu Yunshu's Choice. Is this the conclusion you came to after searching for a few days? Mu Yunshu didn't seem surprised to hear this answer. But there was a hint of sneer in his eyes. She really shouldn't have had hope in Su Luotian. You have 1 day to consider. The Lord will arrive in Tianjin town tomorrow. If you still don't hand over the Immortal Gate token by then, you won't need me to remind you of what will happen. I'll be waiting for you at Xianyue Temple outside the city tonight. Take care of yourself. Zuohan was silent for a moment, and after saying this, he looked at Mu Yunshu deeply. He immediately turned around and disappeared step by step to the river. Mu Yunshu stood there in a daze, not caring about the departing soul. In my mind, it was like thunder rolling through my body, and an inexplicable fear swept over my whole body in an instant. For a moment, Mu Yunshu felt as if he had suddenly fallen into a bone-chilling river, and his breathing almost stopped. After a long while, Mu Yunshu's consciousness was forcibly pulled back from the endless darkness. I will never allow you to hurt my husband in the slightest. Intense anger and murderous intent overwhelmed the fear, and a look of determination flashed on Mu Yunshu's slightly pale face. The moment she turned and left, she had already made up her mind. In front of Wamanlu's store, Su Chanan packed up the stall and waited for a while, but Mu Yunshu didn't come back. He picked up his book basket and was about to go to the market to find Mu Yunshu. Then Mu Yunshu's graceful figure appeared from the corner of the street, walking towards him with a bright smile on her face. In the afterglow of the setting sun, it is picturesque. Husband, let's go home. Good. That night, the moon was bright and the stars were sparse. The snow-like moonlight shone through the window lattice and fell on the clean floor. The soothing breathing of Su Chang'an came to my ears. After confirming that Su Chang'an had fallen asleep, Mu Yunshu opened his eyes. She stood up silently, stood beside the bed and stared at Su Chang'an for a long time, then quietly left the room. What Mu Yunshu didn't know was that not long after she walked out of the courtyard in the night like a ghostly shadow. In the darkness, Su Chang'an slowly opened his eyes. As if he was in some kind of entanglement and hesitation, after an unknown amount of time, Su Chang'an finally closed his eyes again. 50 miles outside the outskirts of Tianjin town is Xianyue Temple. You went to find her, but you still can't let her go, right? Ha, man. Yinggu leaned against the dilapidated wooden door, looked up at the round bright moon, and there was a mocking look on his face. She went to find Su Chang'an in order to get the Immortal Gate token from Mu Yunshu. Why did Zuohan go to find Mu Yunshu? Whether I go to see her or not is none of your business. Zuohan sat alone in the corner, wiping the sword in his hand over and over again. He was not sure whether Mu Yunshu would come tonight. In other words, he hoped Mu Yunshu would come. You have violated the forbidden law. I will report the truth to the Lord tomorrow. Yinggu glanced at Zuohan coldly, and then suddenly smiled brightly. Of course, if you tell me what you did to her, I can reconsider. Zuohan paused as he wiped his sword, his face expressionless as he said, I want to give her a chance. You really can't let her go. Yinggu's expression suddenly became complicated. I said, it has nothing to do with you. Zuohan raised his head and glanced at Yinggu indifferently. That look seemed to be looking at the air. Yinggu instantly became angry and embarrassed. You already gave her one chance. If she wanted to come back, she would have come back long ago. You are just wishful thinking. Hanshui, don't forget, a heaven-level assassin is not allowed to have emotions. Yinggu stared at Zuohan hatefully. She had no interest in Soul Chaser, but she hated the Soul Chaser's discrimination. We grew up together, so why is his gaze always focused on Mu Yunshu alone? How is she any worse than Mu Yunshu? When the two of them were chasing Mu Yunshu, Zuohan had felt pity for him and let him go at the critical moment. How could he be seriously injured by Mu Yunshu? She only regretted that she didn't kill Mu Yunshu at that time. Otherwise, why would there be so much trouble now? Whatever you think. Zuohan withdrew his gaze and continued to polish his sword silently. That stupid look of his made Yinggu so angry that she almost drew her sword and killed him on the spot. Snort! Yinggu snorted coldly and was about to look away from Zuohan. A flash of cold light suddenly appeared from the corner of my eye. What followed was a chilling murderous intent as cold as the coldest months of winter. Without any hesitation, relying solely on instinct, Ingwoo's body showed amazing flexibility at this moment. Her head suddenly tilted back, her whole body arched, almost sticking to the doorframe, and she slipped into the hall, trying to disappear into the darkness. However, no matter how fast her reaction was, it was not as fast as Mu Yunshu's sword. Puff! This sword failed to pierce Ingwoo's neck, but directly penetrated Ingwoo's entire shoulder. With a muffled groan, the cold sword was quickly pulled out. Only a patch of blood remained, spreading out in the moonlight. With a muffled groan, Ingwoo made a quick decision and fled into the darkness. Mu Yunshu took advantage of the victory and pursued Ingwoo to kill him first. Unfortunately, Zuihan doesn't intend to give her this opportunity. Almost at the moment when Mu Yunshu stepped over the threshold, Zuihan seemed to become one with the sword. It transformed into a sharp sword light, pointing directly at Mu Yunshu's heart. Mu Yunshu's eyes flashed, and he instantly pulled back the long sword in his hand and took advantage of the situation to strike towards the oncoming sword light. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out, and the long sword in his hand vibrated. Zuihan only felt a terrifying force transmitted through the sword. The shock made his arms numb, and he was thrown out. There was a look of horror in his eyes. Zuihan had never expected that in just less than a month, Mu Yunshu's strength had improved to such an extent. Although his sword only exerted 70% to 80% of its power due to his injured right leg. But in the past, he wouldn't be so overwhelmed. Mu Yunshu didn't even look at Zhuai Hun. His figure was as quick as a flying swan. He used the force to thrust out another sword in the direction where Ingwoo was hiding. This sword just happened to pierce the tip of Ingwoo's sword. After all, he is a heaven-level killer. Even though his shoulder was pierced, Shadow Dance still released the most terrifying murderous intent at the most appropriate time. The swords crossed each other, and Mu Yunshu's Pianhong sword slashed across the sword body, causing countless sparks and slashing towards Ingwoo. She knew very well that Ingwoo's true murderous intent was definitely not the sharpness of the sword. Instead, there are silver threads hidden between the 10 fingers, as thin as cow hair, but 100 times sharper than the edge of a sword. As expected. The moment the long sword swept across, dozens of silk threads that seemed to be cutting through the night suddenly pierced through Mu Yunshu. It seemed as if he was avenging the sword attack from Mu Yunshu just now. Ingwoo, filled with endless hatred and murderous intent, wanted to penetrate Mu Yunshu's eyes, mouth, legs, arms, and even his internal organs. Chapter 56. Since you don't believe me, I will answer you with my sword. However, how well does Mu Yunshu know about Ingwoo? I had already anticipated Shadow Dance's hidden killer move. Her expression did not change, but the sword shook, and the powerful true energy surged, shaking away the attacking silver threads. You. Ingwoo's charming eyes were as big as copper bells, full of disbelief. Although the three of them are all of the 9th rank. Zuihan has always been slightly stronger, and the two of them are equally matched. At such a close distance, facing her killer move, the Chenji Si, with Mu Yunshu's previous strength, there was no other possibility except to dodge hastily at some cost. But now, her thread was so easily swept away by a sword. Why? There was a storm in Ingwoo's heart. It was also incomprehensible that after that battle, in less than a month, not only did Mu Yunshu recover from his serious injuries, but his strength also improved to this point. This momentary distraction is usually harmless. But at this critical moment of life and death, it is fatal. The sword flashed, and the Pianhong sword arrived in an instant, stabbing at Ingwoo's neck again. At the critical moment, Zuihan appeared behind Mu Yunshu like a ghost. Mu Yunshu sighed lightly, retracted his sword, broke through the door and landed in the courtyard. The cold wind failed to kill Shadow Dance as expected. Mu Yunshu's expression was as cold as the Pianhong sword in his hand. Pianhong, is this your choice? Zuihan and Ingwoo rushed out of the hall, one on the left and one on the right, standing on the stone stairs. At this moment, Ingwoo's charming face was almost distorted, filled with hatred and murderous intent. A hint of regret flashed across Zuihan's stern face. He should have guessed it. From the moment Mu Yunshu rebelled against Su Luotian, they chased Mu Yunshu to Nanowangzu. Mu Yunshu was no longer the Pianhong he knew. He revealed the news to Mu Yunshu, hoping that Mu Yunshu would come back. What he waited for in the end was nothing more than Mu Yunshu's final desperate struggle before his lord arrived. Han Jue, don't you understand? Your wishful thinking almost killed you and me. Ingwoo's silver teeth were almost broken. If she didn't have to deal with Mu Yunshu right now, she really wanted to kill Zuohan with one sword. It's a nice way to give Mu Yunshu a chance to turn back. In fact, he just leaked the news to Mu Yunshu, forcing Mu Yunshu to take the risk. But it was also her fault for being careless. She still greatly underestimated Mu Yunshu's strength. I've already hidden far away, why do you still come to disturb me? I just want to live a peaceful life. I don't care about the immortal gate token at all. Since you don't believe me, then answer me with the sword in my hand. The cold wind blew, lifting a strand of hair scattered between Mu Yun's sparse temples. The voice, devoid of any emotional ups and downs, was 3 degrees colder than the night wind. Her eyes were cold, and the sword in her hand was trembling, brewing a terrifying murderous intent. No matter what, tonight, she must kill Zuohan and Yingwu. Then she took her husband and flew away, completely escaping from the southern wilderness in Dakian. You seem to have forgotten who gave you the sword in your hand. Just as Mu Yunshu's murderous intent reached its peak and a life and death battle was about to break out. A nightmare-like voice pierced through the cold wind and into Mu Yunshu's ears. In an instant, Mu Yunshu's body froze, and he seemed to have fallen into an endless purgatory, terrified to the extreme. A thin figure appeared on the eaves of the main hall at some point. He was covered in a black robe and had a pitch-black mask on his face. Under the frosty moonlight, it looked like a shadow, almost blending into the night. My lord! Seeing the man in black robe, Zuohan and Yingwu immediately knelt on one knee and bowed their heads, looking extremely respectful. I still haven't figured out why you betrayed me, Pianhong. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Hani's figure suddenly disappeared from the eaves. The next moment, he appeared 5 meters in front of Mu Yunshu. A pair of cold eyes seemed to see through Mu Yunshu's soul through the mask. Mu Yunshu suppressed his inner fear and held the Pianhong sword tightly in his right hand. It seems that only the sword in her hand can give her some confidence. She didn't speak. Because she knew that no matter what she said at this moment, it would be pale. From the moment she betrayed Su Luotian, there was no turning back. But even if she was given another chance, she would still choose to escape from Su Luotian. Once upon a time, Mu Yunshu thought Su Luotian was different from others. Or rather, she felt that Yi Hani had a chasm in his heart. Su Luotian's assassination targets are often not people from the underworld, but those corrupt officials in the court. Rather than saying that Su Luotian is a killer organization, it is better to say that Su Luotian is doing justice for the people and eliminating harm for the people. This is what Mu Yunshu thought in the past. Therefore, in the past, she felt a sense of belonging to Su Luotian. He regards Yi Hani as his father and worships him extremely, almost blindly. Until one day, she accidentally overheard the conversation between Yi Hani and Anmu. Only then did she realize that everything Yi Hani did was just for herself. The so-called chivalrous deeds are all false, and the real purpose behind them is to eliminate dissidents. With the help of Su Luotian, he coerced the officials in the court and plotted to rule the world. Yes, perhaps from the very beginning, Yi Hani's purpose in establishing Su Luotian was to be able to ascend to the throne of the emperor one day. The moment he learned the truth, Mu Yunshu's world collapsed. She finally understood Yi Hani's real purpose of adopting those helpless children and taking great pains to train them to be killers. Boundless disappointment overwhelmed her like a tide. In a trance, she suddenly realized that she seemed to have always been just a rootless floating duckweed, just a killing machine, just a sword in Yi Hani's hand. She never knew what she really wanted deep down in her heart. So, Mu Yunshu resolutely rebelled against Su Luotian to find the answer. And now, she found it. She wanted to go home. A real home. Forget it. I'll give you one last chance. Kill that country boy, and I'll forgive the past. You'll still be the same Pianhong as before. Seeing Mu Yunshu fall into silence, Yi Hani raised his foot and walked over step by step. As soon as these words were spoken, Zuohan's breathing stagnated and anticipation flashed in his eyes. Only Yingwu was left with a look of resentment and unwillingness. Her right shoulder was still bleeding. She didn't understand why a traitor should be given chances again and again. Chasing souls is fine, but why is he doing this to the Lord too? However, they soon saw Yi Hani stop. It was because the Pianhong sword in Mu Yunshu's hand was already pointing at Yi Hani. The sword tip shone with a cold light, just like Mu Yunshu's inner determination. Chapter 57 is over, the identity of the female killer is exposed. Do you know what you are doing? Yi Hani narrowed his eyes slightly and stared at Mu Yunshu. Although his tone was calm, it was chilling to the bone. It seemed that he had never thought that one day, Mu Yunshu, whom he had cultivated, would hold the Pianhong sword and point it directly at his master. I know what I'm doing better than ever before. Mu Yunshu's eyes were firm, and he pointed his sword at Yihani, steady as a rock. Su Luo Tian and I have long since forgiven each other. These words made Yihani slightly stunned. Then he smiled. What a perfect situation, neither of us owes anyone anything. Pianhong, don't be so ungrateful. If the Lord hadn't adopted you, you would have died long ago. Your life was given by the Lord. You'll never be able to pay it back in your lifetime. Yinggu looked at Mu Yunshu sarcastically. She didn't know where Mu Yunshu got the courage from. I want freedom, I want to live a stable life. It's ridiculous. Since you are determined to seek death, I will grant your wish. Yihani sighed softly. This sigh sounded like the whisper of death to Mu Yunshu's ears. In an instant, an indescribable murderous intent swept out from Yihani. Just relying on a ray of pressure from the Grandmaster realm, Mu Yunshu was oppressed to the point of trembling all over. The cold eyes were filled with horror. Endless despair enveloped my whole body. At this moment, Mu Yunshu finally understood that the gap between the 9th rank and the Grandmaster realm was like an ant looking up at the sky, which was impossible to cross. The so-called half-step Grandmaster is incomparable to the real Grandmaster realm. Husband, I'm sorry. Mu Yunshu closed her eyes. The only regret she had was that the time she spent with Su Chanan was too short. It was so short that she didn't have time to give birth to a child for Su Chanan. It was so short that she had so many things she wanted to do with Su Chanan, but she didn't have the chance. Memories of the past month flashed through my mind like a kaleidoscope. Mu Yunshu was brewing his own murderous intentions. She has not given up yet. Even if there is only one last glimmer of hope, she will fight for a chance of survival. Even if she was facing Yihani, who was as despairing as the abyss. Mu Yunshu suddenly opened his eyes. The next moment, there was no sign at all. Yihani just took a step forward and disappeared as if blending into the night. There was only a flash of ordinary sword light that disappeared in an instant. Too fast. Mu Yunshu's pupils suddenly dilated. Neither his naked eyes nor his perception could catch the extremely fast sword. Unable to dodge, unable to block. Even though he saw Yihani's figure, he could only stand there and wait to die. How desperate. No wonder those who were assassinated by Yihani couldn't even see Yihani's shadow. A supreme killer at the Grandmaster level is so terrifying. Just when Mu Yunshu was about to swing the Pianhong sword in his hand and seek a glimmer of hope in the endless murderous intent. Clang! The crisp sound of golden swords clashing resounded throughout the Taoist temple. Immediately afterwards, Yihani's figure suddenly appeared, and the long sword in his hand was shaken and deviated from its trajectory. Who? Yihani's eyes fixed, a hint of horror flashing across them. He couldn't even see what hit the sword in his hand. Mu Yunshu was also stunned and didn't understand what was going on. But soon, a voice that was so familiar that it couldn't be more familiar came from behind her, making her freeze instantly. A heart beating wildly like a drum. My wife said that we have nothing to do with each other. Are you deaf? At the gate of the Taoist temple, Su Chanan was seen wearing thin pajamas, throwing a stone high in his hand, and walking in slowly. Husband? The moment he saw Su Chanan, Mu Yunshu felt his mind buzzing and went blank. She couldn't believe what she saw and even wondered if she was dreaming. Shouldn't your husband be sleeping soundly at home at this time? How did you end up here? Even if she left and her husband woke up, he could calculate her location. It shouldn't be possible to find Xianyue Temple so quickly. It's over, everything is over. Mu Yunshu's face turned pale almost instantly. She would rather die under Yihani's sword than see Su Chang'an appear here at this time. She didn't want Su Chang'an to know her identity, and she didn't want Su Chang'an to fall into death. It's cold late at night, madam, you didn't even bother putting on more clothes. You're wearing so little. What if you catch a cold? Su Chanan looked at Mu Yunshu's cute face, whose mouth was opened into an O shape due to shock, and shook his head gently, his eyes full of doting. He walked slowly to Mu Yunshu and was about to take off his clothes when he realized that he had walked in a hurry and was only wearing pajamas. Cough. Su Chanan coughed awkwardly. Who are you? Yihani looked at the stone in Su Chanan's hand, his eyes filled with shock and horror. Just now, what repelled the long sword in his hand was just such an ordinary stone. Are you kidding me? Not to mention a small stone, even if it was a hidden weapon made of fine iron, without the strength of a grandmaster, it would be difficult to shake the sword in his hand. Grandmaster realm. This young man in front of me is actually also at the grandmaster level? Yi Hani was shocked. Su Chang'an is at most 30 years old. A 30-year-old grandmaster? This has never happened in Dakian for thousands of years. Su Chang'an, what did you just do? Zulihan's face was also full of disbelief. If he saw correctly, the Lord's terrifying murderous intent had been thwarted by Su Chang'an? How is this possible? Not to mention that my Lord is a supreme killer at the grandmaster level. Even if these heavenly killers wanted to forcibly interrupt the murderous intent at the moment it was about to be unleashed, only someone with strength superior to theirs could do it. Could it be that Su Chang'an is truly at the grandmaster level? Yingwu, who was standing aside, had a frozen expression, with a look of palpitations and fear in her eyes. If Su Chang'an was at the grandmaster level, then she had previously arrogantly tried to seduce Su Chang'an in Shujia village. Isn't this just seeking death? Yingwu only felt a chill running from his back to the top of his head, and cold sweat instantly soaked his nightgown. In this case, she also has to thank Mu Yunshu. At that time, if Mu Yunshu had not returned in time, she would have died without a burial place. Etc. Could it be that the blood silkworm ghost from the Black Demon sect died at the hands of Su Chang'an? And Chingu. No wonder they couldn't find any trace of Chingu. Husband, Mu Yunshu opened his mouth, not knowing what to say. The despair in my heart at this moment is even greater than when I was facing Yi Hani alone just now. With her identity exposed, will her husband's attitude change? This unknown fear and worry about Su Chang'an's life made Mu Yunshu forget for a moment how Yi Hani's sword that was stabbing at her was deflected. Chapter 58, It's you three who bullied my wife? If you have anything to say, let's talk about it when we get home. Su Chang'an patted Mu Yunshu's little head, and then forcibly took the Pianhong sword from his hand. It's dangerous for a girl to wield a sword. As he spoke, Su Chang'an looked at Yi Hani and the other two again. It's you three who bullied my wife? Mu Yunshu stared blankly at Su Chang'an snatching the Pianhong sword from his hand. He also looked at Su Chang'an supporting him. Her nose felt sore, her eyes reddened, and she felt an inexplicable sense of security rising from her heart. It seems that as long as my husband is around, there is no trouble in this world that cannot be solved. Who exactly are you, Excellency? Yi Hani stared at Su Chang'an, countless figures flashed through his mind, but he couldn't figure out who Su Chang'an was. The Grand Master of Dakian, there are only a few people coming and going. Could it be that Su Chang'an is a master from another country? What is your purpose in coming to Dakian? If you want to know who I am, you can ask the King of Hell when you reach the underworld. Su Chang'an stood with a sword in his hand, his eyes indifferently sweeping over Yi Hani and the other two. When he saw Yingwu, his eyes lingered for a second longer. This woman is indeed Su Luotian's killer. If he guessed correctly, the one who wanted to kill Mu Yunshu just now was the Lord of Su Luotian Yi Hani, right? The Grandmaster realm is indeed completely different from the 9th rank. The sword in Yi Hani's hand was no longer surrounded by the warrior's true energy. But it is a power that is comparable to the spiritual power of immortal cultivators. It's more like the true energy condensed to the extreme. But that's all. Not to mention that he is just a master comparable to the cultivators in the Qi condensation realm. Even if he was at the true Qi condensation realm, he was nothing more than an ant in front of Su Chang'an. Your Excellency is so arrogant. If I'm not mistaken, you should also be at the Grandmaster level, right? Since you do not wish to reveal your identity, I will not force you to do so. However, do you know that the wife you are referring to is actually my Su Luotian's heaven-class assassin? Yi Hani narrowed his eyes, feeling somewhat apprehensive. He believed that his strength was not inferior to any Grandmaster in Dakian. However, he did not have a deep understanding of the Grandmaster level of other countries. Based solely on the method Su Chang'an had just demonstrated, he couldn't figure out Su Chang'an's true strength. But there is one thing he is very clear about: Su Chang'an's strength is by no means inferior to his. Once the fight begins, both sides will be either killed or injured. For a mere heaven-level killer. In Yi Hani's eyes, it's totally worthless. Maybe it was before, but not now. Su Chang'an looked indifferent and said lightly. Regardless of whether Mu Yunshu was a killer in the past, he only knew that Mu Yunshu was his wife now. His wife was bullied, so he wanted to seek justice for her. Without any warning, Su Chang'an moved. The whole person disappeared out of thin air. To be precise, he was too fast. It was so fast that Yi Hani and others could not catch it with their naked eyes or perception. That's why it creates the illusion of a sudden disappearance. Before anyone could react, Su Chanan had already appeared beside Yingwu. One could vaguely see a ray of blood flashing on the Pianhong sword in his hand. You had a lot of fun yesterday. I guess you must be jealous of my wife. Su Chanan's voice, with a hint of sarcasm, sounded in his ears. Yingwu widened her eyes and wanted to say something, but she couldn't. She suddenly discovered with horror that her vision began to tilt. The ground actually hit his face. Wrong. It was her head that fell from her neck. Before extreme panic could spread, Yingwu's consciousness was swallowed up by endless darkness. Gudong. Yingwu's body was still standing there, blood gushing out of his neck like a fountain, staining the night sky. Such a good head, but it rolled to the ground. Those eyes were as big as copper bells, filled with fear and confusion. Even before he died, he couldn't figure out how he died. Shadow dance? Chasing the soul, I was filled with horror. For the first time, I felt what fear was. But in the blink of an eye, there was no trace of Su Chanan's movements. Shadow Dance's head was chopped off. Not to mention dodging or parrying, there was no time to even react. What Zuehan didn't know was that it wasn't just him. Even if it was Yi Hani who was at the Grandmaster level, and the #1 killer in Dakian. He also failed to see Su Chanan's actions. Yes, it's not that I didn't see it clearly, but I couldn't even see it. It was always others who couldn't see his movements. When was there ever a time when he couldn't see others' movements? In an instant, the hairs all over my body stood up. Yi Hani tried his best to hide the horror in his eyes, and his figure disappeared into the night almost at the moment Su Chanan's voice rang out. Su Chanan ignored Yi Hani. His next target was to chase the soul. Zuehan didn't care about being shocked. Without waiting for Su Chanan to attack again, he turned into a sword light and stabbed forward with the sword. Even though he knew that he was like an ant trying to shake a tree, he had no choice. Without any hesitation, the moment he saw Yi Hani's figure disappear, Zuehan knew that he had to create an opportunity for Yi Hani. At this moment, they were facing a grandmaster who was even more powerful than Yi Hani. Even if he will die, the soul chaser must give full play to his last bit of value. This is Su Luotian, the awareness of a heavenly killer. Su Chang'an did not move, but stood quietly in place, allowing Zuehan's sword to stab him. I have to say, this sword is very fast and amazing. It's a pity that this is for ordinary people. In Su Chanan's eyes, this sword was like a child's play and did not pose any threat at all. He slightly turned sideways and easily dodged the sword. And almost at the moment he dodged the sword by turning sideways, a terrifying murderous intent suddenly erupted. The cold and sharp sword light tore through the darkness and stabbed towards Su Chang'an's back at an angle that was so strange that it was almost twisted. The target was Su Chanan's heart. Careful! Mu Yinshu's pupils contracted, and he only had time to let out a cry of surprise when he saw the terrifying sword light faintly blooming in the night. Yi Hani is worthy of being the #1 killer in Dakian. The speed and accuracy of the target are 100 times better than the soul chasing. Even the timing of the attack was extremely appropriate. A normal person will reveal some flaws when dodging sideways. And what Yi Hani wants to seize is the flaw in this moment. This is the gap between the 9th rank and the Grandmaster realm, like a chasm. Unfortunately, the gap between Yi Hani and Su Chang'an is countless times wider than a chasm. Even without expanding his spiritual sense, Su Chanan could clearly sense the presence of Yi Hani behind him. He stretched out his left hand like lightning, and with 2 fingers, he clamped the long sword that Zuehan was passing by. With a little force, he broke the sword. Chapter 59: The Broken Sword That Killed the Grandmaster. A stream of spiritual power followed the broken sword into Zuehan's body, and in an instant, it shattered his internal organs. Immediately, Su Chang'an loosened his fingers, and the broken sword between his fingers shot behind him like an arrow. A cold light flashed, and the breath of death enveloped him. Without time to think, Yi Hani twisted his body like crazy. At the same time, he made the most correct decision in his life. He gave up the murderous intention of stabbing Su Chan'an with the sword. Then, he almost instinctively swung the sword in his hand, using up all the true energy in his body to roll out endless sword light. Even if he used all his life skills and brought his martial arts skills to the extreme. Even if this sword turns into thousands of swords, it cannot change the trajectory of this broken sword even a little bit. What really saved Yi Hani's life was the choice he made at this critical moment. He retreated, and the long sword in his hand swung out an endless sword light to block. This series of actions caused his body to shift. The broken sword did not penetrate the vital part of his neck, but pierced through the edge. Even with just this, Yi Hani broke out in a cold sweat. This was the first time since he embarked on the path of martial arts that he truly felt death was so close. There is a fine line between life and death. If he had refused to retreat and insisted on taking Su Chang'an's life just now, he would have died by now. Su Chang'an's cultivation was clearly far superior to his. Even if there is a gap between the grandmasters, it shouldn't be this far. Yi Hani has begun to suspect that Su Chang'an is not at the grandmaster level, but is above the grandmaster level. Retreat. Without any hesitation, Yi Hani chose to escape. Not caring about Zuihan's life or death, he used his skills repeatedly, and his figure was like a ghost, disappearing into the night, trying to escape from Xianyue Temple. It's a pity, how could Su Chang'an let Yi Hani escape like this? The whole process happened in an instant. Mu Yunshu only saw that astonishing murderous intent suddenly turned into countless sword lights. Immediately afterwards, a cold light flashed across Su Chang'an's body. Yi Hani's figure appeared, and a blood flower exploded out of thin air. Then, Yi Hani's figure disappeared again, as if he had escaped. A supreme killer at the grandmaster level. The person Mu Yunshu has looked up to since childhood. It's like a nightmare. Not only did he fail, he also escaped. At this moment, Mu Yunshu felt that his cognition had been completely overturned. The previous awe and fear of Yi Hani were shattered at this moment. She never dreamed that her husband would be a master. Moreover, he is at the grandmaster level with the most powerful strength. Husband, let's get out of here. After the shock, Mu Yunshu's first reaction was to leave Xianyue Temple as soon as possible. The fear of Yi Hani that was almost deep in his bones made Mu Yunshu feel that even if Yi Hani escaped, it is also very likely that there will be a counterattack. After all, Su Chang'an killed two heavenly level killers, Yingwu and Zuihan, one after another. Mu Yunshu was worried that Yi Hani would not give up. The most torturous thing about being targeted by a supreme killer at the grandmaster level is that your nerves will always be on taut string. When you are unable to detect the other person's presence, you will feel that there is always a pair of eyes staring at you in the darkness. If this state of high mental concentration lasts too long, even if it does not collapse, it will sooner or later reveal flaws. In front of a supreme killer at the grandmaster level, he revealed his flaws. You can guess what the outcome will be even with your toes. Certainly. The premise of all this is that the other party cannot be sensed. Under the influence of Su Chang'an's spiritual consciousness, what can Yi Hani, a mere grandmaster, do even if he has superb concealment skills? Madam, please wait for me for a moment. As he spoke, Su Chang'an's spiritual consciousness spread out. With Xianyue Temple as the center, every blade of grass and every tree within a radius of dozens of miles can be seen in an instant. Su Chang'an's spiritual consciousness was overwhelming, penetrating every pore like mercury pouring on the ground. He quickly locked onto Yi Hani's figure. With a faint sneer on his lips, Su Chang'an stepped on the broken sword that Zuihan had dropped on the ground with his right foot and lifted it lightly. The broken sword immediately turned into a bright sword light, broke through the air and pierced through the wall, heading in a certain direction and disappeared into the night. This. Mu Yunshu stared blankly at the sword light that flashed by like a meteor and disappeared, and a terrifying idea emerged in his mind. She quickly shook her head, trying to get rid of this incredible idea from her mind. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Yi Hani has already escaped in seclusion. Even if her husband is a grandmaster, it is impossible for him to track down Yi Hani. This sword light, is it probably my husband trying his luck? Or is he venting his anger? Go home. After taking out the broken sword, Su Chang'an didn't even look back and came to Mu Yunshu's side. Then he gently put his right hand around Mu Yunshu's slender waist and flew into the air. Noob! Su Chang'an shouted. Under Mu Yunshu's surprised gaze, the white dragon horse stepped on the dust and galloped over from outside the temple. The increasingly shiny silver white mane fluttered in the wind, and from a distance, it looked like a stream of light rushing towards the eyes. Su Chang'an held Mu Yunshu in his arms and landed lightly on the back of the white dragon horse, galloping towards Shujia village. At this time, in a forest outside Xianyue Temple, Yi Hani was like a remnant soul, moving at an extremely fast speed. He has always been cautious, and just now he used almost all his strength in the sword attack, but failed to kill Su Chang'an. He immediately knew that Su Chang'an was not his match. So he chose to escape without hesitation. Although they are both at the Grandmaster level, the opponent's strength can crush his own. At this point, if Honey still couldn't guess that Su Chanan was most likely the legendary Immortal Cultivator, he would be too stupid. Immortal Cultivator. When he thought about it, he actually tried to assassinate a cultivator just now. I was so frightened that I felt like my soul was leaving my body. Honey finally understood why, no matter how many men Su Luotian sent out in the past few days, they could not find any trace of Qinggu. He even suspected that Mo Wuchang, who was at the half-step Grandmaster level, had already died at the hands of Su Chanan. The Supreme Immortal Cultivator lives in seclusion in Tianqing Town. It would be fine if these people were fighting to the death for the Immortal Gate token. He actually didn't know the danger in provoking Su Chanan. Before I even set foot on the path to immortality, I already lost my life. Fortunately, he released his full senses and was unable to sense the murderous intent behind him, so Su Chanan most likely did not chase him. Honey secretly breathed a sigh of relief, feeling that he had saved his life. He swore that he would never set foot in the southern wasteland continent again in his life. The only thing he was unwilling to accept was. This time, not only did Mu Yunshu betray Su Luotian, but Jui Han and Ing Wu also died one after another. 3 of the 4 heavenly level killers were killed. After this, Su Luotian would probably have to recuperate like the Haisha sect. Hani was fleeing frantically while thinking darkly in his heart. However, he didn't know that his thoughts at this moment were completely unnecessary. That broken sword pierced through the wall and pierced through countless ancient trees, as fast as lightning and light, arriving in an instant. Chapter 61 Day, I will avenge your brother. When Hani realized that there was suddenly a terrifying sound of breaking air behind him. It's too late. Puff. The sound of a sharp blade piercing through flesh and blood reached Hani's ears, and his body shook violently. The face hidden behind the inky black mask was filled with disbelief. His body froze, and he looked in horror at the sword that was nailed into the giant tree in front of him. He recognized it as the Soul Chaser's sword. Unexpectedly, he still died under this broken sword. The wound on his chest was nothing to a Grandmaster like him. What truly wiped out his murderous intent was the terrifying sword energy that remained in his body after the broken sword pierced through it, instantly crushing his internal organs. Hani could feel that his vitality was fading at an alarming speed. No matter how hard he tried to gather the internal energy to suppress the injury, it was of no use. Blood kept vomiting out of his mouth, and for the first time, Hani experienced firsthand the despair shrouded by death. He was unwilling to accept it. After decades of management, he finally gained power over the government. Replacing Dakian is only one step away. Even the Immortal Gate token is within easy reach. Power, strength, immortality. Originally, he could control everything. But because of Mu Yunshu and Su Chanan, it all disappeared. Thump. Hani's figure fell to the ground, lifeless. The ground was stained red with blood, and behind the mask was a face distorted with resentment and regret. The supreme killer at the Grandmaster level, the Lord of Su Luotian, just like that, died silently in the mountains. Shujia Village. The white dragon horse walked through the night, chasing the moonlight, and returned home in just a quarter of an hour. Under Su Chanan's intentional control, Beilangju's pace was extremely steady. Leaning in Su Chang'an's arms, Mu Yunshu fell into a deep sleep peacefully before the white dragon horse ran far. She is too tired. These past few days, I have been feeling very tense. One person has to shoulder everything. Now that she had her husband to rely on, she relaxed, let down all her guard, and soon fell asleep. The silvery moonlight fell on Mu Yunshu's tranquil face, making her extraordinary beauty even more moving. Su Chanan looked down at Mu Yunshu, who was sleeping in his arms, his expression somewhat complicated. He knew that Mu Yunshu had a secret. But he didn't expect that Mu Yunshu would be Su Luotian's heavenly level killer. In this case, Mu Yunshu was seriously injured because he betrayed Su Luotian and was hunted down by Su Luotian at Woniu Mountain. As for why Mu Yunshu betrayed Su Luotian, it doesn't matter. Su Chanan didn't care about Mu Yunshu's past. Tomorrow, I will guide Madam on the path of cultivating immortality. Su Chanan gently raised his hand and pushed the hair scattered on her forehead behind her ears. He picked up Mu Yunshu by the waist, circulated his spiritual power, flew into the air, flew across the courtyard, and landed in the main house. Then he gently placed Mu Yunshu on the bed. Although this action was gentle, even Mu Yunshu, who was so vigilant, did not wake up. You can imagine how exhausted she was physically and mentally. Su Chanan lay beside Mu Yunshu, looking at her until dawn. Mu Yunshu slept soundly that night. Su Chanan thought about it, did not disturb Mu Yunshu, and disappeared. Since his wife was so tired, he had to go to the market in town and buy some meat to nourish her. At this time, what Su Chanan didn't he know was Daki in Kyoto, a luxurious mansion. The old patriarch of the Sun family, Sun Jinyue, who seemed to have aged dozens of years overnight, stood in the yard with a gloomy face, supporting himself with a dragon-headed crutch in his right hand, as if waiting for something. Behind him stood a dozen people, all of whom were direct descendants of the Sun family. The leader was the current head of the Sun family, Sun Mingzhou, Sun Feiyu's father. He also had a gloomy face and said nothing. Neither the old patriarch nor the head of the family said anything, and the others present did not dare to make a sound. Even breathing has to be done carefully. The whole compound seemed a little lonely and cold. Mingxi, come here, Grandpa. Sun Jinyue suddenly spoke, breaking the silence, and waved to a girl behind him. The girl called Mingxi was wearing a light yellow skirt. She looked to be about 17 or 18 years old and was quite pretty. But there seemed to be a deep hatred lingering between his brows, which was unpleasant. Grandfather. She looked sad, and when she heard her grandfather calling her, she hurried forward. Among this generation of the Sun family, apart from your brother Feiyu, you are the most talented. I once asked the old pavilion master to deduce your destiny as an immortal. You are destined to embark on the path of cultivating immortality. The Sun family will rely on you from now on. Remember, one day, you will avenge your brother. Seeing the Sun family's last hope, Sun Jinyue finally forced a smile on his face. Wang Jingshu kept it a secret from him and wanted to report to the old pavilion master first. But Wang Jingshu didn't know that Li Chongran was his spy planted next to Feiyu. One is to protect Sun Feiyu, and the other is to be able to report Sun Feiyu's situation to him at any time. Sun Jinyue learned about Sun Feiyu's death almost immediately. And he already knew that the person who killed his precious grandson was Su Chanan, a cultivator who lived in seclusion in Tianqing town. Immortal cultivators, what a supreme being! Sun Jinyue, who was originally furious and was about to rush to Tianqing town to avenge Sun Feiyu, felt a chill all over his body and became extremely desperate after seeing the information that Su Chang'an was an immortal cultivator. Immortal cultivators, let alone his Sun family, even the Tianji pavilion, or even the entire Dakian. They are definitely not to be provoked. If you are not careful, it will not just be the destruction of an entire family or clan. Perhaps, the entire Dakian dynasty will be overthrown and reduced to ashes and disappear in an instant. But even so, Sun Jinyue was still unwilling to give up. So he took out the Sun family's treasure, a jade communication slip. Everyone knows that his Sun family ancestor was one of the founders of the Tianji pavilion. Little did they know that this ancestor later obtained the Immortal Gate token, embarked on the path of cultivating immortals, and became a true immortal cultivator. This ancestor later returned to the Sun family, apparently to cut off worldly ties. But in the end he still left a glimmer of hope for the Sun family. He once said that if a member of the Sun family was born with spiritual roots, or if the Sun family suffered a disaster of genocide, this communication jade slip could be activated. He can help the Sun family once. Now, Sun Mingxi is very likely to have spiritual roots. The Sun family is almost facing a catastrophe, and it is time to use this communication jade slip. Sun Jinyue thought hard for a long time and activated the communication jade slip. Although the ancestor of the Sun family could not come in person, it happened that a younger fellow disciple was looking for someone with spiritual roots near Dakian. So he was summoned to the Sun family. Only then did Sun Jinyue lead his direct descendants of the Sun family and wait in the courtyard for a whole night. Chapter 61. I want to ask the immortal to kill someone. Grandpa, Sierra has taken note of this. Sierra will definitely not let you down. Sun Mingxi clutched the hem of her skirt tightly with both hands, her eyes sparkling with tears and full of determination. Hidden deep in his eyes, there is a hint of hatred. She and Sun Feiyu have had a deep relationship since childhood. Sun Feiyu loves her sister very much. Since she was a child, whenever I found some delicious cakes and candies, I would put them in her hands first. If there were any interesting acrobatics or lively temple fairs on the street, he would take her with him and go there secretly without telling her father. In Tenji Pavilion, it was often Sun Feiyu, her brother, who protected her. My mother died early and my father was busy with household chores. It can be said that the two brothers and sisters have depended on each other since they were young. The moment he heard the news of his brother's death, Sun Mingxi only hated himself for not being strong enough to cut his enemy into pieces with his own hands. But she will never let Su Chanan go. Well, this is Grandpa's good granddaughter. Sun Jinyue's pair of old eyes sparkled with brilliance. As long as there is someone in his Sun family who can enter the immortal cultivation sect, then his Sun family will remain standing. At least, it can ensure peace for 1,000 years. His Sun family also holds an extraordinary status in Dakian. Not only Sun Jinyue, but also Sun Ningzhou and others looked at Sun Ningxi with eyes full of expectation and satisfaction. It can be said that in the thousands of years of the Sun family, Sun Ningxi has the greatest hope of being admitted into a sect of immortal cultivation. Even Sun Feiyu is inferior to him. Is this the Sun family? Are you the descendants of our master? But at this moment, a cold voice suddenly sounded in the courtyard. Immediately afterwards, Sun Jinyue and others saw a young woman in white with a cold and arrogant face suddenly appear in mid-air, looking down at everyone. The young woman in white exuded an indescribable fierce power. His eyes were like swords, sweeping across everyone present, finally landing on Sun Ningxi, and he let out a light exclamation. Junior Sun Jinyue greets the immortal of the Moon Lanyue sword sect. Sun Jinyue reacted very quickly. How could he not know that the young woman in white was the junior fellow disciple mentioned by the Sun family ancestor, and also the elder of the Lanyue sword sect, a sect of immortal cultivation Shinjuyen? Without any hesitation, he pulled Sun Ningxi and knelt directly in front of Shinjuyen with a respectful look on his face. Sun Ningxi didn't dare to look up. The moment Shinjuyen arrived, she felt as if her whole body was enveloped by a terrifying sword intent, and she trembled with fear. Is this an immortal cultivator? Only by experiencing it yourself can you truly feel how terrifying the legendary immortal cultivators are. Greetings to the immortal of the moon-grasping sword sect. The old patriarch had already knelt down, so how could Sun Yuanzhou and all the direct descendants of the Sun family present dare to stand? He knelt down in panic and shouted. Come, place your hand on the spirit testing pearl and start practicing the technique. Shinjuyen looked indifferent and ignored Sun Jinyue and the others. She flashed and came in front of Sun Ningxi. She stretched out her hand and pointed at the air. A spiritual pearl emitting a faint fluorescence, like a night pearl, appeared in front of Sun Ningxi. Yes. Sun Ningxi did not dare to disobey. He raised his head, placed his right hand on the spirit testing bead, and obeyed obediently. Soon, the spirit testing bead gradually began to emit a dazzling white light. Sun Jinyue and others seemed to realize what Shinjuyen was doing. They were all full of anticipation and stared at the spirit testing pearl. The spirit testing bead was originally covered in mist, as if it contained many impurities. As the white light gradually became brighter, the impurities that filled the spirit testing pearl began to slowly dissipate like mist. A streak of light suddenly emerged from the spirit testing pearl. Sure enough, there are spiritual roots. Shinjuyen's eyes lit up. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present, whether it was Sun Jinyue or Sun Yuanzhou, all had expressions of ecstasy on their faces. Have spiritual roots. Sun Ningxi really has spiritual roots. This means that their Sun family will have another immortal cultivator. And this is just the beginning. Soon, another stream of light condensed from the spirit testing pearl and swam away like a fish. Mid-grade spiritual root. When she saw the second streak of light, Shinjuyen was already filled with surprise. Although Sun Ningxi didn't understand what a mid-grade spiritual root meant, she could understand Shinjuyen's expression. It can also be guessed that this spirit testing bead is testing her talent. In this case, her talent should be quite good. Sun Ningxi's eyes flashed with a strange light as he stared at the spirit testing bead and began to feel nervous and excited. If a third stream of light appears, does it mean that her talent is even better? It's actually a top-grade spiritual root. When the third stream of light slowly gathered and took shape from the spirit testing pearl, Shinjuyen was already stunned. Although this third stream of light is a little unstable, it is a top-grade spiritual root after all. How could a high-grade spiritual root be born in the lower realm? It's incredible. You know, even in the spiritual realm, top-grade spiritual roots are extremely rare and gifted. For example, in the Lanyue sword sect, in the past 100 years, only a few true disciples possess top-grade spiritual roots. For ordinary cultivators, let alone those with top-grade spiritual roots, even those with mid-grade spiritual roots are rare. I originally thought that I wouldn't be able to find even a low-grade spiritual root this time and would return home disappointed. Unexpectedly, at the last moment, she picked up a treasure. Top-grade spiritual roots? Sun Yuanzhou and others looked at each other, extremely excited. God bless our Sun family. God bless our Sun family. Sun Jinyue closed his eyes and his whole body was shaking. His Sun family finally had a rising star. Congratulations, everyone! Top-grade spiritual roots are rare even among the younger generation of my moon-grasping sword sect. Shin Juyan looked at Sun Jinyue deeply and her attitude softened a lot. As long as a top-grade spiritual root does not die prematurely, one will surely become a great cultivator in the realm of the Divine Palace in the future. If you are chosen to enter the Holy Land, your future achievements will be limitless. The Sun family has one with a medium-grade spiritual root and one with a high-grade spiritual root. They are really blessed. Thank you, Immortal. It was you who brought the immortal fate to my granddaughter Mingxi. Sun Jinyue's tone became more and more odd. The first elder of Tianji Pavilion and the former head of the Sun family is as humble as an old dog in front of a cultivator like Shin Juyan. No need to thank me, this is Mingxi's own opportunity. Shin Juyan raised her hand and waved it, and a strong spiritual power rolled out, blowing Sun Jinyue and others up. Then, she looked at Sun Mingxi again and said, "Would you like to become a disciple of my moon-grabbing sword sect?" Disciple is willing. How could Sun Mingxi dare to hesitate? He quickly knelt down again, touching the ground with his forehead, his voice clear and firm. All right. Do you have anything else to do? Once you're done, follow me to the spirit realm. Shin Juyan laughed and personally raised her hand to help Sun Mingxi up, her tone sounding somewhat impatient. Disciple has something to ask for help from the immortal. Sun Mingxi gritted his teeth, suppressed his fear, and said with a trembling body. Mingxi. Sun Jinyue was afraid that Sun Mingxi would anger the immortal, so he hurried to stop him. It's okay, as long as it's not something that harms the world, I'll allow you to do it. It can be seen that Shin Juyan was in a good mood and did not refuse. Disciple would like to ask the immortal to help kill one person. Chapter 62. Su Qingxian was deeply shocked. The hatred in Sun Mingxi's eyes overwhelmed his fear of Shin Juyan and almost turned into reality. She clenched her fists, no longer wanting to wait until she became an immortal cultivator before returning to Dakian to take revenge with her own hands. Because she was not sure whether Su Chanan would still be in Tianqing town when she achieved success in her cultivation. She was afraid that Su Chanan would become a fugitive from now on. And she could never find Su Chanan again. Then she can't avenge her brother. This is something Sun Mingxi absolutely will not allow to happen. Before leaving Dakian, she wanted to see with her own eyes that Su Chanan died in front of her. Only in this way can she be completely at ease and let her brother's soul rest in peace. Do you hate him? Shin Juyan narrowed her eyes slightly. The hatred in Sun Mingxi's eyes was too strong. This is not a good thing. The most taboo thing for those who practice Taoism is to have too many distracting thoughts. Once it develops into a demon in your heart, it will be troublesome. This person relied on his status as a cultivator and his extraordinary abilities to kill my brother. I only regret that I am too weak to kill my enemy myself and avenge my brother. I have now dared to ask the immortal to help me. I will always remember this great favor. Regardless of whether I can become a disciple of the immortal in the future, if the immortal needs me for anything, I will never refuse. If I break this oath, I will be struck by lightning. Sun Mingxi's face was full of determination. He was determined to let Su Chang'an die and was willing to make an oath. Sheer, why are you doing this? Sun Jinyue sighed and quickly knelt down in front of Shin Juyan again, saying with a pious look, I hope the immortal will forgive my Sheer for her young age and ignorance. There will be plenty of opportunities to avenge Sun Feiyu in the future. As long as Sun Mingxi joins the immortal sect, sooner or later he will learn the immortal arts and achieve the Great Way. By then, even if Su Chang'an is an immortal cultivator, he will have to pay 100 or 1,000 times the price. Why rush at this moment? If you anger the immortal, your path to immortality will be damaged, which will be more trouble than gain. Sun Mingzhou and others were also worried that Sun Mingxi's request would anger Shin Juyan. He quickly followed Sun Jinyue and knelt down again. Never mind. Immortal cultivators shouldn't arbitrarily interfere in fights between mortals. If this person is truly an immortal cultivator, I will make an exception for you. Shin Juyan pondered for a moment, then raised her hand and rolled out a stream of spiritual power, helping Sun Jinyue and others up again. Then he looked at Sun Mingxi deeply. Thank you, immortal. You have done justice for your disciple. Sun Mingxi cried with joy and quickly knelt down and kowtowed to Shin Juyan several times. Shin Juyan seemed to enjoy it and didn't say anything more. With a wave of his sleeve, he took Sun Mingxi with him and turned into a stream of light, breaking through the air and leaving. Only Sun Jinyue, Sun Mingzhou and others were left, standing in the courtyard for a long time with awe in their eyes, respectfully seeing Shinjuyan off. The body of Yihani, the lord of Su Luotian, was discovered by Hua Manlu's spies before dawn. When Su Qingxian arrived at the scene as soon as possible. It is hard to describe how shocking this scene is to her. Ever since she took over Hua Manlu and started to manage all the affairs of Hua Manlu. In this world of martial arts, she had seen and heard countless unbelievable news. But when she saw that Yihani, the most mysterious grandmaster among the four major forces of Dakian, the #1 killer organization, died so ridiculously under a broken sword, Su Qingxian was still really shocked. Right in front of her, on the ground that looked a little black because it was soaked in blood, Yihani's already cold body lay quietly. A broken sword pierced through the heart. Su Qingxian raised his head and looked in the direction where the broken sword came from, but saw a big tree not far away that was so thick that 4 people could hug it. About 4 or 5 feet above the ground, there was a mark of a sword passing through it. Her pupils shrank and she continued walking in the direction. Soon, she saw a second tree with the same hole. The third tree, the fourth tree, the fifth tree. It was as if a flying sword came from a long distance, piercing through Yihani's heart accurately. What kind of horrific method is this? Su Qingxian was filled with horror. Is this the Xianyue Temple? The location of Li Yihanyi's body in Xianyue Temple is at least 20 miles away. At such a distance, a grandmaster, a top assassin with unparalleled concealment skills, was killed by a flying sword from outer space, piercing his heart. Only a cultivator can pull off such a shocking act. Su Qingxian took a deep breath and immediately understood something, with a look of sudden realization. Soon, a spy came to report that they were present. In Xianyue Temple, the bodies of Su Luo Tian level killers Zuihan and Yingwu were found. At this moment, how could Su Qingxian not know what happened last night? She turned around and looked deeply in the direction where Yihani's body was. The sky of Dakian is about to change. Overnight, the Grandmaster of Su Luotian, along with 2 heavenly-level assassins, was wiped out. If this news gets out, the entire Dakian will probably be shocked. What is even more terrifying is that it's not just Su Luotian. This time, the Black Evil sect also lost 2 ninth-grade people. Even the deputy sect leader, Mo Wuchang, a half-step grandmaster, may have died in the wilderness. All this happened because they provoked the same person. Su Qingxian was extremely grateful that he knew Su Chanan's identity from the beginning. From then on, he never participated in the fight for the Immortal Gate token again. Otherwise, Hua Manlu would probably not have a good ending. Young master, there is urgent news from the capital. At this time, shopkeeper Wang appeared out of nowhere, hurriedly leaned over to Su Qingxian's ear and whispered something. Then Su Qingxian's eyebrows trembled and his expression changed suddenly. Beijing, Sun family. Su Qingxian's expression kept changing, as if he was struggling with something. But soon, she seemed to have made up her mind, biting her silver teeth lightly, and her eyes flashed with a strange light. Go to Shujia village. It wasn't just Su Qingxian who went to Shujia village. Xiao Yueli also received news from the capital. Or rather, she learned it from Wang Jingchu. Li Chongran, you are so brave. You are really my good disciple. In the #1 room of the inn, Wang Jingchu pointed at Li Chongran, who had a dejected look on his face, and was furious. He never expected that there was an undercover agent next to him. This matter, no matter what, must be informed to Mr. Su, no matter what decision he makes. Xiao Yueli had a complicated expression and had no time to blame Li Chongran. Now that things have come to this, she can only try her best to save the situation. She stood up and walked towards the door. Suddenly, she paused, turned slightly sideways, and opened her lips again. I will go to Shujia village in person. You don't have to follow me. After saying that, without waiting for any reaction from Wang Jingchu and the others, Xiao Yueli left the inn and rushed to Shujia village as fast as possible. Chapter 63, Mu Yunshu as a top-grade spiritual route? Shujia village. Mu Yunshu opened his sleepy eyes and stretched lazily. This sleep was a very good one. I have never felt so comfortable and relaxed. But soon, Mu Yunshu became nervous. She fell asleep last night and escaped danger. I still don't know how to explain this to my husband today. Husband, are you out? Mu Yunshu stood up, poked his little head out of the room and looked towards the kitchen. I didn't see Su Chang'an either, and suddenly felt a little melancholy. Usually at this time, my husband is in the kitchen making breakfast. Now that he is not here, is he really angry with her? Make breakfast first, and then ask for your forgiveness when you come back. Mu Yunshu's face flushed slightly. After a quick wash, he began to prepare breakfast. She washed the rice and was about to light the fire to cook porridge when she suddenly heard some movement in the yard. My husband is back? Mu Yunshu hurried out of the kitchen. The next moment, the joy on his face gradually faded. Who are you? Mu Yunshu looked at the two women who suddenly appeared in the yard, his brows slightly furrowed. She did not recognize the identities of these two women and was very unfamiliar with them. Is it her? Shin Juyan's sharp gaze, like a sword, fell on Mu Yunshu and she spoke softly. Not her. Beside him, Sun Mingxi, whose face was slightly pale, shook his head slightly in disappointment. Then she looked around the courtyard anxiously, but saw no sign of Su Chanan. Tell me, where is Su Chahan? Sun Mingxi's eyes were bloodshot with hatred. She stared at Mu Yunshu and questioned him. Mu Yunshu ignored Sun Mingxi and froze in place. At this moment, her eyes were full of horror, and she looked at Shin Juyan in shock. The moment Shin Juyan's gaze fell on him, Mu Yunshu felt as if he was enveloped by an invisible force. It was difficult to move at all. Just one glance. Even a supreme killer like Ihani, who is at the Grandmaster level, cannot accomplish such a trick. Who is this person? I don't know any Su Chang'an. You've come to the wrong place. Mu Yunshu took a deep breath, suppressed the fear in his heart, and spoke slowly. You're lying. This is Shujia village. Su Chanan lives here. Don't think I don't know you. You are Su Chanan's wife, right? Sun Mingxi sneered and slowly walked towards Mu Yunshu. His eyes rolled, as if he was thinking about how to use Mu Yunshu to torture Su Chanan. But the next second, she saw Shin Juyan's figure suddenly appear in front of Mu Yunshu, blocking her way. Supreme Immortal? Sun Mingxi was stunned and a little confused. Put your hand on this bead and practice the technique. Shin Juyan ignored Sun Mingxi and took out the spirit testing bead again, ordering Mu Yunshu in an unquestionable tone. Who are you? I don't know you. Please leave my house immediately. Mu Yunshu looked anxious, as the other party was obviously targeting her husband. She was glad that her husband had gone out in the morning, and she just wanted to find a way to get this terrifying woman away from here as soon as possible before her husband came back. I am the elder of Qingzhou Peak of the Lanyue Sword Sect. This spirit bead is only used to test whether you have spiritual roots. I have no ill will towards you, so you don't have to be afraid. Seeing the fear in Mu Yunshu's eyes, Shin Juyan slowed down her tone to make herself seem more friendly. The reason why she suddenly took out the spirit testing bead was because she felt a vigorous aura of spiritual roots in Mu Yunshu. She had never experienced this kind of situation before, even with Sun Mingxi, who had superior spiritual roots. Could it be that there is another person with a higher spiritual root in front of me? If we really find two high-level spiritual roots on this trip. Even Shin Juyan couldn't help but feel slightly excited at this moment. My lord, how could a country girl like her possibly possess spiritual roots? Sun Mingxi's eyes were full of astonishment and he was a little panicked. If Mu Yunshu really had spiritual roots, how could she seek revenge? You'll know if you have spiritual roots by trying it. Shin Juyan didn't even turn her head, but looked at Mu Yunshu with burning eyes. Will you leave as soon as I finish testing my spiritual roots? When he heard about Lanyue Sword Sect and spiritual roots, the shock in Mu Yunshu's eyes became more intense. At this moment, how could she not know that the woman in front of her was the legendary immortal cultivator? Of course she knew that there was a way to go to the spiritual realm and become an immortal cultivator, besides finding the immortal gate token. As long as one possesses spiritual roots, one may be chosen by the immortals from the spiritual realm and ascend to heaven in one step. Mu Yunshu wasn't sure whether she had spiritual roots, but the other party was an immortal cultivator, and she had no power to resist. Just obey. In front of the immortal cultivators, let alone the fact that she was only a 9th grade cultivator. Even a grandmaster like Ihani is nothing more than an ant. It can be seen that this cultivator was brought here by Sun Mingxi. The only one who has a grudge against Su Chanan and can find a cultivator to seek revenge is the Tianji Pavilion. Mu Yunshu now just wanted to finish the spiritual root test quickly and let Shin Juyan and the others leave immediately. No matter how strong my husband is, how can he compete with an immortal cultivator? Once my husband comes back, I will be in life and death crisis. Thinking of this, Mu Yunshu no longer hesitated. He placed his right hand on the spirit testing bead and started practicing his skills. Soon, under Sun Mingxi's jealous gaze, the spirit testing bead emitted a dazzling light, dispelling the layers of dust and revealing a stream of light. Shin Juyan's expression remained unchanged, as if she had expected it, and she continued to stare at the spirit testing bead. The second stream of light, without any surprise, converged and took shape. Mid-grade spiritual roots, it's not over yet. Shin Juyen narrowed her eyes to hide her excitement. She could already see that the third stream of light was brewing. Sure enough, as she expected, Mu Yunshu also had top-grade spiritual roots. This time, she was really lucky. He actually found 2 high-grade spiritual roots in succession. Her Lanyu sword sect hasn't seen such a grand occasion for at least 1,000 years, right? Etc. Ron. Suddenly, Shin Juyen stared at the spirit testing pearl with a look of astonishment in her eyes. Under her incredible gaze, after the third stream of light condensed, the spirit testing pearl did not dim. Instead, it emitted a brilliant white light again, and in the increasingly faint gray mist, a fourth stream of light condensed. Top-grade spiritual roots? It's actually a top-grade spiritual root? Shin Juyen was shocked. She could never have imagined that Mu Yunshu's spiritual roots were not top-grade, but top-grade. Even if you look at the entire spiritual realm, top-grade spiritual roots are extremely rare. Even the top immortal sects find it difficult to find a disciple with top-grade spiritual roots. Her Lanyu sword sect had not had a talented disciple with top-grade spiritual roots for thousands of years. Unexpectedly, today she would find the best spiritual root in this small Dakian. After the shock, Shin Juyen's beautiful face was filled with ecstasy that could not be concealed. The way he looked at Mu Yunshu was as if he was looking at some rare treasure in the world. Chapter 64, Once you leave, you and the past will be 2 different worlds. Especially when Shin Juyen saw that the fourth stream of light was even more dazzling than the previous 3. An indescribable shock welled up in my heart, and even a hint of jealousy emerged. This is not just a top-grade spiritual root. Different from Sun Mingxi's shaky third stream of light. Mu Yunshu's fourth stream of light showed signs of a breakthrough. This shows that Mu Yunshu's spiritual roots are not only genuine top-grade spiritual roots. Among the best spiritual roots, they are also considered to be the top few. With such talent, if nothing unexpected happens, he will definitely be able to enter the Holy Land in the future and become a true disciple of the Holy Land Immortal Sect. By then, the entire Lanyue Sword Sect will prosper because of Mu Yunshu's success. Holy Land, a true disciple of a top-level immortal sect. How could Shin Juyen not be envious? How would she know? If Su Chanan hadn't put dragon marrow cleansing pills in the food recently, would Mu Yunshu have been more than just a top-grade spiritual root? 4 streams of light. How could she possibly possess 4 streams of light? Sun Mingxi's body swayed, his expression was distraught, and he almost fell to the ground. How could she not know what these 4 streams of light meant? 4 streams of light, top-grade spiritual roots. Mu Yunshu's talent is even better than hers. Sun Mingxi did not forget how Shin Juyen's attitude changed after 3 streams of light appeared on the spirit bead, proving that she had a top-grade spiritual root. Now, Mu Yunshu has a top-grade spiritual root, so it is probably no longer possible to ask Shin Juyen to kill Mu Yunshu's husband. Even if he joined the Lanyue Sword Sect, Mu Yunshu's future status would probably be far better than hers. How will she seek revenge in the future? At this moment, Sun Mingxi's world collapsed. He wished he could kill Mu Yunshu on the spot to eliminate the trouble forever. But even if she could kill Mu Yunshu under Shin Juyen's nose, Sun Mingxi doesn't dare either. Sun Mingxi didn't dare to bet on what the consequences would be if he angered a cultivator. Top-grade spiritual roots? Mu Yunshu looked at the 4 streams of light flowing in the spirit testing pearl in astonishment. I also saw the expressions of Shin Juyen and Sun Mingxi changing. He seemed to understand something immediately and was lost in thought. Are you willing to follow me to the spirit realm and become a disciple of my moon-grabbing sword sect? Shin Juyen slightly suppressed the ecstasy in her eyes, stared at Mu Yunshu impatiently, and asked. I. Mu Yunshu was stunned, his expression full of hesitation and confusion. Of course she didn't want to go to any spiritual realm. But when she saw the undisguised surprise and expectation in Shin Juyen's eyes, she knew that if she rejected Shin Juyen, there would be no good ending. She is not afraid of death. But she was afraid that Su Chanan would die. The other party is a cultivator. In front of a cultivator, no matter how powerful a warrior is, he is just an ant. Not to mention, Sun Mingxi was clearly here for revenge. You don't want to? Seeing that Mu Yunshu was hesitant and did not answer immediately, the joy in Shin Juyen's eyes faded and her face became gloomy. If such a person with top-grade spiritual roots were to be recruited by other sects, it would undoubtedly be a potential and huge threat to her Lanyue sword sect. She definitely couldn't stay. I am willing, but could you please give me some time, senior? Mu Yunshu's perception was very sharp and he immediately noticed the change in Shin Juyan's breath. Her expression changed and she agreed immediately, not daring to refuse. That's natural. If you have anything else you haven't dealt with, go ahead and do it. I can wait for you. Seeing that Mu Yunshu agreed, Shin Juyan smiled kindly again. Hearing this, Mu Yun breathed a sigh of relief and turned to walk into the main house. Shan Xian. Seeing that his revenge plan was about to fail, Sun Mingxi was unwilling to give up and opened his mouth to say something. The next second, a cold gaze like a sharp sword swept over her, and immediately made her shut her mouth. I've already made an exception for you and brought you here. You've already seen that the person you're looking for isn't here. Do you really want me to wait here with you? Shin Juyan looked at Sun Mingxi coldly. The gap between high-grade spiritual roots and top-grade spiritual roots is much greater than the gap between low-grade spiritual roots and high-grade spiritual roots. Shin Juyan could still tell which one was more important. She can make an exception for Sun Mingxi, and she can also make an exception for Mu Yunshu. What if Mu Yunshu asked her to kill Sun Mingxi? That cold gaze was like a basin of ice water poured over one's head. Sun Mingxi, who had calmed down, naturally understood this. He immediately felt a chill all over his body and dared not say anything more. She lowered her head in fear and buried the hatred in her eyes deep in her heart. Sooner or later, she will step on everyone under her feet. Let Su Chang'an die without a burial place. Shin Juyan withdrew her gaze. She knew what Sun Mingxi was thinking, but she didn't care. A person with top-grade spiritual roots is already a genius that everyone admires. However, after Mu Yunshu appeared, all the light was taken away by Mu Yunshu alone. Sun Mingxi is destined to be dull and always be suppressed. The world of cultivating immortals, or rather this world, is so cruel. Without letting Shin Juyan wait for long, Mu Yunshu just left a letter and returned to the courtyard. Think carefully about what you haven't done yet. Once you leave, you will be in two completely different worlds from the past. Shin Juyan looked at Mu Yunshu deeply. Senior, let's go. Mu Yunshu trembled and didn't dare to look back. Good. Shin Juyan nodded and raised her hand to summon a flying boat magic weapon. Then he waved his right hand, and the spiritual power swept up Mu Yunshu and Sun Mingxi and landed them on the flying boat. At that moment, Mu Yunshu's cheeks felt hot and tears welled up in his eyes. She suddenly turned around and stood on the flying boat. She saw the white dragon colt let out a long neigh, rushed out of the yard, and chased the flying boat, as if it knew its master was about to leave. Noob. She let out a low cry, and then saw her and Su Chang'an's cabin getting farther and farther away as the flying boat rapidly rose into the air. Until it gradually shrank into a blurry black dot, as small as a speck of dust embedded in a mountain, and the big red lanterns hanging high under the eaves could no longer be seen clearly. The reluctance in my heart completely burst out at this moment. It was so strong that Mu Yunshu could hardly breathe. She resisted the urge to jump off the flying boat and turned around. She will come back. When the day comes when she has enough strength to protect her husband, she will definitely return to Shujia village again. By then, she will never be separated from Su Chang'an again. When Su Chang'an returned home again, it was already quiet. Madam, haven't you woken up yet? Or has she gone out? He noticed that Bai Longju was not in the yard and frowned slightly. He scanned the area with his spiritual sense, but could not find the lady within a radius of 10 miles. Instead, he saw the white dragon colt galloping towards home from not far away. However, there was still no sign of Mu Yunshu on the horse. Chapter 65. Don't forget, don't miss. Feeling uneasy, Su Chang'an's consciousness finally fell on a letter on the wooden table in the main room. As soon as he thought about it, the letter flew into his hands. My dear husband, when you see this letter, I will have left home and headed for the spirit realm. Don't worry, my husband. The one who took me away is the elder of Qingju Peak of the Lingyu Lanyue sword sect. She claimed that I possessed a supreme spiritual root and invited me to join the moon-grabbing sword sect. When I have completed my studies, I will definitely return to Dakian and spend the rest of my life with my husband. Don't forget, don't miss my wife Mu Yunshu. There were only a few lines in the letter. It can be seen that Mu Yunshu was in a hurry when writing this letter. Spiritual realm, moon-grabbing sword sect. Su Chang'an's expression looked a little ugly. He didn't expect that his efforts to improve Mu Yunshu's spiritual roots would eventually attract cultivators from the spiritual realm, who took Mu Yunshu away. If the other party really only cares about Mu Yunshu's spiritual roots, he would want to take him in as his disciple. Mu Yunshu shouldn't be in any danger. But Su Chanan always felt something was wrong. If this is really what he thought, why didn't Mu Yunshu wait for him to come back? Without even saying hello, he followed the elder of Qingju Peak and left? No, he must find Mu Yunshu as soon as possible. Su Chanan immediately used the art of stealing the sky to deduce Mu Yunshu's location. However, even though his alchemy skills had reached the 3rd level, he was unable to deduce Mu Yunshu's current location. Even a rough direction cannot be deduced. The final result of the deduction is like touching a fog and losing all clues. This situation only shows that the distance where Mu Yunshu is now is far beyond the limit that Su Chanan can currently deduce. Su Chanan's face suddenly turned gloomy. Fortunately, Mu Yunshu left his destination in the letter, so he could directly find the Lingyu Lanyue sword sect. But he still doesn't know how to get to the spiritual realm. We have to go to Huamanlu. Just when Su Chanan was about to go to Huamanlu to ask Su Qingxian about something. But I heard the sound of horse hooves coming from outside the yard. Soon, Su Qingxian and Xiao Yueli rushed into the yard in a hurry. Senior, are you okay? Seeing Su Chang'an standing in the yard safe and sound, Su Qingxian and Xiao Yueli both breathed a sigh of relief. What can I do? Su Chang'an frowned slightly, not knowing why. But it was just right, he didn't have to go all the way to Wamanlu. Miss Su, do you know how to get to the spirit realm? Su Chang'an didn't bother to ask why Su Qingxian and Xiao Yueli came together. He looked at Su Qingxian and asked directly. Spiritual realm? Hearing the word spiritual realm, Su Qingxian and Xiao Yueli looked at each other with strange expressions. The spiritual realm and the mortal world are separated by the void desert. If you want to reach the spirit realm, you must cross the void desert. The void embers desert is boundless and filled with dangers. Even an ordinary person, even one at the Grandmaster level, would be doomed to die if they tried to cross it without the protection of an immortal gate token. Su Qingxian's tone was solemn. This is also the reason why all warriors are fighting for the immortal gate token. It's not just because the immortal gate token is the stepping stone to join the immortal gate. Moreover, there is a restriction engraved on the immortal gate token. It can resist the murderous intent of the Shujin desert and guide those who step into the Shujin desert. Of course, the danger of the Shujin desert is only for ordinary people and warriors. Su Chang'an is an immortal cultivator, so if he wants to cross the Shujin desert, he may not need an immortal gate token. Is there a map of the void desert? Su Chang'an nodded, as long as he knew how to get to the spiritual realm. As for how dangerous the Shujin desert is, Su Chang'an doesn't care. Have. Hearing this, Su Qingxian actually took out a map from his arms. It seemed as if he had already expected that Su Chang'an would go to the spiritual realm. Even Su Chang'an was slightly stunned. He didn't expect that Su Qingxian would carry a map to the spirit realm with him. Senior, have you heard that the Sun family in the capital has invited cultivators from the spirit realm? Su Qingxian asked as he handed the map to Su Chang'an. As soon as these words were spoken, Xiao Yueli, who was standing beside her, suddenly became nervous. She doesn't care about the life or death of the Sun family. What she cares about is that the Sun family will implicate the entire Tianji pavilion. Even though the Sun family had a cultivator among their ancestors, the problem is that there hasn't been a cultivator in the Sun family for thousands of years. Whether he is dead or alive is still unknown. Even if the Sun family could invite a cultivator from the spirit realm, it was probably a favor from the cultivator who was an ancestor of the Sun family. Favors are something that are gone once they are used. People can take action once to repay a favor. But I will not protect the Sun family forever just for the sake of favors. Even Xiao Yueli wondered whether the other party would still choose to attack if Su Chang'an's strength was not inferior to the other party. In her opinion, the Sun family was taking too much risk in seeking their own destruction. What did you say? Su Chang'an was stunned for a moment, and then as if he had thought of something, his eyes suddenly burst into a terrifying murderous intent. In an instant, Su Qingxian and Xiao Yueli, who were standing not far in front of Su Chang'an, felt a murderous intent as tangible as a substance passing through their bodies. In an instant, it felt like falling into an icy cave, and my soul was about to be torn apart. Both of them were pale and their bodies were shaking. Fortunately, this murderous intent came and went quickly. The Sun family you just mentioned is related to the Tianji pavilion? Su Chanan's expression relaxed slightly, and he suppressed the murderous intent surging in his heart. Although Sun Jinyue of the Sun family is the first elder of our Tianji Pavilion, this matter has nothing to do with the Tianji Pavilion. The Tianji Pavilion is not aware of it. I hope you will not blame the Tianji Pavilion. The Sun family's ancestors once produced an immortal cultivator. Sun Jinyue is Sun Feiyu's grandfather. Knowing that he was unable to seek revenge, he took the risk and invited the immortal cultivator from the spirit realm. I came here this time to tell you, sir, to be extremely careful. Xiao Yueli's face was pale and her eyes were full of fear. When she and Su Qingxian rushed to Su's house, they didn't see Mu Yunshu and then looked at Su Chanan's expression. How could she not guess that the immortal cultivator invited by the Sun family had already visited the Su family? But for some reason, I didn't stay after I came. He might even have taken Mu Yunshu away. Are you trying to threaten Su Chanan with this? I see. After saying this, Su Chanan finally understood the whole story. The immortal cultivator invited by the Sun family originally came to cause trouble for him. It was just that he was not at home, and the other party happened to discover the top-grade spiritual root in Mu Yunshu's body. So he impatiently took Mu Yunshu away and headed to the Lanyue sword sect in Lingyu. The reason for not waiting for him was probably because the Sun family's reputation was not big enough to make the immortal cultivator stop and wait for a long time. However, it is also possible that Mu Yunshu pleaded with the other party. Thinking of this, Su Chanan felt as if something was gripping his chest, causing a sharp pain. Chapter 66. The Sun family is about to soar to the sky. The Sun family. Su Chanan's eyes were extremely cold, and the murderous intent in his body was revealed again. If it weren't for the Sun family, how could Mu Yunshu be taken away? He didn't want to have anything to do with the Sun family anymore. But the Sun family took the initiative to provoke and even invited immortal cultivators. Since the other party wants to kill him so much, if he remains indifferent and doesn't respond, wouldn't it be a waste of the Sun family's efforts? Princess, please come with me later and show me the way. Su Chanan glanced at Xiao Yueli indifferently. Then, without giving her a chance to say anything, he turned and walked into the main house. Mr. Su. Xiao Yueli's face grew paler and paler, and she wanted to say something, but in the end, all she could do was sigh. Now that things have come to this, we can only leave it to fate. Su Qingxian shook his head at Xiao Yueli. She felt that Su Chanan was not the kind of person who would kill indiscriminately. He is not the kind of unreasonable and violent person. If this matter really has nothing to do with Tianji Pavilion, as long as Tianji Pavilion no longer interferes, it will surely not implicate Tianji Pavilion. Xiao Yueli obviously understood this, so she also had to follow Su Chanan to Kyoto. At least, if Tianji Pavilion really intends to intervene, she can still stop it. Walking into the main house, it seemed that Mu Yunshu's body temperature still remained on the bed. Su Chanan looked gloomy, his mind was full of thoughts, and every bit of the past emerged in his mind. The time he spent living with Mu Yunshu was also the happiest time he had spent since coming to this world. Without Mu Yunshu, the whole room lost its vitality. There was nothing to pack, so Su Chanan only took away the two people's clothes and planned to leave. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of the black wooden box that Mu Yunshu had given him after returning from Luoyun Mountain. Looking back now, the reason why I met Mu Yunshu in Luoyun Mountain at that time. It's because Mu Yunshu went to Luoyun Mountain and slaughtered all those horse bandits. Thinking of his wife being so cautious, afraid that he would discover her identity as a killer, Su Chanan couldn't help but smile. But soon, this smile disappeared. With a move of his right hand, the black wooden box fell into his hand. With just a slight movement of spiritual power, the black wooden box turned into ashes. Then, a jade token appeared in his hand. This jade pendant looks no different from an ordinary jade pendant. In fact, there is a mysterious rune engraved inside. This rune looks like a restriction, but also like a formation. The person who carved this rune must have a high level of cultivation and is most likely a master of formations. Could this be the immortal gate token? At this time, Xiao Yueli and Su Qingxian also saw the jade token in Su Chanan's hand. They immediately widened their eyes and exclaimed in disbelief. Neither of them seemed to have expected that after all their suspicions, it turned out that the immortal gate token had been hidden in Su Chanan's house from the beginning to the end. It turns out that this so-called immortal gate token has long been found by Madame. Su Chanan smiled bitterly. This immortal gate token is nothing but useless to him. He threw it casually to Xiao Yueli. I'll give it to you as a gift. Consider it your reward for leading the way. Xiao Yueli took the Immortal Gate token in a panic, unable to believe what she heard. People in the world regard it as a treasure in fight to the death for the Immortal Gate token. Su Chanan just discarded it like a worn-out shoe and gave it to her for nothing? Su Qingxian standing by also had a dazed look on his face. Then he looked at Xiao Yueli with eyes full of envy. Just by showing the way, you can get the Immortal Gate token. If she had known this earlier, she should have arrived at Shujia village before Xiao Yueli and informed Su Chanan. Wouldn't this Immortal Gate token be hers? It's a pity that she probably doesn't have this kind of fate. I'd like to trouble Miss Su to help me take care of the White Dragon cult. I will definitely repay you one day. Before he finished speaking, Su Qingxian saw Su Chang'an summon a flying sword. Immediately, he rolled up Xiao Yueli, landed on the flying sword, turned into a beam of light, and flew away through the air. This scene made Su Qingxian feel hot and shocked again. This is the appearance of an immortal. If one day she could travel around the world like this, how happy it would be. Dakian capital, Sun family mansion. After Sun Mingxi was taken away, the Sun family was bustling with lights and decorations. Everyone in the mansion had a look of joy on their faces. Even the servants knew that their eldest daughter was chosen by the immortal to become an immortal. It won't be long before you become an immortal cultivator with extraordinary abilities. The entire Sun family will rise rapidly because of the eldest daughter. From now on, even the Dakian royal family will be ignored. Thinking of this, the servants walked around with an arrogant and domineering attitude, like dogs relying on the power of their masters. In the hall, Sun Jinyue sat high on the first seat, closing his eyes and resting, as if waiting for something. With the means of the above immortals, it may only take a moment to rush from the capital to the southern wasteland. Perhaps, by now, the villain has already been killed and become a ghost under the sword of the immortal. He just needs to wait for the news to be reported back to the capital, then he can feel at ease. Unfortunately, Sun Jinyue was destined not to receive any news from the southern wasteland continent. Is this the Sun Mansion? Su Chang'an stood on a flying sword, looking indifferent as he overlooked the entire Sun family mansion. Behind him, Xiao Yueli clutched the corner of Su Chanan's clothes tightly with her soft hands. His complexion had already returned to its rosy color, and excitement still lingered in his eyes. Flying on the sword, she was not frightened at all, but felt excited and thrilled instead. Even want to do it again? Yes, this is where the Sun family is. Xiao Yueli responded quickly. As if one could predict what would happen next. A moment of silence for the Sun family. Su Chang'an nodded, and with a thought, he stepped on the flying sword and landed in a courtyard of the Sun Mansion. As Supreme Immortal? Several servants, seeing Su Chang'an coming on a sword, had already fallen to their knees in fear and awe, kowtowed repeatedly, and paid homage to the immortal. They didn't know what Su Chang'an was here for. He just felt that his Sun family had immortals descending one after another. What a great blessing this was! The Sun family is really about to soar to the sky. Where is the head of your family? Su Chang'an glanced at the servants indifferently. The patriarch and the former patriarch are waiting in the hall. I will take the immortal to see them right away. A servant who seemed to have more experience had an excited and happy look on his face. Not noticing any pity in Xiao Yueli's eyes, he quickly stood up and led the way. How could these poor people know that the immortal whom they now revere with such reverence would soon transform into a god of death and slaughter the entire Sun family? Master! Grand Master! The immortal is coming! The immortal is coming! The servant rolled and crawled into the hall. Sun Jinyue opened his eyes and was about to get angry. When he heard the word immortal, his wrinkled old face immediately showed joy. Please come in quickly. Sun Mingzhou, who was standing by, jumped up from his chair and hurried out to welcome the immortal in person. P.S. Happy Mid-Autumn Festival to all my readers. My new book's data is not good crying, so I'm begging you handsome guys and beautiful girls to move your little fingers and give me some free gifts. Please support me. Thank you. Chapter 67, What if I slaughter your Sun family today? Sun Jinyue took a deep breath and calmed himself down. Then he stood up and walked quickly towards the door. However, before the two of them walked out of the door, they saw Su Chang'an and Xiao Yueli had already walked into the hall. Princess Xiaoning? Sun Jinyue and Sun Mingzhou naturally recognized Xiao Yueli. Seeing Xiao Yueli, he was stunned at first, then casually bowed his hands as a greeting. Soon, their eyes fell on Su Chang'an, and their brows furrowed. They didn't know Su Chang'an. But as a princess, Xiao Yueli has such a noble status. At this moment, she was standing behind Su Chanan like a maid, looking very respectful. It's unbelievable. Who is this? Sun Mingzhou lowered his posture slightly and said with a serious expression. Su Chanan didn't say anything and turned to look at Xiao Yueli. Xiao Yueli immediately understood and said, these two people are the old patriarch of the Sun family, Sun Jinyue, and the patriarch of the Sun family, Sun Mingzhou. Su Chanan nodded slightly, as long as he didn't find the wrong person. Today I have distinguished guests in my house. Please, princess, and this gentleman, please sit here for a while. Seeing Xiao Yueli's humble attitude towards Su Chanan, Sun Jinyue couldn't figure out Su Chanan's background and didn't dare to be disrespectful. He turned sideways and made a gesture of invitation, then hurried to welcome Shin Juyen. The elder of the Moon Lanyue sword sect, were you the ones who invited him? But at this moment, Su Chanan finally spoke, his tone extremely cold. Are you also a cultivator? Upon hearing this, Sun Jinyue showed a look of sudden enlightenment. I finally understand why Xiao Yueli is so respectful to Su Chanan. So, the immortal that the servant just shouted was not Shin Juyen, but the young man in front of him? I was blind and didn't realize it was the immortal who came. I hope the immortal will forgive me. Sun Mingzhou reacted very quickly and knelt down in front of Su Chanan in fear and trepidation. This scene immediately made Xiao Yueli look strange. If Sun Mingzhou knew that the person he was kneeling to was the enemy who killed his son, I wonder how he would feel. However, Sun Jinyue seemed to realize something after he finished speaking. His brows were knitted together and he froze in place. You are that thief, Su Chanan? Sun Jinyue looked at Xiao Yueli, then at Su Chanan, his eyes widened continuously, and he finally reacted. His whole body trembled violently, and his old eyes were instantly filled with shock and anger. The dragon-headed crutch in his hand was even more crazy, smashing hard on Sun Mingzhou's back. Are you Su Chahan? Sun Mingzhou staggered after being hit by the dragon-headed cane. Ignoring the pain in his back, he suddenly raised his head, his face full of disbelief and his lips trembling. The person he just knelt before was Su Chanan, the enemy who killed his only son, Sun Feiyu? At this moment, extreme humiliation and anger almost overwhelmed Sun Mingzhou's reason. It even overwhelmed his inner fear of immortal cultivators. I'll kill you. His eyes instantly turned blood red. Sun Mingzhou gathered his strength and stood up. The true energy in his body surged. He raised his hand and slapped Su Chanan. No. Sun Jinyue wanted to stop it, but it was too late. Su Chanan stood there, motionless, allowing Sun Mingzhou to hit him with his palm. Immediately, he just glanced at Sun Mingzhou, and the spiritual power in his body shook slightly. A terrifying impact struck Sun Mingzhou, and he had no power to resist. His body flew backwards and hit the wall heavily. Puff! A cloud of blood mist spurted out of Sun Mingzhou's mouth and he fell to the ground. His eyes were wide open, canthus bloodshot, the fear and rage in them solidified, and it was obvious that he had lost all life. A ninth-grade cultivator used all his strength to strike, but was unable to shake Su Chanan at all. Instead, he was killed by a slight shock. Xiao Yueli's eyes were filled with horror, and she unconsciously took half a step back. This was not the first time she saw Su Chanan take action. But this time, Su Chanan wiped out Sun Mingzhou as if he were crushing an ant. It was even easier than using fireball to burn the old blood silkworm ghost to death. Really shocking. You dared to kill my son. Sun Jinyue was stunned. Then a shrill roar was uttered. The voice was filled with endless sorrow and anger. His whole body was shaking violently, and he couldn't even hold the dragon-headed cane in his hand, which fell to the ground with a thud. An old face, looking increasingly aged, kept changing from blue to white, then from white to red, and finally to a dark blue. His grandson and son both died at the hands of Su Chanan. No matter how patient Sun Jinyue was, at this moment, he could not suppress the violent murderous intent in his heart. If Su Chanan was not a cultivator, he would have known that he was no match for his opponent and would have pounced on him by now. I'm not just going to kill your son. Today, I'm going to slaughter your Sun family. So what? Su Chanan sneered, and his aura suddenly changed. Without any sign, a terrifying and shocking sword intent burst out from his body, soaring into the sky, and the sky and the earth changed color. Right now. Just outside the Sun family mansion, a row of luxurious carriages was parked. More than a dozen figures got off the carriage. They were all dressed in luxurious clothes and had extraordinary demeanor. These people are either rich or noble, and are all well-known figures in the capital. They are well informed. I learned that the eldest daughter of the Sun family was chosen by an immortal cultivator and became an immortal. He rushed to Sun's house as soon as possible to curry favor with him. The leader was dressed in a brocade robe, with a handsome face and a bright gaze. Meet the second prince. Those dignitaries who got off the carriages had not yet had the chance to pay their respects to the second prince. Then he felt a breathtaking and shocking sword intent enveloping the entire place. It made everyone's faces look horrified and their souls tremble. Such sword intent, the Sun family really has an immortal cultivator descending. The second prince Xiao Wuji's face turned pale. He had never felt such a terrifying pressure. Under the influence of such terrifying sword intent, any prince is nothing but an ant. Originally, he was still concerned about the prince's reputation and felt that it would be a loss of status to visit the Sun family in person. Now it seems that if this trip can really seek the help of the Sun family's cultivators. What is the mere throne worth? Too terrifying. Is this the legendary immortal cultivator? Such sword intent is so powerful that it can break the heavens. Ninth rank swordsmen and grandmaster swordsmen are nothing but ants. Wait. Could it be that the Sun family has angered the immortal? And caused the immortal to unleash his magical powers? Those who originally wanted to curry favor with the powerful suddenly realized something, looked at each other, and remained silent. Even Xiao Wuji frowned and didn't dare to set foot into the Sun family again. He heard that there was an immortal cultivator among the ancestors of the Sun family, and he also heard that an immortal cultivator came to the Sun family today and took away the eldest daughter of the Sun family. But why does the current situation seem a little wrong? This overwhelming sword power clearly contains a cold and murderous intent. Could it be that the Sun family had done something to anger the immortal? Xiao Wuji's eyes flickered. Instead of being timid, he began to think. Perhaps I can seize this opportunity to make friends with this immortal cultivator from the Sun family. Chapter 68, Godlike. Tianji Pavilion. In an ancient attic. Zhang Xuanji, who was in seclusion, suddenly opened his eyes and looked in the direction of the Sun family in disbelief. He flashed and appeared on the attic, looking at the ever-changing sky. The old face was even gloomier than the dark clouds. He raised his hand, counted on his fingers and calculated, his expression becoming increasingly ugly. Alas, you will suffer the consequences if you bring trouble upon yourself. Zhang Xuanji sighed, as if he could see a piercing sword descending from the sky and piercing through the entire Sun family. He had long ago warned Sun Jinyue that the Sun family might be in danger. If the Sun family stays indoors and guards themselves in the coming year, no matter what happens, this disaster can be avoided. Otherwise, the Sun family will be wiped out. Obviously, Sun Jinyue did not listen to his words. Eventually it brings disaster. This matter involves immortals, and even if he is the head of Tianji Pavilion, he is powerless to help. Shaking his head, Zhang Xuanji took a last look at the supreme sword force that enveloped the Sun family, with deep fear and awe in his eyes. If you don't become an immortal, you will always be an ant. However, he has no spiritual roots and can only be an ordinary person all his life. Sighing again, Zhang Xuanji returned to the attic and went into seclusion again. In a vain attempt to find a way for mortals to become immortals. Unfortunately, it is just flowers in the mirror and the moon in the water. Sun family. Sun Jinyue was the first to bear the brunt of the attack, facing head on the overwhelming sword intent from Su Chang'an. At that moment, he felt as if an invisible sword appeared out of thin air in the depths of his heart, even in the depths of his soul. It seemed that as long as Su Chang'an had a thought, he would be torn to pieces by this invisible heavenly sword in an instant. Boundless fear flooded over me. Even Sun Jinyue, who claimed to have experienced many storms. At this moment, he was horrified by Su Chang'an's methods, and his mind was broken and his face turned pale. He even felt that even the natural sword power around Shin Juyen could not compare to the sword intent that Su Chang'an burst out at this moment. It's not just Sun Jinyue. Enveloped by this sword intent, everyone in the entire Sun family felt, at that instant, that they were being restrained by an invisible heavenly sword that appeared out of nowhere. Endless panic spread throughout the Sun family. They simply didn't understand what was happening. What is even more incomprehensible is why the Sun family, which is protected by the immortals, seemed to have fallen into endless purgatory in the blink of an eye. This was the first time Su Chang'an truly displayed his supernatural powers. Tianyan sword technique. Above the 9th level magical power, there is the Emperor level sword technique, which is one level higher than the Saint level. Using it to deal with an ant like Sun Jinyue is like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Gudong. Xiao Yueli, who was standing aside, was now speechless, her eyes filled with shock. Although she was not the target of the Tianyan sword technique, she could clearly feel the supreme sword power from Su Chang'an at this moment. In comparison, the sword intent and murderous intention she had felt from Mu Yunshu, Juehun, Yingwu, and other heavenly level killers were like children's play, insignificant. Only now did she understand that this was Su Chang'an's true strength. The fireball technique that was powerful enough to kill a 9th grade warrior in seconds was just a small trick for Su Chang'an. You know that my Sun family is on good terms with the elders of the moon-grasping sword sect. How dare you attack my Sun family? My Sheer has become a disciple of the Lanyue sword sect. If you dare to hurt my Sun family in the slightest, my Sheer will repay you 100-fold one day. Sun Jinyue suppressed his inner fear and was trembling so much that he couldn't even speak complete words. At this moment, it would be a lie to say that I have no regrets. If he had known this, he should have stopped Sun Mingxi by force. He didn't expect that even the elders of the Lanyue sword sect could not do anything to Su Chang'an. Originally, his Sun family could soar to success with the help of Sun Mingxi. But now, everything is over. Even if the Lanyue sword sect could kill Su Chang'an, it could not save his Sun family. Senior, Miss Sun, that is, Sun Feiyu's younger sister, Sun Mingxi, is born with spiritual roots. It is said that she has been accepted as a disciple by the elders of the Lanyue sword sect. Without waiting for Su Chang'an to say anything, Xiao Yueli started to explain. She did not understand the power of the spirit realm, but she knew that those who could travel between the spirit realm and the mortal world must be the major sects in the spirit realm. Slaughtering the Sun family would inevitably lead to enmity with the Lanyue sword sect. You still have to consider a few things. I've taken note of your reminder. To cut the grass, you must remove the root. Don't worry, when I reach the spirit realm, I will kill him and reunite your family in hell. Now, you can die. Su Chang'an nodded. He did not take Sun Jinyue's threats seriously. He remembered the names Sun Mingxi and the Lanyue sword sect. It would be fine if the Lanyue sword sect treated Mu Yunshu well. If anyone dares to hurt Mu Yunshu in the slightest, the Lanyue sword sect will be buried along with the Sun family. Sun Jinyue almost went crazy. He never thought that his threatening words would push Sun Mingxi into an irretrievable situation. This aroused Su Chang'an's stronger murderous intent. He didn't expect that Su Chang'an would be so arrogant. Even the moon racing sword sect is not taken seriously. This is a complete madman, a killer. Could it be that heaven is really going to destroy his Sun family? Looking back to a few hours ago, he was still full of hope and eager to regain his strength. I want to witness with my own eyes the Sun family reach a more glorious peak. Now, everything has come to nothing, even the lives of the entire family are at stake. Heaven and hell are just a thought away. In Sun Jinyue's eyes full of despair, Su Chang'an turned around indifferently and summoned his flying sword again. Almost at the same time, sword intent erupted, and dozens or even hundreds of invisible sword auras shot up into the sky from the Sun family mansion. Hundreds of people from the Sun family were strangled to pieces by the sword energy in an instant. Not even a scream was uttered. Xiao Yueli's eyes flickered, and when she came to her senses again, she was already standing on the flying sword. She saw clouds of blood mist exploding out of thin air in the Sun family mansion. The shock in his eyes could not be concealed at all. In a single thought, hundreds of lives vanished into thin air. This is the immortal cultivator. His methods are so powerful that he is like a god. Su Chang'an stood on the flying sword, his clothes fluttering and his expression as cold as ice. He looked down at the Sun family mansion, his eyes expressionless, as if he had just done something very ordinary. He raised his hand, and a ball of fire suddenly ignited from his palm, and then his right hand flipped downward. The blazing fireball suddenly swelled up in the wind and crashed down like a scorching sun falling from the sky. The entire Sun family mansion was turned into a sea of fire. Xiao Wuji and others outside the Sun family mansion were so frightened that they retreated quickly and stayed away from the Sun family, afraid of being affected by the blazing flames of divine fire. Fortunately, the flames seemed to have some spirituality and did not spread beyond the Sun family. Even so, Xiao Wuji and others who retreated dozens of meters away were still frightened. I felt that if I was a step slower, I would be burned to ashes by the hot breath blowing in my face. Chapter 69 Crossing the Shujin Desert, Looking for Mu Yunshu. The Sun family, is it over? Some people stared blankly at the Sun family engulfed in flames. The burning sensation in their bodies could not suppress the coldness in their hearts. How could they have imagined that the Sun family was already a wealthy and prestigious family and would soar to new heights in the future? In the blink of an eye, a 1,000-year foundation was reduced to ashes. Such rapid changes are too thrilling. Are the legendary immortal cultivators really so moody? A disagreement led to the annihilation of an entire family? Who would dare to have anything to do with immortal cultivators? It is said that serving the emperor is like serving a tiger, and the emperor's heart is hard to predict. This immortal cultivator is even more difficult to figure out than the emperor, and 1,000 times more dangerous. Even Xiao Wuji looked frightened at this moment, and no longer had any desire to make friends with the immortal cultivators. In the eyes of ordinary people, he is a high and mighty prince, and no one dares to hurt him in the slightest. But for a cultivator with the ability to penetrate the heavens and the earth, what difference is there between him, a prince, and an ordinary person? If you accidentally anger the immortal cultivator and get crushed to death, all your throne and power will become a thing of the past. Look! What is that? Flying with a sword. It's an immortal. Why does the woman behind the immortal look familiar? It seems to be Princess Xiaoning? Princess Xiaoning? How could she stand with an immortal? At this time, someone looked up and pointed at Su Chang'an and Xiao Yueli in mid-air, exclaiming. Someone recognized Xiao Yueli and was even more shocked. Zhao Ning? Xiao Wuji suddenly looked up, his eyes fixed, and he immediately recognized Xiao Yueli. He knew that Xiao Yueli went to the southern wasteland continent to look for the whereabouts of the Immortal Gate token. He also laughed at Xiao Yueli for overestimating her own abilities. Who would have thought that it would only take a few days? Xiao Yueli has actually hooked up with an immortal cultivator? Being able to stand on the flying sword with the immortal shows that Xiao Yueli has a very close relationship with the immortal. Perhaps, he has already become a disciple of the immortal, or has been favored by the immortal. Xiao Wuji felt extremely regretful at this moment. If he had known this, he should have built a good relationship with his sister. At this time, on the flying sword, Su Chanan looked at the Sun family turned into a sea of fire and felt bored. Destroying the Sun family was his last act in Dakian. Next, we will go to the spirit realm, set foot on the Lanyue sword sect, and look for Mu Yunshu. Sir, if you want to go to the spirit realm, can you take me with you? As if she had noticed what Su Chanan was thinking, Xiao Yueli pursed her lips and spoke after a moment of hesitation. With your abilities, crossing the void desert shouldn't be a difficult task. However, the Shujin desert is vast and boundless. Having the Immortal Gate token to guide the direction can save a lot of time. After saying this, Xiao Yueli suddenly became nervous. She knew that Su Chanan was eager to enter the spiritual realm, and with the Immortal Gate token guiding the direction, it would indeed be much faster. Of course, she also has her own selfish motives. The Shujin desert is full of dangers, even with the protection of the Immortal Gate token. She was just a 7th rank warrior, and it was extremely dangerous for her to cross the Shujin desert alone. If I could travel with Su Chanan, it would undoubtedly be an extra layer of protection. Especially, he can fly with a sword. Crossing the Shujin desert is just a matter of minutes, right? Xiao Yueli's little thoughts naturally could not be hidden from Su Chanan. But what Xiao Yueli said was not without reason. It was indeed marked on the map given by Su Qingxian. If ordinary people want to find their way in the Shujin desert, they must hold an Immortal Gate token. Otherwise, without exception, everyone will be completely lost. I can take you away, but are you sure you want to go with me? Once you leave, it won't be easy to return to Dakian in the future. Su Chanan turned slightly and spoke softly. The road to becoming an immortal is long. By the time Xiao Yueli becomes an immortal, has the ability to cross the Shujin desert, and can freely travel between Dakian and the spirit realm, it will probably be many years. When these words were spoken, Xiao Yueli was obviously stunned, and her eyes were a little dazed. She looked up and saw the majestic and magnificent imperial palace. That's where she grew up. If there is anything in this world that she still misses, it is probably her mother. But she didn't want to live like her mother, trapped in the deep palace and surrounded by intrigue and deception all her life. Xiao Yueli withdrew her gaze and looked down. Suddenly, she saw Xiao Wuji's figure and was a little surprised. But she soon understood why Xiao Wuji appeared outside the Sun family mansion. Even the usually unruly second brother came over upon hearing the news, wanting to curry favor with the immortal cultivator. At this moment, Xiao Yueli's heart was no longer shaken and she was extremely determined. Sir, please take me to the spirit realm. Although Xiao Yueli's voice was soft, it was filled with determination. Good. Su Chanan nodded slightly and said no more. With a thought, the flying sword under his feet turned into a beam of light and flew towards the Shujin Desert. The Shujin Desert is tens of thousands of miles away from Dakian. Even if an ordinary person rides a fast horse, it will take several days to walk without stopping. However, under Su Chanan's rapid urging, in just half an hour, a barren desert was already in sight. The flying sword flew to the edge of the area, and a heat wave rolled in front of it, and the air was distorted by the heat. In the distance, strong winds blew up a cloud of dust. At first glance, the so-called Shujin Desert seems to be no different from an ordinary desert. Only when his spiritual consciousness swept into it did Su Chanan realize the horror of this Shujin Desert. He has reached the 9th level of the spiritual sea realm. His spiritual awareness is as vast as the sea and as bright as a rainbow. The soul is about to be perfected and is only one step away from the divine palace realm. But even so, the spiritual sense that could easily sweep dozens of miles away could only sweep dozens of meters around the body in this vast desert of embers. Only 1,000th of its peak. This shows the weirdness of the Shujin Desert. If he didn't have the Immortal Gate token to guide him, he would have to wander around in the Shujin Desert for 10 days or half a month before finding a way out. It turns out that we should not be too arrogant about unknown things. Su Chanan raised his hand and the Immortal Gate token flew out from Xiao Yueli. After injecting a trace of spiritual power, the Immortal Gate token immediately shone brightly, and the mysterious runes contained in it flashed continuously. Finally, it condensed into a small sword beam, pointing in a certain direction. Walk! Su Chanan immediately urged the flying sword again and rushed towards the direction of the sword light. But soon, he discovered that the direction of the sword light was not fixed. But it is constantly changing. The direction is changing. It seems the legend is true. Xiao Yueli tightly grasped the corner of Su Chanan's clothes with both hands, stuck her head out, and stared at the small sword light that kept changing direction. Her mind flashed back to some of the legends about the Shujin Desert that the old pavilion master had told her when they were in the Tianji pavilion. Legend? What legend? Su Chanan raised his eyebrows slightly and became a little curious. Legend has it that in ancient times, hundreds of thousands of years ago, there was no such barrier as the Void Embers Desert between the mortal world and the spirit realm. Chapter 70, Spirit Realm, accidentally entering a fight between two parties. The reason why the Void Embers Desert came into being was because two true immortals descended from the immortal realm and caused the sky to collapse and the earth to split. Just a wisp of residual power from the battle turned an area into a sea of fire, destroying all lives. Their power is too strong, so strong that even this world cannot bear it. To the point where the rules are broken, space is in disarray, and even time, at a certain point, becomes chaotic and disordered. If you accidentally fall into it, perhaps only one day has passed in the outside world, but for those trapped, several years have passed. Xiao Yueli's eyes were filled with awe. To ordinary people, cultivators are like immortals on earth. It is hard to imagine how terrifying the existence of an immortal who can dim the sun and moon and shatter mountains and rivers with just a wave of his hand must be. Su Chanan's expression changed slightly when he heard this. This legend might actually have happened. The space in the desert before my eyes was indeed chaotic. Even at the moment of stepping into the Shujin Desert, there was an illusion of stepping into another world. Su Chanan even doubted that this was the reason why he couldn't deduce Mu Yunshu's location. Is it because Mu Yunshu entered the Shujin Desert and the space was isolated that this happened? It can affect the rules of heaven, earth, and space. Perhaps only the legendary immortals can do this. Fortunately, there is the Immortal Gate token to guide us. The flying sword cut through the sky and sped along, but nothing unexpected happened. There was dead silence all around, only the dust stirred up by the strong wind made a whimpering sound, like the howling of ghosts and wolves. There are no living creatures in the Shujin Desert. It is truly a dead place. If you walk alone in this vast desert, it would be quite lonely. We galloped across the desert for 4 or 5 hours, but still could not see the end. Suddenly, Su Chanan controlled the flying sword and stopped it in mid-air. What's wrong? Xiao Yueli asked with a puzzled look on her face. Did you hear that? Su Chanan frowned, and seemed to hear faintly a woman's call. What did you hear? Xiao Yueli became more and more confused. She pricked up her ears, but heard nothing except the howling of the wind and sand. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, a low drone sound like a heartbeat sounded deep in Su Chanan's soul. The sound of the drum is desolate and tragic, as if it came from eternity and struck people's hearts. For a moment, Su Chanan was stunned. I unconsciously rushed towards the direction where the drum sound came from. Fortunately, at the critical moment, a cool feeling came over my head. The Taichu Chaos Sutra started to operate on its own, pulling Su Chanan's soul back. We can't stay here for long. Su Chanan woke up in shock, feeling cold all over and his hair standing on end. Under Xiao Yueli's puzzled gaze, he once again increased the speed of his flying sword, transformed into a streak of light, and fled madly in the direction indicated by the Immortal Gate token. 3 full days later. Only then did the two of them finally see a different scenery in the distant sky. The spiritual realm should be ahead. Along the way, the strange woman's call and the desolate drum sound never appeared again. Su Chanan finally breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't dare to stop, and the flying sword did not slow down. Soon they crossed the edge of the vast desert and came to a red stone forest. The moment he left the Shujin desert and entered the crimson stone forest, Su Chanan knew that he was in the spirit realm. The rich spiritual energy that hit him made Su Chanan sigh with emotion. What a hard life he had lived in Shujia village before. The spiritual realm truly deserves to be called the spiritual realm. The concentration of spiritual energy between heaven and earth is at least 10 times richer than that in the mortal world. It turns out that the Shujin desert not only isolates the mortals' path to becoming immortals, but also the vast spiritual energy of heaven and earth. In just a few breaths, the spiritual energy in the body circulated with unprecedented ease. Su Chanan felt that his bottlenecks were loosening. Perhaps it won't be long before I can enter the realm of the divine palace. Is this the spirit realm? Although Xiao Yueli is not a cultivator, she cannot truly feel the spiritual energy between heaven and earth. One can more or less perceive the difference between the mortal world and the spiritual realm. She couldn't hide her excitement and couldn't wait to get going. But soon, she was confused again. After crossing the Shujin desert, she got the Immortal Gate token. Where should she go to find the Immortal Gate? First, find a populated area. As if he saw Xiao Yueli's confusion, Su Chanan urged the flying sword again and flew away through the air. The most important thing for him now is to find someone and ask how to get to the Lanyue sword sect. The flying sword flew in the air for another half day. The two finally saw some human figures. Mr. Su, something's not right. It seems like we've intruded into a fight between two factions? Xiao Yueli's eyes widened and her voice trembled slightly. At this moment, not far in front of them, in the stone forests on both sides, a monk was rising into the air, stepping on strange-shaped weapons and magic weapons. One side was wearing fiery red robes, while the other side was wearing azure blue robes, clearly distinguishing the two sides. It is obvious that there are two forces. It's not like we've actually walked into a fight between two parties. Su Chanan also saw it without Xiao Yueli's reminder. He immediately put away his flying sword, landed behind a hidden fiery red boulder, and watched what would happen. Dongfang, your grandpa just came to the Firestone Forest to collect some flame marrow crystals. Why are you so persistent? 100 miles away, in midair, an old man in a green robe with white hair and a youthful face was puffing his beard and glaring, looking quite angry and embarrassed. The one he called Dongfang Shao was a young man with long fiery red hair and a face as cold as a knife. He stands tall and straight, towering above the heaven and earth. Holding a spear that was flashing with blazing flames, his whole body exuded a burning aura. Hearing the words of the old man in green robe, he suddenly laughed in anger. You old, shameless bastard, why don't you give up your Tsungming Island Star Sea mine? All you do all day is steal and rob. Today, I will make sure you never come back. The red-haired man could no longer suppress the murderous intent in his body. As soon as he finished speaking, the spear in his hand shook violently. The blazing flames burst out and suddenly exploded. It turned into a fire dragon dozens of feet long, roaring and trying to swallow the old man in green robe. Good boy, you don't know how to respect the elderly and love the young. Today, your grandfather will discipline you on behalf of your parents. The old man in green robe was not willing to be outdone, and raised his hand to offer a green flag. Immediately, he saw his hands changing and muttering to himself. The green flag immediately swelled up in the wind, forming a long river that rushed endlessly and poured towards the fire dragon. The fire dragon collided with the long river, and in an instant, flames shot up into the sky and mist was thick. The two sides are evenly matched and neither side can gain an advantage. The terrifying power was so strong that Xiao Yueli, who was hiding behind Su Chanan hundreds of miles away, couldn't help but tremble. Chapter 71. May I ask, Senior, which direction is the Lanyue sword sect heading? Is this the battle between immortal cultivators? although it is not earth-shattering. But with such power, let alone ordinary people, even if Xiao Yueli was a 7th grade warrior, once affected, even if it was just a trace of residual power, she would probably be reduced to ashes. Mr. Su, how about we just leave here quietly? Xiao Yueli's face turned pale. They were just passing by. If it is discovered, innocent people will be affected, which would be an unexpected disaster. Why leave? We finally found someone. Let's go after they're done fighting. Su Chanan, however, looked calm and composed, sitting firmly on the ground, with no intention of leaving at all. It's not that he's arrogant. The red-haired man and the old man in green robe were obviously the leaders of the two forces. The strength of the two is equal, and at most they are at the 7th or 8th level of the Spirit Sea realm. Even if they attacked together, Su Chanan was confident that he could suppress the two of them. As for those other small fry, they are rare even in the profound realm, so there is naturally no need to worry. Hearing this, Xiao Yueli naturally didn't know what to say. So I could only hide aside and watch from afar. There was a glint of longing in his eyes. One day, perhaps she would be able to fight in the air like the red-haired man and the old man in green robe. With every move, the situation changes. At this time, in mid-air, the blazing flames burned half the sky. A surging river surged out from the green flag dancing in the wind, as if it was endless. The red-haired man swung the spear in his hand, and the spear's shadow was wrapped in terrifying flames. Every time he swung the spear, it brought up countless water mists, with astonishing power. Don't struggle, little Dongfang. My 4 seas flag contains the water of the 4 seas, which is inexhaustible. You won't be able to hold out for much longer. The old man in green robe had a playful look on his face, but he didn't seem nervous at all. He made hand gestures with his hands and muttered something from time to time. Compared to the red-haired man, he was obviously much more relaxed. His 4 seas flag is a 5th-level magic weapon that he specially requested from the head of the sect. How could Dongfang Changjun, who is only at the 7th level of the spiritual sea realm, contend with him? Ah, old thing, die for me. Dongfang Changjun was extremely angry, his red hair fluttered, and he danced the red spear in his hand more and more frantically. Even the disciples of the Qilian sect behind him were terrified and retreated repeatedly, afraid of being accidentally injured by the indiscriminate attack of his own boss. However, no matter how crazy Dongfang Changjun was, the raging flames that appeared around his body almost turned him into a scorching sun. The surging river created by the green flag is still flowing endlessly. It was like an impenetrable wall, blocking the two of them. The old man in green robe stood in mid-air, looking at Dongfang Changjun, who was fighting like a trapped beast, and smiled, with the corners of his mouth almost reaching his ears. With the magic weapon in hand, everything is easy. You old immortal, just wait for me. Sooner or later, I will use the 9 red true fire to refine you. Knowing that he could not break the 4 seas flag of the old man in green robe, Dongfang Changjuan's eyes were spitting fire and he was furious. If this continues, he will probably die of exhaustion and be exhausted to death. Dongfang Changjun was not stupid. After saying these harsh words, he immediately turned around and turned into a beam of fire and escaped. Now that the boss had left, his subordinates naturally followed in a hurry and fled. Don't chase a desperate enemy. The old man in green robe saw Dongfang Changjun escaping, but he had no intention of chasing him. Hurry up! Start digging! He just waved his hand, and the group of disciples behind him immediately scattered. They took out a special pickaxe, plunged into the red stone forest, and started digging with all their might. Ginger is indeed experienced. The red-haired man was beaten away by the old man. Xiao Yueli sighed. Water controls fire, and that red-haired man doesn't look very smart. Little girl, it's not polite to talk about others behind their backs. But at this moment, the old man in green robe suddenly appeared in front of Xiao Yueli, looking at her with a smile. Senior, I didn't mean to. Xiao Yueli was really frightened and her voice was trembling. The two were only 100 miles away from the battlefield, and since Xiao Yueli didn't know how to hide her aura, it was inevitable that she would be discovered. You two are hiding here stealthily. Could you be from the Qilian sect? No, there's no spiritual energy fluctuations coming from you. Are you mortals? The old man in green robe paced back and forth, glancing back and forth at Su Chang'an and Xiao Yueli. Suddenly he showed a look of surprise. Why would a mortal come to the border between two realms? The green-robed old man's eyes became increasingly strange. We cannot escape the senior's sharp eyes. We too are from Dakian. May I ask, senior, is this the spirit realm? Before Xiao Yueli could speak again, Su Chanan responded first. His realm was higher than that of the old man in green robe, and he deliberately concealed his spiritual energy. It was normal that the old man in green robe did not realize that he was a cultivator. Dakian? Are you from the mortal world? The old man in green robe was obviously stunned, then suddenly raised his hand. The immortal gate token on Xiao Yueli's body immediately broke through the air and fell into the hands of the old man in green robe. It really is the immortal gate token. The old man in green robe showed a look of sudden realization on his face. He nodded and continued, "This is indeed the spirit realm. Since you have obtained the immortal sect token, I think you are here to join the immortal sect. However, you should know that one immortal gate token corresponds to one quota. You only have one immortal sect token. Have you decided who you want to let join the immortal sect?" As he spoke, a playful look appeared in the eyes of the old man in green robe again. He looked at Su Chanan and Xiao Yueli curiously. As soon as these words were spoken, Xiao Yueli's expression suddenly became conflicted. She was still immersed in the words of the old man in green robe. She couldn't understand why the old man in green robe said that there was no spiritual energy fluctuation in Su Chanan. It's obvious that Su Chanan is also a cultivator. The immortal gate token is in my friend's possession, so the spot to join the immortal gate naturally belongs to my friend. Su Chanan bowed to the old man in green robes and asked, "Excuse me, senior, which direction is the moon-grasping sword sect heading?" "Lanyue sword sect? You want to join Lanyue sword sect?" The old man in green robe first showed admiration, then shook his head. Not to mention, the moon-grasping sword sect is in the Wuji sword territory, 1,000,000 miles away from here. A mortal like you would never be able to reach it even if you spent your entire life until you died. Furthermore, if you don't have spiritual roots, you won't even be qualified to be a menial disciple in the moon-grasping sword sect. Forget it. Put your hands on this spirit testing bead and let me see if you have spiritual roots. After saying that, the old man in green robe took out a gray bead and looked at Xiao Yueli first. "Yes, senior." Xiao Yueli didn't dare to refuse, so she took a step forward and obediently placed her hand on the spirit testing bead. In an instant, a bright light shone, dispelling the gray air in the spirit testing bead. A stream of light emerged and wandered in it. Immediately afterwards, the light continued to condense and soon condensed into a second stream of light. Chapter 72, Intermediate Spiritual Roots? Excellent. Top-grade spiritual roots? Blinding. Mid-grade spiritual roots, not bad, not bad. When the green-robed man saw two streams of light emerging from the spirit testing bead, his eyes suddenly lit up. Medium-grade spiritual roots, this is a good seedling. Mid-grade spiritual roots? Hearing this, Xiao Yueli's face became excited. The big stone in my heart finally fell. You know, there is only one person with spiritual roots in 1,000,000. If she is finally found to have no spiritual roots, even if she has the immortal gate token, she can only be a menial disciple. I'm afraid I'll never be able to become an immortal in my lifetime. And now, she has been diagnosed with a mid-grade spiritual root, which is a blessing in disguise. This means that she finally has the qualifications to embark on the path of cultivation. Come on, young man, it's your turn. With Xiao Yueli's good start, the old man in green robe looked at Su Chanan with anticipation. Although the probability of digging out two good seedlings with spiritual roots at one time is extremely low. But what if? Good. Su Chanan nodded and did not refuse. He knew the level of his spiritual roots, but he had never tested it. This spirit detecting bead can detect spiritual roots, which is quite magical. When I placed my right hand on the spirit testing pearl, I felt a cool sensation, and then the spirit testing pearl suddenly burst into an extremely bright light. Compared to when Xiao Yueli tested her spiritual roots just now, it was many times more dazzling. Hiss, no way? My old eyes are almost blinded by the light. Could it be a high-grade spiritual root? The old man in green robe was shocked. I have never seen such a strange phenomenon appear in the spirit testing pearl. Could it be that he was really going to get lucky today and pick up a genius with top-grade spiritual roots? Top-grade spiritual roots? Xiao Yueli, who was standing by, couldn't help but show an envious look upon hearing this. From the reaction of the old man in green robe, it is not difficult to see that the person with top-grade spiritual roots is definitely a rare genius in the world. As expected, even among the immortal cultivators, Mr. Su was a rare talent with extraordinary talent. Under the astonished gaze of the old man in green robe, One stream of light, two streams of light, three streams of light, all as expected, condensed and took shape from the spirit testing pearl. Looking at the three streams of light swimming happily like fish, the old man in green robe could hardly stop smiling. Top-grade spiritual roots. Truly top-grade spiritual roots. Ha 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 ha. One has a mid-grade spiritual root, the other has a high-grade spiritual root. I never thought that this old man would end up like this. When I returned at Sangming Island, I'll be envious of you guys. Ha ha ha. The wild laughter of the old man in green robe echoed in the air, as if he had discovered some rare treasure. He rubbed his hands excitedly, his eyes shining like light bulbs. I wish I could take Su Chang'an and Xiao Yueli back to Sangming Island right now. However, soon, the laughter of the old man in green robe froze. He suddenly noticed that the light on the spirit measurement pearl continued to shine, as if a fourth stream of light had condensed. What's going on? Am I blind? The old man in green robe thought he had seen it wrong and rubbed his eyes vigorously. He stared and looked again. 1, 2, 3, 4. Are there really 4 streams of light? Not a top-grade spiritual root. Is it a top-grade spiritual root? Top-grade spiritual roots? They're actually top-grade spiritual roots? The old man in green robe's throat rolled violently. The voice became a little sharp due to extreme shock. He opened his mouth wide, his face full of disbelief. Top-grade spiritual roots, even on his Sangming Island, haven't they appeared in hundreds of years? He just came out to steal some flame marrow crystals. And I can even pick up a top-grade spiritual root for free? Top-grade spiritual roots? Xiao Yueli was also shocked. Although she didn't understand what top-grade spiritual roots meant. But I also know that those who can surpass the 3 grades of spiritual roots must be rare among rare ones. Even such a powerful cultivator as the old man in green robe looked incredulous. You can imagine how rare it is. The light emitted by the spirit testing pearl was still bright, with no sign of fading away. A very bold idea suddenly flashed through the mind of the old man in green robe. Could there be a 5th stream of light? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. A perfect spiritual root that can condense 5 streams of light is unique even in the Holy Land. How could a perfect spiritual root be born in the mere mortal world? Although he was thinking this in his mind, the old man in green robe's heart, which had not had any passion for a long time, began to beat wildly. Again, what if? I waited for half a cup of tea. Seeing that the spirit testing pearl was no longer moving, only the shining light was still emitting residual heat. The old man in green robe immediately breathed a sigh of relief. I can't tell whether I'm disappointed or relieved, it's so complicated. Ah. Top-grade spiritual roots, not bad, better than this girl's aptitude. The old man in green robe coughed dryly, calmed himself down, pretended to be calm, and acted like a master. However, Su Chang'an frowned slightly, with a hint of doubt in his eyes. He was very sure that he had perfect spiritual roots. What is presented on the System Properties panel is also the perfect spiritual root. However, this spirit testing bead only produced 4 streams of light. Could it be that the level of this spirit bead is not high enough? Hey! Why do you look like that? Are you still not satisfied with the quality of your spiritual roots? Seeing that Su Chang'an looked dissatisfied, the old man in green robe was so angry that he pulled out a few strands of his beard. The best spiritual roots are the top-level talents that many immortal cultivators dream of. This kid is actually frowning. Does he think his spiritual root level is too low? What did he think of a top-grade spiritual root? No, I am very satisfied with my spiritual roots. Su Chang'an came back to his senses and bowed to the old man in green robe with a smile. I just heard you say you want to join the Lanhua sword sect? Why, you really want to join the Lanhua sword sect? The moon-grabbing sword sect is just an insignificant sect among the countless immortal sects in the Wuji sword domain. How can it be compared with Might Sangming Island? Might Sangming Island is one of the 5 major immortal gates in the Chaos Sea. I think you and I are destined to be together. How about joining Might Sangming Island? The old man in green robe relaxed his expression a little, half-closed his eyes, and looked at Su Chang'an and Xiao Yueli calmly. Hearing this, Xiao Yueli became conflicted again. It doesn't matter to her which immortal sect she joins. After all, she knew nothing about the immortal gates in the spiritual realm. As long as she can become an immortal cultivator, she will be content. The problem is that the old man in front of me looks a little out of place. Is this Sangming Island really as powerful as he said? Why aren't you talking? Let me tell you, within this tens of thousands of miles, besides my Tsangming Island, there's only the Chilean sect in the Yanhuang territory. That little Dongfang kid is from the Chilean sect. You saw how ferocious he is. If you join the Chilean sect, be careful that even your soul will be taken away and refined. As for the moon-grasping sword sect, I advise you to forget about it. You can't reach the infinite sword territory. I'll give you another half an incense stick, no, a whole stick of incense, so you better think it over carefully. Chapter 73. You must have suffered a lot along the way? After saying this, the old man in green robe brushed his beard, turned his head away and pretended not to care. In fact, his half-closed eyes were always staring at Su Chang'an and Xiao Yueli. He was afraid that the two of them would run away from under his nose. Mr. Su, what do you think? Xiao Yueli was a little undecided, so she simply moved closer to Su Chang'an and asked for his opinion in a low voice. The old man is right about one thing. With your speed, it's probably not that easy to find a second immortal gate in this spiritual realm. I suggest you just join Tsangming Island directly. Su Chang'an thought for a moment and spoke. This spiritual realm is vast and boundless, and is far more dangerous than the mortal world. With Xiao Yueli's limited strength, it would be wise for her to directly become his disciple after finally meeting an elder-level figure from the immortal sect. You are a clever young man. You too must have suffered a lot on your way out of the Void Desert, right? Even if it's the Chilean sect, you'll have to walk for at least a month or two to reach this area. The spirit realm is much more dangerous than the Void Ember Desert. If we encounter any monsters along the way, it would be a shame if we accidentally lose our lives. The old man in green robe pricked up his ears and eavesdropped, and couldn't help but give Su Chang'an a thumbs up. There is some alarmist exaggeration in the words. I'll listen to Mr. Su. After hearing this, Xiao Yueli was indeed scared. She nodded slightly, no longer hesitating, and saluted the old man in green robes and said, Senior, I am willing to join Tsangming Island. Okay. The old man in green robe was overjoyed, his face was full of joy, and he personally reached out to help Xiao Yueli up. Then, he looked at Su Chang'an expectantly. Young man, what about you? What do you think? Senior, it's not that I don't want to join Tsangming Island, it's just that I have something important to do and need to go to the Lanhua sword sect. Su Chang'an bowed to the old man in green robe to thank him for his kindness. At present, he has no plans to join the immortal sect. Even if he wants to join the immortal sect, he has to wait until he finds Mu Yunshu. Don't! I wasn't trying to scare you with what I said just now. The Moon Lanhua sword sect is far away in the Wuji sword territory. Let alone a mortal like you, even a great cultivator like me in the spiritual sea realm would have to fly for a year to get there without activating the teleportation array and using the fastest flying magic weapon. You'll never get there if you just walk. It's not impossible for you to go to the moon-grabbing sword sect. As long as you join my Tsangming Island, complete more tasks, and earn contribution points. I promise that in 3 months at most, no, 2 months at most, you will be able to save enough money to take the teleportation array to the Wuji sword region. Isn't this much faster than walking? The old man in green robe suddenly became anxious and his tone became earnest. A year? Su Chang'an's face immediately turned gloomy. Some even doubted the truthfulness of what the old man in green robe said. Although the spirit realm is vast, it shouldn't take a year to fly to the Wuji sword realm, right? What's that look in your eyes? If you don't believe me, you can just ask anyone. The spirit realm is divided into 3 major domains. You are currently at the border between the Flame Glory domain and the Chaos Sea domain. And the Wuji sword domain is far away on the other side. If you want to go to the Wuji sword territory, you must first pass through the entire Yanhuang territory or the Chaos Sea territory. A year is not enough time. Let me tell you, the fastest way to cross the 2 domains is to take the teleportation array. There's no other way. Seeing Su Chang'an's eyes full of suspicion, the old man in green robe stared and became more anxious. Mr. Su, I don't think this old man is lying. Xiao Yueli came over and whispered to Su Chang'an. She felt that what the old man in green robe said made sense, and there was really no need for him to deceive them. Su Chang'an soon figured this out. But he still refused to give in. A year is too long. Even 2 months seemed long to him. Judging from the tone of the old man in green robe, it seems that taking the teleportation array would cost a lot of money. He also had a lot of elixirs and magic weapons drawn by the system. Maybe I can sell 1 or 2. Thinking of this, Su Chang'an immediately had an idea and said, Senior, please tell me how many spirit stones are needed to ride the teleportation array once. You also know that what you spend in the spirit realm is spirit stones. Where do you, a mortal, get spirit stones? Besides, you can't just sit on the teleportation array whenever you want. Do you know how much energy is consumed to activate a teleportation array? Without the recommendation of the major immortal sects, no matter how many spirit stones you have, you can't ride the teleportation array. The old man in green robe shook his head and waved his hands repeatedly, signaling Su Chang'an to give up this idea as soon as possible. Su Chang'an really didn't expect that a teleportation array would be so complicated. Could it be that he really had no choice but to listen to the old man in green robe and join Sangming Island first and then make long-term plans? Forget it, seeing that you are indeed anxious, I have another solution. In half a month, the Divine Sea Forbidden Land will be opened. At that time, all disciples of the three major domains and major immortal sects with cultivation levels of Tongshan realm and below will go to the Divine Sea Forbidden Land. Although we only have half a month, as long as you practice diligently with me and strive to quickly consolidate your body refining realm, or even advance to the Qi condensation realm, you will have the opportunity to enter the Divine Sea Forbidden Land. The Divine Sea Forbidden Land is near the junction of my Chaos Sea region and the Infinite Sword region. Although you cannot go directly to the Infinite Sword region. By then, the people from the Moon Grasping Sword sect will definitely head to the Divine Sea Forbidden Land. If you have any grudges and want to settle them with the people of the Moon Grasping Sword sect, I, Sangming Island, will support you. The old man in green robe looked at Su Chang'an indifferently. With Su Chang'an's aptitude of top-grade spiritual roots, it is not impossible for him to advance to the Qi condensation realm within half a month. Are you serious? Su Chang'an's eyes immediately lit up. If what the old man in green robe said was true, then this forbidden land of Divine Sea was indeed the fastest way for him to see Mu Yin Shu. It's good for young people to be cautious, but being too suspicious will not benefit your future practice. You will know whether it's true or not in half a month. The old man in green robe seemed to have Su Chang'an in his grasp. He stroked his gray beard and suddenly stopped being anxious. I was just anxious at the moment, please don't blame me, senior. Su Chang'an raised his eyebrows and bowed to the old man in green robe. Okay. From now on, you will be my true disciples. Sangming Island will be your backing and your harbor. After saying this, as if afraid that Su Chang'an would go back on his word, the old man in green robe took out two special jade tokens that were neither gold nor jade. He handed it to Su Chang'an and Xiao Yueli with enthusiasm. This is our Sangming Island identity token. Keep it for now. When we return to the island, I will take you to register your identities. Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Wu Renli, and I'm the 19th elder of Sangming Island. From now on, you two will be my disciples of the 19th island. Chapter 74, Divine Sea Forbidden Land. No one above the spiritual sea realm is allowed to enter. Wu Renli's old face was filled with an unconcealable smile. He rubbed his hands and looked up at the disciples who were digging for flame marrow crystals in full swing. A hint of hesitation flashed in his eyes. Forget it, forget it. We can dig up the flame marrow crystal anytime. If that Dongfang kid brings reinforcements, it would be bad if we miss out on important matters. After just a moment's hesitation, Wu Renli had an idea. The most urgent task at the moment is to bring Su Chang'an and Xiao Yueli back to Sangming Island safely. Compared with the best spiritual roots, no amount of fire marrow crystals is worth mentioning. Come, my good disciple, get on the flying boat and follow me back to the island. Wu Renli summoned a magic flying boat and waved his hand. The next second, 3 people appeared on the flying boat. Is this the magic weapon for flying? Xiao Yueli's face was full of curiosity, and her eyes looked around. I just feel that this flying boat magic weapon looks no different from an ordinary cruise ship. But it can fly in the air, which is really magical. You like it? Hee, when you enter the Tongshan realm, your master will give one to each of you. Wu Renli smiled and narrowed his eyes, then he made a hand gesture and the flying boat immediately broke through the air and flew out. In just a few breaths, they crossed 100 miles. All disciples, listen up. Return immediately. No mistakes. The flying boat only stayed above the disciples for a moment before it turned into a beam of light and flew towards Sangming Island. The disciples who were brought here by Wu Renli to dig for the flame marrow crystal were either menial disciples or outer disciples. Almost all of them are low-grade spiritual roots, and they are the lowest-grade spiritual roots with the worst talents. Among them, there are only 1 or 2 people in the Tongshan realm who can control flying magic weapons. Therefore, Wu Renli does not need to worry about the life and death of these disciples. He couldn't wait any longer and used all his strength to drive the flying boat magic weapon to return to Tsangming Island as quickly as possible. It was not until he boarded the magic flying boat that Su Chang'an understood why he had not been able to deduce Mu Yunshu's location. The speed of this flying magic weapon is even much faster than when he uses all his strength to drive the flying sword. It is true that every profession has its own expertise. Unfortunately, the system did not draw any flying magic weapon. Otherwise, given the system's products, they must be top quality. If you draw a holy weapon or a 9th grade flying magic weapon, you might be able to reach the Wuji sword domain much faster. The flying boat magic weapon was like a long rainbow and soon sailed out of the red stone forest. An endless ocean immediately appeared before my eyes. The chaotic sea. Many small islands appeared one after another below. Occasionally, you can even see some monks fighting for some unknown reason. Su Chang'an actually understood why this sea area was called the chaotic sea area. It's really messy. Well, since you two have become my disciples, I will definitely do my best. Once we arrive on the island, I'll help you register your identities first, and then we'll go to the Dharma Hall to choose the appropriate techniques and magic weapons for you. Don't worry, as long as you practice hard, in half a month, there is still a great chance that you can obtain the qualification to enter the Divine Sea Forbidden Land. Wu Renli has begun to look forward to it. He is the 19th island and is not welcome on Tsangming Island. Most of the disciples on the island have low-grade spiritual roots, there are only a handful of medium-grade spiritual roots, and there is no one with high-grade spiritual roots. Not to mention, the top-grade spiritual roots. This time, he must stand up straight and surprise everyone. Master, what exactly is this Divine Sea Forbidden Land? Xiao Yueli was very sweet-talking and had already called him master. The Divine Sea Forbidden Land is a place for cultivators who have not yet opened up their spiritual seas and are below the Tongxian realm. As we all know, the first step for a cultivator is to refine the body, and refining the body is to lay the foundation. Without a healthy body, one cannot absorb the vast and majestic spiritual energy between heaven and earth, and naturally cannot enter the chi condensation realm. When the spiritual energy in the body is condensed to a certain level, the quantitative change will lead to a qualitative change. Only when you have mastered the profound knowledge and entered the realm of profound knowledge can you be considered a true cultivator. Once you enter the Tongxian realm, you can forge spiritual consciousness. When your spiritual consciousness reaches a certain level, you can open up the spiritual sea and advance to the spiritual sea realm. The Divine Sea Forbidden Land is a place created by heaven and earth. You can imagine it as the sea of spiritual consciousness of a great cultivator with immense strength. When you haven't opened up the spiritual sea yet, you won't be affected if you enter it. However, if a cultivator above the spiritual sea realm enters it, he will be shattered by the terrifying sea of consciousness in the Divine Sea Forbidden Land, becoming a cripple. Wu Renli was very satisfied with Xiao Yueli's eagerness to learn and told her the story. After he said this, Su Chang'an frowned secretly. It turns out that the word Forbidden Land in the Divine Sea Forbidden Land refers to cultivators above the Spirit Sea realm. If that is the case, could it be possible that he won't even be able to enter the forbidden area of the Divine Sea? Can I only look for Mu Yunshu outside the forbidden area? This Divine Sea Forbidden Land sounds very dangerous, so why do people still want to go in? Xiao Yueli blinked and asked curiously. Because, in this forbidden land of the Divine Sea, a kind of natural treasure called the Divine Sea Stone was born. It's used to refine spiritual consciousness. Its effect is more than 10 times better than the Starseed Stone unique to our Chaos Sea region. If you really enter the Divine Sea Forbidden Land and find the Divine Sea Stone, remember to hide it well. Wu Renli smiled, and after he finished speaking, he flipped his right hand, and a dark blue crystal appeared in his palm. This is the Divine Sea Stone. You must take a good look at it. As he spoke, Wu Renli handed the Divine Sea Stone to Xiao Yueli. Such a deep crystal. Just looking at it makes me feel like my soul is being sucked in. Xiao Yueli stared at the Shenhai stone for a few seconds, then suddenly shuddered and quickly looked away. I didn't dare to stare at the Divine Sea Stone anymore. I forgot that you haven't practiced yet and have no spiritual power in your body, so you dare not look at the Divine Sea Stone for too long. Wu Renli raised his hand and quickly put away the Divine Sea Stone. Mortals have no spiritual power, and their sea of consciousness is in chaos, making them easily affected by the Divine Sea Stone. If you lose your soul, that would be very bad. The moment Wu Renli put away the Divine Sea Stone, Su Chang'an took a casual glance and felt that ripples were appearing in his spiritual sea. This Divine Sea Stone is indeed extraordinary. It is really a good thing to use for condensing spiritual consciousness. If we can enter the forbidden area of Shanghai, we need to get more of them. As they were talking, half a day passed quickly. Land finally appeared ahead. We're here. Songming Island is just ahead. Although it is called an island, it is actually no different from the mainland. At first glance, you can't see the coastline on the other side at all. Even the coastline below is endless, with no end in sight. Su Chang'an and Xiao Yueli stood side by side on the flying boat magic weapon. Looking into the distance, you can see the rolling mountains and mist on Songming Island. It really has some of the charm of the legendary fairy island. Chapter 75. My new disciple is pretty good, right? The flying boat magic weapon shuttled in the air. Along the way, you can see many monks, some riding on flying swords, some controlling various strange and bizarre magic weapons, passing by. A prosperous scene. Wu Renli did not take Su Chang'an and Xiao Yueli back to the 19th island. Instead, he went directly to the Deacon Hall on the main island. After stepping into Songming Island, Su Chang'an did not dare to be careless. He practiced the Primordial Chaos Sutra, restraining his own aura to the extreme and suppressing his cultivation. Elder Du, please be so kind as to record the identities of these two new disciples of mine. In the spacious and magnificent hall, Wu Renli walked to a window with ease. He tapped the table with his knuckles, a hint of undisguised pride on his old face. Oh, it's Elder Wu. Didn't you go digging for flame marrow crystals? How come you didn't find any, but brought back two disciples? Du Changqiu, who had originally closed his eyes to rest, opened his eyes and saw Wu Renli, and immediately started joking. The flame marrow crystal is not as important as my two precious disciples. All right, stop talking nonsense and take out the spirit testing pearl. Wu Renli waved his hands impatiently. What's the rush? Du Changqiu yawned and glanced at Su Chang'an and Xiao Yueli indifferently. Then he snapped his fingers towards the two of them, and a spirit testing bead fell in front of them. Come on, little girl, take the test first. Wu Renli waved to Xiao Yueli, his eyes half closed and full of smiles. Yes. Xiao Yueli obediently took a step forward and placed her palm on the spirit testing bead. Soon, two streams of light appeared from the spirit testing pearl one after another. Ha! A mid-grade spiritual root? Not bad, Elder Wu, you have really good luck. Du Changqiu exclaimed softly, with a hint of envy in his tone. Even in the spiritual realm, medium-grade spiritual roots are considered good seedlings. Du Changqiu knew that Wu Renli had not accepted a disciple with mid-grade spiritual roots for at least 10 years. No wonder he was in such a hurry. This old man's luck is more than good. Wu Renli stroked his beard, his eyes full of pride, his nose almost pointing to the sky. He looked at Su Chang'an and said, Boy, open Elder Du's eyes. Su Chang'an shook his head helplessly. Wu Renli's smug look was really embarrassing. Forget it, it's all for a spot in the Divine Sea Forbidden Land. While comforting himself, Su Chang'an placed his hand on the spirit testing bead. Xiao Yueli, who was standing by, tried to hold back her laughter, but she found Wu Renli quite amusing. He doesn't have the airs of an immortal cultivator at all. Oh? This little girl already has mid-grade spiritual roots. Elder Wu is so confident. Could it be that this young man has high-grade spiritual roots? Du Changqiu stood up suddenly, his eyes slightly widened, unable to believe it. Top-grade spiritual roots, in the entire spiritual realm, are the hottest top talents. Even on Songming Island, it often takes several years to dig out one. Just based on Wu Renli, he could also accept a disciple with a top-grade spiritual root? Poof. Wu Renli didn't say anything, still looking down on the sky. At this time, the gray air on the spirit testing pearl dissipated, and the first stream of light appeared. Du Changqiu's expression changed constantly, and he stared at the spirit testing bead with half belief and half doubt. Soon, the second and third streams of light took shape one after another. It really is a top-grade spiritual root? Elder Wu, are you incredibly lucky? Now Du Changqiu could no longer hide the envy in his eyes. According to the rules of Songming Island, any disciple belongs to whoever accepts him first. Unlike other sects, disciples with high-grade or even medium-grade spiritual roots will be given priority for selection by the powerful elders in the sect. If it were any other sect, with Wu Renli's status, he wouldn't be qualified to be accepted as a disciple, let alone a disciple with top-grade spiritual roots. Even one with mid-grade spiritual roots would not be qualified. No. A fourth stream of light? Is this a top-grade spiritual root? The envy in Du Chanxio's eyes has not faded yet. You will see it soon. The light in the spirit testing bead did not dissipate, and it condensed into a fourth stream of light again. At this moment, he was shocked. I just felt my scalp tingling. I can't remember how long it has been since top-grade spiritual roots appeared on Sangming Island. Du Chanxio only knew that in the decades since he had served as the deacon elder of the Deacon Hall, there were only a handful of high-grade spiritual roots. Top-grade spiritual roots? Never heard of it. Ha ha ha. How's it going? Elder Du, my new disciple is pretty good, right? Wu Renli was very satisfied with Du Chanxio's reaction at the moment. I have been depressed in Sangming Island for too long, and today I can finally hold my head high and feel proud. I feel so relaxed both physically and mentally. Not bad? More than just not bad? Du Chanxio looked at Su Chanan as if he was looking at a peerless beauty. Su Chanan couldn't help but feel a chill when he saw it. I even started to doubt whether this elder Du in front of me had some romantic interest. He quickly removed his hand from the spirit testing bead and took half a step back. This is a serious matter, the headmaster must be notified immediately. Du Chanxio reluctantly withdrew his gaze from Su Chanan and looked deeply at Wu Renli. No, you should record the identities of my two disciples first. Now it was Wu Renli's turn to be anxious. Although Sangming Island does not practice snatching disciples, it is a top-grade spiritual route after all. Delay would lead to unexpected events, so he had to quickly accept Su Chanan and Xiao Yueli as his disciples. Elder Wu, I'm afraid you forgot. There's a rule within the sect that once the Deacon Hall discovers a prodigy with top-grade spiritual roots or above, they must ring the heavenly suppression bell 3 times to notify the entire island. How can such a major event be delayed? When these words came out, Wu Renli was stunned. It has indeed been a long time since a top-notch genius with top-grade spiritual roots appeared on the island. To the extent that he even forgot that there was such a rule in the sect. The smug look on his face froze. Du Chanxio didn't care what Wu Renli thought. He immediately disappeared from the spot, and no one knew where he went. Master, what is this heavenly bell? Xiao Yueli couldn't help but ask. The heaven-suppressing bell is one of the most important weapons on Sangming Island. It guards the entire island and will not be used easily. Once it rings, the whole island will hear it. It usually only rings when something major happens. For example, discovering a disciple with top-grade spiritual roots or above, or a powerful enemy invading. Wu Renli was in low spirits, like an eggplant hit by frost. Looking at Su Chanan, for a moment, he became worried and anxious. If it was just a top-grade spiritual root, he wouldn't be afraid that Su Chanan would be snatched away by someone else. But it is a top-grade spiritual root. That is hard to say. Su Chanan also noticed it from Du Chanxio's attitude. Wu Renli's status on Sangming Island is probably not high. Add to that the 19th island, and it sounds very marginal. But that suited him just fine. He joined Sangming Island just to be able to go to the forbidden area of Shanhai and find Mu Yinshu. The closer you are to the edge, the less trouble you will have. Su Chanan glanced at Wu Renli, and as he thought about it, he had already made a decision in his heart. Bang! 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 Du Chanxio left not long ago? A majestic and ancient bell sounded loudly, echoing throughout the entire Sangming Island. Chapter 76, The Heavenly Bell Rings. The prodigy Su Chahan. It's the heavenly bell. What's going on? Are there alien invasions? Are the people from Yanhuan territory here to attack us? How brave! Everyone, charge! Let's fight them! What's the hurry? The bell stopped ringing 3 times. This means a rare talent has been born. Really? Who is this elder who can make the heavenly bell ring? Has he accepted a new disciple with top-grade spiritual roots? Top-grade spiritual roots? It's been hundreds of years since a top-grade spiritual root appeared on our Sangming Island, right? It's not just our Sangming Island. In the past few decades, only Leiyin Bamboo Sea has accepted a genius disciple with top-grade spiritual roots a while ago, right? When the Jintian bell rang, almost all the elders and disciples on Sangming Island rushed out of their caves and looked towards the main island in disbelief. Many disciples have never heard the sound of the Jintian bell since they entered the sect. Even many elders heard someone ring the Jintian bell for the first time. The bell rang only 3 times, which meant that a disciple with top-grade spiritual roots was about to enter the sect. Let's go and see what's going on. Many disciples who were originally in seclusion for cultivation were filled with envy. At this time, they could no longer stay calm and rushed towards the main island. At this time, on the main island, in the sect's main hall, Chen Tianqi, the lord of Songming Island, was drinking tea and chatting with Luo Hongyuan, the elder of the first island. When they heard the sudden ringing of the heavenly bell, the teacups in their hands froze in mid-air, both of them looking stunned. I just mentioned to the sect master that the Lanyue sword sect has recently seen smoke rising from their ancestral tombs, and that they have accepted a disciple with top-grade spiritual roots. Unexpectedly, the heavenly bell on the island rang today. I wonder which elder on the island has such good fortune. Luo Hongyuan slowly put down the teacup, a hint of self-mockery in his eyes. Ha ha ha. Good luck has come. It must be that God heard our wishes and sent a disciple with top-grade spiritual roots to my Songming Island. Let's go, Elder Luo, and see what's going on. Chen Tianqi stood up, actually a little impatient. Deacon's Hall. Rays of light fell, and in just a moment, the place was crowded with people. Did you see that? Is this new disciple with top-grade spiritual roots a junior brother or a junior sister? There are too many people. I didn't see him. Which elder recruited this disciple? I saw it. It seems to be Elder Wu from the 19th island. Beside him, there are two disciples, a man and a woman. I wonder which one has the best spiritual root. Elder Wu? How could it be him? Doesn't Elder Wu have low-grade spiritual roots? This level of cultivation was built up by relying on the spiritual pills subsidized by the sect master. I'm afraid he's not qualified to be the master of a supreme-grade spiritual root, right? When everyone saw Wu Renli, they all looked strange. Wu Renli doesn't have a good reputation on Sangming Island. After all, Wu Renli only had low-grade spiritual roots, and he could only stay in the Tongshan realm for his entire life and be an ordinary disciple. Just because Wu Renli is the uncle of the head of the sect Chen Tianqi sends Wu Renli cultivation resources every now and then. Wu Renli's cultivation level was forcibly raised to the 8th level of the Spirit Sea realm. He even became the elder of the 19th island. How can others respect Wu Renli after this? The disciples of the 19th island could hardly hold their heads up in Songming Island. Therefore, few people are willing to join the 19th island and become Wu Renli's disciple. It would be fine if it were just a top-grade spiritual root. With such a top-grade spiritual root, the headmaster or other elders would probably not agree to let him become Wu Renli's disciple. After finally picking up a top-grade spiritual root, Elder Wu was afraid that he would be making things easier for others. As expected. Even the disciples thought so. Not to mention the elders of the major islands. As soon as they entered the deacon's hall, the moment they saw Wu Renli, the envy in their eyes suddenly turned into excitement full of hope. Elder Wu, I wonder which one of us has a top-grade spiritual root. An elder was already rubbing his hands together and came over with a flattering smile. It's Elder Lu. When he saw the person coming, Wu Renli's face looked a little ugly, and there was no smile at all. Lu Chuanha, the elder of the 18th island, is only slightly higher in status than him. Even Lu Chuanha came to join in the fun. Wu Renli suddenly felt that he might have been too happy too early. I've always said that Elder Wu is a man of great luck. He can even find top-grade spiritual roots when he goes out to dig for flame marrow crystals. Who else but Elder Wu can have such good fortune? Who said it wasn't? Elder Wu has truly accomplished something great this time. These two young men look incredibly talented. Elder Du, please tell me, which one has a top-grade spiritual root? Has the sect master arrived? Do you know how these disciples with top-grade spiritual roots will be allocated? More and more elders came over and looked Su Chang'an and Xiao Yueli up and down. His eyes were full of admiration and enthusiasm. Some people even don't hide it at all. Xiao Yueli is the princess of Dakian after all, so she can still withstand such a situation. She had a neither humble nor arrogant smile on her face and bowed slightly to the elders who were looking at her. Su Chang'an stood aside, as steady as a rock, without making any movement. He looked at Wu Renli, whose expression became increasingly grim, and then at the elders, whose words were somewhat sarcastic. He didn't say anything, just watched the situation develop. At first he thought Songming Island was vast and sparsely populated. The Deacon Hall is so big, but there are only a few disciples. I thought there weren't many monks in the spiritual realm. Now looking at this group of people who came to join in the fun, it turns out that these people have all gone to hide in their own caves to practice? Ahem. This Su Chang'an is the genius who was detected to have a top-grade spiritual root this time. Du Changqiu coughed dryly and looked at Su Chang'an. Just now I saw that this young man has an extraordinary temperament and is calm and composed. He must be a world-class talent. As expected. All right. I wonder if this little brother would be willing to join my 10th island. I promise that from now on, all the resources of the 3rd island will be poured into you alone. Bah! My 3rd island hasn't even spoken yet, so when will it be your 10th island's turn? Little brother, my 3rd island's resources are second to none within the sect. You should consider my 3rd island. You have a lot of mid-grade spiritual roots on the 3rd island. Do you have enough resources to share? Don't come and join in the fun. The elders were arguing with each other over a single word and were about to start a fight. Wu Renli's face turned as red as a pig's liver. He was so angry that he gasped for breath and trembled, unable to utter a word. The leader hasn't even arrived yet, and this group of people are already fighting over his disciples. They simply don't care about their reputation at all. Elder Luo, look at these people. How can they act like elders in the sect? Aren't they making fun of us disciples? But at this moment, a rather majestic voice resounded throughout the hall. Immediately, 2 figures with powerful auras suddenly appeared between Wu Renli and the group of elders. As soon as the 2 appeared, the originally noisy hall suddenly became quiet, and the elders quickly restrained their expressions and bowed in greeting. Greetings, Master. Chapter 77. Wu Renli was deeply moved by Su Chang'an. The leader Chen Tianqi finally arrived. Wu Renli's old eyes rolled around, and he suddenly sat down on the ground, crying miserably with tears and snot. Master! You are finally here. You must seek justice for me. The rule of our Sangming Island is that whoever finds the disciple becomes his. I'm already halfway to death, and I've finally found a successor. But they're trying to steal someone else's beloved. How is this any different from robbery? Where is justice? Where are the rules of this sect? Master, please make the decision for me. Wu Renli rolled around in a tantrum, beating his chest and stamping his feet, crying his heart out. If you don't know, you might think he has suffered a lot of injustice. Xiao Yueli's eyes widened, she was dumbfounded and shocked. She had always believed that cultivators were noble and detached, with an immortal-like demeanor and a celestial presence. I never thought that there could be such people like street scoundrels among immortal cultivators. But this person was the master who led her into the immortal sect. Even though Xiao Yueli had witnessed many big scenes, her cheeks felt hot at this moment. She turned her head away, feeling ashamed. Su Chang'an held his forehead with his hands, unable to bear to look at it, and took a few steps back with disgust in his eyes. It was as if he wanted to distance himself from Wu Renli. However, Du Changqiu and other elders had already experienced Wu Renli's shamelessness. He was accustomed to the scene before him and didn't take it seriously. All right, Elder Wu, you are still an elder of the island. If you lose your composure like this, how will you establish your authority in front of the disciples in the future? Chen Tianqi couldn't help it, so he waved his hand and lifted Wu Renli up from the ground, looking like he had a headache. He couldn't hit or scold his uncle, and he had no other way to deal with him. The rules of the sect are of course unshakable, but don't forget that disciples with top-grade spiritual roots and above have the right to choose their own masters. You should ask for their opinion first, right? As he spoke, Chen Tianqi looked at Su Chang'an, his face full of a gentle smile. Young man, you are indeed a handsome man. I forgot to introduce myself. I am Chen Tianqi, the master of Sangming Island. Are you willing to become my disciple? And become my true disciple? After these words were spoken, Wu Renli could no longer hold back. It took him a long while to react. He pointed at Chen Tianqi, trembling all over, with an expression of disbelief. Master, you? Shameless. Absolutely shameless. Not to mention Wu Renli, even Du Changqiu and others were all stunned, and then looked strange. Otherwise, why do they say that if you are not from the same family, you will not enter the same door? The shamelessness of this uncle and nephew is simply cut from the same mold. If the sect leader had spoken, they would probably not have a chance to obtain this top-grade spiritual root. In the deacon hall, countless disciples who were watching the fun did not think that there was anything wrong with the leader's behavior. But the look in his eyes when he looked at Su Chang'an was full of envy. As the lord of Sangming Island, Chen Tianqi is a powerful cultivator in the cave heaven realm. His strength is among the best in the entire spiritual realm. What a great opportunity it is to become his true disciple. Is this the treatment for a top-grade spiritual root? Before he even entered the door, the heavenly bell struck 3 times. Even the head sect leader couldn't help but personally come out to compete for disciples. Su Chanan was also stunned. For a moment, I couldn't figure out what Chen Tianqi meant. Okay, I'll stop teasing you. It was just a joke. Look at how worried you all are. Chen Tianqi waved his hand, and the smile on his face deepened. He swept his eyes over everyone and finally landed on Su Chanan again. Although this is a joke, you are eligible to choose anyone present and become their disciple. There is no need to feel any pressure. No matter whose disciple you end up becoming, I guarantee that no one will dare to object. Chen Tianqi looked at Su Chanan indifferently, his eyes deep, as if he could see through Su Chanan's soul. Su Chanan felt a chill in his heart, and he wasn't sure whether Chen Tianqi had seen through his cultivation level. Although he had confidence in his Taichu Chaos Sutra, the other party was, after all, the head of a sect, and his cultivation was far superior to his. Master, I appreciate your kindness. However, the person who introduced me to this sect was Elder Wu. Before that, I also accepted Elder Wu as my teacher. Once a teacher, always a teacher. Su Chanan looked solemn and bowed to Chen Tianqi solemnly. Although it is embarrassing to become Wu Rinli's disciple, it saves trouble. Wu Rinli seems shameless, but in fact, the more genuine he is, the less scheming he is. As for Wu Rinli's strength, resources and connections, Su Chanan didn't care at all. He also needs to rely on Wu Rinli, or anyone else. Good disciple. Master's good disciple. After Su Chanan finished saying this, Wu Rinli's old eyes turned red. He stared at Su Chanan in a daze, deeply moved. He never thought that after staying in Sungming Island for so many years, the person who truly treated him sincerely was actually his new disciple who was accepted by chance. A gentleman will die for his friend. At this moment, Wu Rinli vowed to give his all to train Su Chanan. What a great saying. Once a teacher, always a teacher. Look at this. This is the demeanor and bearing that a disciple of Sangming Island should have. A gleam of light flashed in Chen Tianqi's eyes, and he couldn't help but clap his hands in admiration. Don't worry, even if you become Elder Wu's disciple, the sect's resources will still be tilted towards you, and you won't be wronged in the slightest. Chen Tianqi looked at Su Chanan deeply, and his words revealed an unquestionable majesty. His words were equivalent to putting the final nail in the coffin of the matter, and also gave Su Chanan some peace of mind. The other elders, no matter how unwilling they were, had no choice but to give up. Congratulations, Elder Wu. You finally found a beloved disciple. The 19th island will soar to prominence in the future. No, I have to go out for a walk too. If I can't find any good seedlings of top-grade spiritual roots, I must at least find 1 or 2 high-grade spiritual roots to boost the popularity of my 10th island. Elder Wu, where did you find this disciple? Can you tell me? Su Chanan's words immediately made the elders even more envious. They surrounded Wu Rinli with great enthusiasm. Unfortunately, Wu Rinli has no time to pay attention to them. Go away. I'm busy. Wu Rinli held Su Chanan in one hand and Xiao Yueli in the other, quickly entered their identities, squeezed out of the crowd, and escaped from the deacon's hall. Then, he took Su Chanan and the other 2 to the Dharma hall. This is the main cultivation method of Might Songming Island, the Songming Ju. The founder of Might Songming Island relied on this method to defeat all opponents in the cultivation world and eventually ascended to become an immortal, known as the Songming Immortal. You will first receive the upper part of the Songming Ju. When you enter the spiritual sea realm, you can go to the Dharma transmission hall to receive the middle part. There are many more magical skills on this first floor. Feel free to browse them. If you find something you like, you can register and take it away. Chapter 78: The Cold and Ruthless Mu Yun Shu. From the second floor upwards, you need to accumulate a certain amount of contribution points to enter. However, Xiao Su, you have a top-grade spiritual root. Even without contribution points, you still have the authority to enter the second floor directly. Wu Rinli took the 2 of them around the Dharma hall while introducing them. Xiao Yueli looked at the rows of wooden shelves filled with jade slips of various martial arts techniques, her eyes filled with a desire for knowledge. An envy of Su Chahan. It goes without saying that the second floor of this Dharma hall must contain more advanced magic and supernatural powers. Contribution points are certainly not that easy to accumulate. However, Su Chanan, relying on his top-grade spiritual roots, can directly enter the second level. How would Xiao Yueli know? For Su Chanan, who has the system. The skills and supernatural powers of this Dharma transmission hall, whether they are of the first or second level, are not worthy of his attention. However, the necessary surface work still needs to be done. Su Chanan went up to the second floor alone and randomly picked up a sword manual and a magical power. True self sword technique, thunder escape, it's just you two. The sword technique is to conceal one's tracks, but for this thunder escape, Su Chanan really lacks a body technique. When Su Chanan returned to the first floor, Xiao Yueli's arms were already stuffed with more than a dozen jade slips, and her fair face was filled with excitement. Ha! You made your choice so quickly? Seeing that Su Chanan only took 2 jade slips, Wu Renli was a little surprised. The essence of the technique is more important than the number of techniques. These 2 are enough. Su Chanan smiled faintly and handed the jade slip in his hand to Wu Renli. You've just entered the immortal path, yet you have such insights. You're neither arrogant nor impatient. With such determination, your future is limitless. Wu Renli was both relieved and moved. With top-grade spiritual roots and such comprehension, he began to look forward to Su Chanan's future achievements. Xiao Yueli, who was standing by, blushed even more and felt quite embarrassed. With an embarrassed look on her face, she quietly put back a few jade slips in her arms. True self-sword technique, yes, although this sword technique is not top-notch, the person who created it has a domineering heart that is invincible and the only one in the world. If you can understand a little bit, it will be of great benefit to your future practice. This is Thunder Escape? How did you manage to find this magical power? Wu Renli held the 2 jade slips in his hands, looking embarrassed. But what's wrong? Su Chanan couldn't help but wonder. He had just taken a look at the Thunder Escape and found nothing unusual. It's not that there's any problem, but this Thunder Escape is a rare magical power that combines body movement and escape techniques. It is extremely difficult to practice. Even getting started is difficult, let alone achieving mastery. Plus, the more you acquire skills and magical abilities, the less refined they become. Body techniques are body techniques, and escape techniques are escape techniques. Combining the 2, while innovative, will actually produce poor results. So, very few people practice this Thunder Escape. How about you try another one? Wu Renli said in a negotiating tone. He did not recommend Su Chanan to waste time practicing this Thunder Escape. I want to try it first. Su Chanan shook his head and felt that this Thunder Escape was not simple. The harder it is to practice, the more he wants to give it a try. Alright, you can always go to the Dharma Transmission Hall to exchange these magical skills at any time. Hearing this, Wu Renli nodded and said nothing more. He got the skills, weapons and disciple uniforms that were standard on Sangming Island. Su Chanan and Xiao Yueli followed Wu Renli to the 19th island. Sangming Island is not a complete fairy island, but an archipelago composed of hundreds or thousands of large and small islands. In addition to the main island in the center, there are 19 largest islands inside the gate. The 19th island is the most remote and smallest of these 19 islands. Originally, I should have let you rest for a day, but the Divine Sea Forbidden Land is about to open, and time is running out. You two will practice with me today. Wu Renli brought Su Chanan and Xiao Yueli back to his cave, intending to directly guide them in refining their bodies and condensing their qi. Xiao Yueli had been eager to become an immortal cultivator, so naturally she had no objection. Su Chanan stayed beside him and simply practiced the Thunder Escape. At this time, Su Chanan is the focus of everyone's attention on Sangming Island. On the other side, the Wuji sword domain, the Lanyue sword sect. Mu Yunshu was also the center of attention. As soon as he entered the sect, he was accepted as a true disciple by Bai Zhio, the leader of the Lanyue sword sect. Yunshu, for the next half-month, you should practice diligently in the moon-grasping sword pond. With your talent, you will surely enter the late stage of the qi condensation realm in half a month. Of course, remember not to rush things. Bai Zhio looked at Mu Yunshu with exceptionally gentle eyes, full of satisfaction and appreciation. He has top-grade spiritual roots, and has the 9th-grade warrior cultivation as a solid foundation, and his character is also calm and tenacious. How could Bai Zhio not be satisfied with such a perfect disciple? Yes, master. Mu Yunshu's expression was calm, and there was no trace of emotion in his eyes. Mingxi, you will also follow Yunshu into the moon-grasping sword pond. Half a month later, you can go to the Divine Sea Forbidden Land together. Bai Zhio looked at Sun Mingxi beside her. Top-grade spiritual roots are also a rare genius among millions. Although it is far inferior to the best spiritual roots. she naturally needs to be trained well. Yes, master. Sun Mingxi quickly bowed in response. In addition to the offer by Zhao in his eyes, there was also a deep-seated hatred for Mu Yunshu. Originally, she should have been the most talented among the disciples of the Lanue sword sect. All the light, all the focus and attention should have belonged to her alone. But now, Mu Yunshu has taken away everything. Especially, Mu Yunshu is the wife of her enemy. The resentment in Sun Mingxi's heart became even stronger. In half a month, I will personally come to the moon-grasping sword pond to pick you up. After saying this, Bai Jiao's figure disappeared from the spot like a wisp of smoke. You really want to kill me? After Bai Jiao left, Mu Yunshu looked at Sun Mingxi indifferently. She could feel Sun Mingxi's hatred and murderous intent towards her, so didn't she also want to kill Sun Mingxi? It's just that Sun Mingxi has some background in the Lanue sword sect, and Mu Yunshu doesn't want to cause trouble for the time being. Sister Yunshu is now Master's true disciple and the sect's #1 genius. How dare I harbor murderous intentions towards her? Sun Mingxi looked frightened, but he couldn't hide the sarcasm and unwillingness in his tone. You are not as good as me in cultivation, nor in talent. If I were you, I would have hunkered down and behaved myself. Mu Yunshu curled the corners of his lips slightly, walked to Sun Mingxi's side, stood shoulder to shoulder, and said in a chilling voice, "Where does your confidence come from? Hide your seemingly laughable murderous intent." After saying that, he ignored Sun Mingxi, who was trembling with anger. Mu Yunshu didn't even look at the other person, and stepped into the Lanue sword pool with his long legs. She has no time to engage in intrigue with Sun Mingxi. She just wanted to improve her cultivation as quickly as possible so that she could go back to her husband earlier. It would be fine if Sun Mingxi just behaved himself, but he really dared to do something tricky. Mu Yunshu didn't mind sending Sun Mingxi to hell to reunite with her good brother. Chapter 79, Cultivation in the Holy Land of Songmingxi. Opening up the Divine Palace. Almost all the major immortal sects in the spiritual realm have their own unique holy places for cultivation. These holy places for cultivation can be said to be the foundation of a sect. Only disciples who have made certain contributions to the sect or have extremely outstanding talents can enter to practice. Holy places often contain vast and rich spiritual energy, as well as certain characteristics that are in line with the sect's skills. For example, the Lanue sword sect has the Lanue sword pond. Sunming Island naturally also has its own holy place for cultivation, Songmingxi. After Wu Renli told Chen Tianqi that Su Chang'an and Xiao Yueli were interested in participating in the Divine Sea Forbidden Land. Without saying a word, Chen Tianqi immediately asked Wu Renli to bring Su Chang'an and the other two to Songmingxi. The 8th level of the body refining realm, not bad. Chen Tianqi glanced at Xiao Yueli and nodded with satisfaction. He immediately felt the aura emanating from Su Chang'an and couldn't help but fix his gaze on him. The 1st level of the Qi condensation realm? Even if you have the foundation of a 9th grade mortal warrior, mastering the Qi and entering the Qi condensation realm in just one day is astonishing. Should we say, you are truly worthy of having a top-grade spiritual root? Even Chen Tianqi couldn't help but gasp, his tone full of surprise. This first step in cultivating immortality is the most difficult. I originally thought that Xiao Su would need at least 3 days to comprehend the Qi and enter the Qi condensation realm. Then let him enter the Songmingxi. In 12 days, he might be able to break through to the late stage of the Qi condensation realm. I didn't expect that in less than a day, he has already reached the Qi condensation stage. Wu Renli was so happy that he couldn't stop smiling. Only after accepting Su Chang'an as his disciple did he realize how hard his life had been. He considered even mid-grade spiritual roots as treasures, and he felt that someone who could break through from the body refining realm to the Qi condensation realm within a month was an absolute genius. Who would have thought that someone could go from a mortal 9th rank warrior to the Qi condensation realm in just one day? There are still 14 days until the Divine Sea Forbidden Land opens. Even with a top-grade spiritual root, it would be difficult to break through to the late stage of the Qi condensation realm in such a short time. Remember, when it comes to cultivation, haste makes waste. Just do your best and don't put the cart before the horse. Chen Tianqi looked at Su Chang'an indifferently. Having said that, he wasn't worried at all. The 2 early stages, the body refining stage and the Qi condensation stage, can be said to be 2 stages without any bottlenecks. To refine the body, you only need to temper your physical body to a certain degree, and then you will be able to advance naturally. The same is true for the Qi condensation realm. When the dantian in the body absorbs and transforms the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and reaches a certain concentration, the quantitative change leads to a qualitative change, which can improve the cultivation level. The speed of absorbing and transforming the spiritual energy of heaven and earth depends on the level of one's own spiritual roots. With Su Chanan's talent of top-grade spiritual roots, coupled with the extremely rich spiritual energy of heaven and earth in his Tsangming Sea Holy Land, maybe, in these 14 days, Su Chanan can really break through to the late stage of Qi condensation realm. Chen Tianqi and Wu Renli had no idea that Su Chanan had already reached the peak of the late Linghai realm. Now he is just suppressing his own cultivation. Su Chanan nodded and said nothing. After destroying the Sun family, crossing the Shujin Desert and arriving at the spirit realm, he already felt that the bottleneck in his cultivation had loosened. Maybe this time, entering the Tsangming Sea will allow him to open up the Divine Palace in one fell swoop and break through to the Divine Palace realm. It's worth coming to Tsangming Island. Xiao, you and Master have been practicing overseas in Tsangming these past few days. Although the spiritual energy of heaven and earth overseas is far inferior to that inside, it is still beneficial to your Qi training and body cultivation. Wu Renli's small eyes sparkled with shrewdness. This was one of the reasons why he brought Xiao Yueli alone. The spiritual energy in the Tsangming Sea is too rich, and the cultivation level of the body refining realm cannot withstand it. But the spiritual energy flowing out from this ocean is richer than that on the 19th island. Thank you, Master. Thank you, Master. How smart is Xiao Yueli? How could one not understand Wu Renli's good intentions? She immediately bowed and thanked the two of them, not giving Chen Tianqi any chance to refuse. Forget it. Before the Divine Sea Forbidden Land opens, you three, Master and Disciple, will stay here. Chen Tianqi waved his hand helplessly and left immediately. Master, then I will go in first. After saying that, Su Chanan raised his foot and stepped directly into the Tsangming Sea. It would be better to say that Tsangming Sea is a lake covered by a large formation rather than a sea. There was a thick fog in front of my eyes. I took a deep breath and realized that the fog was condensed because the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was too rich. The immortal sect is indeed an immortal sect, its foundation is indeed profound. Su Chanan couldn't help but sigh. I originally thought that the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the spiritual realm was already rich enough. Unexpectedly, this Tsangming Sea is more than 10 times denser than the outside world. No wonder so many people are trying their best to enter the immortal gate. The foundation of the immortal sect is indeed unfathomable. Perhaps the forbidden land of Shanghai is about to open. In the Tsangming Sea, there are many scattered disciples sitting cross-legged on the big rocks on the sea surface, immersed in the state of cultivation, without interfering with each other. Su Chanan found an empty corner, found a stone to sit on, and began to practice. If it weren't for his Taichu Chaos Sutra, which could transform his own aura into chaos, it would be impossible to tell his cultivation level. He really didn't dare to practice so recklessly in the Tsangming Sea. As soon as the technique was activated, the vast and endless spiritual energy in this vast sea immediately surged towards Su Chang'an. But in just a moment, the spiritual power in the dantian in the body was so full that it almost overflowed. At this moment, spiritual power surged in Su Chanan's sea of consciousness, nourishing the phantom of his soul sitting cross-legged in mid-air. The soul, which had already been condensed to almost the limit, glowed even more brilliantly with the almost endless supply of spiritual power. It's just one step away from a breakthrough. Cultivation emphasizes the dual cultivation of body and soul. While absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, transforming it into one's own spiritual power and tempering one's own body, one is also constantly nourishing the soul in the sea of consciousness. The body is strong, the strength can shake the mountains, the golden body is indestructible. If the soul is strong, one can open up the spiritual sea, build a divine palace, transform it into a cave heaven, condense into one's own domain, and control the heaven and earth. Now, Su Chanan's soul is shining, constantly gathering the spiritual power surging around his body. When wisps of golden light appeared like stars, they continued to gather at the center of the eyebrows of the soul. Finally, it condensed into a small golden ball of light like the eye in the sky. Without any warning, suddenly, a beam of golden light burst out from the golden ball. The golden light pierced into the void, as if to tear Su Chanan's sea of consciousness apart. However, Su Chanan's expression did not change. His spiritual power was increasing at an astonishing rate. At the intersection of golden light and the void, a phantom tower slowly emerged and hovered in the air, exuding an ancient and powerful atmosphere. The moment the tower's shadow emerged, the Taichu Chaos Sutra began to operate at full power, madly devouring the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, transforming it into spiritual power in the body and pouring into the soul. It seems to be to help the soul open up the temple. The movement was so great that a vortex of spiritual energy from heaven and earth was almost formed around Suchanan. This caused many disciples who were immersed in cultivation to open their eyes and look in the direction of Suchanan in surprise. Chapter 80, a mere top-grade spiritual root, not worth mentioning. Who's about to break through? Why is there such a big commotion? The entire Xingmingxi's spiritual energy is about to be sucked away. Isn't this too exaggerated? Could it be that the great genius Jiang is about to break through to the spiritual sea realm? That's not right. I remember that he had only reached the 7th level of the profound realm before entering the Xingmingxi. How long has it been since then? More and more disciples broke away from their training state and looked in horror at the spiritual energy vortex that was almost forming a tornado. Such a commotion would only be so exaggerated if one broke through the spiritual sea realm, right? But then again, the forbidden land of Shanghai is about to open. At this time, no one would be stupid enough to break through to the spiritual sea realm, right? In less than 10 days, the Divine Sea Forbidden Land will be opened. Which senior brother would like to break through to the spiritual sea realm at this time? A pretty girl opened her starry eyes and looked towards the direction of the spiritual energy vortex in confusion. Beside her, a young man sat cross-legged with a look of arrogance between his brows and a hint of sneer on his face. Maybe I forgot myself for a moment and lost control and accidentally broke through. Susu, time is running out. You and I should hurry up and practice. We should strive to break through to the 9th level of Tongshan realm before the Divine Sea Forbidden Land opens. Only then can you go further in the Divine Sea Forbidden Land and gain more benefits. The young man looked at the girl with undisguised admiration in his eyes. The girl called Susu raised her eyebrows, glanced at the young man with dissatisfaction in her almond-shaped eyes, and said, "Brother Jiang, I've told you many times, don't call me Susu, we're not that familiar." Chen Susu sighed lightly, feeling helpless. The young man's name is Zhang Wenchao. He has top-grade spiritual roots and is considered the greatest genius in her Xingmingxi in the past few decades. Because of this, he usually looks down on everyone. Among the disciples of the same class, Zhang Wenchao would only take a second look at them if they had the same top-grade spiritual roots. Okay, then I'll call you junior sister for now. When Susu feels that we are familiar with each other, I'll call you Susu. Zhang Wenchao didn't care and flattered him shamelessly. The reason he fell in love with Chen Susu was naturally not just because Chen Susu, like him, had top-grade spiritual roots. More importantly, Chen Susu was the lord of Tsangming Island, the only daughter of Chen Tianqi. I'll go over and take a look. Chen Susu really didn't want to talk to Zhang Wenchao anymore, so she stood up and walked towards the spiritual energy vortex. Junior sister, wait for me, I'll go with you. The displeasure in Zhang Wenchao's eyes flashed away, and he quickly followed. Su Chanan knew nothing about what was happening in the outside world. The opening of the shrine has reached a critical moment. Under the impact of the huge spiritual power, the small tower's shadow gradually took shape and finally froze. The golden light began to dissipate, and the golden ball of light gradually sank into the center of the soul's eyebrows. A feeling of control and insight into the world arises spontaneously. This means that Su Chanan has finally become a cultivator at the Divine Palace level. Not only did the spiritual power in the Dantian increase several times, the spirit and soul have made a qualitative leap. Is this small golden tower my shrine? With a thought, the golden tower's shadow swirled over and fell into the palm of his soul. Su Chanan could feel that when the Taichu Chaos Sutra was in operation, spiritual power rose from his Dantian, poured into his sea of consciousness, and then disappeared into the shadow of the golden tower. The golden tower shadow transforms the spiritual power into soul power that nourishes the soul, strengthening the soul at all times. The divine palace in the body can be said to be a reflection of one's own skills, Taoist heart, understanding, and soul. Therefore, the phantoms presented by the temples opened up by each person are completely different. And as the realm continues to improve, the shrine will develop unique characteristics and powers. Su Chanan doesn't know the capabilities of his golden tower yet. But he knew that the divine palace opened up by the heavenly Tao level skills must be extraordinary. Instead of continuing to practice, Su Chanan felt that many eyes were focused on him. He slowly opened his eyes, and a golden light flashed in them. Then he saw that there were many disciples standing in the Tsangmingxi area around him. They all stared at him with strange eyes. This junior brother looks unfamiliar. I wonder which elder's disciple he is. Chen Susu walked out of the crowd, came to Su Chanan, and asked curiously. It's normal that senior sister doesn't recognize me. After all, I just became a disciple of Elder Wu Renli a few days ago. Su Chanan bowed to Chen Susu. He is at the 8th level of Tongshan realm. His current realm is suppressed to the 4th level of Ningxi realm, so it is not an exaggeration to call her senior sister. Elder Wu from the 19th island? After hearing Su Chanan's words, not only Chen Susu, but also the disciples around who were watching the excitement had more and more strange looks in their eyes. Who doesn't know Wu Renli's reputation on Songming Island? There are not many disciples who even have medium-grade spiritual roots. To be able to become Wu Renli's disciple, Su Chanan probably has only a mid-grade spiritual root at best. So, could the commotion just now have been just an accident? I thought you were the prodigy from some elder school. Turns out it's Elder Wu. I wonder what kind of spiritual roots you have. How dare you act so arrogantly in Songming Sea? Could it be that you were trying to reach the spiritual sea realm just now? Then wouldn't I have to call you senior brother? At this moment, a voice full of sarcasm and contempt came. Soon Zhang Wenchao appeared next to Chen Susu again. Chen Susu was speechless and took a few imperceptible steps, trying to get away from Zhang Wenchao. But Zhang Wenchao is like a dog skin plaster. Wherever Chen Susu went, he followed. Senior brother Jiang is here too. Just now I thought the person who caused such a commotion was senior brother Jiang, but I didn't expect it to be a disciple of Elder Wu. This is embarrassing. To be accepted as a disciple by Elder Wu, this junior brother probably only has a mid-grade spiritual root. He is bound to be scolded by senior brother Jiang. Seeing Zhang Wenchao also appear here, the disciples on the side immediately started whispering. It was as if I saw what happened next, Su Chanan being ashamed under Zhang Wenchao's various sarcasm. It's just a top-grade spiritual root, not worth mentioning. I wonder which elder the senior brother is from, and what kind of spiritual root he has. Su Chanan looked at Zhang Wenchao indifferently, quite confused. He didn't quite understand where the other party's hostility came from. Top-grade spiritual roots are indeed not worth it. Zhang Wenchao had already made plans to make some ridicule, but when he was halfway through his words, he suddenly froze. Then the sarcasm on his face became more intense, and he almost laughed out loud. He pretended not to hear clearly, tilted his head, and continued. What did you say? I didn't hear you clearly. You said you have a top-grade spiritual root? Do you know what a top-grade spiritual root is? You are indeed worthy of being Elder Wu's disciple. This shamelessness is inherited from the same lineage. Not to mention Zhang Wenchao, even Chen Susu couldn't help but frown when she heard Su Chanan's arrogant words. In the entire Songming Island, in the past 1,000 years, there have only been a handful of people with top-grade spiritual roots. A mere top-grade spiritual root, not worth mentioning? These words are even more arrogant and conceited than Zhang Wenchao's. Chapter 81. This junior brother Su is really a top-grade spiritual root. Put. Top-grade spiritual roots? He really dares to brag. Is he trying to mock senior brother Jiang? Unfortunately, he found the wrong person. Senior brother Jiang, however, possesses a genuine top-grade spiritual root. This brat is finished. He dared to challenge senior brother Jiang. He is also a disciple of Elder Wu. I'm afraid he will have a hard time in the sect from now on. The disciples who were watching around looked at Su Chanan with a mixture of pity and amusement. All I can say is, a newcomer is a newcomer. He dared to brag about his spiritual roots in front of Zhang Wenchao, but he just happened to hit a wall. I didn't realize that you were born with a disability and have poor hearing. This is truly my fault. I'm sorry. Listen carefully, brother. I just said that I only have a top-grade spiritual root, not worth mentioning. Su Chanan first showed a look of shame as if he had suddenly realized something. Then he raised his voice and shouted at Zhang Wenchao. Puff! When these words were spoken, Chen Susu was amused and couldn't help laughing out loud. The disciples who were watching the scene blushed even more and tried hard to suppress their laughter. I was afraid that I would accidentally laugh out loud and offend Zhang Wenchao. You! Zhang Wenchao pointed at Su Chanan angrily, with a murderous look in his eyes. He took a step forward and was about to teach Su Chanan a lesson. However, Chen Susu, who was standing beside him, got there first and stood in front of him. Su, junior sister, please step aside first. Today, I must teach him a lesson on behalf of Elder Wu. He is so ignorant and outspoken. He went to the Divine Sea Forbidden Land. It's not a big deal if he gets himself killed, but it's a big deal if he loses face for the sect. Zhang Wenchao suppressed his inner anger and spoke in a gentle tone. Brother Jiang, the matter hasn't been thoroughly investigated yet. How do you know that this fellow disciple doesn't have a top-grade spiritual root? Chen Susu looked at Jiang Wenchao coldly. Although she didn't believe it, Su Chanan had a top-grade spiritual root. But Jiang Wenchao wanted to attack Su Chanan without even investigating whether what Su Chanan said was true or not. We are all brothers from the same school, and it is despicable for them to behave like this. Su Chanan stood there, motionless. But there was a barely perceptible hint of coldness in his eyes. He doesn't want to cause trouble, but he is not afraid of trouble. Junior sister, you don't really think he has a top-grade spiritual root, do you? Jiang Wenchao laughed out of anger. He would never believe that Su Chanan, a nobody, could have a top-grade spiritual root. Senior brother Jiang, senior sister Chen, this junior brother Su truly possesses a top-grade spiritual root. But at this moment, a weak voice sounded. Then, in the crowd, a timid, round-faced girl raised her hand hesitantly. In fact, as more and more disciples gathered around, some of them had already recognized Su Chanan's identity. However, they are also afraid of offending Jiang Wenchao. After all, Jiang Wenchao is known for his vindictiveness. So for a moment I hesitated whether to stand up. What did you say? Jiang Wenchao suddenly looked in the direction where the voice came from and stared at the girl. Junior sister, do you know this junior brother Su? Chen Susu was also shocked and looked at the round-faced girl in astonishment. Not really acquaintance. I just saw him from a distance once before in the deacon hall. The sect master and many elders were present at the time. The round-faced girl was frightened by Jiang Wenchao's eyes, her face turned pale and she began to tremble more and more. Senior sister Chen, this junior brother Su is indeed a top-grade spiritual root. A few days ago, I was present when Elder Wu took this junior brother Su to the deacon hall to register his identity. Yes, there were indeed many elders fighting for this junior brother Su at that time, and they almost came to blows. However, junior brother Su said that a teacher is a teacher for life, and he finally chose Elder Wu as his teacher. How admirable! Someone took the lead, and soon several others stood up. It immediately caused an uproar among the crowd. Obviously, they had not expected that during the short 1 or 2 months since they entered the Tsangming Sea to practice, a rare genius with top-grade spiritual roots would appear on the island. One after another, people came forward to confirm Su Chanan's top-grade spiritual roots. Jiang Wenchao's face suddenly turned ugly. There was a faint hint of regret. He never thought that Su Chanan would actually have a top-grade spiritual root. He only has a top-grade spiritual root, but among the younger generation of Tsangming Island, he can be called the #1 genius and enjoy all kinds of resources in the sect. With top-grade spiritual roots, the treatment must be even better than his. Furthermore, he might not be able to keep the title of the #1 genius. Maybe, it won't be long before Su Chanan's cultivation level will catch up with him. Even more, Su Chanan will be trained as the successor to the head of Tsangming Island in the future. However, he had a conflict with Su Chanan. Thinking of this, Jiang Wenchao couldn't help but feel more and more regretful. He should thank Chen Susu for stopping him. Otherwise, if he had really fought with Su Chanan just now, I'm afraid we're going to end up with an irreconcilable feud. So it's junior brother Su. I'm sorry for being rude just now. Junior brother Su's talent is truly too amazing and unbelievable. I hope junior brother Su won't take it to heart. Jiang Wenchao's expression changed and he forced a smile. As he spoke, he cupped his hands, seemingly sincere, but actually stiff and unnatural. Of course I won't take it to heart. Senior brother is physically disabled but has a strong will. He was born deaf, yet he still went into the Tsangming Sea to practice arduously. He is truly a role model for our generation. I admire him. Su Chanan also bowed to Jiang Wenchao, with a hint of mockery in his eyes. He really admires Jiang Wenchao, who is flexible and can change his face as quickly as Sichuan opera, which is breathtaking. Seeing that Su Chanan had no intention of letting Jiang Wenchao go, he still maintained a sarcastic tone. The disciples around him all tried to suppress their laughter again. In the past, they had only seen Jiang Wenchao mocking and belittling others, but where had they ever seen Jiang Wenchao being humiliated? Only Su Chanan, who possesses top-grade spiritual roots and can crush Jiang Wenchao in terms of talent, dared to embarrass Jiang Wenchao in public. Jiang Wenchao stood there, his face turning pale and blue, his fists clenched. He got rejected out of hand. He originally wanted to give Su Chanan a way out and ease the relationship between the two sides. But Su Chanan didn't buy it at all, so Jiang Wenchao could only glance viciously at the other disciples present. He snorted coldly, too embarrassed to stay here any longer. Thank you, senior sister, and several senior brothers for helping me out. Su Chanan bowed to the round-faced girl and several other disciples who stood up to speak for him to express his gratitude. Then, he nodded slightly at Chunsusu. He stopped wasting time and continued to sit down cross-legged, intending to consolidate his own realm. TSK, look at this junior brother Su. He's neither humble nor arrogant, and he clearly distinguishes between gratitude and resentment. This is the demeanor that the number one genius of Sangming Island should have. The disciples present looked at Su Chanan with awe and envy. Perhaps it won't be long before Su Chanan will become the most dazzling new star in the entire Sangming Island. Become an existence that countless people look up to. Chapter 82. We'll meet soon. Seeing that Su Chanan had no intention of continuing to speak, Chunsusu had to suppress her curiosity. The forbidden land of Shanghai was about to open, and she had no time to go out and find out what was going on. He simply found a stone not far from Su Chanan and sat cross-legged on it. Seeing this, the disciples who were watching gradually dispersed. After breaking through to the Divine Palace realm, Su Chanan spent another 7 days consolidating his realm. Enveloped by the rich spiritual energy of heaven and earth and the Sangming Sea, he even broke through again, raising his cultivation to the second level of the Divine Palace realm. In the remaining time, he did not improve his cultivation, but instead practiced thunder escape. I have to say, there is indeed some trick to this thunder escape. The practice is extremely obscure, in order to refine the foundation of thunder escape array of thunder. Su Chanan studied day and night for 2 days. Only then did a ray of thunder energy that could cover himself and almost turn into lightning condense in his body. What surprised Su Chanan was, only after actually practicing the thunder escape did he discover that as the thunder energy grew stronger, he could even transform into a pair of thunder wings behind him. With the support of the thunder wings, Su Chanan was sure that the speed of the thunder escape would not be inferior to any other escape technique. This thunder escape is probably not as simple as they imagined. There is no time to continue practicing and researching. 14 days passed in the blink of an eye. All disciples who have obtained the qualifications to enter the Divine Sea Forbidden Land quickly gather outside the sect's main hall. A majestic voice suddenly rang out. 3 consecutive sounds were heard clearly by all the disciples and elders on Sangming Island. In an instant, all the disciples who were practicing, whether in Sangming Sea or within the sect, seemed to realize something, opened their eyes, and headed towards the sect's main hall. Is it finally starting? Su Chanan's face, like all the disciples present, had an excitement that was hard to conceal. However, the reason why he was excited was not because he could enter the forbidden area of the Divine Sea. But, he could finally see Mu Yunshu. It has been half a month since Mu Yunshu was taken away. He didn't even know how Mu Yunshu was doing at this moment. We'll see each other soon. Su Chanan took a deep breath, calmed himself down, and then walked out of the Sangming Sea. At this time, outside the sect hall, Chen Tianqi, Luo Hongyuan, and a group of elders had already been waiting in the hall. Disciples came one after another from various distant islands, breaking through the air and landing on the open space outside the sect's main hall. In less than an incense stick of time, the sect's main hall was filled with crowds of people, making it impossible to get through. All disciples, listen up and follow your master. Prepare to head to the Chaos Sea transmission array. Without any unnecessary words, Chen Tianqi waved his hand, and all the elders beside him broke through the air and took out their own flying magic weapons. All the disciples present immediately landed on their master's flying magic weapon in an orderly manner like dumplings. All of you, follow me into the hall first. Just as Su Chanan was about to head towards Wu Renli's flying magic weapon, Chen Tianqi's voice suddenly came into his ears. His expression changed and he immediately walked into the hall. In addition to him, more than a dozen figures also entered the hall one after another. Zhang Wenchao and Chen Susu are among them. You 13 are the most talented among the younger generation of Sangming Island. This is the forbidden land of the Divine Sea. Remember not to take risks, do not force yourself, and take your own life as the most important thing. Keep these 13 formation talismans safe. If you encounter a life or death crisis, activate these talismans to immediately teleport you out of the Divine Sea Forbidden Land. After saying that, Chen Tianqi raised his hand and waved it, and 13 small and mysterious formation talismans flew in front of Su Chang'an and others. Although this array talisman looks inconspicuous, it actually cost him a huge price on Sangming Island to practice it. Only disciples with superior spiritual roots or above are qualified to obtain a teleportation array talisman. Thank you, Master. Jiang Wenchao and others were overjoyed and bowed to Chen Tianqi. Then they carefully put the talisman away. Feeling the aura of the teleportation array talisman in his hand, Su Chanan raised his eyebrows and put it away. This array talisman is equivalent to giving them away to save their lives. Sure enough, a sect with profound heritage would not easily let its most talented disciples fall into danger. In this case, the Lanyue sword sect should also have the same means of preserving their lives. Su Chanan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Even if he cannot enter the forbidden area of Shanghai at that time, he does not have to worry too much about Mu Yunshu's safety. Go ahead. Chen Tianqi smiled faintly and waved his hand to signal everyone that they could leave. He did not deliberately instruct Jiang Wenchao and other disciples in the late Tangshan realm to protect Su Chang'an and others. The Divine Sea Forbidden Land is considered to be the most gentle place for training in the spiritual realm. If even the Forbidden Land of the Divine Sea needs protection, even if one has extraordinary talent, one will not be able to go far in the future on the path of cultivation. Flowers grown in a greenhouse cannot be entrusted with important tasks. After walking out of the hall, Su Chanan quickly found Wu Rinli's flying magic weapon. On the flying boat, Xiao Yueli and Wu Rinli's other disciples had already been waiting. This must be junior brother Su, right? I've long heard of your name. I heard that Master had accepted a junior disciple with top-grade spiritual roots a few days ago. Now I finally see him, and he is indeed an extraordinary person. Junior brother, you should be in the Qi condensation realm now, right? Once you enter the Divine Sea Forbidden Land, remember to stay with the brothers. They will definitely protect you well. As soon as Su Chanan got on the flying boat, the disciples immediately gathered around him, their faces full of excitement. There's no way around it. Suddenly, there's a junior brother with top-grade spiritual roots. It's hard not to be excited. With the guidance of Su Chanan, his junior brother with superb spiritual roots, the status of his 19th island in Songming Island will surely rise. In the future, maybe we won't have to live such a hard life anymore. I've met a few brothers. Seeing that there were only 5 or 6 disciples on the flying boat, Su Chanan was slightly stunned. He just saw that the flying magic vehicles of the other elders were almost packed with people, and there was almost no room for everyone to sit. Why are there so few people here at Wu Rinli's place? Hey! That's enough, your junior brother doesn't need your protection, just take care of yourself. Wu Rinli coughed dryly and waved his hand, but he didn't look embarrassed at all. Not everyone can enter the forbidden area of Shanghai. Only those with medium-grade spiritual roots, or a few low-grade spiritual roots, are qualified to enter. Under his command, including the newly recruited Xiao Yueli, there are only 6 disciples with medium-grade spiritual roots. As for those with low-grade spiritual roots, none of them are qualified to enter the forbidden area of the Divine Sea. That's why it seems so deserted. Everyone was present, and he immediately activated the magic flying boat and was the first to rush out of Sangming Island and head towards the transmission formation in the chaotic sea area. Chapter 83, there are plenty of opportunities to communicate with the disciples of the Moon Sword sect. Chaotic sea areas. Flying magic weapons, like meteors, streaked across the sky over the sea. These flying magic weapons from various major immortal sects, without exception, are all heading to the teleportation formation. The Divine Sea Forbidden Land is located at the junction of the Chaos Sea and the Wuji Sword Domain. Those who were close had already boarded flying magic weapons and arrived at the entrance of the Divine Sea Forbidden Land. Like Sangming Island, the Immortal Gate far away on the other side must go to the nearest teleportation formation and be teleported directly there. At this time, the most prosperous and largest main island in the Chaos Sea is Jiuxiao City. A teleportation formation exuding a mysterious aura is like a pillar in the sky, penetrating heaven and earth. It has already been shining brightly and is in preparation. There is less than an hour left before the teleportation array is activated. Outside the formation, flying magic weapons were suspended in mid-air in a clear order, waiting quietly. The 19 flying magic weapons of Songming Island are now parked only 10 miles away from the teleportation formation. Only the 5 major immortal sects in the Chaos Sea are qualified to be ranked closest to the teleportation formation. Su Chanan stood on the flying boat magic weapon and was shocked by the teleportation formation in front of him. Even though he didn't understand the art of formations, he could still feel the vast and astonishing aura of formations coming towards him. It is hard to imagine how much manpower and material resources are needed to create such an astonishing formation. Once such a grand formation is activated, I wonder how many spirit stones it will consume. No wonder this teleportation formation cannot be opened at will. An hour passed quickly. When you look at the teleportation formation before you that is like a pillar supporting the sky, the deep blue light shines to the extreme. Teleportation array, start. A voice that came from nowhere was heard by everyone present. Set off. At Luo Hongyuan's command, all the elders of Tsangming Island immediately activated their flying magic weapons and flew into the teleportation formation. At the moment when the flying boat magic weapon entered the teleportation formation, Su Chanan only felt a strong sense of dizziness. Then the world before my eyes changed. When he came to his senses and fixed his sight, he found himself on a vast ocean. The sky was covered with dark thunderclouds, as if even the sunlight was swallowed up. In the boundless sea, not far from the teleportation point, a terrifying vortex that seems to lead to the 9 netherworld purgatory is slowly spinning. Deep and dark, it exudes a heart-pounding atmosphere. In the air near this black hole-like vortex, countless flying magic weapons have already been waiting quietly. And there are constantly flying magic weapons being teleported here by the teleportation formation. The chaotic sea, the boundless sword, and the blazing flame domain. From the 3 major domains of the spirit realm, large and small immortal sects, almost all the disciples who were at the chi condensation realm, the profound passage realm, and had medium-grade spiritual roots or above were here. The Divine Sea Forbidden Land, which takes place once every 5 years, is a great opportunity for any cultivator below the Tongxian realm. It is definitely not to be missed. Su Chanan didn't care how many immortal sects and disciples gathered in the forbidden area of the Divine Sea. At this moment, his eyes swept across the flying magic weapons, trying to find Mu Yunshu. Did you see that? That bottomless, enormous whirlpool is the entrance to the forbidden land of the Divine Sea. Wu Rinli stood at the front of the flying boat magic weapon, pointing at the whirlpool below and said. In fact, except for Su Chang'an, Xiao Yueli, and 2 newly accepted disciples, the other 4 of his disciples were not coming to the Divine Sea Forbidden Land for the first time. Master, do you know where the disciples of the moon-grasping sword sect are? Not finding Mu Yunshu, Su Chanan didn't dare to be so arrogant as to casually scan with his spiritual sense in such an occasion, so he could only ask Wu Rinli. Can't hold it back so soon? Wu Rinli glanced at Su Chanan with a playful expression, then raised his head and pointed southeastward. Look, those women with more yin and yang and crescent-shaped patterns embroidered on their robes are from the moon-grabbing sword sect. In the southeast direction, hundreds of miles away from the flying boat magic weapon, there are densely packed flying magic weapons. No matter how good Su Chanan's eyesight was, it would be extremely difficult for him to find Mu Yunshu. He didn't even know how Wu Rinli saw the Lanyue sword sect. Don't be impatient. The Divine Sea Forbidden Land is about to open. At this time, you must not run around. If they think you have ulterior motives, you won't be able to explain yourself. Once you arrive at the Divine Sea Forbidden Land, you will have plenty of opportunities to communicate with the disciples of the moon-grabbing sword sect. As if seeing through Su Chanan's thoughts, Wu Rinli immediately tried to comfort him. Su Chanan's face darkened slightly. He withdrew his gaze and looked at the terrifying vortex below. He was not sure whether he could enter the forbidden area of Xinhai. With his current cultivation level at the Divine Palace realm, according to Wu Rinli and others, anyone who tries to break into the forbidden land of Xinhai by force will surely be torn apart by the Linghai Palace and become a cripple. But Su Chanan has his own trump card. The Taichu Chaos Sutra can suppress his cultivation level into chaos. Even cultivators with stronger cultivation than him could not glimpse his true realm. Maybe, I can hide the truth and enter the forbidden area of the Divine Sea. In the Lanyue sword sect, Bai Jiao's flying magic weapon is a towering mountain. She stood on the top of the mountain, as if overlooking all living beings. Behind her, Mu Yunshu stared at the deep vortex below in a trance, wondering what he was thinking. In half a month, she lived up to everyone's expectations and broke through to the 7th level of the late Qi condensation realm. Perhaps it won't be long before she can use the teleportation array freely and return to Dakian. Who would have thought that she practiced so hard not for the forbidden land of the Divine Sea in front of her, but to be able to return to the mortal world? I don't know how my husband is doing now. She couldn't imagine how disappointed Su Chanan would be after seeing the letter she left. Just a thought flashed through his mind, and Mu Yunshu couldn't help but feel a sense of panic as if he could hardly breathe. She could only practice hard and return to Su Chang'an as quickly as possible. Not far from Mu Yunshu, Sun Mingxi was standing with a man with an aloof temperament. Her eyes swept over Mu Yunshu from time to time. Resentment and jealousy flickered imperceptibly. Junior sister Sun, remember not to stray too far from me this time. The Divine Sea Forbidden Land is fraught with danger. If you stray too far from me, I may not be able to save you in an emergency. As the arrogant man spoke this, his eyes would occasionally glance at Mu Yunshu. Senior brother Song, Sheer will remember this. Sun Mingshi responded sweetly in a voice as gentle as water. But deep in his eyes, there was a flash of contempt and disgust. How could she not know what senior brother Song beside her was thinking? You appear to be a gentleman on the surface, but you are actually a dirty person on the inside. Do you really think others can't see it? But the more this happens, the more she can take advantage of you. Chapter 84, The Great Chaos Sutra of the Beginning, Entering the Forbidden Land of the Sea of Gods. The vast sea has no islands in sight. It seemed as if everything in this sea was swallowed up by the unfathomable dark vortex below. The speed of the water flow is accelerating. It was as if it had turned into extremely sharp threads, ready to crush everything. In the center of the vortex, when that ball of darkness expanded to its extreme, a terrifying aura of space spread out. At the same time, everyone present felt as if their souls were being pulled into the bottomless abyss by a mysterious and strange force. The entrance to the Divine Sea Forbidden Land has been opened. All disciples, listen up and enter. The voice of an unknown sect leader exploded like thunder, echoing in everyone's ears. In an instant, one by one, the disciples jumped down from the flying magic weapons like dumplings, and fell into the black hole without hesitation. Su Chahan was not in a hurry. He transferred the teleportation talisman to Xiao Yueli without leaving any trace. Senior brother Su, what is this? Xiao Yueli felt a chill in her palm and looked at Su Chang'an in confusion. This is a teleportation array talisman. It is useless to me. Keep it for yourself. In times of life and death crisis, activate this talisman to help you escape from the forbidden land of the Divine Sea. Su Chang'an conveyed the message in secret. This teleportation array talisman is indeed useless to him. Not to mention whether he can enter the forbidden area of the Divine Sea. If he could get in, with his Divine Palace realm cultivation, no one in the Divine Sea Forbidden Land would be able to threaten him. Xiao Yueli can be considered one of his few friends. With Xiao Yueli's cultivation level barely at the first level of the Qi condensation realm, it would be difficult for her to even protect herself in the Divine Sea Forbidden Land. Obviously, this teleportation array talisman is more needed. However, Xiao Yueli didn't know this. She only knew that this teleportation array talisman was a means of saving her life. Su Chahan gave it to her like this. Xiao Yueli's bright eyes were full of brilliance, and ripples appeared in her eyes. She was deeply moved and wanted to refuse, but she found that Su Chang'an had already leaped and rushed towards the entrance of the forbidden area of the Divine Sea. Seeing this, Xiao Yueli had no choice but to put away the deep gratitude in her heart. She took a deep breath and followed her fellow brothers in jumping off the flying boat. Su Chang'an's falling trajectory was intentionally approaching the direction of Lanyue Sword Sect. However, there were too many people rushing into the forbidden area of Shanhai. He couldn't see where Mu Yunshu was at all. But at this time, he had no time to look for Mu Yunshu. After approaching the entrance to the Divine Sea Forbidden Land, Su Chang'an felt a soul-tugging sensation that was stronger than that of anyone else present. Give him an illusion. It seemed that as long as he forcefully fell into the dark vortex, his soul would be torn into countless pieces by that mysterious and strange force. Su Chang'an's face darkened and he immediately started practicing the Taichu Chaos Sutra. In the Dantian, the chaotic energy that had been dormant for a long time could not help but emit a faint light. There are faint signs of escaping from the Dantian into the Sea of Consciousness. At this moment, in the Sea of Consciousness, the phantom of the soul sitting cross-legged in mid-air suddenly opened its eyes. With a gentle push of the golden tower hovering in his palm, golden light burst out, scattering a breath of Taoism, enveloping his soul. In an instant, that feeling of soul-tearing disappeared without a trace. At this moment, Su Chang'an knew that he had succeeded. He took a deep breath and suppressed his excitement. He immediately followed the crowd and escaped into the deep, dark cave. The familiar feeling of dizziness came over Su Chang'an, and he couldn't help but wonder, could the dark hole in the center of the vortex also be a teleportation formation? Without thinking too much, Su Chang'an soon found himself in a gray area. The scene before my eyes was shrouded in an impenetrable fog. The seawater only reached up to the calves. Su Chang'an tried to sweep out his spiritual sense, but it only reached a range of less than 5 meters around him. It was like touching an invisible city wall and could no longer be swept out. So he can only see people who appear within 5 meters of him. He could only rely on his feeling and walk towards the direction where the Lanue sword sect had just fallen into the entrance of the Divine Sea Forbidden Land. There was a lot of noise all around, and the faces of the disciples who entered the Divine Sea Forbidden Land for the first time were all filled with excitement. Those who are experienced have already left this place quickly. I found an empty corner and stomped on the ground repeatedly. He even put his hands beneath the sea, groping for soft and rotten places. Long before entering the forbidden area of Shanghai, Wu Renli had already explained it to Su Chang'an and others. The forbidden land of Shanghai can not only cleanse the souls of cultivators below the Tongxian realm. It also gave birth to a kind of natural treasure unique to the Divine Sea Forbidden Land, which can condense the soul and forge soul-related magic weapons, the Divine Sea Stone. The Divine Sea Stone is hidden in the shallow sea under Su Chang'an's feet. Only by finding the soft and rotten area can you dig out the Divine Sea Stone hidden there. Su Chang'an had no time to look for the Divine Sea Stone. He used his spiritual sense to the maximum extent to search for Mu Yunshu. However, in this bustling forbidden land of the Divine Sea, looking for someone is like looking for a needle in a haystack. Su Chang'an acted alone, and every time he breathed, he could feel a wonderful breath entering his body along with the mist. This breath went straight into the sea of consciousness, nourishing the soul, and actually made the soul stronger. Although it was an extremely tiny amount, it also proved that the Divine Sea Forbidden Land could really cleanse the soul. You must know that for cultivators above the Spirit Sea realm, if they want to increase the strength of their soul, even by a little bit, it will cost them a lot of resources and time. And now, being in the forbidden area of the Divine Sea, Su Chang'an can easily increase the strength of his soul just by breathing. This is such a pleasant surprise. Before a cultivator opens up his spiritual sea and manifests his spirit and soul, the degree to which the soul can be improved is extremely limited. Therefore, most of the disciples who entered the Divine Sea Forbidden Land were searching for divine sea stones while absorbing and refining the mist. Su Chang'an was probably the first cultivator at the Divine Palace level to step into the forbidden area of the Divine Sea. He is also the first person who can use the aura of the forbidden land of the Divine Sea to unlimitedly strengthen his soul. There has been no one before, and I'm afraid there will be no one after. If it weren't for this forbidden land of the Divine Sea, it would only be opened once every 5 years. It is truly a holy place for cultivating the soul. Su Chang'an inhaled and exhaled mist to strengthen his soul while quickening his pace. Slowly, he discovered that the limit of his spiritual sense was actually pushed outward by 1 centimeter. Could it be that in the Divine Sea Forbidden Land, the range of divine consciousness is related to the strength of the divine soul? Su Chang'an paused, and a flash of enlightenment came into his mind. His mind moved, and his spirit urged the Golden Tower to move. The powerful spiritual energy raged out from the Golden Tower and poured into the soul. In an instant, the shadow of the soul became more solid. The range that Su Chang'an's spiritual sense could sweep suddenly increased to 10 meters away. It really works. Su Chang'an's eyes lit up. The farther his spiritual sense can scan, the faster he can find Mu Yunshu. Chapter 85. Husband, is that you? Is it really you? Su Chang'an's speed was getting faster and faster, and he was walking further and further into the forbidden area of Shanghai. There are fewer and fewer cultivators within the range covered by the divine consciousness. Half an hour had passed, and Su Chang'an still hadn't found Mu Yunshu, or even any other disciple of the Lanue sword sect. However, Su Chang'an met Xiao Yueli and several senior brothers from Wu Renli sect not long after he walked. But he had no plans to act with Xiao Yueli and the others. Su Chang'an continued to speed up. The 10-meter range covered by the spiritual sense is neither big nor small. The disciples who entered the Divine Sea Forbidden Land had not yet completely dispersed. Hard work pays off. Su Chang'an finally found a disciple of the Lanue sword sect. When the cold figure that he could only see in dreams actually appeared before his eyes, Su Chang'an felt as if he was in another world. Although they had only been separated for more than half a month, it seemed as if many, many years had passed. At this time, just a few meters away from Su Chang'an, in a thick fog, more than a dozen female disciples dressed in the fairy robes of the Lanue sword sect, each holding a special tool tightly in their delicate hands. There was excitement on her pretty face, and she was digging something with great effort. Mu Yunshu stood at the very edge, but was not as excited as them. He just participated in it silently. No one noticed Su Chang'an's presence. After all, in this forbidden area of the Divine Sea, being able to see 2 or 3 meters away is already very good based on vision alone. Everyone, hurry up and dig. There must be a divine sea stone underneath. Son Yuxing didn't care about his manners. He held a shovel tightly in both hands and dug with all his might. Among them, only he and two other junior brothers are men. Naturally, you have to work harder. Furthermore, the Divine Sea Forbidden Land does not have divine sea stones everywhere. Even if you finally find a soft and rotten area and dig deep into it, you may not necessarily find the divine sea stone. Therefore, in the Forbidden Land of Shanghai, the scramble for Shanghai stone is extremely fierce. They must dig up the divine sea stone before others discover it. Who? But at this moment, Song Yusheng suddenly stopped. He looked up as if he sensed something and looked in the direction of Su Chahan. In the hazy fog, he could vaguely see a figure walking slowly towards them. Hearing this, the other disciples of the Lanyue sword sect also stopped and looked in the direction. Mu Yunshu held a sword in his hand, his brows and eyes were as cold as frost. She had long noticed someone approaching them. But there was only one person on the other side, so she didn't say anything. As the figure in the fog gradually approached, Mu Yun's brows furrowed inadvertently. For some reason, looking at that figure, her heart trembled inexplicably, and she felt an indescribable sense of familiarity. In particular, she suddenly realized that the other party seemed to be coming straight towards her. Impossible. How could my husband appear here? A crazy idea suddenly popped up in my mind. Mu Yunshu's heart trembled, thinking that he missed her too much and was hallucinating. But the next second, as the figure got closer, Mu Yunshu finally saw the man's face clearly. Her breathing stopped for a moment, and she could hardly believe her eyes. Husband, really husband. Mu Yunshu opened his eyes wide and clearly saw Su Chanan walking out of the thick fog. That face was exactly the same as she remembered. Even his eyes were filled with familiar tenderness and smile. Her fingers trembled slightly, and she subconsciously tightened her grip on the sword. I wonder if I have fallen into some kind of illusion in the forbidden land of the divine sea. Or perhaps, after being cleansed in the forbidden land of the soul, her soul developed some kind of inner demon? People from Sanming Island? Song Yusheng glanced at Su Chanan, and when he was sure there was only one person coming, he relaxed immediately. You guys keep digging. After saying this, he walked towards Su Chanan, raised his hand to stop him from a distance and said, Junior brother, please take a detour. This area is occupied by my moon-grabbing sword sect. Song Yusheng had a smile on his face, but his eyes were a little cold. If it weren't for the fact that Su Chanan was a disciple of the 5 major sects in the Chaos Sea, how could he be so polite? It is impossible to tell Su Chanan's cultivation level, but as he is at the 9th level of Tongshan realm, all disciples entering the Divine Sea Forbidden Land are considered to have lower cultivation levels than him. So Song Yusheng was not afraid at all. However, just when Song Yusheng thought Su Chanan would leave obediently, a fragrant breeze blew by, and then Mu Yunshu threw himself into Su Chanan's arms. Song Yusheng's pupils shrank slightly, and he almost thought that he had some kind of hallucination. Did he see it right? Mu Yunshu, who was as cold as ice and seemed to have no interest in anyone, actually threw himself into someone's arms? Is he crazy, or is this world crazy? Song Yusheng's face changed and became extremely ugly. In fact, he did try to seduce Mu Yunshu. With his top-notch qualifications of top-grade spiritual roots, coupled with his sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, he has an extraordinary handsome face. In the Lanyue sword sect where there are more women than men, he has always been successful. Even Sun Mingshi couldn't escape his sweet talk. In Song Yusheng's opinion, Mu Yunshu has a beautiful appearance and a top-grade spiritual root, and they should be a perfect match made in heaven. However, Mu Yunshu ignored his kindness from beginning to end, so he had to suppress his thoughts temporarily. I originally thought that Mu Yunshu was just aloof and had no interest in matters between men and women. But no one expected that she would behave so out of control in front of so many people towards a man who suddenly appeared. Song Yusheng was burning with anger, but he couldn't show it because of the occasion and his status. Not only Song Yusheng, but all the other disciples of Lanyue sword sect also stopped what they were doing and looked at Mu Yunshu in astonishment. Sun Mingshi quickly realized something and stood there in a daze, staring at Su Chanan. Husband, is that you? Is it really you? Mu Yunshu's little head was buried deep in Su Chanan's broad chest. She didn't dare to look up, as if she just wanted to see Su Chanan one more time. The next moment, Su Chanan seemed to disappear again. Mu Yunshu took a deep breath, a familiar touch, a familiar smell. There is no mistake, the person she is hugging at this moment is really her husband. Tears burst out almost instantly like a dam breaking, wetting Su Chanan's chest. It's me. Su Chanan raised his hand and gently stroked Mu Yunshu's 3,000 strands of hair, also feeling a sense of unreality. For a moment, he even seemed to be back in Shujia village again. Su Chahan. You are Su Chahan. I will kill you. Sun Mingxi finally confirmed that the person hugging Mu Yunshu in front of her was Su Chanan, who killed her brother. At this moment, she couldn't bear it anymore. Endless hatred almost made her lose her mind. He raised his sword and stabbed Su Chanan. He didn't even care about Mu Yunshu's life or death. He wanted to pierce both Su Chanan and Mu Yunshu at the same time with one sword. Chapter 86. With you here, I am not afraid of gods and demons. Junior sister? Stop it. Son Yuxing reacted quickly and immediately took action to suppress Sun Mingxi. Although he also wanted to kill Su Chanan with one sword. But Su Chanan is from Sangming Island, so he must be sure before he can do anything. Once the war breaks out, it will mean completely offending Sangming Island. Even if the two of them have top-grade spiritual roots, the Lanyue sword sect may not be able to protect them. Let go. I'm going to kill him. Sun Mingxi's eyes were bloodshot. The ferocious look as if he wanted to eat Su Chang'an alive made Son Yuxing's expression stagnate and feel extremely unfamiliar. It seemed as if he had not expected that his junior sister, who is usually as docile as a rabbit in front of him, would treat him like this. Sun Mingxi's abnormal behavior made the disciples of Lanyue sword sect look strange. Mu Yunshu and Sun Mingxi obviously knew Su Chanan. Could it be that the three of them have some kind of complicated relationship? Su Chanan once abandoned Sun Mingxi and chose to be with Mu Yunshu, causing Sun Mingxi to turn love into hate? Sun Mingxi's hateful voice reached his ears, and Mu Yunshu also knew that now was not the time to be gentle. She suddenly turned around, stood in front of Su Chanan, and looked at Sun Mingxi with extremely cold eyes. The long sword in his hand flashed with cold light, and a murderous intent as tangible as a substance suddenly burst out from his body. She was once Su Luotian's 9th-rank assassin, and now she has entered the 7th level of the late Qi condensation realm. Not to mention that Sun Mingxi is only at the 4th level of Qi condensation realm, even if Sun Mingxi's cultivation is higher than hers. Mu Yunshu was not afraid at all. In the past, Su Chanan protected her silently. Now, it's her turn to protect her husband. Don't be afraid, my husband. I won't let anyone hurt you. Mu Yunshu said softly. With her intelligence, she would know at this moment why Su Chanan appeared here. After reading the letter, he must have found the Immortal Gate token, crossed the Shujin Desert alone, and came to the spiritual realm. After great difficulty, he joined Sangming Island and obtained the qualification to enter the forbidden area of Shanhai. In just half a month. No matter how talented Su Chang'an is, his current cultivation level is probably not as good as hers. Mu Yunshu naturally wanted to protect her husband. With you here, I am not afraid even of gods and demons. Su Chanan's gaze never left Mu Yunshu from beginning to end. Not to mention the mere dozen or so people in the Tongshan realm and the Ningxi realm. Even if the leader of the Lanyue sword sect was here, Su Chanan would not retreat a single step. Junior sister, are you crazy? He is a disciple of Sangming Island. If you kill him, even Master can't save you. Son Yuxing grabbed Sun Mingxi's arm tightly and scolded him in a low voice. Then he looked at Mu Yunshu with eyes full of surprise. If he had heard correctly just now, Mu Yunshu called Su Chanan husband? So, could it be that it is really as they think? Before Mu Yunshu and Sun Mingxi entered the sect, did they have a bad relationship in the mortal world? Song Yuxing's words were like a slap in the face, causing Sun Mingxi to freeze in place. She wished she could cut Su Chanan into pieces. But now Su Chang'an is a disciple of Sangming Island, and Mu Yunshu has top-grade spiritual roots and is highly valued by his master. If she really killed Su Chanan in front of so many people, she would not be able to explain to her master, and she would not be able to withstand the wrath of Sangming Island. Sun Mingxi seemed to be regaining her sanity little by little, but the hatred in her eyes did not diminish at all. She breathed heavily, trying her best to suppress the impulse in her heart. It was not until this time that Su Chang'an turned his gaze to Sun Mingxi. He immediately guessed the other party's identity. A hint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. He didn't want to cause trouble for Mu Yunshu. So I didn't plan to kill Sun Mingxi here. Husband, let's go. Didn't Mu Yunshu have the same idea? Fighting with Sun Mingxi in public would only bring unnecessary trouble to Su Chanan. She gently pulled Su Chanan's sleeve and was about to leave. Su Chang'an nodded slightly, his gaze lingering on Sun Mingxi's face for a moment. He took Mu Yunshu's hand and walked in another direction. Junior sister. Song Yushing opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but in the end he could only watch Su Chang'an and Mu Yunshu disappear in the thick fog. Sun Mingxi stood where he was, his body trembling slightly with anger and unwillingness. She stared at the direction where Su Chang'an and Mu Yun were leaving. He clenched his hands tightly, not even noticing that his nails were digging deep into his palms. Song Yushing frowned and looked at her. The other disciples of Lanyue's sword sect looked at each other in embarrassment. They didn't understand the grudge between Sun Mingxi and Su Chang'an, so naturally they couldn't say anything. Junior sister, no matter what grudge you have with this disciple from Sangming Island, please let it go for now. Song Yushing sighed and patted Sun Mingxi's shoulder with his right hand, with a hint of helplessness and consolation in his tone. I understand, senior brother Song. Sun Mingxi said word by word. But his eyes were still fixed on the direction where Su Chang'an left. It was as if he wanted to engrave that figure deeply into his mind. The two walked away. Mu Yunshu finally breathed a sigh of relief after confirming that Sun Mingxi and others behind him had not caught up with him. Don't be fooled by how calm she was when facing Sun Mingxi just now. In fact, she was still a little nervous inside. After all, there are many disciples in the Lanyue sword sect, if they really start fighting. She was not sure which side Song Yushing would stand on. Don't you have anything to explain to me? Seeing Mu Yunshu looking relieved, Su Chang'an smiled. He stretched out his right hand, passed through Mu Yunshu's slender waist, and immediately held her tightly in his arms. Husband, Mu Yunshu suddenly panicked. Before she could explain, her almond-shaped lips were gently covered by Su Chang'an's warm lips. Her eyes trembled slightly, then slowly closed, and her hands unconsciously wrapped around Su Chang'an's neck. Let this passionate and affectionate kiss drown you. I don't know how long it took before the kiss ended. Mu Yunshu's cheeks were flushed, like the most gorgeous clouds in the sky. She was breathing slightly, leaning in Su Chang'an's arms, full of laziness. It looks just like it did when we were in the wooden house in Shujia village. At that time, Elder Shin and Sun Mingxi suddenly came to the house and said they were looking for my husband. I saw that Sun Mingxi was coming with such a fierce momentum, and Elder Shin was a cultivator. How could I dare to tell you the whereabouts of my husband? I had already made up my mind to fight him to the death, but unexpectedly, Elder Shin suddenly discovered the spiritual roots in me and wanted to take me in as his disciple. I naturally seized the opportunity and dared not disobey. As long as my husband is safe, even if I am taken to the spirit realm and we are separated forever, I will have no regrets. Mu Yunshu recounted everything that had happened in a soft and slow voice. Thinking back on it now, I still feel a chill in my spine. Especially after becoming an immortal cultivator, she knew very well how astonishing Shinjian's strength was. To mortals like them, cultivators in the spiritual sea realm are no different from immortals and gods. If she didn't happen to have spiritual roots, she would have died without a burial place. Chapter 87 Husband, I was wrong. In fact, Su Chang'an never blamed Mu Yunshu. He has always felt only pity for Mu Yunshu. He could even imagine how desperate and helpless Mu Yunshu was at that time. That's why he wiped out the entire Sun family. Including Sun Mingxi, Su Chang'an has no intention of letting her go. Husband, please don't blame me for leaving without saying goodbye, okay? Mu Yunshu looked up, his eyes full of affection and tears, and he was a little nervous. She was afraid that Su Chang'an would really blame her. Even though her original intention was to save Su Chang'an's life. But wrong is wrong. Put yourself in his shoes. What if it was Su Chang'an who left her a letter and then suddenly disappeared? Mu Yunshu would also find it difficult to accept, and even suspect that Su Chang'an didn't want her anymore. Mu Yunshu didn't even dare to imagine that kind of despair. I'll forgive you this time, but if you do it again, be careful of my husband and I. Looking at Mu Yunshu's pitiful appearance, Su Chang'an's heart almost melted. How could he blame her? Raising his hand and gently tapping Mu Yunshu's little head, Su Chang'an laughed. This smile instantly melted the tension in Mu Yunshu's eyes. That beautiful face was filled with a smile as bright as spring. The whole world seemed to be brighter. Then, Mu Yunshu's face suddenly turned pink. As if he thought of something, his eyes became emotional. Husband. Su Chang'an suddenly raised his eyebrows and his breathing became heavier. If the current situation wasn't wrong, he would have to teach Mu Yunshu a lesson. Before Su Chang'an could say anything, he heard voices not far away. Mu Yunshu's face became more and more rosy, and he quickly pulled Su Chang'an up and fled from here. Home is still the best, you can do whatever you want. This forbidden land of the divine sea is crowded with people and eyes. Even being intimate with your husband will be disturbed. It is really inconvenient. Su Chanan let Mu Yunshu pull him forward, looking at Mu Yunshu's figure with interest. He suddenly thought that Mu Yunshu might have been a cold-blooded female killer. But now, one can't find any of the coldness and ruthlessness of a female killer in her. All she has is the shyness and tenderness of a little girl. It is really hard to imagine how cold-blooded Mu Yunshu was when he was killing people like crazy while performing his mission. What's wrong, husband? Noticing that Su Chanan gave him a strange look, Mu Yunshu subconsciously stopped. He immediately turned his head, with some confusion in his eyes, and asked softly. Nothing much. Now that we've come to this forbidden land of the Divine Sea, we can't go back empty-handed. Su Chanan shook his head slightly and said nothing. At this moment, his spiritual sense could already sweep over a range of 11 meters. It is much easier for him to find a soft and rotten area where he can dig out the Divine Sea Stone than for others. Don't mention it, the two of them hadn't walked very far. Under the influence of his spiritual sense, Su Chanan actually found an area that was dark in color and looked as if it was rotten. The Divine Sea Forbidden Land is rich in a unique natural treasure, the Divine Sea Stone, which can condense the soul and is of great benefit even to cultivators above the spiritual sea realm. The Divine Sea Forbidden Land is open for a limited time. In fact, instead of wasting time refining the Divine Soul, it is better to dig more Divine Sea Stones. It's just that in the Divine Sea Forbidden Land, my spiritual sense can't be expanded, and my naked eyes can only see 3 or 4 meters away. It's really difficult to find the mining hole of the Divine Sea Stone. When it came to business, Mu Yunshu put away the shyness on his face and became serious. However, as she was speaking, she saw Su Chang'an suddenly squat down and put his hand into the water. After fiddling with it for a while, he took out a dark blue crystal. This should be the Divine Sea Stone, right? Su Chanan handed the Divine Sea Stone to Mu Yunshu. Mu Yunshu took the Divine Sea Stone naturally, and for a moment, he couldn't even react. It took me a moment to realize something was wrong. How come Su Chanan suddenly dug up a Divine Sea Stone? To be able to dig up Divine Sea Stone in such a shallow place, it seems like we've found the right place. This area must have a lot of Divine Sea Stone hidden. At this moment, Su Chanan swung the 9th level magic weapon, the Yuhan sword, which he had drawn from the system lottery, and quickly shoveled up pieces of black soil. You can see that the black soil he shoveled out from the bottom of the water was faintly flashing with a faint fluorescence. Mu Yunshu was stunned. I didn't bother to think about how Su Chang'an suddenly found the mine. The black soil that was shoveled out must not be let go. With her bare hands, she quickly dug out the Divine Sea Stone hidden in the black soil and put it into the storage bag. Her movements were quick and decisive. Those eyes sparkled with excitement, as if they had discovered endless treasures. In this way, the two of them had a clear division of labor. Su Chang'an swung his heavy sword and continued to dig out black soil from the bottom of the water. Mu Yunshu picked out the Divine Sea Stones from the black soil one by one and put them into his storage bag. The cooperation between the two is so tacit. The Divine Sea Stones were dug out from the soft soil in handfuls. There were so many of them that even Mu Yunshu couldn't remain calm. There was a hint of excitement on my fingertips, and my heart was beating like a frantic deer. However, Mu Yunshu's happiness did not last long. Soon someone came to this sea area and found the two people. It's the Divine Sea Stone. They found the mine. A man dressed in black sect uniform pointed in the direction of Su Chanan and Mu Yunshu and shouted in surprise. Following this exclamation, beside the man, a group of fellow disciples who were aimlessly searching for the Shinhai stone mine suddenly all cast fiery glances in the direction of Su Chang'an and Mu Yunshu. Then, they dispersed and surrounded Su Chanan and Mu Yunshu. People from Sanming Island? How did they end up hanging out with disciples from the Lanyue sword sect? The leader was a man with a gloomy expression. He glanced at Su Chanan and Mu Yunshu with a greedy smile on his face. He really didn't expect that he would encounter a lone cultivator in the forbidden area of the Divine Sea. You know, most of the disciples who enter the Divine Sea Forbidden Land will act in groups. Especially the disciples from the major immortal sects. Once a mine is discovered, others will not dare to be greedy and rush to grab it. It is extremely rare for two people like Su Chanan and Mu Yunshu to find a mine by acting alone. But he happened to discover it. Now that the opportunity has come, it is unstoppable. Blackwater Alliance? Su Chanan stopped what he was doing and immediately recognized the identity of this group of people. The black snake emblem on the sect's uniforms is the symbol of the Blackwater League. Although the Blackwater Alliance is one of the 5 major immortal sects in the Chaos Sea. However, because of his ruthlessness and his willingness to use any means necessary to obtain resources, he has a very bad reputation throughout the entire spiritual realm. Before entering the forbidden area of Shanghai, Wu Renli even gave special instructions. If you meet someone from the Blackwater Alliance, try not to get into conflict with them. But they insisted on coming up and causing trouble. The gloomy man in the lead raised his lips even more when he saw Su Chang'an recognized them. Boy, now that you know we are from the Blackwater Alliance, why don't you get out of here? Chapter 88. Remember, stand still. The gloomy man in the lead hasn't spoken yet. The younger brother behind him couldn't help it. They could already see a faint blue fluorescence shining in the black soil dug out by Su Chang'an. It didn't seem like we dug very deep before the divine sea stone appeared. There must be a large amount of Shanghai stone hidden under this mine. They can't wait to start digging. Mu Yunshu glanced fiercely at the rude Blackwater League disciple, murderous intent surging around him. This Shanghai stone mine was discovered by my husband, so how can we allow others to covet and meddle with it? The Blackwater League disciple seemed to sense the murderous intent from Mu Yunshu. I just felt a chill rushing from the soles of my feet to my forehead. The originally arrogant attitude suddenly weakened a bit. He shrank his neck and looked at the many fellow disciples around him, and immediately felt confident again. The Blackwater Alliance truly lives up to its reputation. Su Chang'an glanced at the younger brother indifferently, and then his eyes fell on the gloomy man in the lead. The people from the Blackwater Alliance are truly extremely arrogant. You just tell people to get out as soon as you come up. Do you really think you can do whatever you want just because you have more people? Please both of you vacate your seats. This mine is in the hands of the Blackwater Alliance. The sinister smile on the leading man's face grew wider, and his eyes became colder. He suddenly took a step forward, and a powerful aura emanated from him. It is clearly a ninth-level existence in Tongxian realm. No wonder he dares to be so arrogant. How arrogant! We clearly found the mine first, and you, the Blackwater Alliance, are coming here to seize it. That's just unreasonable. Mu Yunshu really didn't expect that the people from the Blackwater Alliance would be so open about their actions. The Blackwater Alliance is one of the 5 major sects in the Chaos Sea area after all. Aren't they afraid of offending Sangming Island and Lanyue Sword Sect? She had just entered the spiritual realm and had no idea that the Blackwater Alliance had offended so many immortal sects. If there are too many lice, don't be afraid of them biting you. If there were other disciples from Sangming Island or Lanyue Sword Sect beside them, the gloomy man would still be a little afraid. But now, there are only the 2 of them. In this forbidden land of the divine sea shrouded in fog. Even if the gloomy man had murderous intentions and really killed them both, no one would know. This is also one of the reasons why the gloomy man dares to be so unscrupulous. He relied on his large numbers and was confident that he could keep Su Chang'an and Mu Yunshu here forever, so he was so arrogant and unscrupulous, and did not hide anything. Mu Yunshu bit his teeth lightly, feeling the terrifying aura from the gloomy man, and his face turned slightly pale. No matter how powerful she is only at the 7th level of Qi condensation realm. The gap between the Qi condensation realm and the profound understanding realm is like a chasm. Not to mention, the other party is at the 9th level of Tongxian realm, and there are many fellow disciples at the Ningxi realm and even the Tongxian realm around him. If they really fall out, she and Su Chang'an might not be able to get out of here. Could it be that we really have no choice but to watch this mine being handed over to the Blackwater Alliance? Mu Yunshu was unwilling to accept this. Madam, if a fight really breaks out later, remember to stand still. Just as Mu Yunshu was struggling, Su Chang'an's voice suddenly came into his ears. She was slightly stunned and became more hesitant. Judging from what my husband said, he obviously doesn't intend to give up the mine so easily. But her husband's cultivation is not as good as hers. If a real fight breaks out, the 2 of them will have no choice but to flee in panic. Standing still? What does it mean? Mu Yunshu didn't understand Su Chang'an's intention. But she trusted Su Chang'an unconditionally, and didn't even ask, but just nodded obediently and said, I understand, husband. Su Chang'an quietly carved a trace of spiritual mark on Mu Yunshu's body to prevent accidents. Then he looked coldly at the gloomy man. I'll give you 3 breaths to go back to where you came from. As soon as these words came out, the gloomy man laughed and gave Su Chang'an a thumbs up. You're brave. I hope you can continue to be so unruly later. After saying that, the gloomy man raised his hand and waved at Su Chang'an and Mu Yunshu. Kill them. Yes. Senior brother Jiang. After the senior brother gave the order, the group of Black Water League disciples who had been ready for a fight immediately rushed forward with a grim smile. However, as soon as they moved, Su Chanan's figure suddenly disappeared from the spot. Mu Yunshu only felt a flash before her eyes, and she could no longer find her husband. Before she could react, she heard a series of shrill screams. Then she immediately saw streaks of blood light blooming from the fog, which was extremely strange. Mu Yunshu opened his eyes wide, only to see a series of black shadows disappearing into the fog, unable to see what was happening at all. She was extremely anxious, but she didn't dare to move. Her husband told her to stand still, so she couldn't move. The screams in my ears continued one after another. Mu Yunshu even saw the blood spreading along the seawater beneath his feet, dyeing it a glaring red. Due to limited vision, Jiang Zigang found that he could no longer see Su Chanan. All he heard was his fellow junior brothers and sisters screaming miserably, and then they fell to the ground. His expression changed constantly and he was furious. Damn bastards! Jiang Zigang didn't expect that Su Chanan would dare to take the initiative, and his strength was so terrifying. At least the 9th level of Tongshan realm. The same realm as him. What is even more terrifying is that Su Chang'an can actually wander in the fog of the forbidden land of Shanghai and hide his figure perfectly. Make sure none of them can catch any trace of it. You can only become a lamb to be slaughtered. Jiang Zigang's face was extremely ugly. If this continued, all the people he brought with him would die. Black water destroys the world. Jiang Zigang smiled grimly. His aura suddenly increased, and a long sword flashing with a cold black light appeared in his hand. Runes flickered on the blade, emitting a heart-pounding aura. A black light shone brightly around him, and he raised his pitch-black sword high. It condensed into a majestic sword light like a black stream, and rolled out a sword force like heavy waves, containing a thick and filthy breath, and surged out from the long sword in his hand. With the power to engulf the heaven and earth, it was about to chop down towards Mu Yunshu fiercely. Obviously, he wanted to use Mu Yunshu to lure out Su Chanan. I have to say, his method worked. Originally, Su Chanan wanted to deal with those small fry first and then deal with Jiang Zigang. Since Jiang Zigang is seeking death, then let him do it. The full force attack from the 9th level of Tongshan realm came crushing down on him, and Mu Yunshu was simply unable to withstand such terrifying power. Her body began to tremble uncontrollably under the terrifying pressure of the knife. Beads of sweat rolled down her forehead, and her face instantly turned as pale as paper. She instinctively wanted to hide and escape into the fog. But when she thought of her husband's words, she became unmovable again, gritted her teeth and held on, and simply closed her eyes. She always believed that her husband must have his reasons for asking her to stand still. She couldn't disobey her husband's orders and ruin his plans. Chapter 89. This mine hole is dirty, it's better not to use it. The overwhelming black water blade light, carrying with it a tremendous force, was about to chop down. But at this moment, Su Chanan's figure finally appeared on Jiang Zigang's left. Jiang Zigang reacted very quickly and immediately sensed Su Chanan's breath. He just turned his sword, and it rolled up the surging black water sword force, and suddenly slashed towards Su Chanan. Having fun? Go to hell. Jiang Zigang's face was full of evil smiles, and a hint of ruthlessness that came from having his plan succeeded flashed in his eyes. His target was not Mu Yunshu at all. He just used Mu Yunshu to lure out Su Chahan. Sure enough, he made the right bet. This move of black water destroying the world is the supreme killing move of his Black Water Alliance. With his 9th level Tongshan realm cultivation, he could gather his strength and strike out. Even a cultivator in the early Linghai realm would be caught off guard and injured. Even if Su Chanan was at the 9th level of Tongshan realm like him, he would surely die in such a panic situation. The black water blade, like the surging Yangtze River, seemed to come alive and poured over, trying to drown and swallow Su Chang'an. What's even more terrifying is a condensed sword light hidden in the endless sword force, with a biting chill and sharp murderous aura, approached Su Chanan. However, facing the sword that Jiang Zigang had used up all his spiritual power to strike, Su Chanan simply swung the Hanyu sword in his hand casually. In an instant, a heavy and powerful sword energy that seemed to carry a force of tens of millions of pounds burst out from the Hanyu sword. No surprise at all. In Jiang Zigang's incredulous gaze, the black water blade force that he was so proud of was instantly shattered by this casual sword energy. The terrifying blade light contained in it was shattered by the sword energy. What black water destroys the world, what supreme killing move? In the face of absolute strength, they are nothing but a joke. It was clearly just a sword energy that Su Chang'an casually swung out. However, with overwhelming power, it defeated the Black Water Sword Force, extinguished the condensed swordlight, and passed through Jiang Zigang's body. All of Jiang Zigang's life force was destroyed. Jiang Zigang widened his eyes, and before he died he still couldn't figure it out, even though they were both at the 9th level of Tongshan realm. How could Su Chang'an kill him instantly with just a flick of his sword? After swinging the sword, Su Chang'an didn't look at Jiang Zigang again. In the fog, there are still a few disciples of the Black Water League alive. To cut the grass at its roots, Su Chang'an had no intention of letting them leave. His figure was as fast as lightning, disappearing into the thick fog. Those Black Water League disciples were already in fear and were about to flee in all directions. But he saw Jiang Zigang ready to strike, with a torrent of black water erupting from his body. How could he not know that his senior brother was about to use his supreme killing move that only the true disciples of the Black Water Alliance were qualified to master black water destruction? But just when they thought that Jiang Zigang could completely wipe out Su Chang'an with this one knife. But in the hazy fog, the power of the black water suddenly collapsed. Only a brilliant sword energy flashed by, as if even the thick fog around it was cut apart. Their faces were filled with horror, and extreme fear appeared in their eyes. The next moment, he was enveloped by murderous intent and immediately lost consciousness. It only took less than half a cup of tea. More than a dozen Black Water League disciples at the Condensation Shi realm and the profound Tongshan realm all died under Su Chang'an's sword, and no one survived. This is still in the forbidden area of Shanghai where vision is restricted. The screams in my ears stopped abruptly. The surroundings returned to dead silence again. Even the terrifying power of the sword disappeared in the blink of an eye. Mu Yunshu then slowly opened his eyes, but found that Jiang Zigang was no longer in front of him. She only saw her husband, holding that broad heavy sword, walking towards her with a smile on his face. It's over? Mu Yunshu looked blankly into the surrounding fog and could no longer see any human figures. The sea beneath your feet has long been stained with blood. So, just like that, all those people from the Black Water Alliance died at the hands of their own husband's sword? So, she still underestimated her husband's strength? She thought that Su Chang'an's cultivation was lower than hers. In fact, Su Chang'an has already entered the Tongshan realm? In this case, Su Chang'an's spiritual roots must be better than hers. Mu Yunshu's face suddenly showed a look of realization. She didn't know how Su Chang'an could walk in the fog without being affected. But she could probably guess that it might be because Su Chang'an was too talented. Therefore, the leader of Tsangming Island gave Su Chang'an some kind of magic weapon for self-defense, or a high-level killing weapon with extremely strong lethality. It's over. Su Chang'an smiled and nodded lightly. When passing by Jiang Zigang's body, he did not forget to put away the storage ring in his hand. Everyone else had a storage bag, but Jiang Zigang was the only one who had a storage ring. It seems that Jiang Zigang's status in the Black Water Alliance is not low. When he came to Mu Yunshu and felt a little warmth under his feet, Su Chang'an couldn't help but frown slightly. What bad luck! Madam, let's go. This mine is dirty, so we don't need it anymore. After saying that, he took Mu Yunshu's hand and was about to leave. Mu Yunshu was stunned for a moment, her tone filled with surprise. Husband, there are still many divine sea stones in this mine. Why don't you want them? Her eyes were full of confusion, and she was even a little anxious. I finally found a mine, and there's still a lot of divine sea stone underneath that hasn't been mined. Are you just going to throw it away? This is a bit too extravagant. Moreover, if they gave it up so easily, then why did they risk fighting with the people from the Black Water Alliance just now? If Jiang Zigang and others knew about this, their blood would taint the mine. Su Chang'an abandoned this mine, wondering if he would be so angry that he would crawl back from hell. The blood has already spread. Someone might follow the bloodstream and find this place. We can just let them rob this dirty mine. Madam, don't worry. This divine sea forbidden land may have other things, but it has plenty of mines. Su Chang'an pinched Mu Yunshu's slightly cold palm and pulled her away. He didn't want to expose himself and cause himself unnecessary trouble. After all, as a disciple of Tsangming Island, it is much easier for him to act in this spiritual realm. Sure enough, the two of them had just left not long ago. Soon a group of people followed the blood and found the mine here. They also recognized the body in the water as a disciple of the Black Water League. Although he was surprised that someone dared to kill Black Water League disciples so unscrupulously, he also knew that this was a place of right and wrong. But under the temptation of the mine, they gritted their teeth and stayed. However, they didn't feel happy for long before another group of people found their way here. Without any unnecessary nonsense, the two gangs started fighting. As the scale of the fighting grows, the movements in this sea area will inevitably attract the attention of others. Thus, a vicious cycle began, with more and more people coming here and joining the battle. Of course, all this has nothing to do with Su Chahan, because he soon found another mine. Chapter 90. Mu Yunshu finally experienced the feeling of being carried away. Mu Yunshu has begun to feel numb. She really didn't know how Su Chahan could accurately find the mine eye in this endless fog. Others have to use their feet, or even their hands, to grope under the water to find the soft, rotten-looking mineral holes. Su Chahan did nothing but rely on his naked eyes to find the location of the mine eye cleanly and neatly. The degree of precision was as if the mine eye was flashing a clear mark in front of his eyes. Only half a day had passed, and this was already the fifth mine they had found. The divine sea stones in the storage bag were almost piled up to the size of a small mountain. What happened to the saying that the mines are hard to find, and the divine sea stone is hard to find? Why did Mu Yunshu feel that it was so easy to find? Is this what it feels like to be led by someone? With little stars twinkling in her eyes, Mu Yunshu admired her husband more and more. Even in this spiritual realm filled with immortal cultivators, my husband is the most outstanding and brightest rising star. Gradually, the two walked further and further away in the forbidden area of the divine sea. It has been a long time since I met other disciples. But Su Chanan was not worried. The divine sea forbidden land is only open for 3 days each time. After 3 days, all cultivators in the forbidden area of divine sea will be forcibly teleported out. So no matter how far they walked in the forbidden land of Shanghai, even if they lost their way, it didn't matter. The only thing to worry about is, the deeper you go into the forbidden area of the divine sea, the easier it is to encounter the divine meteorite sea. There are no monsters in the forbidden land of Shanghai. As long as they are near the sea area from which they are teleported, cultivators below the Tongshan realm will not be in any danger. The only danger is probably the disciples from different sects. The real danger of the divine sea forbidden land is the divine falling sea. The so-called divine falling sea can only be touched deep in the divine sea forbidden area. It is not a fixed sea area, but is distributed in deep areas like mine eyes, and may be encountered at any time. Once one steps into it, even cultivators below the Tongshan realm who have not yet opened up the spiritual sea may have their souls torn apart. Become a walking corpse in the forbidden land of Shanghai. Lost forever in the deepest part of the forbidden sea of gods. It is also because of this that the deeper you go into the forbidden area of the divine sea, the easier it is to find mineral holes. Every time the divine sea forbidden land is opened, there are always brave and adventurous monks. Think about it, if you go deep into the forbidden area of the divine sea, not only can you easily find the mines, but when you dig the divine sea stones, there is no possibility of being discovered and robbed by other cultivators. This is undoubtedly a huge temptation, making many monks who are hoping for a lucky break willing to take the risk. Mu Yunshu noticed that she and Su Chanan were walking very fast. I'm afraid he has already entered the forbidden area of Shanghai. She was only worried that Su Chanan would be like those desperate monks, with an adventurous mindset, wanting to explore more mineral deposits in depth. Husband, how about we look around here? If we continue walking, I'm afraid we'll go deep into the forbidden land of the divine sea and encounter the divine falling sea. After hesitating for a while, Mu Yunshu still spoke up to remind Su Chanan. Don't worry, ma'am. I know what I'm doing. Su Chanan nodded slightly, and naturally knew that they had most likely already entered the forbidden area of the divine sea. However, at this moment, his spiritual sense could already scan an area 15 meters away. Even if he really touched the divine falling sea, he would be able to detect it in time. The more Su Chanan cleansed his soul in this forbidden land of the divine sea, the more he realized the importance of the divine sea stone. There are not many ways to increase the strength of the soul so easily. The star sea stone, which is abundant in the chaos sea, is one kind. But 10 star sea stones are not as good as one divine sea stone. Since we have entered the forbidden land of Shanghai, the more Shanghai stones we have, the better. Even if it is enough for them, the extra ones can be exchanged for a lot of spirit stones. Hearing this, Mu Yunshu nodded slightly and said nothing more. Since my husband has said so, he must have his own sense of propriety. Her spiritual awareness could not be expanded and her vision was limited. In this forbidden area of the divine sea, she could not help her husband. She just had to follow her husband's footsteps and obey his arrangements in everything. The two continued to move forward, and the white fog around them became thicker and thicker, as if it would never dissipate. Another half-day passed. The two of them have dug 15 mines. The divine sea stones filled 3 storage bags. I estimate there are at least 100,000 of them. This is absolutely an extremely astonishing number. You know, for ordinary disciples, even if they stick together as a team, if they can find 3 or 4 mines and dig out 10,000 to 20,000 divine sea stones in 3 days, it would be amazing. If divided equally, each person would get at most a few hundred coins. 30% was handed over to the sect, and in the end, each person had only 1,000 coins left. But what about the two of them? It only took 1 day to dig up 100,000 coins. The difference between them is as huge as heaven and earth. Mu Yunshu felt happy and satisfied. Even if I am teleported out of the Divine Sea Forbidden Land at this time, it is not a loss. Wrong. Mu Yunshu didn't want to separate from Su Chang'an so soon. After leaving this Forbidden Land of the Divine Sea, she still didn't know how to continue staying with Su Chang'an. The two of them, one is in the Wuji Sword domain and the other is in the Chaos Sea domain. Even further away than the ends of the earth. It is really harsh to meet someone and have to take a teleportation formation. When Mu Yunshu thought of this question, he couldn't help but feel dazed. Could it be that she is going to follow her husband to Tsangming Island? But doing so would definitely offend the Lanyue sword sect completely. She didn't want to cause any more trouble to Su Chang'an. His thoughts kept drifting away, and Mu Yunshu became quite worried. Su Chang'an held Mu Yunshu's hand and scanned with his spiritual sense to the maximum extent, focusing all his attention on the Forbidden Sea area of the Divine Sea. Little did he know that so many thoughts were already surging in Mu Yunshu's mind. His spiritual sense suddenly detected an unusual aura. A mine appeared in the sea less than 20 meters away from him and Mu Yunshu. It is said to be a mine eye, but when his spiritual sense swept into it, Su Chang'an only felt a vast and boundless power enveloping his own spiritual sense. In just a moment, he felt that his soul had become stronger. It was even more exaggerated than the benefits he gained from a day of cleansing his soul in this forbidden land of the Divine Sea. Could it be possible that beneath this mine, there are soul crystals of a higher rank than the Divine Sea Stone? Even Su Chang'an was shocked. Just by sweeping with spiritual consciousness, the strength of the soul can be enhanced. This is too unbelievable. Without hesitation, he immediately pulled Mu Yunshu and headed straight for the mine. However, before he could take out the Hanyue sword from the Tiangang ring to start digging, he suddenly felt a tearing pain when he swept out his spiritual sense. Not good. Su Chang'an's expression suddenly changed. He immediately realized that his spiritual consciousness had reached the Xinyun Sea. At this time, there was a divine meteorite sea area just 20 meters away from them. It's still not too late to escape now. But Su Chang'an was unwilling to leave like this. Chapter 91, My dear husband, you can actually develop your spiritual consciousness in the forbidden land of the Divine Sea? Curiosity eventually triumphed over reason. Su Chang'an really wanted to know what was so special about the mine under his feet. Being able to be so extraordinary that the aura emitted can envelop the spiritual consciousness and strengthen the soul. He quickly took out the Hanyue sword and shoveled up a large piece of black soil as quickly as possible. If it weren't for the black soil under the sea that could block spiritual consciousness, Su Chang'an wouldn't have to use such a primitive method to dig. Otherwise, wouldn't using spiritual consciousness to control various magical weapons be much faster than using the Hanyue sword alone to dig? No time to think about it right now. The tingling sensation at the edge of consciousness became more intense. Su Chang'an could even feel that the divine meteorite sea was getting closer and closer to him and Mu Yunshu. Mu Yunshu didn't know what was going on. But there is a vague feeling of unease in my heart. But she saw that Su Chang'an looked a little anxious, so she didn't say anything and took out a special tool. Started digging the black soil with Su Chang'an. He didn't even have time to pick out the divine sea stone. She directly put all the black soil she dug out into the storage bag. The two worked together and soon dug a huge pit under their feet. However, the deeper they dug, the uglier Su Chang'an's expression became. The area where the deceased died was getting closer and closer, but after digging for a long time, they still didn't find anything wrong. The divine sea stone seemed to be endless, and there was still some after digging for a long time. But apart from this, there is nothing else. That was a treasure that could nourish the soul just by touching it with spiritual consciousness, but Su Chang'an still hadn't discovered it. If it weren't for the fact that the soul has been strengthened, Su Chang'an began to doubt whether it was just his illusion. Why does the supply of divine sea stone in this mine seem to be inexhaustible? Mu Yunshu was also shocked. The mine that Su Chang'an discovered before was probably at the bottom if he dug 2 or 3 meters down. But the two of them had already dug about 4 or 5 meters into the mine in front of them, and they were still able to dig out the Divine Sea stone. Could it be that they have discovered the largest mineral deposit in the Divine Sea Forbidden Land? The feeling of uneasiness in my heart became stronger and stronger. Swallowed up the surprise of discovering treasure. Even below, there is an endless supply of Divine Sea stones. Mu Yunshu felt that they could not continue digging like this. "Ma'am, let's go first." Without waiting for Mu Yunshu to speak, Su Chang'an had already reached out and put his arm around her slender waist, then retreated violently. The Divine Falling Sea was only 5 meters away from the two of them at this time. And the speed is getting faster and faster. Su Chang'an didn't plan to take any more risks. Even if we want to continue digging deeper, we have to wait until this Divine Meteorite Sea is over. Su Chang'an's only worry was, in these last 2 days, we may not be able to wait until this Divine Meteorite Sea passes over this mine. He didn't even know whether the things hidden under the mine would be swept away by the Divine Meteorite Sea. But if that's the case, there's nothing we can do about it. The distance to the Xinyun Sea is too close. He couldn't take risks with Mu Yunshu. "Husband, the mine we just saw was incredibly deep, and it seemed to lead to the end of this forbidden land of the Divine Sea. What do you think is hidden inside? I have a feeling it's very dangerous." It was not until the two of them were nearly 100 meters away from the mine that Mu Yunshu felt that the strong sense of uneasiness had disappeared and he breathed a sigh of relief. In the deepest part of that mine, there might be a soul crystal treasure that is far rarer than the Divine Sea Stone. The danger just now did not come from the mine, but from the Divine Falling Sea. Su Chang'an shook his head slightly, his eyes still fixed on the direction of the mine. Unfortunately, nothing can be seen due to the heavy fog. God's Fall Sea territory? Mu Yunshu widened his eyes slightly, and then a feeling of fear arose in his heart. Bai Zhio had warned people about the horrors of the Divine Meteorite Sea long before entering the forbidden area of the Divine Sea. If you unfortunately encounter the Divine Falling Sea, do not hesitate, immediately escape in the opposite direction. The spiritual sea has not opened yet. Although they cannot expand their spiritual consciousness in the forbidden area of the spiritual sea, they can avoid the spiritual falling sea. But as long as you get too close to the Divine Falling Sea, your soul will feel an intense tearing pain. It's still not too late to turn around and run away. Mu Yunshu was surprised. Just now she only felt a strong sense of uneasiness, and did not feel the pain of her soul being torn apart. This shows that the Xinyun Sea is still some distance away from them and is not very close. So here comes the question. How did my husband sense that the Divine Meteorite Sea was approaching them? Moreover, it seemed that they had already noticed something before they started digging. That's why it's so urgent. Calculating the time, at that time, the Xinyun Sea was probably only 20 or 30 meters away from them. This is unbelievable. Not to mention that the naked eye can only observe 3 or 4 meters away. Even if one's divine sense could be unleashed in this forbidden area of the Divine Sea, it probably wouldn't be able to sweep more than 20 or 30 meters in this boundless fog. Thinking of this, Mu Yunshu suddenly felt that her husband was extraordinary. When I found that hole just now, my spiritual sense had already swept to the edge of the Divine Meteorite Sea. I am really curious about what is hidden under that hole. Just sweeping it with my spiritual sense can strengthen my soul. Su Chang'an looked at Mu Yunshu with some apology. Now that he thinks about it, what he did just now was indeed a bit risky. Spiritual consciousness? Husband, are you saying that you can develop spiritual consciousness in this forbidden area of the Divine Sea? Mu Yunshu was shocked again. His eyes sparkled with incredible brilliance. She didn't think there was anything wrong with Su Chang'an taking her into a dangerous place. Compared with some of the missions I had carried out in Su Luotian before, this little danger was nothing. The problem was that the Divine Meteorite Sea was at least 20 to 30 meters away from them at the beginning. In other words, Su Chang'an's spiritual sense could not only be expanded, but could even sweep out 20 to 30 meters? I guess that within the mist of this forbidden land of the Divine Sea, there lurks a strange power that can suppress the soul. The stronger the soul, the more it can resist this force, and naturally it can sweep out the spiritual consciousness. Madam, haven't you noticed that after all this spiritual cleansing, trying to open your spiritual consciousness again is no longer as difficult as it was at the beginning? Su Chang'an nodded slightly. His soul has more than doubled in size compared to when he first entered the forbidden area of the Divine Sea. If he continues like this, he will be able to break through again easily once he leaves the Divine Sea Forbidden Land. It's true. Mu Yunshu calmed down and tried to expand his spiritual sense again, and found it was much easier. But just as a look of surprise appeared in her eyes, her face soon felt like a deflated ball. It was easy, but the spiritual awareness she could extend was only less than 10 centimeters around her body. Compared with Su Chanan's 20 or 30 meters, there is a world of difference. From this we can see that her husband's soul is much stronger than hers. Before she could say anything else, something strange happened in front of her. Chapter 92. Don't be afraid, I'm here. Under the astonished gazes of Su Chanan and Mu Yunshu. Ahead, in the direction of the mine. Suddenly, the wind began to blow and the clouds began to surge. The endless fog seemed to be swept by a powerful force and rushed madly towards a certain node. Immediately afterwards, without waiting for the two to react, an extremely powerful spiritual aura swept over like an overwhelming force. It will not cause any harm to Su Chang'an and Mu Yunshu like the Xing you see. It's mainly the extreme feeling of oppression, which seems to strike deep into the soul. The two of them couldn't help but feel awe. Immediately, a strong feeling of powerlessness enveloped the whole body. It seems that in the face of such a vast and magnificent power, they are just a grain of sand in the world, insignificant. Not to mention Mu Yunshu, who is only at the 7th level of Qi condensation realm. Even Su Chang'an, who was at the 2nd level of the Divine Palace realm, felt a sense of powerlessness and despair in facing the heaven and earth for a moment. Run! Only this thought flashed through Su Chanan's mind, and he wanted to pull Mu Yunshu and escape from here far away. But he soon discovered that he could not move his body. Perhaps it should be said that his soul was blocked and he couldn't even control his body. Su Chanan was shocked. You know, with his cultivation level of the 2nd level of the Divine Palace realm, especially after experiencing the cleansing in the Divine Sea Forbidden Land, his soul had already become as solid as cast. Even if faced with the most powerful spiritual power, he would not be imprisoned to this extent, unable to move even a little. What on earth happened up ahead? Mu Yunshu also found that he had lost control of his body. Not even a sound could be made. But she could feel Su Chanan holding her hand tightly. The warmth of their palms touching each other made her feel inexplicably at ease. Su Chanan would certainly not just sit there and wait for death. The Taichu Chaos Sutra was running wildly, and that wisp of chaotic energy had already escaped from the Dantian and entered the Sea of Consciousness. At this moment, in the Sea of Consciousness, the phantom of the soul sitting cross-legged in midair seemed to be suppressed by an invisible force, and its eyes could not open. The golden tower shadow hovering in front of him burst into golden light after the wisp of chaotic energy entered, and a seemingly endless spiritual power emerged. Help the spirit and soul to break through the suppression. The wisp of chaotic energy that had been nurtured and condensed since Su Chang'an entered the body refining realm finally came into play at the critical moment. When the heaven and earth were first created, chaos began to emerge and everything could be transformed. The majestic spiritual power released by the chaotic energy shines out from the shadow of the golden tower. The phantom of the soul was in violent turmoil, then opened its eyes and instantly broke through the invisible suppression. Su Chang'an only felt his soul lighten, and his body, which had been imprisoned, immediately regained its freedom. There was no time to think about it. Just as he was pulling Mu Yunshu and trying to retreat quickly and escape from here, another wave of even more powerful and majestic spiritual power came crashing down. However, it is completely different from the first wave. This time, Su Chanan did not feel that terrifying sense of suppression. On the contrary, he only felt that under the cover of this spiritual power, his soul was as if it was fed with a tonic. It is growing rapidly at an astonishing speed. The difference between the two was so great that Su Chanan couldn't figure out what had happened in that mine. But this time he didn't hesitate and just wanted to leave here first. But he soon found that he couldn't leave. In just a short while, he and Mu Yunshu were caught in the storm. Not only the soul, but also the body was sucked by the strange force and headed towards the center. Don't be afraid, I'm here. Su Chanan immediately pulled Mu Yunshu into his arms. The spiritual consciousness condensed into a small circle of light, wrapping the two of them together. Mu Yunshu didn't move, only his eyes, as bright as the full moon, stared at Su Chang'an quietly. There was no fear in his eyes, only trust in Su Chang'an. She could feel that under the protection of Su Chang'an's spiritual consciousness, her soul was extremely stable and not affected by the storm. There was no time to say anything more. Under the impact of the two spiritual powers, a fog storm raged. Everything around me became blurry and distorted. Su Chang'an hugged Mu Yunshu tightly, trying to resist the suction, but unfortunately it had little effect. Fortunately, in this forbidden land of the divine sea, there is only the power of the soul. As long as the soul is strong enough to withstand these kinds of impacts, there will be no danger. The space around him was constantly twisting and changing. Under the swirling fog, nothing can be seen clearly. The world before my eyes was only gray. Suddenly, darkness obscured my vision and I felt a strong sense of dizziness. The next moment, Su Chanan and Mu Yunshu both lost consciousness. At this time, it was just a few thousand meters away from Su Chanan and Mu Yunshu. Many disciples from various sects sensed the terrifying aura generated by the collision of these two powerful spiritual powers. They all stopped and looked towards the direction of the storm in horror. The field of vision is limited, and the spiritual sense cannot be scanned out, and even the scene several meters away cannot be seen. Not to mention thousands of meters away. But even so, they could still vaguely see that in a certain direction, there was a huge fog that was so thick that it was almost black, surging. It's like a giant beast lurking in the thick fog, giving off an oppressive feeling. What a terrifying aura! Could this be the legendary God's falling sea? Hiss, why do I feel like that black shadow is approaching us? It's not just like that, it's rolling towards us. What are you still standing there for? Are you trying to kill yourself? Run! Such a terrifying spiritual aura made everyone, whether they were in the Qi condensation realm or the Tongxian realm, tremble in fear. I just feel like an ant under the sky. If you get caught up in this, you be completely destroyed? If you don't run now, when will you run? So everyone ran away in the opposite direction of the huge black shadow. For a moment, this sea area became a dead and deserted area. Su Chanan and Mu Yunshu were completely unaware of what was happening in the outside world. The two of them were currently in a dreamland. An independent space is like the boundless starry sky. The faint blue fluorescence spread all over the ground like stars, dispelling the darkness. Su Chanan and Mu Yunshu, a couple, lay in each other's arms on the dreamy blue sky, as if they were sleeping soundly. I don't know how long it took, but Su Chanan was the first to open his eyes. He immediately scanned with his spiritual sense to confirm that neither he nor Mu Yunshu had any injuries, and then he breathed a sigh of relief. The next second, he was stunned. An incredible look gradually appeared in his eyes. He casually reached out his right hand to the ground beside him and caught the faint blue fluorescence in his hand. Looking closely, these are not starlights, but clearly divine sea stones. Within the 30-meter range covered by the divine consciousness, the ground was covered with divine sea stones. And he and Mu Yunshu were actually lying on a seemingly endless sea of divine stone. Chapter 93, Soul Fusion, Mutual Support. Disciples from all the major sects racked their brains to search for the divine sea stone, fighting for it with bloodshed. At this moment, there are countless of them under Su Chanan and Mu Yunshu. Even if it's just the surface, it's enough to make anyone rich overnight. Not to mention, Su Chanan felt that the divine sea stone under him was probably far more than just the surface layer. Hidden beneath this surface, there are probably countless divine sea stones. This time, I have fallen into the stone nest of the divine sea. Even Su Chanan couldn't help but take a breath, his face full of sighs. He was almost certain that the place where he and Mu Yunshu were involved was the end of the mysterious mine. Perhaps only a place with such a huge amount of divine sea stones can easily make his soul stronger. At this moment, Mu Yunshu suddenly opened his eyes and woke up. She sat up suddenly and looked to her side first. After seeing that Su Chanan was safe and sound and confirming that there was no danger around, her sharp eyes softened. Where is this place? But soon, Mu Yunshu was stunned. The scene in front of me was shrouded in a dreamy blue fluorescence. The divine sea stones scattered all over the ground emitted a faint glow like stars, as if a gorgeous sea of stars had fallen into the world. For a moment, Mu Yunshu felt as if he was in a dream. But soon, she felt waves of spring-like warmth enveloping her soul. It's warm and makes you feel ethereal. That flawless face like jade actually showed a hint of intoxication. Husband, I feel as if my soul is being nourished by the purest nectar in the world. Mu Yunshu closed his eyes slightly like a kitten and murmured softly. There was a hint of uncontrollable joy in his voice. The number of divine sea stones here is too huge. Even if we just sit here, our souls will be nourished all the time. It's even more efficient than refining our souls on our own. Su Chanan also sat up, put his arms around the slender waist, and gently embraced Mu Yunshu in his arms. Although his words were exaggerated, for Mu Yunshu, who had not yet opened up the spiritual sea, being in this sea of divine sea stones was indeed much less laborious than refining the divine sea stones piece by himself. The efficiency is naturally very different. It saves a lot of effort in purification and transformation. Mu Yunshu snuggled in Su Chanan's arms, feeling extremely at ease at this moment. It was as if the whole world had quieted down. All that was left was the sound of their breathing and heartbeats. In such a quiet environment, the two of them finally don't have to worry about being suddenly disturbed. Two hot bodies pressed tightly together. The warmth between each other is clearly felt. An ambiguous atmosphere gradually spread. With a beauty in his arms, how could Su Chanan resist? The pair of warm big hands began to become dishonest, sliding across every familiar inch. Mu Yunshu still kept his eyes closed, but his breathing began to become rapid unconsciously. Her cheeks were flushed, her long eyelashes trembled slightly, and she let Su Chanan flirt with her. The two seemed to have returned to the small courtyard at the foot of Wonio Mountain again. But this time, a hug and kiss were much more intense than any previous times. Maybe it's like a short separation makes you feel better than a new marriage. The two became more and more unscrupulous. Above the billions of blue stars, I indulge in the deep longing for you after half a month of separation. I don't know how long it took, but this space returned to silence again. However, it's not over yet. Su Chanan and Mu Yunshu's fingers were intertwined. The souls of the two people actually merged with each other under the cover of this endless sea of divine stone. A feeling of pleasure that I have never experienced before arises spontaneously. Su Chanan subconsciously practiced the Taichu Chaos Sutra. In an instant, it seemed as if all the spiritual power in this space was absorbed by him. Su Chanan could feel that both he and Mu Yunshu's souls were growing rapidly at the same astonishing speed. At the same time, the spiritual power devoured by the two people is fed back to each other through the fusion between them. It transformed into increasingly pure spiritual power, nourishing the souls of the two. Neither Su Chanan nor Mu Yunshu had ever experienced such a wonderful practice. Now, the spiritual sea was shrouded in thick fog. The shadow of the soul was inhaling and exhaling mist. With every inhalation and exhalation, the soul will become stronger. The golden tower shadow shone even brighter, frantically drawing the excess spiritual power into the tower and accumulating it. In such a unique state of cultivation. It was just less than half an hour. With almost no surprises, Su Chanan easily broke through to the third level of the Divine Palace realm. Mu Yunshu's cultivation level was like a cheat, soaring from the 7th level of Qi Condensation realm to the 9th level of Qi Condensation realm. It is only one step away from the Tongxian realm. And this is just the beginning. Neither of them stopped. Mu Yunshu was like a mortal who had been hiking in the desert for 3 days and 3 nights and suddenly came across a spring of sweet water. She greedily absorbed the spiritual power that Su Chang'an was feeding back to her. At this moment, the two seemed to have forgotten everything. Until Su Chanan's cultivation reached the 4th level of the middle stage of the Divine Palace realm as he wished. Mu Yunshu also entered the realm of Tongxian. The two of them then opened their eyes at the same time and smiled at each other. Husband, I have broken through to the Tongxian realm. Mu Yunshu's starry eyes were filled with joy and surprise. Only by entering the realm of Tongxian can one understand the communication with heaven and earth and the mysterious interaction between heaven and man. Only then did she truly understand the power of a cultivator. This is different from the Qi condensation stage, where one mobilizes one's own condensed spiritual energy to achieve extraordinary strength. Only when one reaches the Tongxian realm can one truly unleash the true power of those magical skills and spells. Every gesture can mobilize the 5 elements' power between heaven and earth, which is like the rules and order. There really is a subtle connection between me and this world. Mu Yunshu could never have imagined that he would break through to the Tongxian realm in such a short time. Her chief master had told her it would take her at least a month to cultivate to the 9th level of the Qi condensation realm. It would take another month of settling down and relying on the sword energy of the Lanyue sword pool to be able to break through to the Tongxian realm in one fell swoop. But now, 2 days have passed? Or 3 days? She completed a task that might have taken 2 months to complete. Mu Yunshu finally understood why opportunities and adventures were so important in this spiritual realm. Madame is truly a genius in cultivation. If those disciples outside knew that Madame had broken through from the 7th level of the Qi condensation realm to the profound enlightenment realm in less than 2 days, wouldn't they be shocked and ashamed of themselves? Su Chanan had a smile on his face, and there was also surprise in his eyes. From the Qi condensation realm to the profound passage realm, it is the first hurdle on the path to immortal cultivation. Unlike the body refining realm and the chi condensation realm, some people, due to their poor aptitude, may not be able to cross this threshold in their entire lives and can only stay at the ninth level of the chi condensation realm forever. Chapter 94, The Origin of Soul Aura, Mysterious Black Beads. Su Chanan was not surprised that Mu Yunshu broke through from the 7th level of chi condensation realm to the ninth level. But in such a short period of time, he was able to break through from the ninth level of the chi condensation realm to the Tongxian realm. Then it's not just as simple as having a high grade of spiritual roots. This shows that Mu Yunshu's comprehension is also excellent. In fact, Su Chanan has not realized it yet. This plays the biggest role. He and Mu Yunshu accidentally entered a state of spiritual fusion by chance. In this mysterious state, the two people's understanding of cultivation is almost shared. Mu Yunshu was naturally able to absorb insights beyond his own realm and thereby break through to the Tongxian realm. Calculating the time, the Divine Sea Forbidden Land is about to close. We have to hurry and find an exit. Su Chanan patted Mu Yunshu's head gently, then stood up. Unlike the forbidden area of Shanghai, this space does not seem to be shrouded in that strange fog. The spiritual sense can still only scan a few dozen meters. It is visible to the naked eye, but there is no end in sight. Although they will be immediately teleported out of the Divine Sea Forbidden Area after 3 days. But Su Chanan was not sure whether the place where he and Mu Yunshu were at the moment was still within the range of expulsion from the Divine Sea Forbidden Land. What if they leave here and find that the Divine Sea Forbidden Land has been closed? Then they will be trapped in the Forbidden Land of Shanghai for 5 years, waiting for the next round to begin. No one knows what will happen if you are trapped in the Forbidden Land of Shanghai. Su Chanan didn't dare to gamble. Are you leaving? Mu Yunshu looked a little lost and was reluctant to leave. If possible, she would like to continue practicing here with Su Chanan. Such a great environment for cultivation, without being disturbed by others. How nice. But she also understood that it was too risky to stay here. Once you miss the opportunity to leave and are trapped for 5 years, no one knows what will happen. It won't be long. Give me some more time, and I will definitely go to the Wuji Sword territory to find you. By then, I will never let anyone take you away again. Su Chanan hugged Mu Yunshu in his arms again. Now is not the time. With his cultivation level of the 4th level of the Divine Palace realm, it was not enough for him to ignore the moon-grabbing sword sect and forcibly take Mu Yunshu away. He knew very well that he had finally accepted a disciple with top-grade spiritual roots. The Lanyue sword sect will never let Mu Yunshu leave easily. In particular, the relationship between the two has been exposed in front of the disciples of the Lanyue sword sect. From now on, the Lanyue sword sect will be more wary of him. Forcibly taking Mu Yunshu away at this time would only put Mu Yunshu in a more dangerous situation. I believe in my husband. Mu Yunshu nodded heavily and secretly made up her mind to practice with all her strength and never drag her husband down. The two of them were affectionate for a while. The faint sadness was soon dispelled by the divine sea stones that were scattered all over the ground like treasures. The divine sea stones filled one storage bag after another. In other words, Su Chanan had just looted the group of Black Water League disciples and had dozens of storage bags in his hands. Otherwise, it's not enough to pretend. However, dozens of storage bags are indeed quite eye-catching. He originally wanted to put half of the storage bag into the storage ring he had looted. However, he discovered that the storage ring of the gloomy man could not hold the storage bag at all. But the Tiangang ring can do it easily. Only then did Su Chanan realize that not all storage rings could accommodate storage bags. Even the level of the storage ring is much higher than that of the storage bag. He had no choice but to quietly put the storage bag, along with his martial arts method, the Taichu Chaos Sutra, some of the elixirs he had on him, and a holy weapon, into Mu Yunshu's Liuguang bracelet. Although the Liuguang bracelet is a magical weapon for self-defense, it also has storage function. It's just that the space inside is not as good as the Tiangang ring. There is still more than enough space after putting away these storage bags. Su Chanan did not tell Mu Yunshu, but chose to conceal it. Because he didn't know how to explain it. He didn't want to deceive Mu Yunshu. But the system is his biggest secret. Maybe one day he will tell Mu Yunshu, but not now. Final. Mu Yunshu only had 3 storage bags filled with divine sea stones left on him. She didn't ask Su Chanan where the rest of the storage bags went. Even if Su Chanan took away all the storage bags filled with divine sea stones, Mu Yunshu would not ask any more questions. In her heart, Su Chanan is far more important than these divine sea stones. After doing this, The two were planning to explore carefully again to find an exit. Su Chanan suddenly discovered that something was wrong. No, we have taken away all the divine sea stones here, so why is that divine soul power still there? Su Chanan frowned slightly and fell into deep thought. It was obvious that all the divine sea stones in this space were taken away by them. But when he scanned out his spiritual sense again, he could already sense the powerful and rich aura of the soul. One's own soul can still be nourished by this mysterious spiritual aura. It seemed that in addition to the divine sea stone that was exposed outside, this space also hid a deeper source of the soul that had not been discovered by them. Su Chanan could be sure that this was definitely not the spiritual aura left over from the divine sea stone. I feel it too. I always feel like something is missing. Husband, could there be something else here? Mu Yunshu also stopped. Now her spirit and soul are no longer the same as before, and are many times stronger than before. He can already extend his spiritual awareness to 1 or 2 meters in this forbidden area of the divine sea. Naturally, he could sense the spiritual aura of this space more and more clearly. Look again. Su Chanan nodded. He simply concentrated his soul to the extreme, trying to find the place where the soul aura was the strongest. The soul is like a thread, slowly spreading in this space, capturing the breath of the soul. Not to mention, under Su Chanan's extremely powerful spiritual scan, he actually found something unusual. Up there! Su Chanan looked up in astonishment, staring at the pitch-black dome. Above? Mu Yunshu also raised his head when he heard this, trying to find out something. But no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't see any difference. Su Chanan took out the Hanyue sword again and immediately soared into the air. The dome was not as high as he had imagined, but only less than 100 meters. He easily jumped to the highest point and slashed with his sword towards the place where the spiritual aura was the strongest. However, this sword failed to cut through the earthen wall of the dome. It was like cutting into a ball of cotton. The Hanyue sword was actually imprisoned and frozen in mid-air. Su Chanan showed a look of surprise and didn't wait for him to react. An extremely powerful spiritual force suddenly erupted. Su Chang'an and Han Yu's sword were bounced away together. Immediately afterwards, 2 strange beads, the size of fists and completely dark in color, broke through the dome and hung high in the air, exuding an unrivaled spiritual aura. Like 2 black stars, illuminating the earth and suppressing everything.